Chapter 1. Time. Late December 2024. Location. A highway leading to Harbin, within a speeding vehicle. Characters. The driver Zhao Xin. Courtesy name Wuji, alias Debong Zhongguan. Age 45, unburdened by ties, possessing a car, a house, and savings, having realized his dreams through his own efforts. In the back seat, a large ferry, standing at 1.75 meters and weighing no less than 170 pounds, the daughter of a leader from a friend's workplace. Zhao Xin, entrusted by his friend, accepted 2,000 yuan for fuel and toll fees separately, to deliver the ferry to Harbin, where she would meet a handsome fellow from Guangdong. He was unfamiliar with the ferry and had no intention of striking up a conversation. Who knew if a misplaced word might jeopardize his friend's future? However, the journey was far from dull, as listening to the ferry and the handsome fellow converse proved to be quite entertaining. Why would I be a Northeast tigress? I'm very gentle. I am absolutely not a Northeast chubby girl you're annoying. I usually speak like this. A tank in disguise? Absolutely not. I maintain strict control over my figure. I consider myself adorably plump. Zhao Xin could not help but smirk indeed. The ferry was not merely a tank in disguise, but an ultra-heavyweight tank, with signs of training visible on her rolled-up sleeves. He inwardly mourned for the handsome fellow with this intensity. The Guangdong lad who had never tasted coarse grains might well find himself dialing 120 that very night. At that moment, he heard the ferry in the back seat exclaim, "Darling, I would never deceive you. If I lie, may I be struck by lightning." Gazing at the overcast sky, Zhao Xin felt an ominous premonition. It was already December, with several snowfalls behind them, and winter in northeast China certainly did not permit thunder. Upon arriving at a service area, he called out, "Lu Qing, get out and stretch your legs. Let's take a bathroom break. If you want anything to eat, there's a supermarket over there." Indeed, the ferry was named Lu Qing, as per her identification. Hearing Zhao Xin speak, she set her phone down and looked up. "Thank you, uncle, I'm fine in the car." "All right then." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, causing Zhao Xin's hair to stand on end. Goodness, could it be this sinister? With a crack, a bolt of lightning struck nearby, static electricity making his hair bristle. "Damn it, that wasn't meant for me. Uncle, you." The fairy glared at Zhao Xin, about to retort when four more bolts of lightning struck him directly, wasting not a single ounce of energy. As she gazed at the pile of blackened ash on the ground, the fairy screamed in terror, "Daddy, I will never lie again." After a moment of confusion, Zhao Xin groggily opened his eyes. "What the hell? Lu Qing, why did you invoke such a curse upon me? Thankfully, I'm alive, else my house, car, and savings would have gone to waste." Suddenly sitting up, he surveyed his surroundings, bewildered. "What the where am I? This can't be northern Myanmar, can it?" At 45, with a stock of 6 flavor Remania pills at home, his kidneys were far from reliable. Who would covet them? Suddenly, fragmented memories flooded his mind. Zhao Xin clutched his head and fell back down with a groan. Half an hour later, he exhaled deeply. "Phew. Good thing I have my phone in my pocket. It's probably fried from the lightning, otherwise my reputation would be tarnished." It was now 1965. The original owner was also a native of northeast China, an only child whose parents had passed away a few years prior, leaving him alone. The family owned a small plot of land, but it was insufficient for luxuries they could barely afford to fill their stomachs. Before him appeared a shimmering screen indeed, a typical trope of transmigration, and he was about to strike it rich. Soon, Zhao Xin felt a bit perplexed. The system was mute, divided into 2 parts. One was a panel for attributes and proficiency, and the other was the motherland system. The attributes and proficiency panel was somewhat acceptable, with only a physique of 5, cooking at level 2, and driving at level 1. Nothing substantial remained. But what was this motherland system panel? Super body, level 0. Super hearing, level 0. Super vision, level 0. Super breathing, level 0. Super healing, level 0. Super brain, level 0. Super strength, level 0. Super speed, level 0. Heat vision, level 0. Flying, level 0. Biological force field, level 0. A long string of zeros, with only a few skill points available, left him feeling dazed. This was not the deep blue upgrade he had hoped for. Was this some sort of joke? Grinding his teeth, he clicked on Super Body. As it upgraded to level 1, an overwhelming pain surged through him. Zhao Xin howled in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing like a seizure. After more than an hour, he slowly stood up, feeling as thin as a reed. Yet, when he clenched his fist, an unprecedented strength surged within him upon unbuttoning his shirt. He saw that his muscles had been developed. Glancing at the attributes panel, his physique had reached 10. This meant that he had attained the pinnacle of human physical capabilities. Investigating the system further, he discovered that he was in a cinematic world, and altering the plot would grant him skill points in the Motherland panel. However, he had seen few scripts and had no recollection of which show took place in northeast China in 1965, especially in a small mountain village. In this era, it was not as simple as going wherever one pleased in rural areas. One could hardly save a dime in a year, with the family savings totaling merely 12 yuan and a few grain coupons. Obtaining a travel permit was not easy either without a legitimate reason. Acquiring one was akin to scaling the heavens. One could easily be labeled a troublemaker and face dire consequences. Half a year passed, and by the end of 1965, Zhao Xin had grown despondent aside from farming. There was truly nothing else to do. He submitted the grain harvest, retaining enough for himself, and was left to endure the winter indoors. In those days, northeast winters saw daytime temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees, with nights often dipping to -30. No wonder ancient exiles were sent to Ningguda. It was genuinely life-threatening. Fortunately, his health was robust during his spare time. He could venture into the woods to hunt. In earlier years, the Northeast was known for its bounty. One could catch deer with a stick or fish with a ladle. Anyone with a modicum of skill would not go hungry. One day, Zhao Xin managed to kill a foolish deer in the mountains, his face alight with excitement. This would suffice for a month's worth of sustenance, and the cold winter would prevent spoilage. Shouldering the deer and wielding his red-tasseled spear, he descended the mountain, humming a tune of good fortune. Suddenly, gunfire erupted not far away. Initially, he thought it was a rustic firearm. Many households possessed them. Perhaps someone was hunting, so he paid it no mind. But soon, he discerned that something was amiss. The gunfire was intense, and there were multiple weapons involved, reminiscent of the anti-Japanese dramas he had seen. Zhao Xin was taken aback. Were there still bandits in this era? Dropping the deer, he crawled stealthily with his red-tasseled spear, swiftly concealing himself within a snow bank, curling up tightly. Zhao Xin lay hidden in the snow, carefully covering himself with snow to avoid detection. Listening to the distant sounds of screams and roars, his heart remained as tranquil as an ancient while a dead comrade poses no threat to a poor man. Until he heard the sound of a vehicle approaching, Zhao Xin's spirits lifted. In the past 6 months, he had yet to encounter a car. If there was a vehicle, it must belong to someone of stature. Not far from the village of Shuangyashan, there was a coal mine. Could it be that they were here to procure coal? It seemed plausible if he rescued someone. Perhaps he could be repaid with gratitude and escape this place. With this thought, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the red-tasseled spear. Having endured the lightning strikes and transmigrated to 1965, it was unreasonable for him to simply perish. Emerging from the snowbank, he crawled stealthily closer to the source of the gunfire. After a resounding bang, the surroundings fell silent. At that moment, Zhao Xin finally discerned the scene. An old military jeep with a crumpled front, surrounded by 3 bears lying motionless, and 3 deceased individuals, each holding a firearm. The last person's fate remained uncertain. Slumped over the steering wheel, they must have been driving when they collided with the last bear. What the hell? How reckless! They provoked a family of bears. These creatures have tough hides and thick flesh. Even with their M1911 pistols, it must have been a hassle to deal with them. No wonder it ended so tragically. Gripping the red-tasseled spear, Zhao Xin cautiously approached the vehicle, when suddenly, the bear that had been thrown aside began to stir. This bear was likely an adult male, standing over 2 meters tall at 1.8 meters. Zhao Xin felt diminutive in comparison. Steadying himself to suppress his trembling, he remembered that when villagers encountered a bear, everyone would mobilize to hunt it down. One could imagine how terrifying it must be. Huh! Zhao Xin exhaled deeply. Fortune favors the bold. This time, he would take the plunge. As long as the people in the vehicle were alive, he would have a chance to escape this village and venture to greater places. Even if the occupants were deceased, he might still receive some form of reward, similarly providing him with an opportunity to leave this village and become a proud worker in this era. With a fierce shout of kill, Zhao Xin charged forward, wielding his red tassel spear as he accelerated towards the bear. With a swift thrust, he drove the spear deep into the creature's heart. As the bear's massive paw came crashing down, Zhao Xin darted into its embrace, raising his elbow to deflect one of its powerful limbs. With a surge of strength, he stomped down on the bear's paw, his body and fists coalescing into a single unit as he struck upwards, landing a blow on the bear's skull, which had lunged at him. The tremendous force sent the already injured bear reeling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Xin lunged forward, gripping the bear's fur tightly as he positioned his palm like a blade against its throat. The bear, struck in a vital area, staggered back in discomfort. Zhao Xin capitalized on this moment, twisting his body to deliver an elbow strike to the base of the spear, driving its tip further into the beast. Yet it was still insufficient after the elbow strike. Zhao Xin let out a fierce roar, delivering a powerful kick to the spear's end. With a sharp crack, the red tassel spear pierced through the bear's body, embedding itself into the ground. Phew, phew, phew. Zhao Xin gasped heavily, his entire body trembling, drenched in sweat as the aftermath of adrenaline surged through him. After a brief respite of 5 minutes, feeling somewhat steadier, he turned to search the lifeless bodies nearby, discovering a dagger. With it, he swiftly dispatched 2 more strikes to the necks of the other 2 black bears, finally allowing himself to relax completely. At this moment, the man slumped over the steering wheel regained consciousness, exclaiming in shock as he realized all 3 bears lay dead. Observing Zhao Xin, who was smeared with blood, he gradually composed himself. "Young brother, did you save us? Only you the others were crushed by the bears. Judging by your accent, you're not from around here. Who are you? Do you have any travel documents or a work permit?" "I do. My name is Huide, and I hail from Beiping. I am the deputy director of the Hongxing steel mill, responsible for logistics. I came here to procure coal." Zhao Xin felt a surge of joy. His assumptions were indeed correct. Coal was essential in the nationwide steel production effort. He took the documents and scrutinized them, casting a wary glance at Huide. "These documents aren't counterfeit, are they?" "They certainly are not. Look, it's all written there, complete with the steel mill seal and the stamps from various units. They all have work permits too, which you can verify. That won't be necessary if they're authentic. That suffices." "I can't read." In truth, Zhao Xin was literate, but the original owner of the identity was not, as there were no literacy classes available in the village. Huide looked at him incredulously. "You can't read, yet you wanted to inspect the work permit and travel documents? I was just testing you. How could I know if you were a good person?" This left Huide speechless. "Young brother, in this frigid weather, is your home far from here? Could you summon some people to assist? My leg and chest are injured, and every movement is excruciating. All right, wait here. It's just a 3-meal journey. It'll be back swiftly." As he spoke, he dashed away, and Huide assumed Zhao Xin was returning to the village. However, within 5 minutes, he was bewildered to see Zhao Xin returning while carrying a roe deer, heading in the opposite direction. After waiting for half an hour, Huide trembled from the cold, his face frosted over. He silently vowed never to return to the northeast again. Hearing footsteps in the distance, he turned his head to glimpse shadows moving, finally feeling a sense of relief before succumbing to unconsciousness. That night, Huide stirred groggily awake, hearing a gurgling sound from his stomach. Just as he attempted to rise, a wave of pain coursed through him. "Young brother, where am I?" Zhao Xin set down the bowl in his hand and turned to Huide. "Oh, you're awake. This is my home. Your left leg is fractured, your right forearm is cracked, and your chest has sustained a fracture as well. Do not move. The village medic has tended to you. Furthermore, she mentioned that it's too late today to take you to the hospital in Shuangyashan, but arrangements will be made for a bullet cart to take you there tomorrow." "Thank you, young brother. Don't mention it. It's all trivial. Just focus on resting." Zhao Xin feigned a rough demeanor, acting a bit clumsy, ensuring that Huide wouldn't feel indebted enough to consider him a subordinate. Upon seeing Li Wade's appearance and his work permit, Zhao Xin recognized his identity as the deputy director of the courtyard. "Young brother, could you possibly get me something to eat? I'm absolutely famished." Zhao Xin pretended to be taken aback. "Oh, you should have mentioned you were hungry earlier. Why didn't you say so sooner? Look at this mess we've gotten into." He rose to serve Huide a bowl of noodle soup with roe deer meat, placing a small table in front of him. Eat it yourself, I won't feed you. Li Huai nodded, slowly sitting up. Clumsily, he used his left hand to grasp the chopsticks, and once he began eating, he could not stop until everything was consumed, letting out a satisfied burp afterward. Thank you, young brother. Why are you being polite with me? It's all trivial. After you finish, you should get some sleep. I still need to distribute some bear meat in the village. That's a great supplement, especially bear paws. You brought back the bear carcasses as well? Of course. Are you foolish? This is all meat. This is the first time someone has called me foolish. Ahuad awkwardly moved his lips, opting for silence, lest his chest ache further. Watching Zhao Xin limp out, Li Huai felt a deep sense of gratitude. After all, he was his savior. Were it not for him, things might have taken a dire turn. Moreover, his culinary skills were quite commendable. Why did that thought cross my mind? The wounds on his body throbbed subtly as he drifted into a drowsy slumber. After an indeterminate time, he awoke to the sound of a door creaking open. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a large silhouette swaying at the entrance. Goodness, isn't that the bear from before? Li Huai reminded himself to remain calm. But within 3 seconds, a sharp, piercing shriek escaped his lips. Zhao Xin poked his head out from behind the bear's skin, chastising him. What are you screaming for in the dead of night? If you frighten the villagers, be careful they don't come in with short guns to treat you to some gravel. Li Huai cursed inwardly, thinking with that in hand, I thought a bear had come in. You city folk are truly amusing. How could a bear possibly enter? Our village is fenced, with iron boxes and glass bottles hanging on top. If it were to break in, the noise would be considerable. What are you planning to do with that bear skin? Tomorrow, I'll take you to Shuangyashan to find an old tanner. We can prepare the bear skin and make a coat for my tea. It would keep you warm and give you quite the stature when you wear it out. Aren't you afraid someone might mistake you for a bear and shoot you? You wouldn't tea wear out during the day, would you? You're quite clever. Ahuada's lips twitched as he suppressed the urge to curse, offering a reluctant compliment before lying down to sleep. The next morning, the village had already harnessed a donkey cart, setting off with a large sled towards Shuangyashan. Upon arriving at the hospital, it was not long before people from Shuangyashan came over, showing considerable concern for Li Huai. Upon hearing that Zhao Xin had saved him, they immediately rewarded him with 50 yuan and several local food stamps, which could only be used locally, possessing limited purchasing power outside of Shuangyashan. Once everyone had left, Zhao Xin picked up an apple from the table. In the dead of winter, such a delicacy was precious. He wiped it with his clothing and took a hearty bite. What is your name? Li Huai inquired softly. My name is Zhao Xin. Xin as in trustworthy. How old are you? 19. Are you the only one in your family? Zhao Xin took another large bite of the apple, jokingly replying, if I were half a person, I'd scare you to death. You. Li Huai felt a twinge of pain in his chest again. This rascal spoke too provocatively. You saved my life. How do you wish for me to repay you? As the deputy factory director, do you wield much power? Zhao Xin feigned ignorance as he regarded Li Huai. It's decent enough. The Hongqing steel mill is a large factory with thousands of employees. I hold a deputy position, and I have some influence in Beiping, but not much, just enough to make an impact here at the steel mill. That's good to hear. Can you arrange a job for me at your factory? My parents wish for me to achieve something in life. ISNT had said that being a worker is the most honorable. Li Huai found himself laughing in disbelief. You dare to ask? Do you know how much effort it takes to bring you from here to Beiping? Zhao Xin chuckled nonchalantly. Old Li, that depends on how capable you are. If it doesn't work out, then so be it. With my skills, I can make a name for myself anywhere. Goodness, Li Huai couldn't help but exclaim, what skills do you possess? I can take on 10 men, and my cooking is exquisite. Just based on that, I'm in demand for feasts in the surrounding area. This was Zhao Xion's achievement over the past 6 months. His culinary skills had reached level 4, that although he was unaware of the top level, he figured he couldn't be far behind the likes of Shaju. All right, you're not too shabby. I'll do my best to bring you back, but if it doesn't pan out, don't blame me. Zhao Xin grinned. Regardless, I saved your life, so whether it succeeds or fails, it's on you. He then opened a can of canned peaches and happily began to eat. That it is well known that in the Northeast, when one falls ill, they must consume canned peaches. He had overexerted himself the previous day, straining his leg muscles, and needed to replenish. Li Huad was speechless, never imagining he would be held captive by a foolish lad from the northeast. You buffoon, don't eat it all. Leave some for me. Zhao Xin disdainfully looked at Li Huad. Old Li, you really are something to the deputy factory director, and yet you fight me for canned peaches? You. Li Huad was a bit incensed. I am hungry. Give me something to eat. Once I'm well, I'll definitely take you back to Beiping. All right, Zhao Xin clapped his hands and stood up. I just happened to bring some roe deer meat with me. The hospital has a canteen. I'll get you something good to replenish your strength. You probably haven't experienced much. How dare you insult me? Who am I? I am Li Huad. How could you dare to insult me like this? Li Huad was furious, forcing himself to remain silent as he closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Zhao Xin, however, was undeterred, intent on repaying the favor and flattering him. Being a sycophant, that was never going to happen. He opened the window, pulled a leg of roe deer from the bear's skin, and merrily headed to the kitchen. After both had eaten their fill, they took the bear skin and roe deer hide and went out to find an old tanner to craft themselves some clothing. Half a month later, by the end of December, Li Huad's injuries had mostly healed. The steel mill had sent several telegrams, and they could no longer afford to wait. The two of them rode the sled to Jiamusi, where Zhao Xin carried Li Huad onto the train, heading for Harbin. Upon arriving in Harbin, they had to transfer trains to Shenyang, and then on to Beiping. In the sleeper car heading to Beiping. Li Huad looked enviously at the leather coat worn by Zhao Xin. That coat is quite nice. Of course, if you want it, I can lend it to you for a few days free of charge. Huh, you're not afraid of offending me with your words? Once we arrive in Beiping, I'll deal with you. Why fear that? When one dies, they return to the heavens. If one doesn't, he die. They live on for eternity. Fine. Once you reach Beiping, I'll arrange for you to work as a cook at the steel mill. Okay? Sure. That's my old profession. Seeing how particular you are, I'll lend you the leather coat for a month. Li Huad scoffed. You could forget that as a deputy factory director. How could I wear something like this? What would others think if they saw me? Zhao Xin laughed heartily, pulling out a leather jacket made of roe deer hide from his bundle and tossing it to Li Huad. This is something you can definitely wear. Seeing as you seem to have some standards, I'm giving it to you. Upon receiving it, Li Huad instantly took a liking to it. The old tanner's craftsmanship was commendable. The leather was soft and devoid of any unpleasant odor. This is quite good that if I were in Beiping, someone would rush to give me something like this, and I wouldn't even want it. Don't be ridiculous. If I get to the factory and hear everyone saying that guy doesn't blink, I'd be embarrassed. The two bantered back and forth, and the journey was not lonely. However, Zhao Xin spoke bluntly, often provoking Li Huad into coughing fits. After 10 hours, the train gradually came to a halt at the Beiping station. Zhao Xin donned his leather coat, carrying the luggage in both hands while supporting Li Huad on his back as they disembarked. The ease with which he handled it left the train attendants astonished. This is too much. That heavy-set man behind him must weigh at least 140 to 50 pounds. Li Huad thought, he is slandering me. How could I possibly be considered overweight? It's merely water retention. As they stepped outside the station, Zhao Xin inhaled deeply and couldn't help but exclaim, Wow, old Li, is this Beiping? It smells strongly of coal smoke. It's quite overwhelming. Don't speak carelessly. Be careful not to attract trouble. This is Beiping, where steel is produced, so it's naturally not going to smell pleasant. All right then. Where are we headed? As soon as he finished speaking, a sedan pulled up in front of them, and the driver and secretary stepped out to greet them. Director, are you all right? I heard you encountered a bear in the northeast. Do I look like I have any issues? Li Huad replied nonchalantly, which made Zhao Xin want to laugh. After all, it was only moments ago that he had let out that sharp shriek upon seeing the bear's skin. Glad to hear you're fine. Let us get in the car. It's been a bit chaotic at the factory without you to... Li Huad's expression turned cold. They're all a bunch of useless fools. Let us head back to the factory first. This is my little brother from the northeast. Arrange for him to stay at the guest house. Tomorrow, I'll take him on board as a chef. Ah, this little brother appears quite tall, but at that age, can he even be 20? A chef? You don't need to worry about that. Just leave the small stove to him, and you'll see his skills. All right, it's cold. Let us get in the car. Little brother, what is your name? Since the entry of the Tartars, the common folk have suffered from poor sustenance. Their stature has diminished with the original inhabitants. who nearly stood at 6 feet, now appearing quite short. After Zhao Xin activated his super physique, his height gradually increased to 185 centimeters, making him stand out remarkably, observing from the perspective of a diminutive individual. He addressed the man who was likely his secretary. "Greetings, big brother. I am Zhao Xin, the trustworthy one. Then I shall call you Xiao Zhao. Does that suit you?" "Certainly, big brother. How shall I address you?" "I too share the surname Li." "You may call me Li Go. Let us stow these bags in the back." The vehicle moved at a sluggish pace, hindered by its antiquity, being a relic of a bygone era, and the road was in disrepair, emanating an aura of neglect. Upon arriving at the guest house adjacent to the steel mill, Secretary Li escorted Hong Guan into a room before departing with Li Huide, extracting a box of incense provided by Li Huide. Zhao Xin descended to the ground floor, engaging in conversation with the personnel at the security desk, thereby gaining a comprehensive understanding of Beiping and confirming the location of Nanluo Guxiang to alter the narrative surrounding the Sihiyuan. It was imperative to reside within it. Once the plot commenced, vacant rooms might become a rarity. He could only manually vacate a space. The deaf old lady, akin to a formidable boss, could interfere if he instigated any trouble. To expedite his departure from this desolate realm, he contemplated sending the deaf old lady to her final resting place. Why the audacity? At times, killing a person bears little distinction from slaying an animal. In this era, even if he eliminated the deaf old lady, no one would suspect him, a recent arrival in Beiping and a benefactor of Li Huide. As the night deepened, the clock on the table chimed 10 times. In this epoch, 10 o'clock was already late, and it was improbable for Li Huide to arrive. Changing into a light garment, he opened the rear window and stealthily exited. The temperature in Beiping was notably higher, and the night was not as frigid as the daytime in the northeast. With a physique accustomed to the midnight hour, a single layer of clothing sufficed against the chill. He made his way to Nanluo Guxiang, searching for the designated house number. Upon reaching 95, he confirmed his location and circled to the back of the Sihiyuan. Scaling the wall, he entered the deaf old lady's room, where the window still bore paper. Puncturing the paper, he stepped inside, only to hear her voice. "Who goes there?" Zhao Xin remained unfazed, offering no response. With a sudden move, he lunged forward and struck her neck, rendering her unconscious, producing a tattered strip of cloth. He bound the deaf old lady and gagged her, ensuring she would not make a sound. After rummaging through the room, he discovered a sizable wooden box hidden beneath bricks in the kitchen cabinet. Weighing it in his hands, he noted its heft and opened it, his eyes lighting up at the sight of 5 large yellow fish, 20 small yellow fish, and a substantial amount of money. More importantly, it contained numerous letters, a photograph, and an old-fashioned military badge from across the sea. Finding a flashlight, he illuminated the photograph, revealing a woman resembling a young lady, accompanied by an officer clad in American military garb, a colonel by rank. This made sense. No wonder the deaf old lady was treated with such deference by Zhonghai. Her background was anything but clean. He carefully packed the large and small yellow fish, returning the other items to their original places, when he heard a commotion from the bedroom. Upon returning, he found the deaf old lady had regained consciousness, her eyes glinting in the dark, fixated on him. Zhao Xin smirked coldly, approaching her and producing a series of muffled groans followed by 3 distinct snaps, simulating the act of interrogation by snapping 3 of her fingers. Once the ordeal concluded, Zhao Xin gripped the deaf old lady's neck, dismissing any futile struggle. It would be over swiftly, and the pain would be minimal. Dizziness was merely a natural reaction. With a decisive crack, she slumped onto the bed, and Zhao Xin climbed out through the back window, scaling the wall to escape. He returned to the guest house, his heartbeat gradually normalizing, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him. Upon inspecting the system, he found it as anticipated. By eliminating a significant supporting character, he disrupted the forthcoming plot and earned an additional skill point. After a moment's hesitation, he opted for super self-healing, though he had no intention of lingering in this world. Caution was still warranted. This era was not particularly peaceful. Tingling sensation coursed through him, and biting down on his clothing stifled any cries of distress. An hour later, he checked the system again, noting his physique had grown to 15, surpassing the pinnacle of human potential. Clenching his fist, A smile crept upon his lips. Even if Tyson stood before him, he could knock him out with a single blow. He was the king of the Northeast. The king of the Northwest interjected, "What makes you the king? Do you have a lovely wife?" Noticing an additional item on the system page resembling a gift package, he willed it open. A stream of information flooded Zhao Xin's mind. Having made a profound connection with the main characters of the cinematic world, a novice gift package was bestowed upon him. The contents of the package were precisely what he needed. A cubic space that would expand with his attributes. Cursing under his breath, he lamented not claiming the gift earlier. 3 additional points would have significantly increased the space. Damn this profound connection. Was Li Huai truly so inconsequential that he wasn't even considered a main character? Li Huai mused. Am I not a person? Am I not human? I am the deputy director of the steel mill, a tyrant in my domain. Could I truly be so insignificant? He stowed the gold bars within the space, raising his hand to retrieve them at will. The sensation was exhilarating. After 20 minutes of play, he lay on the bed and succumbed to slumber. Awakening at 3 in the morning, Zhao Xin suddenly recalled the traces outside the guesthouse window that remained unaddressed. Peering outside, he found a blanket of snow had fallen, concealing all evidence, allowing him to rest assured and drift back to sleep. The following morning, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by Secretary Li from the previous day. "Li Go, you're here so early." "Not too early. Director Li instructed me to take you for breakfast before we proceed with your employment paperwork. Can you ride a bicycle?" Whether he could or could not was a dilemma. If he claimed ignorance, Secretary Li would likely insist on accompanying him, creating an awkward situation that if he claimed proficiency, he would have no explanation for how he learned. His small mountain village had no bicycles. I've seen others ride. It doesn't seem too difficult. Secretary Li's lips curled into a smile. "Very well. We shall each have a bicycle and head to the state-run restaurant for breakfast. The factory canteen does not include breakfast. Sounds good. I've never ridden a bicycle before, so this will be enlightening." Exiting, he spotted a sturdy bicycle parked outside. That he wobbled a bit, but soon found himself pedaling forward, prompting Secretary Li, who had been watching curiously, to widen his eyes in astonishment. "Impressive. You learned so quickly." "It's nothing. It's merely a matter of balance that I practice martial arts, and balance is fundamental." While they made their way to the state-run restaurant. In the Sihuan, an aunt entered the deaf old lady's room, carrying breakfast, only to be met with a piercing scream upon discovering the old lady's lifeless body at the state-run restaurant. Zhao Xin devoured large meat buns, oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the Sihuan, where the circumstances of the deaf old lady's death were clearly unnatural. As the two rode their bicycles towards the steel mill, Uncle Hat had already arrived at the Sihuan, initiating an investigation. With experience in counterinsurgency, Uncle Hat quickly identified anomalies. The deaf old lady had 3 fingers broken and her neck twisted, indicating the possibility of coercion followed by silencing. After a thorough search, he discovered the wooden box beneath the kitchen cabinet. Upon opening it and examining the photograph, he confirmed it was indeed the woman from the image. This significant matter could not be handled by the local precinct. Immediate communication with the city bureau ensued, bringing in more specialized personnel to the Sihuan. None within the Sihuan were permitted to leave, creating an atmosphere of tension and fear. Meanwhile, in the deputy director's office, Li Huai tossed a package of unmarked incense to Zhao Xin. "Here, this is the special supply incense you've been eager to experience. Keep it discreet and don't flaunt it for the next few days. You stay at the guest house while I check the family quarters at Hongxing Steel Mill for available rooms. If none are found, I'll devise another plan." Zhao Xin lit a stick of the special incense, inhaling deeply, revealing an expression of ecstasy. "This special incense is truly delightful. Old Li, you have exquisite taste. I'm not in a rush. I can stay anywhere." "Very well. I'll have Shao Li assist you with your employment. Today, familiarize yourself, and tomorrow, we'll sort out your Beiping residency." "Thank you. Old Li, in the future, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it lies within my capabilities, I shall certainly not hold back." "Well, make sure you grasp the intricacies of the kitchen operations, as this pertains to the material quotas and orders of the steel mill. Rest assured, as long as there are ingredients, I guarantee that my culinary creations will rival those of any chef. Enough boasting. We shall see the truth of your skills in due time. Just as Li Huai was about to summon Zhao Li, Secretary Li knocked and entered, his expression grave as he leaned in to whisper something in Li Huai's ear. The once jovial Li Huai's demeanor shifted dramatically. What? Are you serious? Nearly certain. It was revealed that the area had been sealed off, with no one permitted to leave, and Director Yang had already gone there upon receiving the news. How could this happen? With the year-end approaching, is this not a cruel jest at our expense? Immediately, take Zhao Xin to complete his onboarding, escort him to the cafeteria, and then find me at Nanluo. Bringing along the residence information. Secretary Li glanced at Zhao Xin, hesitating. Perhaps I should accompany you. No need. It is not yet our turn to act. We are merely going to assess the situation, and with old Yang there, my absence would render me quite at a disadvantage. Understood, Li Factory Director. I shall take him for onboarding first. As the two departed, Li Huai picked up the phone, and within 2 minutes he had gathered his briefcase. Leaning on a cane and limped down the stairs. If Zhao Xin were witness this scene, he would undoubtedly recognize it as Li Huai's clever ruse, intentionally not allowing Secretary Li to accompany him. On one hand, it was a means of garnering loyalty, and on the other, a performance for the eyes of others. Upon hearing Secretary Li mention Nanluo, Zhao Xin realized that the incident involving the deaf old lady had come to light, primarily due to the troubling circumstances surrounding her. Half an hour later, after delivering Zhao Xin to the cafeteria and briefing Director Wang, Secretary Li hurriedly took his leave. Upon seeing Secretary Li personally delivering Zhao Xin, Director Wang felt compelled to show his respect, particularly since it was arranged by Li Huai, and handed him a box of peony brand mosquito coils. Zhao Xin, I believe I am about the same age as your father. You may call me Uncle Wang, and if you don't mind, I would appreciate you addressing me as such. Now, let us get to the crux of the matter. How would you assess your culinary skills? Rest assured, Uncle Wang, Factory Director Li entrusted the kitchen to me. Doubt if you're skeptical, allow me to prepare a few dishes for you to sample. It is essential to demonstrate my abilities. I, Zhao Xin, pride myself on integrity and shall not deceive anyone. Then how did that dear old lady meet her demise? You didn't trick me. You simply sent me away. Very well, follow me, and I will introduce you to my colleagues in the cafeteria. Thank you, Uncle Wang. Upon entering the back kitchen of the cafeteria, Zhao Xin acquainted himself with the staff. The minor workers not warranting much attention point to chefs, Master Liu, adept at preparing large pots of food, and Master Ma, alongside 4 formidable women, Sister Zhou, Sister Zheng, Sister Qian, and Sister Sun, with a go-to individuals for all matters in the cafeteria, their personalities somewhat fiery, speaking their minds without reservation. The remaining minor workers and apprentices, although they trained under the 2 masters, held little sway in the kitchen. Zhao Xin wasted no time. Gathering several potatoes, a cabbage, and some vermicelli, he ignited the stove, preparing a dish of stir-fried shredded potatoes with dried chili, sweet and sour cabbage, and minced meat with vermicelli. Upon tasting his creations, the staff could not help but sing his praises, giving him a thumbs up. This signified their acceptance of Zhao Xin, though the 2 master chefs and their apprentices appeared somewhat disgruntled, questioning how this young man had acquired such skills. With Zhao Xin's talent and ability to manage the kitchen, the 4 women were particularly pleased, as it promised them numerous benefits. Each time he prepared a meal, there would inevitably be leftovers that the 2 chefs would feel too shy to take, and Zhao Xin would gladly accept, allowing them to share in the bounty. Observing everyone preparing ingredients while the 2 chefs idled, Zhao Xin did not merely watch, but proactively took on the task of chopping, his movements precise and stable. Afterward, he assisted with kneading dough for buns, never allowing himself a moment of idleness. He even took the initiative with the large pot dishes, much to the 2 chefs' delight, for in the steel mill, there were no quotas to meet. As long as someone completed the work, it was a cause for celebration. Zhao Xin found joy in this, as whether chopping, steaming buns, or cooking large pots of food, it allowed him to refine his culinary skills. Once the large pot meals were complete, Zhao Xin prepared a few smaller dishes for everyone to enjoy. Using readily available ingredients, eliminating any concerns of mishaps, resulting in universal satisfaction, As the day came to a close, just as he was about to return to the guest house, a vehicle pulled up beside him, the window rolling down to reveal Li Huide. "Get in." The car drove to a secluded spot before Li Huide finally spoke. "This morning, in our residential area, a 5-guarantee elderly lady passed away in her home, leaving behind a sizable house, 1.5 rooms, plus a kitchen that, if you do not mind, after a few days when the matters in the courtyard are settled, that house will be yours. I have instructed that everything, save for the luggage, remains for your use. If you are uncomfortable with this arrangement, I can rent you a place elsewhere." A subtle smile graced Zhao Xin's lips. Li Huide was indeed most accommodating, arranging everything before he even had the chance to respond. "That I shall reside in the deceased's home. I fear not the presence of ghosts, it's merely an old lady. Should I encounter her, I would slay her once more." "Ugh, but do not speak such words carelessly in public. Superstitions are to be avoided. This is not your little village. One must tread carefully. Oh, you take me for a fool. We are all on the same side here. If it were not for you, Factory Director Li, how could I possibly share a vehicle with you?" Upon hearing this, not only did Li Huide chuckle, but even the driver and Secretary Li in the front seat found amusement in it. "You, my friend, seem to possess more wit than folly. Who do you think I underestimate?" Zhao Xin retorted with a haughty toss of his head. "You all assume me to be foolish, yet I am quite clever. Had I been involved in the Foot Basin Chicken or White-Headed Eagle affairs, I might have already become a general." The group erupted into hearty laughter. Upon returning to the police station, Li Huide's demeanor changed as he recounted the identity of the deceased elderly lady, revealing that she had connections with Yi Zhonghai, a known associate of Old Yang. Conduct a discreet inquiry into whether this elderly lady had any ties with Old Yang, that if they are indeed connected, we may have a golden opportunity ahead. Rest assured, Factory Director, I will handle it with diligence." Although Secretary Li and Li Huide were not related by blood, their interests aligned perfectly. Back in his room, Zhao Xin could not help but raise a fist in triumph. His plans had come to fruition, and once the commotion subsided, he would be able to move into the courtyard house, given the characteristics of Yi Zhonghai. Sha Zhu and the Jia family, coupled with the greed of the Yin family and the other predatory residents eyeing the inheritance of the deaf old lady, it was certain that many would be vying for a stake. Promising an entertaining spectacle to come, 0.5 days swiftly passed, and at last, a day of respite arrived, coinciding with a moving day. Zhao Xin, bearing his pre-purchased luggage, ambled to number 95 Nanlo Guxiang. Just as he passed the shadow wall, an elderly gentleman with spectacles halted him. "Comrade, whom are you seeking?" This man needed no introduction. He was none other than the miserly, tight-fisted master known as Yin Laoshi, the third uncle, Yin Bugue. Although he appeared older, he was merely in his 50s, the youngest among the 3 uncles, yet due to poor nutrition, he bore the most aging appearance. "Good day, Uncle Dot. I am the new resident. Could you kindly show me to the back courtyard?" Noticing Zhao Xin's bare skin coat, Yin Bugue's pupils dilated, and his expression stiffened. "The back courtyard? You mean the 1.5 main rooms?" "Indeed, uncle. Apologies, comrade, but I just recalled an urgent matter at home. You may proceed on your own. The moon gate will be accessible in a couple of months." "Very well. Thank you, uncle." As Zhao Xin passed through the moon gate, Yin Bugue's expression shifted, and he promptly retreated into his home. Many individuals in the courtyard basked in the sun, casting curious glances at Zhao Xin. The squint-eyed Jia Zhongshi, an astute individual, fixated on the bare skin coat, nearly drooling in anticipation. Noticing Zhao Xin heading toward the back courtyard, several residents exhibited discomfort and hastily retreated indoors. Upon pushing open the door, a cold smirk crept onto Zhao Xin's lips, realizing that this lot of ruffians had truly outdone themselves. Everything that could be taken was gone. There was not even a stool left, nor the mat on which to sit. These individuals were both foolish and malicious. Did they not understand that in a situation like the one with the deaf old lady, everything was to be documented? Li Huide boldly proclaimed that he had everything, except for luggage, which was his source of confidence. Upon entering the house and setting his belongings down, he strode to the doorway and bellowed, "Who is the master of this courtyard?" Lu Haizhong, lost in dreams of becoming a high-ranking official and indulging in sumptuous feasts, was startled awake by this shout and quickly donned his cotton shoes to emerge. Who dares to shout so loudly? What if you frighten the children? It is I who shout. Following the voice, Zhao Xin appeared clad in a black fur coat and wearing sheepskin boots, exuding an intimidating aura. Although Lu Haizhong felt a twinge of fear, he could not let his bravado falter. Who allowed you to enter this courtyard? Zhao Xin, undeterred, declared, I am the new resident here. You must be the caretaker of the back courtyard, correct? Come and see what I have in my home. Lu Haizhong approached the doorway, peering inside, and remarked, Isn't everything just fine? Zhao Xin retorted, If your eyesight is poor, you should visit an ophthalmologist. Look around. The room has been cleared out. Did you not notice? You are new here. What does the room's content have to do with you? If you want something, buy it yourself. Zhao Xin chuckled at this remark, pulling Lu Haizhong closer by the shoulder. If your wits are lacking, perhaps you should consider a trip to the hospital as well. Are you trying to bully me just because I'm new? You've made me quite angry. I could break your legs. Do you believe me? Feeling the weight of Zhao Xin's grip on his shoulder, Lu Haizhong shrank back. The items in the house have nothing to do with me. I haven't taken anything. I don't care whether you took anything or not. As the esteemed caretaker of this courtyard, if the items have gone missing, you bear the responsibility, but if they cannot be found, I assure you, your standing will be at stake. Return my belongings promptly, or we will escalate this matter. And your position may not be secure. These words struck at the very core of Lu Haizhong, who had long aspired to hold an official title. The thought of losing his status was painful. With his confidence rapidly deflating, he asked, What do you intend to do? Zhao Xin smiled and patted Lu Haizhong's shoulder. Have you taken my belongings? Absolutely not. My family does not lack such things. They would be of no use to us. Very well. I shall provide you with an opportunity to establish your reputation in the courtyard. Lu Haizhong perked up immediately. What opportunity? I've heard that in Beiping, you hold some grand assembly in the courtyard. Correct? Yes. Lu Haizhong nodded foolishly. Then gather everyone together. We shall hold this assembly. Make sure to support me, and you will gain respect in the courtyard. Lu Haizhong, using his limited intellect, saw the potential in this and eagerly nodded. Calling out to his family, Guangtian, Guangfu, you two rascals, come out quickly. Sound the gong for the courtyard assembly. Lu Guangtian poked his head out, Dad. It's a holiday. Why are we having a courtyard assembly in broad daylight? Stop the nonsense and hurry up. As he spoke, Lu Haizhong mimicked the motion of pulling up his belt. Zhao Xin observed with delight. What a sight! A father teaching his son, truly a model of filial piety. All right, I shall ring the gong. Lu Guangtian retreated, pulling his brother along. The two brothers grabbed a bronze gong and began to strike it, echoing through the winter air, ensuring their neighbors would not miss this gathering. Lu Haizhong and Zhao Xin made their way to the front courtyard. Yin Bugue, upon seeing Zhao Xin, felt a sense of foreboding. Zhonghai ambled over from the inner courtyard. Old Lu, what is the meaning of this? After finally having a day off, why are we holding a meeting? To his surprise, Lu Haizhong, with a puffed-out chest, replied, What do you mean, Old Lu? During work, we refer to you as the plant. This display of bravado was painfully awkward. Zhonghai sighed, Second Master. What is the purpose of this meeting? Recalling Zhao Xin's instructions, Lu Haizhong adopted a righteous demeanor. Of course, there's an important matter at hand. Once everyone is gathered, I will explain. And who is this young man? He is the new resident, Zhao Xin. The house of the deaf old lady has been allocated to him. Before Zhonghai could respond, Shaju stepped forward. Why should he have the old lady's house? What gives him the right? Qin Huairu, entering through the moon gate from the inner courtyard, displayed her displeasure, wishing to maneuver the property into her family's hands through Shaju and Zhonghai. Zhao Xin sneered. Who do you think you are? If your belt is too loose, it's showing. The house allocated by Guojia does not concern you. Do you dare to challenge me? If you refuse to comply, you may choose between the street office or the steel mill. Shaju was instantly incensed, his face reddening as he raised his fist to strike Zhao Xin. Lu Haizhong, rather than intervening, took a step back. Fearing collateral damage, Zhao Xin, unperturbed by the threat, swiftly executed a lethal move from the Bajiquan, Yama's 3-point hand, but he first seized Shaju's arm, eliciting a cry of pain, then struck his throat, making it difficult for Shaju to breathe. Finally, he pressed his palm against Shaju's chest, causing him to fly backward and crash to the ground with a resounding thud. Zhao Xin had shown restraint. Otherwise, Shaju would have suffered a broken arm, a crushed larynx, or ribs puncturing his heart. Why is it called Yama's three-point hand? Because the strike is aimed at causing death that, if it lands, not even a deity could save you. Now, Shaju lay on the ground, nursing a deep purple bruise on his face, his chest, and back in agony, barely able to speak. Onlookers were stunned. The formidable warrior of the courtyard had met his downfall before they even grasped what had transpired. Zhao Xin stood tall. With your pathetic demeanor, do you still dare to challenge me? This is Beiping City, but if we were in the wilderness, I would have killed you and buried you without a second thought. At that moment, Yi Zhonghai regained his composure. What do you think you are doing? Why did you attack Shaju? If anything happens to him, I will report to Uncle Mao and have you arrested. Prepare for some serious repercussions. Humph. Zhao Xin scoffed. Oh, how impressive you are. I am so frightened. One might think you are the emperor of the Tartars. This is a new society. Who are you trying to intimidate? You threaten me with peanuts? Is there still law and order? If your eyesight is no good, I'll pluck them out and use them as cannon fodder, so everyone can hear the sound. How dare you? Zhonghai pointed at Zhao Xin, his chest heaving with rage. Unable to articulate a response, he could only assist Shaju to his feet. But you cannot use such force. Turning around, he noticed it was Qin Huairu who had spoken. And who are you? Are you this fool's wife? Don't talk nonsense. I am not. We are merely neighbors. Then why are you meddling? This has nothing to do with you. If I had truly used excessive force, it wouldn't just be a few days of discomfort. He would be gone for good. You ought to be grateful we live in a new society. Otherwise, with your kind of meddling, I would have buried you too. The term old lady struck a chord with Qin Huairu, silencing her immediately. After delivering that retort, Zhao Xin shot Lu Haizhong a knowing glance, and Lu Haizhong understood the cue. All right, everyone, stop watching the spectacle. We have gathered you all today because the belongings from Zhao Xin's home, previously belonging to the deaf old lady, have been taken away. We demand their return. Every single item, with a resounding uproar. The neighbors erupted in chaos, while Yin Bugue adjusted his glasses, observing the unfolding drama without a word. The squinty-eyed Jia Zhangshi stepped forward, glancing at the fur coat. On what grounds? Those belongings were left by the deaf old lady. We, the residents of this courtyard, have cared for her for many years. It is only right to share her possessions. What a little wretch! Upon uttering the words, Zhao Xin whipped out an iron rod from his sleeve and struck Jia Zhangshi across the mouth, causing her to cry out in pain. Not satisfied, Zhao Xin continued to swing the rod, leaving Jia Zhangshi to jump about, clutching her mouth. Enough! Yi Zhonghai, noticing Shaju was unharmed and Jia Zhangshi was being punished, could no longer contain himself. What are you doing? You can't just hit people, especially not the elderly. To hell with you. Zhao Xin spat back. If your hearing is also poor, I'll chop off your ears and serve them as a delicacy for everyone to enjoy. Did you not hear that shrew calling me a little beast? My family has been farming for 9 generations and has never endured such indignity. I guess it wrong for me to strike her. If she cannot control her tongue, I shall strike her again. The mention of 9 generations of farmers is quite intimidating, and Yi Zhonghai immediately ceased to speak. The atmosphere fell silent for 10 seconds. Before Yin Bugue calmly interjected, regardless of your status, you cannot lay hands on an elder. Elder? Who decided that? This shrew is barely in her 50s, stout as a barrel, yet short in stature, with a figure that is more backside than waist. How can she be considered an elder? Are you more formidable than Guojia? You. Regardless of the circumstances, this is still your elder, Zhao Xin exclaimed incredulously, eyes wide at my elder. All my elders lie buried in the mountains of the northeast. Are you engaging in feudal superstition or attempting some trickery? I shall report you to the neighborhood committee. No, that is not my intention, Yin Bugue stammered, panic rising as he realized he was the only one in his family employed. Should he be branded with a label and lose his job, his entire family would suffer. Not at all. Absolutely not. Then is she still my elder? No, she is not. Huh. Mind your own tongue. Stop babbling nonsense. I'm not your father. I will not indulge you. You are a disgrace to decorum and utterly unreasonable. Tisich, what nonsense are you spouting? I have never even attended a literacy class. Where would I have acquired any decorum? Observing Zhao Xin in a frenzy, Lu Haizhong felt a swell of emotion, thinking to himself, at least I have attended a literacy class. I could take his place. Enough. Everyone, cease the commotion. We are a civilized courtyard. We cannot rely on age to assert authority. What elder or not, we must discuss reason. Whoever has taken items from the deaf old woman's house should promptly return them. Otherwise, do not blame me, Lu Haizhong, for being unyielding and impolite. Finally, Shaju had recovered somewhat and hoarsely remarked, Who do you think you are? Just return the items if you say so. What do those things have to do with this brat? No sooner had he spoken than he was met with a slap from a metal rod, unable to evade it. With a yelp, the second sausage mouth of the courtyard emerged. Speak if you must. But keep your mouth clean. Who are you calling a brat? The brat is referring to you. Shaju, unable to contain himself, quickly covered his mouth, fearing another slap. Little did he know, Zhao Xin chuckled, realizing the brat referred to him. That was acceptable. You. As he began to curse, a resounding slap landed on his mouth, silencing him instantly. Yi Zhonghai could no longer hold back. Then mind your own words. Why should I? Zhao Xin shot back, looking defiantly at Yi Zhonghai. If you have the ability, strike me as well. Let me see if your bones are as tough as you claim. Zhao Xin waved dismissively, as far as I see. Only Comrade Lu Haizhong here is a good person, responsible, just, and law-abiding. The rest of you are truly disappointing, not even daring to speak a fair word. Or is it that you too have taken something? Many residents shook their heads continuously. It was not that they did not wish to take things back, but they had not been given a chance, as the items had already been cleared away by Yi Zhonghai. The Jia family and the Yin family. Yi Zhonghai himself did not care for the items, but he felt a profound sense of injustice, having cared for the deaf old woman for so long without reaping any benefits, only to be embroiled in trouble. Lu Haizhong, basking in the attention, felt elated, almost floating, oblivious to his own identity. Yes, Comrade Zhao Xin speaks wisely. We are a civilized courtyard. How can we engage in such behavior? Old Yi, the Jia family, and Old Yin, return the items you have taken, lest you bring shame upon our courtyard. Yin Bugue, noticing the gazes of the crowd, retorted, Lao Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? I have not taken anything. Do not wrongfully accuse me so. You do not intend to return it. Zhao Xin narrowed his eyes at Yin Bugue. I took nothing. How can I return what I did not take? Zhao Xin turned to the others. So you two families also refuse to admit it, do you? The Jia family held their heads high. Qin Huairu remained silent, and Yi Zhonghai lowered his head, seemingly ignoring Zhao Xin altogether. Lu Haizhong attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Zhao Xin. Enough, second uncle. Even if you alone witnessed it, the other residents would not testify to. I remember you saying this old man is the elder of the courtyard. Is that not so? It is. Then that settles it. Since no one is willing to admit it, let us see how this unfolds. This bespectacled man, is he the third elder of the front courtyard? Indeed, that is Old Yin, the third elder Gaha. One first elder and one third elder leading the charge to plunder from others' homes. What a disgrace to society. How the morals have declined. Since no one is willing to testify, let us disperse. Consider this a performance. Once the residents departed, Zhao Xin pulled Lu Haizhong aside. Second uncle, please take me to the trust shop. I need to procure some belongings. Some people truly resemble beasts in human form. Lu Haizhong, confused, thought Zhao Xin was genuinely capitulating and was merely going to buy something, so he followed Zhao Xin. Yi Zhonghai watched their retreating figures, snorting coldly as he helped Shaju back home. Yin Buge, meanwhile, pondered deeply, returning to his residence with a grim expression. Little Zhao, what do you intend to purchase? Do you have enough money? If not, I can lend you some. Still the righteous second uncle. I cannot fathom how that scoundrel first elder and third elder gained their positions. Such words should not be spoken carelessly, though the statement was made. The corners of his mouth betrayed him, revealing a smirk. Rest assured, I am not one to suffer losses. If I do end up purchasing something, would I not be akin to a turtle? We are going to the police station. Ah, why go there? The common folk still harbor a natural fear of the police station. After all, the era of black dogs has only just passed out of course. We're going to find Uncle Hat. I have heard some details regarding the deaf old woman's predicament. It has caused quite a stir. Do you really believe Uncle has not kept records? Furthermore, prior to my moving in, the house and its contents were managed by the neighborhood committee, which means the items belong to Guijia. Second uncle, do you realize how severe a crime it is to steal Guijia's property? Do you not wish to become the first elder? If this matter is resolved, even if the original first elder does not return to his position, can he still hold it? And you, by acting justly and not harboring corruption, showing zero tolerance towards those who violate Guijia's laws, standing up for a young man newly arrived in the courtyard. This image, who but you could take the position of first elder? Lu Haizhong's eyes sparkled like light bulbs. You speak the truth. I must stand up for you, and we cannot harbor corruption. But after all this commotion, what will become of our civilized courtyard? Zhao Xin could not help but scoff at Lu Haizhong's desire for benefits without bearing any blame. Second uncle, a general's success often comes at the cost of countless lives. Great figures throughout history are often solitary. Is it merely a matter of dividing some possessions in a civilized courtyard? Do you truly lack those items? If you're worried about that, I shall go alone. As for whether you can become the first elder, that depends on luck. Lu Haizhong's face flushed with anger as he seized Zhao Xin. No, how can I allow you to go alone? I am the second elder. I must stand up for you. The two exchanged glances, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Lu Haizhong was utterly consumed by his ambition, while Zhao Xin simply wished to see the residents of the courtyard endure hardship, eager to swiftly alter the course of events and escape this world. Upon arriving at the police station, Lu Haizhong was a fountain of information, recounting every detail of the midnight move, how long it took, and who was involved with utmost clarity. The officer, Uncle Hat, was equally exasperated. The previous incident with the deaf old woman had already consumed much of their time, and they had yet to uncover the missing items. Now this nonsense arose again. Please wait a moment. I will retrieve the register documents that we need 2 people to visit the neighborhood committee. Damn it. Has the world turned upside down? This is a new era where the people are in charge. How dare they play these tricks? Half an hour later, Lu Haizhong strode confidently at the forefront, exuding an air of authority, as if he were on an inspection. Zhao Xin followed closely behind, accompanied by Director Chun from the neighborhood committee, a woman in her 40s, and Officer Feng, also in his 40s. Director Chun, Uncle Feng, once you arrive, please pay special attention that I believe that the first elder of our courtyard, Zhonghai, has significant issues that I will not elaborate further. With so many residents in the courtyard, not a single one dares to testify. What is going on? Back in my hometown in the Northeast, the elders say that old landlords behaved just like this. If this were my hometown, such tyrants would certainly be arrested and made to eat peanuts. Director Chan finds herself in an exasperating predicament. Initially, to guard against nefarious individuals, she disseminated various documents, handpicking 3 prominent figures herself. To her astonishment, Zhonghai, who appeared to be honest and straightforward, acted with such ruthlessness that the residents dared not voice their concerns. Was he not akin to a feudal patriarch? Lu Haizhong, come here. Upon hearing Director Chen's summons, he immediately donned a sycophantic grin and scampered over, inquiring, "What is it you wish to discuss? I wish to know why your courtyard has descended into chaos. Zhonghai has monopolized power. Have you not reported this to the neighborhood committee?" Zhao Xin quickly gave him a knowing glance, prompting Lu Haizhong to defend himself. "This is not my fault, Director Chun." Zhonghai forbade it, claiming matters within the courtyard should remain private. Furthermore, Yin Bugue, one of the 3 patriarchs, insisted on maintaining decorum, preventing me from speaking out. With their encouragement, the residents unanimously opposed seeking help from the neighborhood committee. I am but a simple man. I had no choice but to acquiesce. Observing the darkening expression on Director Chen's face, Zhao Xin realized he had underestimated Lu Haizhong's talent for shifting blame. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Lu Haizhong, accompanied by the neighborhood committee and Uncle Mauzi, returned to find Yin Bugue, who was sunbathing, suddenly paling at the sight of them. In the midst of winter, he broke into a sweat. Just as he turned to retreat indoors, Director Chen called out, "Stop right there. Why are you trying to hide from me now that I have arrived?" "Not at all." Yin Bugue hastily waved his hands. "You misunderstand, Director Chun. I have matters to attend to at home. What matters? Director Chen retorted. Do you take me for a fool? As a schoolteacher, you are supposed to discern right from wrong. Gather the residents. And summon Yi Zhonghai to join us. All right, I shall fetch them immediately, he replied. Seeing the unfolding scene, Lu Haizhong grew enthusiastic, stating, I will assist in gathering them. It will expedite the process. Very well, go. Sudamao, having just returned from the countryside after settling factory equipment, spotted Director Chun and greeted her with a servile smile. Ah, Director Chun, what brings you to our courtyard? Sudamao, your timing is impeccable. Yi Zhonghai, Qin Huairu, and Yin Bugui have conspired to empty the belongings of the deaf old lady overnight. I am here to address this situation. Hearing that Yi Zhonghai was in trouble filled Su Damao with delight. He chuckled inwardly, relishing the predicament of the man who had always aided the foolish Zhu and claimed to be of ill repute. Ah, Director Chun, now that you are here, justice will prevail. I've sought your assistance before, but Yi Zhonghai always accused me of disrupting harmony. Zhao Xin discerned Su Damao's skill in inciting discord and shifting blame. Su Damao, do not speak out of turn. When have I ever impeded you? It is you who stirs trouble unnecessarily. Director Chun, now confronted by Yi Zhonghai's presence, grew increasingly irate. I do not speak yet. We shall address matters once everyone has arrived. Noticing Director Chen's countenance, Yi Zhonghai sensed the gravity of the situation. He attempted to speak, but a glare from Director Chun silenced him. Mr. Feng, why don't you escort the two gentlemen to the backyard for a look? Inside, not a single piece of furniture remains. Even the cooking utensils have vanished, leaving only the belongings I personally brought from the factory. Mr. Feng nodded in agreement. Let us investigate and cross-reference with our records. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened as he inwardly cursed. How could there be records of such matters? 10 minutes later, the residents arrived. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, upon seeing Uncle Maozi and the neighborhood committee members, instinctively recoiled, their eyes darting nervously. The three men wore somber expressions. The house was utterly devoid of belongings, as if a mouse had come and gone in tears. Director Chen engaged in a brief exchange with Mr. Feng before Lu Haizhong was assigned the prominent seat at the square table. Who among you moved the items from the main room? Which residents witnessed this? Speak up immediately, or we shall consider it collusion. Such audacity! Do you not know that everything inside belonged to Guojia before anyone moved in? At this pronouncement, a heavy silence fell upon the gathering. Lu Haizhong stepped forward, urging, let us not conceal the truth any longer. Director Chun and Mr. Feng are here to ensure justice for us. Previously, Yi Zhonghai bullied us into silence, but we need not fear anymore. Gradually, a few residents mustered the courage to speak, recounting how they had seen Jia's family, Yi Zhonghai's family, and Yin Bugui's family moving items. The three families appeared despondent, with Jia Zhangshi collapsing to the ground, lamenting, what choice did we have? We are impoverished. With 5 mouths to feed, it is only Qin Huairu who earns a living for us. Su Damao, reveling in the spectacle, chimed in, Aunt Zhang, your tears seem feigned. Perhaps you should try harder to squeeze out a few genuine ones. Jia Zhangshi, taken aback, sprang to her feet. You little wretch, I'll have you killed. As she lunged towards Su Damao, he deftly sidestepped, taking refuge behind Mr. Feng, leaving Jia Zhangshi to glare in frustration. Jia Zhangshi, what do you intend to do? If you wish to throw a tantrum, do so elsewhere. Do you think I, Chen Aihua, am merely idle? Director Chen bellowed, slamming her hand on the table, that if you dare cause a scene again, I will have Officer Ma restrain you. Officer Ma cooperatively brandished a glaring silver bracelet, causing the previously boisterous Jia Zhangshi to fall silent, her demeanor deflated. Now, let us address the matter of the belongings. You have shown great audacity, moving items that rightfully belong to Guojia. What do you call this? This is theft of Guojia's property. Especially you, Yi Zhonghai. How do you justify your actions as one of the patriarchs? Having had time to formulate a response, Yi Zhonghai quickly interjected, Director Chun, this is a misunderstanding. I did not take the deaf old lady's belongings. My wife and I have been caring for her. Many of the items were brought by us. I merely retrieved what is rightfully ours. Zhao Xin scoffed. How conveniently you speak. When the neighborhood committee registered the belongings, why did you not mention any of this? Now you claim them as yours. I could just as easily declare your money as mine. Furthermore, do you even know how many items you have taken? If you moved a wardrobe or a table, would that also be considered your property? Yi Zhonghai's countenance shifted, realizing Zhao Xin had struck a nerve. He had indeed taken a wardrobe meant for the old lady, crafted from Wang Wali. Would not slander me. The neighborhood committee and the police are present. How can I be accused of slander? Officer Ma, would you kindly accompany the two gentlemen and Lu Haizhong to Zhonghai's home? Let us verify what he has taken. If it is merely pots and pans he claims as his, perhaps it could be plausible. However, if it is larger items, that would be quite amusing. Lu Haizhong eagerly added, Indeed, the old lady has not acquired any new large items for years. Those cannot possibly belong to the Yi family. Damn you, Lu Haizhong. Look, everyone. Yi Zhonghai is panicking. He is losing his composure, Zhao Xin teased. Let us speak with evidence, Officer Ma interjected. Lu Haizhong, lead us to the scene. Additionally, since the Yin and Zhao families have also taken many items, we shall investigate them as well. Officer Ma and the two gentlemen, pleased out of course. It is my duty. Everyone, please wait a moment. Su Tamao reveled in the misfortune of Yi Zhonghai and the Zhao family. While Zhu stared at Su Tamao, feeling his fist clench in anger. 15 minutes later, Uncle Maozi and Lu Haizhong returned, placing the record book before Director Chen. She glanced at it, her brows furrowing. Yi Zhonghai, what further excuses do you have? The old man nearly collapsed, tears streaming down his face. Director Chen, it was merely a moment of folly. You know I'm a level 8 machinist, earning just over 100 a month. Do I truly need those few items from the old lady's home? I have cared for her as if she were my own mother. I only wish to bring back a few mementos. At this, Director Chen found herself in a dilemma, not due to his sentimental reasoning, but because Yi Zhonghai was a level 8 machinist, a prestigious position within the factory. Zhao Xin discerned the pallor on Director Chen's face and boldly interjected. Enough of your nonsense. What on earth are you thinking? I feel embarrassed even to address you. So, your prowess as an 8th level machinist makes you exceptional, does it? The successes you enjoy today are solely due to Guojia's patronage. And now, you dare to wield the honors and wealth bestowed upon you by Guojia to oppress the common folk? Let me assure you that is utterly unacceptable. Do not presume that your status as an 8th level machinist grants you immunity. Even if you were the factory director, with Uncle Mao and the street office present today, you shall not escape unscathed. And my father once told me that in the new China, one must acknowledge their wrongdoings and accept the consequences. Lu Haizhong immediately joined in, applauding. Well said. I, Lu Haizhong, stand here to reflect on my actions. It was my desire to save face, fearing repercussions, that led me to neglect notifying the street office in a timely manner. I shall write a self-critique of 2,000 words and recite it before everyone in the courtyard, voluntarily attending the street office for further education to ensure I do not repeat this mistake. Yi Zhonghai, with bloodshot eyes, glared at Lu Haizhong, cursing him in his heart. Did I sleep with your wife or beat your child for you to treat me this way? Director Chen, feeling the pressure, understood that if this situation were to escalate, it could jeopardize their work and possibly lead to disciplinary action. Yi Zhonghai, regardless of your rationale, the fact remains that you have embezzled Guojia's assets. Do not attempt to wriggle out of it. I have also heard that you have been quite formidable in the courtyard, intimidating residents and insisting that all matters be resolved within the premises, prohibiting them from seeking assistance from the street office. Indeed, Sister Chun, Su Damao chimed in, Shaju has assaulted me more than once. Whenever I attempted to approach the street office or Uncle Mao, he would not allow it. Shaju, Yi Zhonghai's sycophant, could no longer contain himself, hoarsely retorting, What nonsense are you spouting? It was your own foolishness that warranted the beating. Zhao Xin chuckled derisively. By your logic, if your foolishness justifies a beating, does that mean I could strike you as well? I could treat you to the same treatment you dispense to others, should I accidentally injure you. That's just your misfortune. Wouldn't you agree? Shaju, taken aback, protested. On what grounds? Su Damao deserved it. He's a natural-born scoundrel. Pray tell, what exactly has Su Damao done or said to merit such a label? Shaju was momentarily rendered speechless. Pondering for a few moments before finally stammering, he ruined my chances at matchmaking. Su Damao interjected once more. You are full of it, Shaju. I merely sought to prevent the girl from jumping into a pit of despair by revealing the truth. You have rallied a faction around the Jia family, neglecting your sister, who is as thin as a reed, while your wages are collected by Qin Huairu. Dare you deny it? And the leftovers from the small stove, did you feed your sister? Or did you give them all to the Jia family? Just look at how Plum Jia Zhang and Wang Jing are compared to your sister's frail frame. Where have I erred? Zhao Xin sneered. You covet her body, you base wretch. That I have heard whispers in the factory. It perplexes me that after the Jia family's man passed away, the factory provided compensation, at least 400 yuan as a minimum. Qin Huairu took over her husband's position, and all 3 children have registered household status with guaranteed allocations. Now, she receives 27 yuan and 50 cents a month, while the Jia family, consisting of 5 members, averages over 5 yuan monthly. How can it be deemed impoverished? And Jia Zhang, barely in her 50s, works the fields back in my northeastern hometown. Does she eat all day, growing fat as she is? You claim to seek a wife, yet at 30, you remain single. Have you ever considered why? With your reputation, finding a partner would indeed be a miracle. A hushed silence enveloped the scene as Shaju found himself utterly speechless. It is not lies that wound, but the truth that cuts like a knife. Shaju, now dazed, exchanged glances with Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu, both of whom shot Zhao Xin a fierce look before hastily averting their gazes. Fearing exposure, since Zhao Xin had commenced, he felt compelled to continue, casting a glance at the now mute Shaju. You presume that your potential matchmakers are all thwarted by Su Demao? Who else could it be if not that rascal? Indeed, they're only wrongly named individuals, no misnamed nicknames. Shaju's moniker is truly apt. What do you mean by that? You insult my character. Did you all hear him? He has sullied my reputation. Ha! Can you not discern that? Let me clarify further. What is Su Damao's role? He is the sole projectionist at the steel mill. How many days can he spend in the city each month? Half a month would be generous. And during holidays or factory assignments, he is hardly home. How could he possibly ruin your matchmaking prospects? Humph. If not him, then who sabotaged things? We were conversing amiably one day, only for him to ignore me the next. Zhao Xin retorted with a sardonic smile. Though I am illiterate, my father imparted a valuable lesson. Ignore the chatter, and instead observe who benefits the most. If you possess even a modicum of intellect, reflect carefully on who stands to gain the most from your situation, the one most eager to prevent your marriage. The courtyard residents turned their gazes toward Qin Huairu, who could no longer remain composed. With tearful eyes, she spoke. Your name is Zhao Xin, correct? I know you. You are the new cook at the factory, having only been here a few days. Then on what basis do you slander me? What are you saying? Zhao Xin exclaimed, dramatically regarding Qin Huairu. Am I to address you by name or surname? You are so quick to leap to your defense. It seems you have something to hide, and I assure you, I have no ulterior motives. Shaju, trust me, Sister Qin is not that kind of person. When the next holiday arrives, I will return to my hometown and bring my cousin to introduce to you. Before Shaju could respond, Zhao Xin interjected. Shaju, we are not close. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. If you truly wish to marry, do not confide in anyone from the courtyard. Find someone on your own, and when the time comes, bring her home. Should anyone attempt to disrupt your marriage, you can approach the street office or the Women's Federation for assistance. Upon hearing this, Shaju beamed. All right, brother, I shall owe you a favor. When I marry, I will treat you to a celebratory feast. Zhao Xin chuckled inwardly, thinking, when you marry, that will merely be the beginning of the show. Being neighbors in the same courtyard, he harbored this principle. Should anyone wrong him, he would retaliate against their entire lineage. However, if there were no grudges, he would certainly lend a helping hand. With both brawn and brains, the other residents absorbed the lesson, knowing that as long as they did not offend Zhao Xin, all would be well. Enough of the theatrics, Director Chen interjected, having witnessed the spectacle unfold. Yazonghai, Zhao Xin is correct. Do you not think that your status as an 8th-level machinist intimidates me? It does not. Now, I shall ask you plainly, was it you who led the effort to move the items? Or did everyone take their share independently? As she posed the question, she perused the records provided by Manager Ma. Unsurprisingly, the valuable items had all been appropriated by the Jia family, while Yizonghai had only taken a few bowls and a combined cabinet. As for the Yin family, they had taken mere scraps, unwanted items like the old Kong mat, which had been claimed by them. Director Chin's implication was clear, and Yizonghai understood. Director, I take responsibility for my actions. But I assure you, my intentions were innocent, that I merely wished to reminisce through the objects. This matter is my own concern. However you choose to penalize me, I, Yizonghai, shall accept. As he spoke candidly, he had effectively distanced himself from the Zhao family's transgressions. Jia Zhang was momentarily taken aback, while Qin Huairu, the quintessential White Lotus, realized the implications, gazing incredulously at Yizonghai. Yet, once Yizonghai locked eyes with her, he quickly lowered his head. Director Chin's lips curled into a smile. Excellent. Since the situation has been clarified, the decisions regarding the moving of items fall solely upon you. The Yin family took very little of value. Therefore, they shall return the items and compensate threefold. Alongside a tipping word self-critique, this matter will be settled. Zhao Xin, do you find this acceptable? Zhao Xin recognized that as a newcomer, this was not the time to be obstinate, especially since Yin Bugwai was not a difficult person to deal with. That works. I trust Director Chin's judgment. Secondly, the items taken by Yizonghai are of considerable value. He too shall compensate threefold and then be taken away, with your factory requested to send someone to collect him. At that point, the factory will issue a reprimand. Will that suffice? Agreed. This was already the most lenient outcome possible. Even if Zhao Xin disagreed, the factory would likely retrieve him for the sake of production. In these times, the law was imperfect and the rule of man outweighed that of law. As long as one did not commit a crime warranting a gunshot, sentencing was quite flexible. Lastly, regarding the Zhao family, most of the possessions from the back courtyard had been taken by them. Take Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu into custody and hand them over to Manager Ma for processing. Additionally, before Uncle Mao leaves, return all the items to them. With a thud, Jia Zhang fell to her knees, pleading, "Leader, government, I did not wish to move these items. It was that little harlot Qin Huairu who insisted. I was deceived." Qin Huairu's tears resembled a string of broken pearls, her visage steeped in sorrow as she gazed at Jia Zhangshi's mother. "I warned you from the outset not to take anything from the house. Yet you stubbornly refused to listen. I could not stop you, no matter how hard I tried. Now, you dare to blame me? Are you intent on destroying this family?" Zhao Xian's heart was filled with cold amusement. Qin Huairu's emotional ploy was rather clever. On one hand, she garnered sympathy from those around her, while on the other, she threatened Jia Zhangshi, implying that should she lose her job, the burden of supporting Bangang would fall to no one. Jia Zhangshi paused for a moment before rising to strike Qin Huairu. "You little harlot, are you trying to frame me? Let me tell you, you've taken the things and you want to fare any better." Director Chin's countenance darkened as he exchanged a glance with Officer Ma. The three men quickly subdued both Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, handcuffing them. Half an hour later, all belongings were returned, and Qin Huairu, Jia Zhangshi, and Yizonghai were escorted away. Zhao Xian understood that Yizonghai would likely return to work the following day, regardless of whether he was indeed a genuine level 8 locksmith. However, within the factory, he was undeniably indispensable. Attempting to use such methods to bring Yizonghai down would prove difficult. As for Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, it was likely one of them would be sacrificed, and that individual would undoubtedly be Jia Zhangshi. Despite her seemingly foolish demeanor, this widow had single-handedly raised Jia Dongxiu. It was no simple matter of merely clinging to Yizonghai's coattails after Jia Dongxiu's death. The family of 5 had been played by both her and Qin Huairu, successfully deceiving nearly everyone in the courtyard, save for the deaf old lady, in order to keep the family intact and ensure a bright future for Bangang. Jia Zhangshi would surely shoulder the blame. Once the street office and the police station departed, Zhao Xian found himself with 30 yuan, of which 27 was compensation from Yizonghai and 3 from Yan Bugui. The Jia family had not lost any money, yet their members were taken away. As he reached the courtyard, Bangang stood at the entrance of the Jia residence, glaring fiercely at Zhao Xin. "How dare you act so arrogantly when your family has been taken away?" Zhao Xin showed no leniency, swiftly delivering a slap. "What are you staring at, you scoundrel? Do you deserve a beating?" After his words, another slap followed, Bang Gung was left dazed, clutching his swollen face, fighting back tears. Am I not a man? Why should I cry? Did I learn this from my mother? Upon hearing this, Bang Gung immediately ceased his tears. I am a man, the only man in the Zhao family. Zhao Xin scoffed. Then why cry over nothing? True men bleed and sweat, but do not shed tears. You are a villain. You're the reason my grandmother and mother were taken by the officers. And what of it? Zhao Xin replied with a smile. It was I who did it. What can you do about it? How about we settle this one-on-one? In your Beiping dialect, we can call it a challenge. Do you dare? I cannot defeat you. That would be bullying. Wait until I grow up. Pathetic. Even if you cannot win, you must at least make the enemy bleed, that if you are ruthless enough, no one will dare to provoke you. Look at me. I took down the fool Zhu with ease. Who in the courtyard would dare to challenge me? Bang Gung lowered his head. Zhao Xin sensed it was time to push further. This boy was not one to remain docile. With a flick of his hand, he tossed a dime at Bang Gung. Take this and buy something to eat. You truly are a coward. Watching Zhao Xin's tall figure depart, Bang Gung clutched the dime and wiped his nose, silently asserting, I am not a coward. Upon returning home, he rekindled the fire with the firewood returned by Yan Buge, intending to light an incense stick when Lu Haizhong entered. Little Zhao, what is going on today? Why did you seem to reap all the benefits? I gained nothing, and Yi Zhonghai remains unscathed. Handing Lu Haizhong a stick of peony incense, Zhao Xin lit it. Second uncle, do you truly lack perception? Is today the day to discuss that? Weren't you supposed to write a self-reflection and learn from the street office? Once you recognize your mistakes and understand to seek help from the government, wouldn't you be able to request an additional burden? Indeed, Lu Haizhong clapped his hands. Little Zhao, you're absolutely right. This isn't about aspiring for power. It's about taking on more responsibility. The problem is, I'm not well-versed in writing and cannot draft a self-reflection. Should I ask old Yen for assistance? Zhao Xin couldn't help but roll his eyes. How had he become so foolish again? Second uncle, have you had too much to drink? You've just offended Yen, bug it's only because what he took was worthless that he isn't in trouble himself. Otherwise, he would be in the same predicament as you. You don't understand. Old Yen is a man who can be bought with money. That might indeed be the case. Lu Haizhong realized, I had forgotten that Yen Bugue is not an ordinary person. But that won't do. With your level of education, your self-reflection would be as transparent as a teacher's work. Just let your son help you write it, even if there are typos and it doesn't flow. It's fine. Just say he wrote it, as long as it's profound enough. When Director Chen sees it, he will recognize your sincerity and understanding and how you wish to take on more responsibility. He wouldn't refuse, would he? Exactly. You're quite insightful. Little Zhao, I'll head back to find my second son. He took a final puff from the remaining incense and shivered slightly. Goodness, have you been possessed by a spirit? Are you planning to be the one to smoke incense and drink in the courtyard for generations? After closing the door, just as he was about to contemplate what to prepare to eat, a knock sounded. Opening the door revealed Sudamao. You're Zhao Xin, right? I live in the adjacent room. Would you like to join me for drinks tonight? I brought back quite a few good items from the countryside. Brother to Mao, you are quite renowned at the steel factory. Who doesn't know that whenever the leaders have drinks, they must bring you along? I'm just the cook. I handle the small stove at the factory now. Since I need to warm up my house, why don't you bring the items here, and I'll cook. Let us see if my skills impress you. Brother Mao, flattered by the praise, replied, All right, then let us taste your cooking and enjoy the treatment of the leaders. But I must trouble you. Brother, it's nothing serious. If I were to do nothing but eat, that would be embarrassing. All right, wait for me. I'll go get the items. In less than 5 minutes, Su Damao returned with Lu Xiao. Besides some dried rabbit meat, there was a piece of wild boar meat, several mushrooms, garlic, and chili. Quite a bounty indeed. Finally, there was a live chicken, likely from the coop outside his house, indicating that Bang Gung's chicken-stealing escapade had yet to commence. Brother to Mao, this is far too much. I feel undeserving. This must be your sister-in-law. Right? Brother to Mao, you are quite fortunate. Haha, why be so polite? Just call me brother, and I want to take away your food. This is my wife, Lu Xiao. She didn't come out earlier because she found it cold during the meeting. Sister-in-law, greetings. I'm Zhao Xin, the new neighbor. I look forward to your kindness. Lu Xiao smiled and nodded. Yes, we are neighbors. Everything is easy to discuss. Many novels depict causing trouble, yet Zhao Xin found Lu Xiao's looks rather ordinary. Her only redeeming feature being her fair skin. While Qin Huairu appeared as a haggard woman, as for the sight of Yuli earlier, she was also unremarkable. Zhao Xin accepted the chicken and took it to the back to slaughter. The water in the pot was just boiling, perfect for scalding the feathers that, an hour later, 4 dishes and a soup were ready to Northeastern-style chicken flour, Sichuan-style twice-cooked pork, Hunan-style spicy stir-fried rabbit, Shandong-style sweet and sour cabbage. Complemented by a chicken blood and radish soup, as the 3 sat down to eat. The aroma alone had Su Damao giving a thumbs up. Brother, you are truly something. No wonder they entrusted the small stove to you. Zhu the fool doesn't stand a chance against you. Lu Xiao tasted each dish, nodding in approval. Indeed, brother, your cooking is exceptional. I'm glad you enjoy it. To be honest, eating alone every day is rather dull. If you don't mind, we can share meals together. That sounds wonderful. From now on, you can take care of breakfast and dinner. Before Su Damao could speak, Lu Xiao chimed in, when Su Damao is not home. The meals I prepare are simply not tasty. Haha, as long as brother Mao has no objections. Su Damao pondered for a moment and nodded. There was no shortage of food at home, and as a man, he was fond of cooking. Having Zhao Xin take the reins was just fine, as it merely meant spending a little more money. But it was a treat. After all, he was the chef of the small stove. All right, then I'll trouble you, brother. As the 3 began to eat, Su Damao frequently raised his glass, while Lu Xiao's chopsticks never faltered. After a few rounds, Su Damao, looking a bit dazed, asked, Brother, I heard you took down that fool Zhu in one move today? Brother Damao, you flatter me. It's mainly because Zhu is rather useless. I hardly exerted myself, and he just fell. Su Damao felt a tightness in his chest. If Shaju is a fool, then what does that make me? Who is always beaten by Shaju? Brother, tell me honestly, have you practiced? Indeed, to speak without exaggeration, in a bare-handed fight, taking down 3 or 5 opponents is a trivial matter, with a long weapon in hand. Defeating 20 or 30 is no challenge, even if they wield their own weapons to... Oh, goodness! This time, it wasn't just Su Damao who was astonished. Even Lu Xiaoyi raised her head in surprise. Brother, are you really that formidable? What I can do is nothing compared to the tales I've heard. I heard that when the 8-Nation Alliance invaded the city, there was a guard who carried the old witch on his back and ran for dozens of miles in one breath. That was true mastery. Brother, can I learn this skill? Damao, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but at your age and with your physique, it's a bit late to start learning martial arts. Sigh, I feel the same way. However, there are quick methods. One-on-one techniques are particularly effective. As long as you strike swiftly, you will certainly succeed. Upon hearing this, Su Damao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Really? Brother, how long do you think it takes to practice? And how should I practice? Zhao Xin urged Su Damao to stand up, then let out a strange cry to seize the initiative. He quickly demonstrated a series of moves. Jab to the eyes, strike to the throat, kick to the groin, twist, and slap the back of the head, all in under 5 seconds. This sequence starts with a bizarre shout to attract attention, followed by spitting in the face, throwing sand or lime powder. Then, act fast. It doesn't matter if your strikes land or not. As long as the groin kick connects, regardless of gender, they will fall. After that, twist and slap the back of the head. Even if you lack strength, they will be dazed for a moment. Hiss! The 2 couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, and soon after, Su Damao burst into laughter, as if he could already envision himself bringing down Shaju. He was well aware of the potency of the groin kick. Brother, this technique is impressive. I will definitely practice it diligently. Indeed, women can also practice, but until you become familiar with the techniques, don't use them carelessly. Let others see your flaws, and only then will they be effective. Lu Xiaoyi regarded Su Damao thoughtfully and nodded earnestly. The next day at work, Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu were released, while the Jiazhong family remained silent, presumably having been sacrificed. Upon spotting Zhao Xin running towards them, the 2 couldn't help but frown. They had hardly slept the previous night and truly lacked the energy to seek trouble before they knew it. Afternoon had arrived, and Li Huaid, accompanied by Secretary Li, approached Zhao Xin in the kitchen. Today we have an old friend from Shenyang visiting. Since you're from Northeast China, can you whip up a few signature dishes? Zhao Xin nodded, confirming he could indeed prepare Northeast cuisine, but questioned, they've come such a long way to Beijing. Are you sure it's appropriate to serve Northeast dishes? They can eat that any time in the Northeast. Ah, Li Huai and Secretary Li were momentarily taken aback, realizing the truth in his words. Then what do you suggest we prepare? How about some Beijing-style Sichuan cuisine? The flavors won't be too spicy. And we can include both meat and vegetarian options that IT would be relatively unique for our friends from Northeast China. All right, we'll do as you say.as for ingredients. Feel free to take what you need from the small storage. Understood, just wait and see. And a word of advice, Director Li. Make sure to find a few heavy drinkers. If the drinking isn't satisfying, it won't be good hospitality. Li Huai frowned. He had noticed during his last trip to the Northeast that they were gracious hosts who didn't overindulge him. Now that he was the host, if he failed to entertain his guests properly, it would be embarrassing. Got it, I'll keep that in mind. You go ahead and prepare the ingredients, as Zhao Xin walked towards the small storage. He couldn't suppress a chuckle, thinking to himself, make sure you don't end up soaked in your own urine. Across all of China, Inner Mongolia, Northeast China, and Shandong are notorious for their drinking culture. Upon reaching the small storage's entrance, just as he was about to open the door, he sensed someone watching him that a glance sideways revealed Shaju's fleeting figure. This rascal had lost his small kitchen duties. What could he possibly want in the storage? With the thought of Qin Huairu emerging today, a sudden insight struck him. Could this fool be so audacious? Half an hour later, Zhao Xin exited with a considerable haul, while Shaju was still lurking about. After a long wait, the person managing the small storage stepped away to use the restroom, leaving the storage door unlocked. Shaju, sneaking in when he was sure no one was around, emerged in less than 5 minutes. Seemingly with a substantial load in his pockets, at 5 o'clock, all the dishes were ready and served in a small private room. Zhao Xin untied his apron and headed towards the door. Just before reaching it, he spotted Shaju carrying a net bag filled with 2 rather large aluminum food containers. Considering Shaju's odd behavior earlier, a smirk crept onto Zhao Xin's face as he stealthily followed him. Once outside the steel factory, he abruptly confronted Shaju. You've taken quite a bit, haven't you? Can one person finish all this? Startled, Shaju instinctively hid the containers behind him. This isn't for me. I'm bringing it to Qin Jia's place. Judging from Shaju's earlier demeanor, the containers undoubtedly contained leftovers from the cafeteria. Zhao Xin pulled Shaju close, concealing the containers from view as he discreetly opened the net bag, employing a sleight of hand to switch the contents. Are you truly that naive? You're a chef earning over $30 a month, trying to a widow with 3 children, along with an old hag. Are you out of your mind? Lacking maternal affection? Don't say that. I'm not. If I were to look for someone, it would be a young maiden. I just want to help the Jia family. Do you even believe that yourself? I inquired yesterday. After helping the Jia family, how much do you have left? Do you even have $100 in savings? With your situation, how could you possibly attract a young maiden? They will hear you make over 30 a month and have no savings. And who would dare approach you? They would undoubtedly think you are the type to drink, gamble, or do drugs. At least one of those applies. Furthermore, you have an unclear relationship with that widow. If word gets out, who would care about you? Unless you were a spinster with no suitors. Who would pay you any mind? Why is it that no one cares? Shaju protested, his face filled with defiance. I'm an 8th level worker, and I own a courtyard house. How can I not find a wife? You're an 8th level worker, but what do they seek? They look for a stable livelihood. And what do you have? No money, and your house hasn't been tidied up in years. Right? Your clothes are shabby, making you look 50. Unless they're blind. Who would want you? Initially swayed by Qin Huairu's words, Zhao Xin's comments made Shaju hesitate again. If I keep helping, I'll either end up a bachelor or marrying Qin Jia. By the time Shaju processed this, Zhao Xin had already walked away with his hands behind his back, prompting Shaju to chase after him. Brother, what should I do? I truly have no intention of marrying Qin Jia. It's simple. Just follow my advice. Clean yourself up and go out to find someone that if you meet the right one, don't bring them back. Keep it to yourself until you're married. Once you tie the knot, hand all your money over to your wife. No one will have a say in it, and life will surely be good. In 3 years, you'll have 2 kids without a doubt. Shaju nodded vigorously, feeling that Zhao Xin's reasoning was sound. Once I get married and bring her back, what can you all do? Thanks, brother. No need for thanks. If you talk back, I'll still slap you. As they entered the courtyard, Qin Huairu was already waiting by the wall, and upon seeing Zhao Xin, her expression turned slightly awkward. Zhao Xin didn't indulge her, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Huairu, as if viewing someone half-hidden behind a door. He genuinely looked down upon her type, lazy, ostentatious, and unwilling to provide Shaju with children. In the original story, Shaju ultimately ended up being kicked out, freezing to death beneath a bridge, with Su Damao being the one to retrieve his corpse. Among the three most villainous figures in the courtyard, one was the deaf old lady who deceived Lu Xiaoyi, depriving He Yushui of food and leveraging her age to support Yi Zhonghai. The second was Yi Zhonghai, who feigned virtue while conspiring to unite Qin Huairu and Shaju, secretly cavorting with Qin Huairu in the vegetable cellar, also denying He Yushui's sustenance and ruining Shaju's life. Lastly, there was Qin Huairu, who monopolized Shaju's life, also deceiving Lu Xiaoyi and ultimately not even claiming his body. Far more terrifying than Pan Jinlian, who at least granted Wu Dalong a swift end. You are the one who is wasting your life. Whether you live or die is your own choice. Shaju somewhat grasped Zhao Xin's meaning, though he couldn't understand why it was intertwined with life and death. After Zhao Xin walked away, Qin Huairu forced a smile. Shizi, you're back. What delicious food have you brought today? Raw meat. Qinjia, you can cook it at home. Shaju, feeling downcast by Zhao Xin's words, replied, Qinjia, how much have I lent your family? Qin Huairu's expression stiffened. Quite a bit. I suppose that I haven't kept track. Sister is grateful to you. Without you, our family wouldn't have survived. Originally, the simpleton, Shaju, intended to demand repayment from Qin Huairu. With a sullen expression, he declared, Sister Qin, this month's wages, I shall collect myself. There is no need for you to fetch them on my behalf. Without waiting for Qin Huairu to respond, Shaju briskly walked past the shadow wall and entered the house. Holding a lunchbox tightly, Qin Huairu gritted her teeth, blaming Zhao Xin for the predicament, which had caused Shaju to turn sour. He returned home, burdened with thoughts, and placed the lunchbox on the table. Bang Gung eagerly approached, asking Mom, what delicious food has Shaju brought? He was elated, for with Grandma caught, he could indulge in all the good things. However, when Qin Huairu opened the lunchbox, both were taken aback. Instead of fresh meat, it contained nothing but dirt. What was Shaju up to? How dare he play tricks on me? Qin Huairu's face flushed with anger as she clutched the lunchbox and set out to confront Shaju. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin, blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama, was busy preparing to cook meat brought back by Shaju, delighting in the prospect of making cabbage and vermicelli stew, with vermicelli sourced from the northeast. This rascal had audacity, for the meat was clearly sliced thin from a pig, so expertly done that if the warehouse staff were not vigilant, they might never notice as he stewed the dish. He also prepared shredded potatoes and leftover food from the previous day. In the harsh winter, it was indeed a challenge to create something palatable with so little. Once completed, he called the others to dine, and Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi feasted joyfully. A week passed swiftly, and Zhao Xin had seamlessly integrated into the courtyard, with no unusual incidents to speak of, gradually allowing everything to fade into the background. Su Damao went to the countryside to show films, while Lu Xiaoyi returned home, bringing back a bounty of cured meats and other delicacies for Zhao Xin to cook. During one of their shared meals, Zhao Xin suddenly inquired, Sister Xiaoyi, your father is a shareholder in our steel mill, known as Lu Bansheng. Is that correct? Lu Xiaoyi's expression shifted as she dared not acknowledge it. Lu Bansheng is a relic of the past. All shares in the steel mill have been donated. If it is indeed Lu Bansheng, I have recently come across some information that is of utmost importance to your family. If you're interested, please mention it to your father at home, and we can discuss it further. Cannot you tell me now? Zhao Xin calmly shook his head. This news is critical to your family's survival. Naturally, it warrants a fair price. Do not think me a vulture. I am merely impoverished and have no other choice. Once relishing the meal, Lu Xiaoyi suddenly found the food less appetizing. After a few bites, she set her chopsticks down, saying, All right, I shall return home tomorrow and inform you of any news. Yes, Sister Xiaoyi, do not hold it against me for being opportunistic. In my view, a piece of information that concerns your family's very existence outweighs mere material possessions. I do not blame you. I'm full now. I shall come by for breakfast tomorrow. Very well, Sister Xiaoyi. Take care. Lu Xiaoya's feelings were of little concern to Zhao Xin. He was not enamored with her, but rather focused on what benefits he could derive through the Lu family. Jia Zhongshu had been sentenced to 15 years and sent to the northeast for re-education through labor, allowing him to acquire a skill point that enhanced his super strength and physical attributes by 3 points. Most notably, his spatial storage had expanded by 3 cubic meters, now totaling 4 cubic meters, enabling him to store even more items on the following evening. After leaving the steel mill, Zhao Xin found himself on a dark alley where 4 individuals clad in steel mill uniforms approached him. You are Zhao Xin? Indeed, it is I. Come with us. Our boss wishes to see you. Although he suspected it was Lu Banqing seeking him, he was still displeased. Who the hell do you think you are? Demanding I follow you? Do not test our patience. I have no intention of complying. I do not drink, and there are plenty of workers around. Dare you provoke me? If I am harmed, none of you will escape unscathed. You think I am afraid? Noting their attire, he continued, You are from the steel mill, yes? Have you considered the consequences of your actions, especially if you have families? The 4 men hesitated, realizing they did not dare to act. This was not the time of the pre-revolution. It is Lu Banqing who wishes to see you, not you who sought him out. Next time be clearer. I'm not your father and have no interest in playing games with you. Lead the way. They proceeded to a courtyard by Shikahai, and as soon as the door closed, Zhao Xin sprang into action. With a swift move, he knocked one man aside, and before the others could react, he sent another crashing into the wall. When 2 remaining men drew their short knives, Zhao Xin swiftly struck their wrists, sending the blades flying. With a couple of kicks, he dispatched them to the ground. Unable to rise, brushing off his clothes, he sneered, With skills like yours, you dare to show off before me? Next time, do not be so arrogant. Otherwise, you will face dire consequences. Looking ahead, he noticed a middle-aged man, impeccably groomed yet bearing an air of weariness and thinness. Young brother, you possess remarkable skills. I intended for them to invite you, but it seems they acted foolishly, causing you to witness this farce. This was mere lip service, as he likely felt pressured. You are Lu Jinhua? Zhao Xin inquired coolly. Yes, I am Lu Jinhua. You must be Zhao Xin. Is it acceptable if I refer to you as Xiao Zhao? Of course, that is perfectly fine. Then let us proceed inside to converse. As they entered, the table was set with 4 dishes and a soup. Mr. Lu, you have prepared quite a feast. These are signature dishes from the Tan family. Obtaining these ingredients must have been no easy task. Lu Banqing smiled. As long as there is money to be had, nothing is too difficult to procure. However, nowadays, we dare not spend freely. Mr. Lu is indeed a man of understanding. At that moment, Lu Banqing's wife, Lu Tan, entered with warmed yellow wine. Not just stand there. The food will get cold. Let us eat while we talk. They took their seats, and Zhao Xin sampled each dish. Nodding appreciatively, Lu Tan's culinary skills were commendable, clearly authentic Tan family cuisine. Lu Banqing was a man of patience, choosing not to speak first, while Zhao Xin maintained an even greater calm, aware that Lu Banqing's household was beset by internal and external strife. The internal strife stemmed from family members who were restless, as the dramas depicted on television did not reveal the truth. However, to rise to prominence as a leading businessman in Beiping, one must have family support. As the meal neared its conclusion, Lu Banqing could no longer contain himself. Xiao Zhao, may we discuss the conditions under which you would share the information that is vital to the Lu family? Zhao Xin downed his cup of yellow wine. I require a courtyard for storage. This one will suffice. Secondly, I want items that the Lu family cannot take with them, such as quality wooden cabinets, antiques, and the like. More is better. Lastly, I demand firearms, 3 of each type, along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition for each. The first 2 conditions were manageable, and Lu Banqing and his wife did not take offense, as they were items that could not be taken anyway. However, upon hearing the final request, their expressions turned grave. The last point is impossible. If this were before the founding of the nation, I could have procured them. But now it is unthinkable. Enough of this. Zhao Xin laughed dismissively. A starving camel is larger than a horse. Do not tell me you cannot acquire a mere 3 of each type, that I assure you. These firearms will not surface in Beiping. I have other uses for them. Lu Bansheng furrowed his brow. Who exactly are you? Haha. Rest assured, Mr. Lu, Mrs. Lu, I am Zhao Xin from northeast China, with a pedigree as pure as they come. I am certainly no villain. Moreover, you have little choice in the matter. After a 10-minute deliberation, Lu Bansheng finally conceded, Very well, I agree to your terms, but I must know the information first. Certainly, I trust in the reputation of Lu Bansheng. You must leave now. Someone has set their sights on the Lu family. After the Spring Festival, they will act. Impossible. We have taken many precautions. How could we be under surveillance? The couple's faces paled considerably. That may be so, but the allure of wealth can cloud judgment, that if someone is tipped off the Lu family, the situation becomes precarious. Who is it? A fierce glint appeared in Lu Bansheng's eyes. A man who could be called Lu Bansheng before the founding of the nation surely had blood on his hands. Your esteemed son-in-law, Sutama, as for whether his parents are involved, I cannot say. You should also have an inkling of who might have leaked the information. Li Huaid, the deputy director of the steel mill. You should know very well who his father-in-law is. He certainly has the means to act against you. Lu Tan stared in disbelief at Zhao Xin, exclaiming, How could this be? We have not treated the Su family poorly. He scoffed, Not poorly. After several years of marriage, Sister Shaoyi has yet to bear Su Dumao, a single child. He thought marrying her would lead to a promotion, yet he has received nothing in return. Upon arriving at the Lu family, he has to endure the disdain of your relative, D. You truly believe a petty man like Su Dumao can tolerate this? Now that he has pointed fingers at you, it is an act of righteousness against kin, aligning himself with Li Huaid, effectively becoming one of them, which opens the door to future promotions that Li Huaid will feast on the meat. And they will certainly enjoy their share of the broth. What's not to gain? Humph. Lu Bansheng's expression grew cold as he considered the audacity of Su Dumao, thinking he could use our Lu family as a stepping stone. Does he believe he is worthy? Whether or not he is worthy is of little consequence. What matters is that your Lu family is but a piece of meat on the chopping block. Whoever wields the sharpest knife can cleave off a substantial portion. Do you think Li Huaid's knife is sharp enough? With that, Zhao Xin left the couple speechless, utterly incapable of countering his words. Thank you for this matter. You shall have everything you desire. However, I cannot grant you this courtyard. Su Dumao's father, Su Fugue, is aware of its location. Would it suffice if I arrange for you another place? Not an issue. Then I extend my gratitude to you. Mr. Lu. Half an hour later, Zhao Xin departed the small courtyard, leisurely returning to the I in this world. Acquiring more valuable items could yield substantial wealth in the modern era. Ensuring financial freedom, in the ancient world, possessing gold bars from a deaf old lady would suffice for sustenance. With 6 firearms and his own physical prowess, even a grandmaster would be compelled to kneel and speak respectfully. Moreover, given the Lu family's character, they were typically subservient to those above them. However, now that Su Dumao, a man of the lower class, had stabbed them in the back, it would undoubtedly provoke a fierce retaliation. Su Dumao would surely be ousted. Upon returning to the Sihuan, Yin Bugue stood in the front courtyard like a guardian. Noticing Zhao Xion's return, he snorted coldly and turned away. How brazen! He dares to intimidate me. For the sake of my mental and physical well-being, I must strike first. Zhao Xian prepared a serving of scrambled eggs with scallions for Lu Shaoyi, to which she merely responded with a faint thank you. He thought little of it, as he would not remain there much longer. In the stillness of the night, Zhao Xian changed into lighter clothing and scaled the wall from the backyard, evading the neighborhood watch. Arriving at the largest pigeon market in Dongxing district, he paid a fee of 5 cents and strolled inside, noting that as the Spring Festival approached, the price of fatty meat had soared to 2 yuan per jean. Half fat, half lean was priced at 1 yuan 70, while large bones and ribs, stripped of most meat, were slightly cheaper at 1 yuan per jean, akin to outright robbery. Zhao Xian did not conceal his intentions. He withdrew the 50 yuan he had received as a reward in the northeast, purchasing a full sack of bones and ribs, boldly departing as he strutted through the streets. He could not help but smirk as he realized someone was indeed watching him. The pigeon market, in essence, was a black market, and with the festival approaching, many desperate individuals lurked nearby. Once one left the market, their safety was no longer guaranteed. There were even instances of black eating black. likely orchestrated by those running the pigeon market. Zhao Xian's aim was to attract these unscrupulous individuals, laying the groundwork for his next plan. Sensing the pursuers drawing closer, Zhao Xian suddenly bolted, prompting his pursuers to realize they had been detected and to give chase. Upon seeing Zhao Xian dart into a dead-end alley, they smiled, brandishing short knives and swaggering into the alley. Little did they know, the moment they entered, they were met with a steel rod flying toward them. The four men had no chance to resist, collapsing to the ground in a pool of blood, slipping into a state of infantile slumber. The sack of bones was stored away, and Zhao Xian crouched down, adjusting his glasses while muttering to himself, "How dare they engage in black eating black? Do they think Yin Bugui is merely an educator?" He discovered nearly 100 yuan and several notes on the four men. Nodding with satisfaction before rising to leave, just a short distance away, one of the men stirred, wiping the blood from his forehead, muttering, "Yin Bugui, is it? You dare to play at black eating black. I will remember you." Upon returning to the Sihiyuan, Zhao Xian could not suppress his laughter. This trip had been incredibly worthwhile. He had acquired over 50 jin of meat and bones, and even profited 50 yuan. Tomorrow, he could venture to the pigeon market in Xiqing district. With Yin Bugui as an educator, how could he not have a diligent son like Liu Haizhong? In the future, there must also be a moral exemplar like Yi Zhonghai. The following morning, he prepared a few large bones for stew, exercised in his room, consumed 2 pieces, and delivered 2 pieces to Liu Shaoyi before heading to work. Upon reaching the front courtyard, Yin Bugui snorted again. Just as Zhao Xian was about to retaliate with an iron rod, he was seized by Shaju, who demanded, "Was it you who took the contents of my lunchbox?" Zhao Xian flicked his wrist, causing Shaju to instinctively step back, fearing a beating. "What nonsense! I wouldn't bother to take your leftover scraps. I'm not a beggar like some shameless individuals who shamelessly ask for handouts." "Are you serious?" Shaju eyed Zhao Xian skeptically. Zhao Xian retorted, "Look at yourself, doomed to a lifetime of singlehood. Why would I waste my time on you? Besides, do you really want to find a wife? You seem overly concerned about the Jia family. Even if you marry in the future, you will end up divorced. My advice. If you're looking for a partner, avoid families with too many brothers. Otherwise, you may find yourself in a perilous situation." Cough, cough. Yi Zhonghai approached from the courtyard. Unable to suppress a cough upon hearing Zhao Xian's words, one should not be so selfish. Zhao Xian shot a disdainful glance at Yi Zhonghai. "Who do you think you are? You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. If you're so virtuous, why not donate half your salary to help the people in the courtyard? After all, you are an old widower without children to support." Yi Zhonghai clutched his chest. You, this is utterly unreasonable. My wife is unwell. Do you think I don't have medical expenses? That's a blatant lie. I've been here for days and have yet to witness you brew any medicine. Moreover, what kind of traditional medicine costs dozens of yuan a month? Show me the prescription. I'll fetch the medicine for you to avoid being swindled. The prescription is lost. How very convenient. Where did you go for treatment? Let me inquire on your behalf. A wandering doctor. Long gone. Shut your mouth. Do you take me for a fool like Shaju? You think you could just toss around accusations? You are utterly unreasonable. Shaju, do you see? This is the esteemed elder you admire. Oh no. I mean, Yi Zhonghai, he has ceased to be an elder. While lecturing others, he seeks every excuse for his own failures. I advise you to steer clear of such a hypocrite. He will eventually face divine retribution. And don't let him drag you down with him. Yi Zhonghai's face turned a shade of purple. You dare to spread superstitions? I will report you to the street office. Do you see? He is panicking. Lies cannot inflict harm. It is the truth that cuts like a knife. The reason you remain childless is that you are a hypocrite, all facade and no substance. Even if you had children, they would not be worth anything. This. Yi Zhonghai's face flushed crimson, and he lunged to strike Zhao Xian. However, his swift approach met an even swifter response. Zhao Xian slapped him, leaving half his face swollen. Collapsing to the ground with a ringing in his head, Zhao Xian flicked his fingers. You truly have some guts. Not realizing I possess martial skills, I've never encountered anyone so shameless as to provoke a beating. You strike an elder. I will report you. Are you daft? Learn the law properly. It was you who initiated the assault. My actions are self-defense. Watching Zhao Xin depart calmly, Yi Zhonghai rose, his expression dark as storm clouds. But his swollen face rendered him comical. "Shaju, do not listen to him. I'm not like that. Indeed, I believe in the esteemed elder. Can you assist me in retrieving the money owed to Sister Qin? My house is drafty, and I cannot sleep at night. I wish to make some repairs." Zhonghai patted Shaju's shoulder. "Shaju, Sister Qin's family is struggling. If they could repay you sooner, they would. Please be understanding. I can lend you 20. That should be enough for repairs." Shaju accepted the 20 yuan, pocketing it, and couldn't help but smirk when Yi Zhonghai was out of sight. He now somewhat believed that Yi Zhonghai was indeed a hypocrite. After all, Zhao Xin had previously mentioned that the Jia family was not struggling, and if he could not reclaim his own money, how could he afford to marry? The tranquil 3 days swiftly passed, during which Zhao Xin ventured to the pigeon market each night to engage in a lucrative endeavor, swiftly amassing over 300 coins in savings, grateful for the generous gifts from his comrades. He found the money remarkably easy to earn. Meanwhile, the legends of Yin Bugui, the esteemed educator, and Lu Haizhong, the exemplary parent, began circulating among various pigeon markets. All of this was attributed to Zhao Xin's efforts. As there was always someone present, somewhat dazed yet attentive, able to hear his musings, in the pigeon market, a group of over a dozen individuals, notorious for their unscrupulous ways, scoured Beiping, inquiring about Yin Bugui and Lu Haizhong. Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu also sensed something amiss, as Shaju was unable to bring back items from the small stove and frequently vanished, raising their suspicions on that day. After finishing work, Zhao Xin prepared a small feast, consuming a dozen cups of wine on behalf of Li Huaid. Emerging later than usual, with few workers remaining around, as he walked down a narrow alley, he felt the unsettling sensation of being followed. Upon turning around, a metal rod descended towards him. A nimble dodge revealed 6 masked individuals brandishing weapons, clearly lying in wait for him. In an instant, Zhao Xin's mind raced. Was it the Lu family? Or had the affairs of the pigeon market been exposed? The likelihood of the latter seemed slim. Could it be that Su Demao had deceived him, leading to retaliation from the Lu family? Despite facing 6 adversaries, Zhao Xin remained unfazed. His extraordinary physique, superhuman healing, and immense strength were no idle boasts. With his current state at 15, even Tyson would bow before him. "Brothers, what is your intention? Are you after money or my life? Please enlighten me." The leader, with a flourish of the iron rod, chuckled. "We seek neither coin nor life. Someone has paid us to break one of your legs." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xin felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was not about the exposure of the pigeon market, nor was it retaliation from the Lu family. Although the Lu family had fallen from grace, they would not resort to using outsiders for such dirty work. Break my leg? No problem, if you possess the skill. If this turns physical, do not blame me for any injuries you incurred. Oh, so you wish to challenge us? This is not a challenge, merely a statement of fact. You possess some skill, but I am not made of clay. The leader, unwilling to waste any more time, signaled his men to attack, eager to see what made Zhao Xin so audacious. The 5 men swung their iron rods toward him, but Zhao Xin, with a swift movement, produced a half-meter-long iron rod from his sleeve. Expertly deflecting their blows, he retaliated with 5 precise strikes, each landing squarely on their chests, leaving them gasping for breath as they collapsed to the ground. The entire exchange unfolded in mere moments. The leader, initially an observer, was rendered speechless by Zhao Xin's ferocity. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding. We shall cease this business, shall we?" Zhao Xin's lips curled into a cold smile. "You think I am running a charitable organization?" He tossed aside his iron rod and charged at the last standing assailant. This man, fueled by rage, swung his iron rod vigorously, but Zhao Xin had no intention of dodging. Instead, he turned and took the blow on his back, the impact resonating with a dull thud. Following this, he executed a swift grappling maneuver, seizing the man's wrist. With a forceful twist, a sharp crack echoed, and the man's arm was broken. As the pained cries escaped his lips, Zhao Xin's assault continued. A knee strike to the abdomen forced the man to double over, followed by an elbow to the head, deliberately avoiding the temple. The blow sent him flying, ensuring he would survive, albeit likely suffering a concussion with potential lingering effects that could take months to heal. Retrieving the iron rod, Zhao Xin approached the 5 fallen men, whose ribs were fractured, the pressure affecting their hearts, rendering them unable to rise. Speak. Who paid you to harm me? Big brother, we concede defeat, but we also value our reputation. We cannot betray our employer, or we will have no future. No future? What does that have to do with me? Either reveal who orchestrated this, or I will hand you over to the authorities, where you will languish for years that no, big brother, we truly cannot betray our employer. Very well, I appreciate your toughness. As he spoke, he stepped on one man's wrist that do not move, that I will only break one finger at a time. If you fidget, I cannot guarantee your safety. Observing Zhao Xin raise the iron rod. The man trembled. Big brother, I was wrong. Do not strike. I will tell you, see how agreeable this is. How much do you think this rod is worth? What are you gambling your lives for? Look at your leader, crippled with a broken arm. Was it worth it? Yes, big brother, we truly did not see his face. He was wearing a neck brace. Still not speaking the truth, are we? Zhao Xin raised the rod again. No, big brother, we are not lying. We genuinely did not see him. But he was not tall, quite robust, and seemed of considerable age, with numerous calluses on his hands, not the kind from tilling the earth. Furthermore, he might be from your factory. Although he was not in uniform, his clothing bore traces of sparks. Are you deceiving me? Noticing Zhao Xin's dangerous glare, the men quickly shook their heads. No, absolutely not. We would not dare deceive you. Zhao Xin crouched down, removing the neck braces from each of them. Fine, I will remember your faces. If I find out you have deceived me, I will break each of your legs. Now, get lost and carry your leader away. 10 minutes later, confirming Zhao Xin had departed, the 5 men slowly rose. Their leader, who had feigned unconsciousness, groggily regained his senses. Damn it, all for 20 coins, and we nearly lost our lives. Thankfully, I have practiced iron head techniques. Otherwise, I will be done for. Quickly, take me to the hospital. On his way home, Zhao Xin deduced who had orchestrated this scheme against him. It was undoubtedly Yi Zhonghai. His stature ruled out Shaju and Su Damao. His robust physique excluded Lu Haizhong and Yan Bugui, and considering his age and the traces of sparks on his clothing, it perfectly matched the 8th level fitter, Yi Zhonghai. This old scoundrel thinks he can toy with me? Let him not blame me for being ruthless. Upon returning to the courtyard, he refrained from knocking on the door, aware that trespassing could lead to serious charges. The next morning, after breakfast, he visited Su Damao's house only to find it locked, and Lu Xiao was absent. After placing the meat bones at home, he strolled to the courtyard, waiting for about 10 minutes before spotting Yi Zhonghai neatly dressed as he emerged from his residence. Yi Zhonghai, Zhao Xin bellowed, I curse your ancestors. Armed with an iron rod, he closed the distance to Yi Zhonghai in a few strides and struck him with a resounding crack. Yi Zhonghai cried out in anguish, attempting to retreat, but Zhao Xin's iron rod followed relentlessly, landing blow after blow. The sharp sounds resonated, and despite Yi Zhonghai's thick clothing, Zhao Xin expertly targeted the fleshier areas, inflicting excruciating pain. After 3 minutes, Yi Zhonghai lay on the ground, shielding his head, prompting Zhao Xin to gradually cease his assault. An elderly woman rushed over, helping Yi Zhonghai to his feet. Zhao Xin, you are being excessively cruel. What has my oldie done to deserve such treatment? Zhao Xin scoffed. Excessive? I am quite measured in my actions. It hurts, but it is not a grave injury. Ask this old scoundrel what he did. He set an ambush for me, seeking to break my leg. As onlookers began to murmur, the elderly woman shook her head adamantly. My old E is not that kind of person. Do not slander him. Huh. You know the truth? Yi Zhonghai is a hypocrite, and you are no saint either. Did you not claim he did nothing? Then go fetch Uncle Mao to arrest me, and we shall see who receives the harsher sentence. That I might face only factory penalties. But if Yi Zhonghai does not serve 3 to 5 years, I shall write my name backward. Seeing Zhao Xin's unwavering stance, the other residents began to believe him, whispers growing louder. Zhonghai silently rose from the ground, attempting to leave, just a few steps away. Zhao Xin called out again. Yi Zhonghai, do you truly believe a single leg is worth just a beating? We shall continue this tomorrow. Zhonghai turned furiously, glaring at Zhao Xin. What of it? Is it permissible for officials to commit arson while commoners cannot light a lamp? I am far more merciful. I have no intention of breaking your legs. Humph. Zhonghai remained silent, turning to depart, truly fearful of confronting Zhao Xin, unaware of the evidence Zhao Xin possessed. A middle-aged woman looked helplessly at Zhonghai's receding figure before turning to enter the house. She truly did not anticipate that Zhonghai would resort to such madness, seeking someone to take action. The residents in the courtyard began to gossip. With no entertainment activities available, gossip served as the best pastime. This incident would swiftly spread through the steel mill and Namluo Guxiang, and soon the entire Dongqing district would be aware of it. Did Zhonghai not value his reputation? I shall ensure your disgrace and ruin, transforming you from a moral paragon into a certified hypocrite. After a day of work, Zhao Xin left the steel mill with the crowd on the way. He spotted Shaju heading in another direction, and a smile crept onto Zhao Xin's face. It seemed this fool had finally gained some insight. However, he soon noticed Qin Huairu trailing behind Shaju, which piqued his interest. This vampiric white lotus was about to bloom. As the mantis stalks the cicada, Zhao Xin followed closely behind Qin Huairu. After nearly an hour of walking, Qin Huairu, accustomed to sneaking and scheming, was drenched in sweat and began to pant at last. They reached Shaju, who entered a narrow alley to the entrance of a small courtyard. A girl clad in a floral cotton jacket stood, her face flushed from the cold. Upon seeing her, Shaju broke into a lovesick grin and hurried over. Entering the courtyard with the girl, Qin Huairu, watching from the alley's mouth, displayed an expression of malice, which sent chills down Zhao Xin's spine. An hour later, Shaju emerged from the alley, humming a tune as he made his way home. Qin Huairu, stepping out from a corner, stomped her frozen feet and, gritting her teeth, ventured into the alley. This opportunity had presented itself on a silver platter. Zhao Xin caught up with Shaju, calling out, "Shaju, hold on. What are you doing at Shikahai?" "Hey, didn't I tell you? I found a partner outside. I'm worried that your romance might soon fizzle out." Shaju's expression shifted. "What do you mean by that? Dalian has already agreed. And I met her family. On Monday, we're going to get our marriage license. That was before. Now, it's uncertain. Oh, you know how I found out? I followed Qin Huairu here, and she was tailing you. After you left, Qin Huairu went straight to Dalian's house." "What the hell?" Shaju's face paled. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" "Qin Huairu, you wretched woman. So my previous blind date failure was indeed your doing." As they spoke, Shaju began to run back, with Zhao Xin chuckling behind him, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Before they even entered the small courtyard, they heard a blood-curdling scream. The two hurried over to find quite the spectacle. Qin Huairu had already been subdued by Dalian and her two sisters, with Dalian sitting atop Qin Huairu, delivering slaps while hurling insults. "You little wench, do you take me, Cui Dalian, for a fool? I've long since found out that Brother Zhu is a good man, and you've been nothing but a source of confusion for him. That I was planning to deal with you once we got inside, but you've delivered yourself right to me. Today, you'll witness the consequences of being a harlot." Qin Huairu's limbs were pinned down by Dalian's sisters, while three young men observed the scene, finding it amusing. Zhao Xin produced a pack of incense, handing one to Shaju and Dalian's three brothers. "From now on, I can't call you Shaju anymore. You truly have an eye for a good wife. Once you and Dalian are married, you will indeed live a good life. This girl is clever. You can leave the household affairs to her and just enjoy your good fortune." Seeing Dalian's fierce demeanor, Shaju initially felt intimidated, but after hearing Zhao Xin's words, he reconsidered. With such a smart wife, what was there to fear? Dalian, relishing her moment, paused upon hearing someone speak. As Shaju returned, he cautioned, "Don't leave her bruised or broken. Take breaks when you tire." To Shaju's surprise, Dalian, encouraged by his words, became even more enthusiastic in her assault. Qin Huairu attempted to plead for help, but was met with a slap that left her face swollen and unrecognizable. After 5 minutes, Dalian, exhausted, finally rose from Qin Huairu's side and sauntered over to Shaju, looking quite the picture of innocence. "Brother Zhu, this wicked woman came in and slandered you. Fortunately, my siblings investigated beforehand, or we would have fallen for her tricks." Shaju regarded Qin Huairu coldly, a mocking smile creeping onto his lips. Qin Huairu, after all I've done for the Zhao family, you're quite adept at sabotaging my blind dates. This isn't your first time, is it? You truly are something else. He used you, must have been blind. The money I lent you amounts to 564. Return it all by tomorrow, or you can forget about finding peace at the steel mill or in the courtyard. Before Qin Huairu could respond, Dalian interrupted. You little harlot, did you hear that? That brother's U.S. money if you dare not return it. Don't blame me for bringing my people to confront you. Realizing the situation was beyond redemption, Qin Huairu staggered to her feet and stumbled away, her silhouette a pitiful sight, yet her pig-like face evoked laughter. Zhao Xin couldn't hold back his laughter, exclaiming, my apologies, I am professionally trained to maintain composure. But this is simply too amusing. The others in the courtyard joined in the laughter, their voices growing louder. Qin Huairu turned to shoot Zhao Xin a furious glare, though her narrowed eyes made the expression less impactful. As Qin Huairu disappeared from view, Zhao Xin casually remarked, So you're Cui Dalian? Huh. You're not from Sichuan, are you? How did you know? Just a wild guess. He chuckled inwardly, surprised to discover she truly was from the Sichuan Chongqing region. Shaju was indeed fortunate, now with 3 brothers and 2 sisters-in-law. Should Dalian become displeased, he might as well be beaten to a pulp. Shaju, you've finally found a dependable wife. While a grand wedding may not be feasible, a family feast is still in order. You have any meat coupons? Shaju awkwardly scratched his head. Even if I had them, Qin Huairu took them all. Zhao Xin dug in his pocket and produced a stack of coupons, including those for sunflower seeds and peanuts. Dalian, keep these coupons and prepare something nice. When the time comes for your family feast, make it a lively affair. Consider this 5 yuan as my contribution. Seeing Zhao Xin's generosity, Shaju felt tears welling up. He had been foolish in the past, and here was Zhao Xin, a man of principles. Initially moved, Shaju's mood soured when he saw Zhao Xin hand over the money and coupons to Dalian. What is the meaning of this? Why not just give it to me? Zhao Xin chuckled. I can't call you Shaju anymore. Do you really think you're clever? I'm giving it to your wife. Do you have an issue with that? Dalian's siblings regarded him, causing Shaju to shrink back, forcing a smile. No, I have no objections at all. That's good. I thought you might have an issue with Dalian or her family. I don't. Please don't say that. Dalian's family has been very kind to me. Shaju stammered, clearly flustered. Zhao Xin wore a mischievous grin as he observed Shaju. You'd best be speaking the truth. Dalian and his family accepting you, an older man, is already quite a favor. Laughter erupted among them, and Shaju joined in, though the thoughts in his mind remained unspoken. 2 days later, in the morning, as Zhao Xin busied himself with meal preparations. The system vibrated. Upon checking, a look of surprise crossed his face. He had unexpectedly gained 3 skill points. After a moment of contemplation, he realized that Shaju must have obtained his marriage certificate with Dalian. With Dalian's strength and cleverness, Shaju would henceforth become a henpecked husband. This meant Shaju would not freeze to death in a bridge tunnel, and Zhonghai's retirement plan had crumbled. Qin Huairu could no longer siphon off Shaju's resources. Unfortunately, the opportunity to pilfer had slipped away due to his meddling, which was somewhat regrettable. He allocated the 3 skill points to Super Speed, Super Brain, and Bioforce Field, and after a half-hour of adjustment, he felt somewhat improved. After stretching, he noticed the speed had increased by approximately 50%, and many memories returned to him. Most importantly, the Bioforce Field, though still fragile, combined with the spatial abilities, allowed him to retrieve objects from within a 2-meter radius. Gazing at his attributes, he noted that while he had learned 3 abilities at once, the improvement was minimal. Rather disappointing, as evening fell and work concluded, he strolled leisurely out of the steel mill, soon sensing the presence of 2 individuals trailing behind him. Zhao Xin slowed his pace, and the 2 approached, placing a key in his hand. This is for Mr. Liu. Your small courtyard is at No. 10, Beiqizi Street. Everything you need is inside. Thank you, brothers. The 2 nodded and turned to leave. Zhao Xin no longer returned to the courtyard but headed straight to Beiqizi Street. An hour and a half later, he opened the door and stepped into the small courtyard. Upon entering the room and switching on the electric light, he could not help but be dazzled by the sight before him. The room was adorned with numerous antiques, and there was no shortage of cabinets crafted from redwood and yellow pear wood. Most notably, A tea table made of golden silk nanmu, which stood out. A treasure that would be exceedingly rare even in ancient times. As he entered the bedroom, he noticed a large chest. Upon opening it, he discovered 3 Garanim-1 rifles, the main battle rifles of the White Eagle during World War II. Capable of continuous fire with a magazine capacity of 8 rounds, colloquially known as Big 8. There were also 3 handguns, one Mauser P96, commonly referred to as the box gun, which utilized a magazine and held 20 rounds. Nearly brand new and imported, unlike the domestically produced imitations. The second was an M1911, a classic model from the White Eagle, renowned for its significant power and still in use after the turn of the millennium. The last was a Soviet handgun, seemingly the original version of the Chinese Wuxi pistol, also quite powerful. There were several remaining bullets, and inside he found a small box filled with hundreds of small yellow fish. Liu Bansheng certainly had discerning tastes. The acquisition of these items indicated that the Liu family had likely taken action, leaving him to wonder about Su Damao's fate. If they had all been eliminated, he would feel a pang of guilt. After all, despite Su Damao's aloofness, which stemmed from his dealings with Shaju, he had treated Zhao Xin relatively well. Zhao Xin placed the firearms and antiques into the cabinet, and after enveloping it in a biological field, the room was cleared with everything stored in his personal space. What had initially been a spacious personal space quickly became cramped, leaving little room to maneuver. Locking the door behind him, he made his way to the courtyard, sensing a heavy atmosphere that suggested something was amiss. Just then, Shaju emerged from a room, and upon seeing Zhao Xin's puzzled expression, he quickly approached. "Brother, something has happened in the courtyard. What is going on? Did you get your marriage certificate with Dalian today?" Rest assured, we got the certificate this morning that I owe you thanks for your receipts, having purchased quite a few items. Once I am more financially stable, I will return the favor. That's good to hear. Yes, what exactly happened in the courtyard? Uncle Air and Uncle San, I don't know how it happened, but when they returned from work, someone asked if they were Liu Haizhong and Yin Bugay. Upon their affirmative response, those individuals attacked. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were beaten mercilessly, with their legs broken in the process. It was brutal enough that even if they recover, they will likely be left with disabilities that... Zhao Xin exclaimed, feigning surprise while internally shocked by the ruthlessness of these attackers. Who did this? I don't know. Dalian and I were tidying up the house in the afternoon. And then chaos erupted in the courtyard. I only managed to gather a few bits of information. There's even more shocking news. Su Damao's entire family, except for his sister Su Fengling, has encountered misfortune. What misfortune? They're all dead. What? This time, Zhao Xin was genuinely taken aback. He had anticipated that the Liu family would not let things slide easily, but he never expected them to be so ruthless. Su Damao was killed on his way back from watching a film, appearing to be a robbery gone wrong, while his elderly parents perished from carbon monoxide poisoning in their home. Only Su Fengling was unharmed, having come to the courtyard with Uncle Maozi in the afternoon. Uncle Maozi suspected the Liu family was behind it, and Liu Xiaoa had gone missing. It was rumored that the Liu family had vacated their residence. Alas, this situation has escalated. We should refrain from getting involved and focus on living our lives. Perhaps we should take the time to check on Uncle Da and Uncle Air. Shaju hesitated before nodding, realizing that Zhonghai had fallen from grace. However, he was still unaccustomed to this change, having previously referred to them as Uncle Air and Uncle San. Upon returning to the rear room of the courtyard, Zhao Xin secured the door and sat in the darkness, his expression one of conflict. Feeling as though he had ventured too far, it had only been a month since he arrived at the courtyard, yet he had already disrupted the narrative, noticing that the system had granted him 3 skill points. His eyes flickered as he could only blame them for obstructing his path. I traversed the myriad realms, and yet the system is still an indigenous one, rendering me incapable of acting like a human. To let Shaju off the hook is the final act of mercy. It is certainly not due to an aversion to trouble. He allocated points to super breathing, heat vision, and flight, only to collapse once more. Feeling as though his eyes and lungs were ablaze, an hour later, Zhao Xin rose from the ground, his eyes glowing red. With a slight glare, 2 beams of heat vision shot forth, leaving 2 charred spots on the ground. Squatting down to inspect, he felt a wave of disappointment. The first level of heat vision had limited power, proving to be inferior to ordinary flames as a consolation. His physique improved slightly, and his personal space expanded by a cubic meter, which was still something to be content about. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Xin remained awake, contemplating the fates of Su Damao's family, as well as Lu Haizhong and Yin Bugui, before his arrival in this world. He had been an ordinary person, simply biding his time. Yet upon entering the courtyard realm, he had first killed the deaf old lady and then stirred up such a significant incident, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Suddenly, Zhao Xin's ears perked up at the sound of soft footsteps. Approaching the window, he peered outside to see two figures entering the courtyard's vegetable cellar. The courtyard cellar was unlike those in the northeast, resembling more of a storage room with a sloped entrance. Upon seeing these two individuals, the thought of "I do not kill Barin, yet Barin dies because of me" was cast aside. The most important thing was the skill points. So he promptly retrieved the only household appliance, a flashlight, and quietly positioned himself by the window. After 10 minutes, the two emerged from the cellar, and Zhao Xin seized a wooden stick and charged out. With the flashlight illuminating the area, he began to shout, "Who goes there? Thief!" As the two were about to respond, Zhao Xin swung the stick, effectively silencing them. It wasn't until the residents turned on their lights that Yi Zhonghai called out, "Stop! I am Yi Zhonghai, not a thief." Zhao Xin halted, but seized the opportunity to gather the fallen grain bags into his space, also splattering the runny flour mixture on Qin Huairu's clothes. The courtyard lights flickered on, and several residents approached, forming a circle around them. "Uncle Yi, what is going on here? Look at the state Qin Huairu is in, and you both went to the cellar one after the other. This is quite suspicious." At that moment, the bruises on Qin Huairu's face had not yet fully swollen. Yi Zhonghai glared. "What nonsense are you spouting? I, Yi Zhonghai, am upright and just. I merely delivered some grain to the Zhao family. That half-grown brat is draining me dry. She has 3 children. How could I let them starve? Spare me your excuses. Why did you not deliver it during the day? Why not let your wife go? Why deliver grain only to take it to the cellar? Furthermore, there are 3 impoverished families in the courtyard. Uncle Yin Bugui has 4 children, and he is the only one working, living on pickled vegetables and steamed buns. Why didn't you assist their family? I've heard that he Daqing abandoned 2 children and fled. Shaju isn't capable of caring for them, leaving he Yushui in a fainting state multiple times. When she came to your house seeking food, you didn't help her either. Among the entire courtyard, it seems only the deaf old lady and the Jia family have received your assistance. The deaf old lady is your godmother. But what is Qin Huairu to you?" The barrage of accusations left Yi Zhonghai speechless. You, don't slander me. I only delivered grain, nothing more." Shaju had transformed into a true man and was now in a sage moment. Hearing Zhao Xin's words, he recalled that Yi Zhonghai had previously attempted to match him with Qin Huairu and couldn't help but display a look of disgust. "Yi Zhonghai, you claim to deliver grain. But where is it?" It just fell to the ground. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone was taken aback, realizing that the bags containing 10 pounds of white flour and 10 pounds of cornmeal were nowhere to be found. The surrounding residents shone their flashlights, and suddenly someone exclaimed, "Qin Huairu, what is that on your clothes?" Qin Huairu looked bewildered. "What is on my clothes?" Looking down, her mind buzzed. The flour-like substance was indeed difficult to explain. I don't know what this is. It's definitely not what you think." Shaju was on the verge of exploding. "Damn it, I could barely touch you before, and now you're sneaking into the cellar with Yi Zhonghai." Moreover, Yi Zhonghai, that scoundrel, had also attempted to match him with Qin Huairu, which was essentially putting a green hat on his head. "You still want to argue? You're openly engaging in an affair. Turn them over to the neighborhood watch." The residents of the courtyard had long been weary of Yi Zhonghai, and now that he was no longer the esteemed Uncle Da, his former right-hand man Shaju had also turned against him. They had all rallied together. "Yes, turn them over to the neighborhood watch." The chorus of shouts darkened Yi Zhonghai's expression, his entire being swaying as though he might faint. Once the esteemed Aunt Da, now Zhang Shufan, pushed through the crowd. "Don't wrongfully accuse anyone that I know old Yi was delivering grain to Qin Huairu. Originally, I was supposed to go, but I've been unwell lately and can't carry heavy items. So I asked him to go." Zhao Xin has resolutely decided to relinquish his humanity, and with a cold sneer, he exclaimed, "How eloquent! But where are the goods?" Must they be delivered only at night? Is it not permissible to deliver them to the courtyard? But instead, they must be taken to the backyard, or even to the vegetable cellar. Do you take us for mere children of 3? As for Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu, whether they are innocent or not is of no concern to us. Once handed over to the joint defense, they will investigate matters themselves that if they are wronged, the street office will ensure justice is served. Your words carry no weight. Yi Zhonghai, will you walk out of here with dignity on your own? Or shall we escort you? I will walk on my own. I have done nothing wrong. You cannot frame me. The fierce expression on Shaju's face was better directed at the street office personnel. Let us see if they believe you. Zhuzi, Yi Zhonghai, with a face full of disappointment, lamented, how can you act thus? I have not treated you poorly. Not poorly. You think me a fool, attempting to make me wear a green hat. Is that not treating me poorly? I lent my wages to your mistress, and it was only my wife who managed to reclaim them. To hell with you. Yi Zhonghai bowed his head in silence and began to move forward slowly. When Zhao Xin suddenly interjected, He Yuzhu, you are married now. You ought to inform your father, for this is indeed a significant matter. It is also a good opportunity to inquire why you left so ruthlessly. Without a word, for over a decade, without even sending a letter. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhonghai abruptly turned back, his gaze fixed on Zhao Xin, filled with terror, as if he felt his secret had been laid bare. Zhao Xin undoubtedly knew of that incident. Shaju, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded. You are right that I shall find time to visit Dalian and Baoding and clarify this matter, as they handed over the person to the joint defense for removal. The crowd continued to engage in fervent discussion. Zhao Xin was acutely aware that even if the steel mill managed to protect Yi Zhonghai, both he and Qin Huairu would be socially ostracized. Moreover, once Shaju traveled to Baoding, the truth regarding He Daqing's illicit dealings would inevitably come to light. If a satisfactory price were not offered to Shaju, the repercussions would be dire, as anticipated, in the following 2 days. The street office took no action concerning Yi Zhonghai and Qin Huairu. The key issue being the substance on Qin Huairu's clothing was merely flour paste. Old Yang intervened, successfully safeguarding Yi Zhonghai. At 5 in the evening, just as Yi Zhonghai returned to the courtyard, Shaju appeared, accompanied by Dalian and He Yushui, fresh from Baoding. Upon spotting Yi Zhonghai, their eyes reddened with fury. Yi Zhonghai, I curse your grandmother. Today I shall end your life. This sudden outburst of rage immobilized Yi Zhonghai, who whirled around only to find Shaju's fist already before him, knocking him down with a single blow. Soon after, Dalian and He Yushui joined in, encircling Yi Zhonghai and delivering a relentless barrage of kicks. The surrounding residents, witnessing the family of Shaju engaging in this fray, did not intervene, but rather watched with great interest. Ultimately, it was Yi Zhonghai's wife, Zhang Shufen, who arrived, throwing herself onto Yi Zhonghai to shield him. Zhuzi, what are you doing? Even if our families are at odds, you cannot resort to violence. At this moment, Yi Zhonghai's face was smeared with blood, presenting a ghastly sight. You are no saint yourself. I do not strike women. Otherwise, you would not escape unscathed that I once regarded you as my own parents, yet you dastardly embezzled the money my father sent back and concealed the letters. I was a fool for not adequately protecting Yushui. Your cruelty surpasses mine, audaciously endangering Yushui's very life. Yi Zhonghai, mark my words, this matter is far from over. I shall head to the police station immediately and have Uncle Mao arrest you all. Upon hearing the mention of Uncle Mao, Yi Zhonghai was filled with dread. Should this escalate, even the factory would be unable to shield him. He dared not feign ignorance any longer, rushing forward to grasp Shaju's leg. Zhuzi, please do not involve Uncle Mao. I merely lost my temper, seeking your support for my old age, for I feared you would contact He Daqing. To hell with you. Shaju's face was contorted with displeasure. Originally, I had no qualms about supporting you, but now it is too late. Let me be clear, even if you perish in your home, I shall not intervene. Release me. Please, I no longer require your support. I will compensate you. Is that acceptable? Shall we discuss this indoors? Shaju was reluctant to let the matter rest, yet He Yushui tugged at his sleeve, nodding in agreement. Zhao Xin, observing this scene, began to comprehend He Yushui's cunning. In the original narrative, she was known as Shui, yet she displayed no foolishness in her actions. Now, she was willing to let Yi Zhonghai off the hook for the sake of money. Zhang Shufan assisted Yi Zhonghai as the five of them proceeded to Yi Zhonghai's residence. An hour later, the three emerged from his home. From the upward curve of He Yushui's lips, it was clear they had gained considerably. Dalian's expression also bore traces of joy, indicating Shaju had acquired a substantial sum as well. While Shaju himself remained sullen, seemingly unwilling to forgive Yi Zhonghai. Days turned into weeks, and before long, the spring festival arrived, with Lu Haizhong and Yin Tuge both discharged from the hospital. Injuries to muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. And they were still unable to walk. Their wounds were severe, and even once healed, they would be left with a limp. Lu Haizhong could no longer work as a blacksmith, relinquishing his position to Lu Guangtian, while Yin Bugui could still teach. Yet within 2 months, he too would be unable to return to work to AS for Yin Bugui. Zhao Xin felt he had been somewhat heavy-handed. However, Lu Haizhong later became a sycophant to Li Huide, proving to be of no good character. Zhao Xin was puzzled. How could the plot have diverged so drastically, yet he remained trapped in this world? Surely, he would not be forced to linger until death. On this festive occasion, Zhao Xin dined alone on New Year's Eve. There was no television, nor even a radio, and no fireworks to be seen. After his meal, he lay down on the Kong, ready to sleep. The sporadic sound of firecrackers came from children dismantling and lighting them one by one. Early the next morning, before he had even risen, the raucous explosions of firecrackers outside made sleep impossible, compelling him to get up and prepare something to eat. Suddenly, cries filled the courtyard, prompting Zhao Xin to don his clothing and rush outside, only to discover the source of the commotion was Qin Huairu and Erdama, Yin Bugui's wife. Upon inquiring, he learned that the trouble stemmed from Bang Gong, that Yan's youngest son, Yin Jiequan, had made an unkind remark, calling Qin Huairu a promiscuous woman as he witnessed Bang Gong lighting firecrackers. Bang Gong, feeling provoked, was determined to protect the Jia family and hurled a lit firecracker at Yin Jiequan. Seizing the moment when Yin Jiequan was caught off guard, he struck him with a stick. Yin Jiequan, nearing 18, was stronger and quickly retaliated, pinning Bang Gong down, only to be blindsided by Bang Gong, who ended up blinding him in one eye. What the hell? Zhao Xin couldn't help but exclaim. This was utterly brutal. Bang Gong was indeed ruthless. Yin Jiequan was rushed to the hospital, while Bang Gong was taken away by Uncle Mao. Ardama incessantly berated Qin Huairu, hurling insults like little vixen and promiscuous. Suddenly, Qin Huairu, in a fit of rage, dashed into the house, brandishing a stove hook, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon Erdama. If you do not allow the Jia family to live, then none shall. Were it not for your son's foul words, my Bang Gong would not have been taken away. Today, I shall settle this with you. Given her youth and strength, Qin Huairu quickly overpowered Erdama, who soon found herself on the ground. Neighbors witnessing the altercation hastily intervened, but soon enough, Qin Huairu was also taken away by Uncle Mao. A month later, 2 skill points were credited to Zhao Xin, and the button for crossing over lit up. Qin Huairu received a reprimand from the factory, but faced no serious consequences, while Bang Gong, having caused serious injury, was sentenced to a juvenile detention center for 1 year and was required to pay a significant amount in damages. With these 2 skill points, Zhao Xin finally upgraded his super hearing and supervision to level 1. All skills within the Homeland system reached level 1, the attribute panel displayed. Body, 18, normal adult. 5, skills, cooking, level 4 combat, level 3 running, level 2 driving, level 1 personal space, a space that expands with increased attributes. Currently at 7 cubic meters, Homeland person, super physique, level 1 super hearing, level 1 supervision, level 1 super breathing, level 1 super healing, level 1 super brain, level 1 super strength, level 1 super speed, level 1 thermal vision, level 1 flight, level 1 biological force field. Level 1 Zhao Xin attempted to test his flying ability. However, this skill proved rather disappointing, as he could only elevate himself about 1 meter off the ground at sluggish pace, rendering it rather useless. Observing that there was still ample space within his personal area, Zhao Xin felt no urgency to depart. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon one individual, Li Huide. This rascal certainly had hidden caches of money and valuables. Otherwise, having amassed such substantial benefits, he could not possibly store them all in his own tenement. As for any feelings of guilt, he felt none. After all, these were the fruits of the people's labor, and he considered it a case of robbing the rich to aid the poor, for he was impoverished while they were affluent. After a month of relentless surveillance, a breakthrough finally emerged. Following a late-night meal, Li Huai did not return home directly, but instead took a vehicle to Xian. Upon alighting, he dismissed the driver and meandered through the winding alleyways of Shirtu. Arriving at the entrance of a modest courtyard, he knocked on the door, and an alluringly dressed woman greeted him, ushering him inside. Zhao Xin found himself in a quandary. Was this the abode of his paramour, or merely a place for clandestine dealings? He watched through the night, and by the following morning, Li Huai and the woman departed the small courtyard, separated by an hour, leaving one after the other. Regardless of the outcome, today Zhao Xin resolved to breach the premises that he approached the courtyard door, applying pressure to the lock until it yielded, granting him entry. A cursory exploration of the interior revealed nothing of value. The cabinets were merely made of rosewood, lacking even the more sought-after Wangwali. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he stumbled upon a locked storage room. The main house was unsecured, yet this storage was decidedly locked, an unmistakable indication of hidden treasures. Upon entering, he discovered a cellar reminiscent of a northeast vegetable cellar, sealed with iron plates and secured with a robust lock that seemed impervious to brute force. After a thorough search of the room yielded no tools to break the lock, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Ultimately, with a steely resolve, he decided to risk it all. Drawing his gun, he fired 3 shots at the lock, which finally gave way as he pulled on the iron ring. He was suddenly met with an onslaught of 3 arrows aimed at his chest. Taken by surprise, Zhao Xin was struck thrice, each arrow embedding itself in his torso. Good heavens, Li Huai is quite devious, he muttered as he extracted the arrows, grateful for his robust physical attributes which had mitigated the depth of their penetration. Confirming that this was the sole trap, he descended the stairs into a subterranean chamber of approximately 15 square meters. Rows of exquisite antiques lined the space, many housed within cabinets crafted from Wangwali, far superior to the remnants left by Liu Bansheng. A smile crept across Zhao Xin's face. The month-long wait had not been in vain. Time was of the essence, and he began to transfer his possessions into the cabinets, filling them with what appeared to be fine antiques and vases, while stowing small yellow fish within he filled the cabinets to the brim. A twinge of regret surfaced for the remaining items. Hearing footsteps approaching from outside, Zhao Xin felt an urgency to act. In these times, one could not afford to provoke the wrong individuals, particularly those who carried firearms. After a final glance at the remaining items, he activated his ability to traverse dimensions. In a moment of disorientation, he found himself in a room where a bright red book lay on the table. It was a property deed. Flipping it open, he was greeted by his name inscribed within, alongside an old-style household registration and identification. Observing the room, he noted the antiquated furniture, a battered table, and an old red landline phone. Checking the address on the deed, he realized it was in Tinglin Town, a name entirely unfamiliar to him. However, a fleeting memory surfaced, linking it to the film Chang Feng Palang, which chronicled the story of Su Tailang, a race car driver portrayed by Deng Chao, who, after winning a race, took a reckless joyride with his estranged father, leading to a tragic accident that resulted in time travel. Emerging from a room, he discovered a 2-story building, resembling the self-built homes typical of southern rural areas. Not particularly spacious. Stepping onto the street, he approached a newsstand and picked up a newspaper dated August 15, 1997. Good grief. This is quite the predicament, he thought. Although this era was modern, it lacked smartphones and computers. Simply absurd. Furthermore, the prices of antiques and gold were alarmingly low. If he were to sell them cheaply, it would surely sting. As he pondered his situation, he was unexpectedly recognized by an elderly gentleman who looked directly at him. Zhao Xin instinctively apologized. Jodi, I forgot to bring money today. The man replied, if you truly wish to buy, just take it and pay me later. Thank you, I appreciate it. Zhao Xin returned home and rummaged through his belongings. discovering a savings book containing over 20,000 yuan, an impressive sum for that era. Additionally, he found over 230 yuan in cash and a family portrait. Entering the master bedroom, he noticed school uniforms hanging on the wall and a homework notebook on the desk. Opening it revealed the name of Zhao Xin from Class 2, Senior 3 at Shihong City No. 7 High School. "This is absurd," he exclaimed. Venturing to the bathroom, he gazed in the mirror, confronted by a youthful face in his 20s, which seemed incongruous for a high school student. Wait a minute, Shihong City No. 7 High School. This sounds familiar. Could it be the same universe as Charlotte's Annoyance and the Richest Man in Shihong City? This is a fusion world. With characters like Su Tailang and Xiao Luo as fellow time travelers, the risks of song theft were considerable. What if Xiao Luo discovered his actions? In this era, the business ventures in Yinbian extended well beyond mere baseball. Although opportunities for wealth abounded, Zhao Xin lacked capital and knowledge about stocks or futures. He could only recall the 2002 World Cup when the national football team qualified, a potential avenue for profit. Feeling hunger gnaw at him, he took his money and ventured out in search of food. After settling the cost of the newspaper, he spotted Su Zhongtai, Su Tailang, Lu Yi, and Xiao Ma entering a restaurant. Zhao Xin followed suit, ordering a duck leg rice. Upon seeing Zhao Xin, Su Jingtai nodded. "Zhao Xin, your school term is starting soon, right?" "Yes, the day after tomorrow." "Have you finished your summer homework?" Xiao Ma offers a service for 10 yuan a book. Zhao Xin glanced at Xiao Ma, who adjusted his glasses and felt a wave of disbelief. The future tycoon seemed to be struggling in this world. "Does Xiao Ma know where I live? Come find me tonight." "I haven't written a word in all 3 books. What are you saying? Call me Brother Ma." "Stop the nonsense. Are we making money or not?" "Yes." Xiao Ma pushed up his glasses, responding calmly. After finishing his meal, Zhao Xin left the restaurant with a smirk. He had found a way to earn money. He thought of the antagonist from the drama, who had been defeated by Su Tailang and Su Zhongtai after killing Lu Yi. The iconic scene where Su Zhongtai challenges him to turn around and face him only to be met with the response, "I have my eyes wide open," struck him as he recalled that Huang Jiqiang was a Hong Kong businessman involved in underhanded dealings and likely carried a significant amount of cash. With this in mind, Zhao Xin scoured Tinglin Town to ascertain the location of Huang Jiqiang's company. He couldn't help but admire his own insight. Tinglin Town was in close proximity to Shihong City, and within 5 years, Shihong City would undoubtedly engulf Tinglin Town, making the location of GAI Karaoke a prime piece of real estate. He waited outside the company until nightfall, finally spotting Huang Jiqiang and his 2 bodyguards exiting towards the town's only hotel. Once they checked in, the lights on the 4th floor illuminated, confirming Huang Jiqiang's presence. Timing his movements carefully, Zhao Xin plotted his course. It was better to infiltrate the hotel rather than risk exposure by attempting to access the office. As he approached his own building, he noticed a figure lingering downstairs. It was Xiao Ma. Realizing he had forgotten about him, Zhao Xin felt relieved. Having an alibi would prove beneficial. "Xiao Ma." "Yes, it's me. Sorry, I had an unexpected matter to attend to and returned late. I should have given you the key." Once inside, Zhao Xin produced his summer homework, which he had utterly neglected. Xiao Ma perused it, expressing a look of exasperation. "You really haven't written anything at all. Completing 3 books in one night will be a challenge." "No worries. School doesn't start until the day after tomorrow. You can write at my house. I'll take care of your meals and accommodation. And I'll also give you an extra 50 bucks that's unnecessary." Xiao Ma waved his hands repeatedly, insisting that 30 would suffice. "Huh, you're quite particular. Let's go with your suggestion. You start writing, and I'll step out to buy some barbecue to enjoy." "All right, off you go." Zhao Xin ventured out and returned with a substantial amount of barbecue, and even a case of beer. "Xiao Ma, come over and enjoy the barbecue. Let's have a drink together." No, I can't handle my liquor. Just 1 bottle is more than enough for me." "Then just drink a little. How can we fully indulge in barbecue without some beer? If you drink too much, you can just sleep it off, and right when you wake up, the guest room upstairs is available for you to rest." "Okay, can I have just a little drink?" "Of course you can." After downing a glass of beer, Xiao Ma's face flushed crimson as he began to share his dreams of developing a chat application. Zhao Xin continuously encouraged him, even promising to invest in his venture once he struck it rich, which delighted Xiao Ma. However, after 2 bottles, he collapsed onto the table, motionless. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock. With the current state of security, most people were home watching television, leaving the streets nearly deserted. Calling out to Xiao Ma twice without any response, Zhao Xin donned a black outfit, stuffing various items into his clothing, giving him the appearance of a portly figure. Ascending to the second floor, he opened the master bedroom window and, utilizing his rather clumsy flying ability, floated out. Arriving at the base of Huang Jiqiang's company, he slowly ascended. Reaching the third-floor window, he produced a small knife, pried the window open, and climbed inside. Spotting a red light from a CCTV camera in the corner, he quickly dashed over, leaping to smash the camera. After rummaging around the room, he discovered a hidden compartment behind the bookshelf, which contained a large safe. Damn it! Thankfully, he had placed some items in the room beforehand. Otherwise, he would have no way to handle such a sizable safe. He tucked the safe into his space and was about to leave when 4 burly men entered the office. From their attire, it was evident they were not to be trifled with. "Halt! Who are you? And what are you doing here?" Zhao Xin, masked, pointed to himself. "With this getup, isn't it obvious? I haven't even had the chance to steal anything yet. Why don't you just pretend you didn't see me? Get the hell out of here. How dare you come and steal from Boss Huang? Get him! Take him down!" The 4 men charged at him with baseball bats. And Zhao Xin's temper flared. He retaliated, absorbing 3 blows before using a technique to send 1 man flying. Following that, he executed a quick grappling maneuver, dislocating another man's arm, and delivered an elbow strike to incapacitate yet another. Bang! Bang! He took 2 more hits, but retaliated with a side kick that sent 1 flying, finishing with a powerful punch that left the last man bleeding on the ground, dusting off his clothes. He almost spat onto the ground, but quickly remembered he was wearing a mask. Close call. Damn it, just a bunch of you. And you dare call me a punk? You really asked for it. Next time you see me, call me handsome, you fools. While speaking, he proceeded to collect several valuable-looking items from the room, stuffing them into a bag before escaping through the window. Once Zhao Xin left, one of the men managed to get up and called Huang Jiqiang, reporting the theft. Upon learning that only a few items were missing, Huang Jiqiang brushed it off, instructing them to go to the hospital and sending 2 of his subordinates to keep watch, considering the matter settled. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin returned home, heading to the storage room downstairs to retrieve the safe that IT proved to be quite a challenge. It was too large and too sturdy. Never mind, perhaps he should find an opportunity to try to force it open in the wilderness. If there is nothing valuable inside, he would return to deal with Huang Jiqiang. The next day, Xiao Ma emerged from the guest room to help Zhao Xin with his homework, while Zhao Xin perused a stack of newspapers, searching for business opportunities to hide his illicit gains. Before long, his eyes lit up. An opportunity had presented itself. The stainless steel industry chain in Jiang, Guangdong, was just beginning to take off, with advertisements seeking investment. While direct investment was out of the question, if he could clear some space and flip a few stainless steel basins, selling them in the north, it could yield significant profits, with e-commerce still in its infancy. Many people lack channels for price comparison. Even selling to local stores in the north could prove lucrative. Meanwhile, chaos reigned over at Huang Jiqiang's side. Upon arriving at the office in the morning, he dispatched his men only to discover that his safe was missing. After inquiring around, no one had any idea who had taken it. Was this some sort of joke? Such a large object had vanished without a trace. Inside the safe were nearly 10 million Hong Kong dollars, over 4 million yuan, and numerous valuable items meant for gifting. After filing a police report, the authorities took the matter seriously, especially since Huang Jiqiang was a Hong Kong businessman. However, the case was so bizarre that hopes for resolution were slim. Back with Zhao Xin, he handed Xiao Ma $30 and rode his bicycle to the opening ceremony. The safe was hidden in his space. Even if the King of Heaven himself came looking, it wouldn't be found. Without any evidence, even if suspicion fell on him, there was nothing they could do. Before reaching the school, he spotted Zhang Yang, De Sha Chun, and Meng Tai Jiao squatting in an alley smoking incense. Oh, isn't this Xine? Come, join us for a puff. Recently, my brother's finances are tight. Could you lend me a few bucks to buy a box of incense? Halting his bicycle, Zhao Xin looked at the carefree Zhang Yang. You still haven't returned what you borrowed before, and you want to borrow more? Come on, we're brothers. Why keep such a close account? It hurts our feelings. Are you trying to default on your debts? What kind of talk is that? Zhang Yang grinned at Zhao Xin. You're the only one at home. It's easy to bully you. Borrowing your money is just a form of protection fee. Isn't it reasonable? No sooner had he spoken than a shadow darted forward. Smack! A handprint appeared on Zhang Yang's left cheek as he fell to the ground, spitting out a molar. Zhang Yang was knocked down, leaving Sha Chun and Meng Te Jiao dumbfounded. Zhao Xin crouched down and patted Zhang Yang's face. With your kind of attitude, you still want to collect protection fees from me. Are you out of your mind? You owe me $179.05. Bring it to me tomorrow. If you're a cent short, I'll make you wish you never crossed paths with me. Watching Zhao Xin ride away on his bicycle, Meng Te Jiao swooned. So handsome. Handsome my ass. Hurry and help me up. This guy doesn't play fair. He ambushed me. Otherwise, I would have fought him for 300 rounds. Sha Chun scratched his head. Yang-gu, are you going to pay him back? Smack. He gave Sha Chun a slap on the back of the neck. Am I the kind of person who borrows and doesn't repay? I just need a little cash. The two exchanged bewildered looks, and Sha Chun chuckled. Yang-gu, you still haven't repaid the money you owe me. The remaining money? I need it for the arcade. No lending today. Damn it, no one here has any sense of loyalty. Are brothers less important than the arcade? Yang-gu, you owe me $79.03. Damn it, get lost. Just seeing you annoys me. How did Zhao Xin know about Zhang Yang's debts? It was because the original owner had kept a small notebook, meticulously recording each transaction, the opening ceremony. Chao, Shihai Ling Yuanhua. As the student representative, delivered a spirited speech, though he was a bit shorter than Zhao Xin had been before his transmigration. Qiuyu was commendable, a girl with grand ambitions, bearing her burdens with determination. Although her face was a bit troublesome, her figure was still quite appealing. As for the protagonist, Xia Luo, he had yet to make his appearance. Even at this age, although he bore the face of an old man, one couldn't help but admit he possessed a hint of the military school's heartthrob aura. Observing the entire class, Zhao Xin realized he was the youngest. Was there any logic in this? In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrived. Although Huang Jiqiang's situation was still under investigation, everyone knew it had become a cold case. Zhao Xin rode his bicycle to a secluded area in the wild, and after breaking 3 crowbars, he finally managed to open the safe. Counting the items inside, he couldn't help but smile. This endeavor had not been in vain. He had struck gold. Besides the Hong Kong dollars and yuan, there were also numerous pieces of jade and gold. In the future, these would be worth quite a bit. Why bother going to Jiang? Maintaining a good relationship with Xiao Ma and helping him start his business was far more rewarding, of utmost importance. 3 additional skill points have been acquired, leading Huang Jiqiang to a state of destitution, rendering him incapable of forcibly seizing control of the beloved nightclub. Lu Yi has managed to survive. Su Zhengtai will not suffer from a limp, and Niu Ai Hua will not succumb to despair. The plot of riding the winds and breaking the waves has yet to commence, but it has come to an abrupt conclusion due to the principal antagonist's newfound poverty. The most unfortunate of all is Su Tailang, whose storyline has been altered, consequently transforming his life that he has not even had the opportunity to leave behind a farewell message before vanishing. Without such upheavals, Xiao Ma had no immediate thoughts of departing for Shenzhen to pursue development. Leaving Zhao Xin feeling quite helpless, as Monday arrived, Zhao Xin found refuge in a corner by the back door of the classroom. Engrossed in a novel that is it necessary to learn with a proficiency panel. Come on, wealth has been attained. What need is there for further education? As for Qiuya, while she's indeed commendable, there is no reason for him to play the sycophant. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over Zhao Xin, and he was momentarily startled as Xia Luo pushed the door open, gazing blankly around the classroom. Teacher Wang, standing at the podium, taunted Xia Luo, inquiring, "Where is your mother? Were you not supposed to bring her here?" Xia Luo remained in a state of bewilderment, muttering what the hell repeatedly. Teacher Wang continued with his mockery, prompting Xia Luo to stride to the back row and unexpectedly confront him. With a backpack suddenly landing atop Teacher Wang's head, chaos ensued as everyone joined in, except for Zhao Xin, who merely observed as a bystander. A classmate shouted that Yuan Hua had gone to report to the principal, causing everyone to scatter, while a daft fellow, Sha Chun, after much internal conflict, found an opportunity to kick Teacher Wang. As Teacher Wang removed the backpack, The scene became exceedingly comical, just as Xiao Luo was about to approach Chuya. Zhao Xin took action. His heavy English dictionary flew through the air, landing with a resounding bang on Xiao Luo's head, causing him to stagger backward. "Who the hell threw a dictionary at me?" Xiao Luo exclaimed that "It was your grandpa." Zhao Xin retorted, finding Xiao Luo's bewilderment amusing. "Who are you? I don't even know you. Are you in our class? Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that this brat intends to act unruly. Showing no regard for us, you think you can bully me in my dreams," he shouted, charging at Zhao Xin. Then came a sharp slap, and Xiao Luo found himself on the ground. Zhao Xin looked down at him. Smirking with that pathetic demeanor, "You still wish to confront me? Have you lost your mind?" Xiao Luo was momentarily stunned before bursting into tears, exclaiming, "Am I dreaming? Why am I being bullied? Is there no justice? Is there no law?" Struggling to rise, he attempted to retaliate, only to find himself on the ground once more with another slap. Zhao Xin flicked his fingers, commenting on Xiao Luo's thick skin and relishing the sensation. Considering delivering a few more blows. Overwhelmed by consecutive strikes, Xiao Luo screamed in despair and made a dash for the window. The classroom door swung open with a loud bang, and in entered the principal, Xiao Luo's mother, and the head of the department. Upon seeing Xiao Luo with one foot on the window ledge, his mother screamed, "Xiao Luo, are you insane? Get down from there!" Initially intending to descend for a hug, Xiao Luo caught sight of Zhao Xin and resolutely turned back, declaring, "This dream must come to an end. What started as a beautiful dream has turned into a nightmare. I need to return the clothes, or else they will deduct money," he concluded with a leap, only to find himself in dire straits. In the original script, a flower bed lay below the window, but this time the ground was merely concrete. With a sickening crack, both legs fractured and his pelvis sustained hairline fractures, with his kidneys also suffering damage, necessitating transport to the hospital by ambulance. Without a recovery period of at least 3 months, his prospects appeared bleak. Zhao Xin mused that if he were unable to perform at the Spring Festival Gala singing meeting in '98, Xiao Luo's path to fame would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. He also discerned that the setting of Shihong City was merely a substitute for the magical metropolis, as the Hongxi is simply the northern term for tomato, and the local television station was humorously named Tomato TV. After classes concluded that evening, Zhao Xin rode his bicycle, preparing to return to Tinglin Town, when he sensed someone trailing him. Glancing back, he spotted Chuya cycling closely behind. "What troubles you?" he inquired. Chuya's cheeks flushed as she recalled the day's events. "Thank you for today." "Oh, there's no need for formality between us. We are classmates. Hurry home. The sun is setting. May I invite you to dinner to express my gratitude?" Zhao Xin, noticing her deepening blush, found himself perplexed. What is this? The goddess has taken a liking to the blonde fellow, yet he does not possess a fiery temperament. Observing Chuya's demeanor, Zhao Xin, embodying a Sigma male, was at a loss for how to respond. Ultimately settling for a playful grin. "So, little lady, have you developed feelings for me? If you genuinely wish to show your gratitude, why not join me at home and prepare a meal?" "Ah," Chuya stammered, caught off guard by Zhao Xin's words. "No, I can't cook." "Then you should learn. Now, hurry home, and this weekend come to my place and cook for me." Watching Zhao Xin pedal away, Chuya's face was as red as a lantern as she stomped her foot in frustration. From the shadows, Yuan Hua emerged, eyeing the direction Zhao Xin had taken, clenching his jaw and revealing a hint of malice as he made his way to an arcade, despite being the son of the district chief. Yuan Hua was notoriously ruthless in his dealings. In the film, he had previously enlisted the help of the mentally unstable Chen Kai to deal with Xiao Luo. Upon returning to Tinglin Town, Zhao Xin spotted Huang Jiqiang's former subordinate, Luo Li, driving past in a white Mitsubishi, igniting a spark of interest in him. In this day and age, obtaining a driver's license was a simple matter. With the payment made, one could acquire it in 3 days. Once he resolved his income issues, he could procure a vehicle of his own. After a night of tranquility, the following morning, as Zhao Xin cycled to school, a bamboo pole suddenly protruded from a narrow alley, puncturing his bicycle tire and snapping the spokes in half. Zhao Xin leaped into the air, sending the bicycle tumbling aside. peering into the alley. He saw a foolish character, dressed similarly to a member of the 8 gods, having just discarded the bamboo pole, revealing a midriff that seemed as if it had been fed on swine. "What is up, brothers? Playing this game so early in the morning? Seeking death?" Chun Kai chuckled, stroking his bald head. "Ah, this kid is rather arrogant. Initially, I merely intended to warn you to stay away from my sister-in-law Chia. But now, I'm inclined to break your leg. Just because of you?" Zhao Xin retorted. "Go on. Get him." Chun Kai commanded, and his underlings charged forward. Zhao Xin, however, was quicker, seizing the handlebars of his bicycle and swinging it at the approaching thugs. The sturdy, vintage bicycle proved effective, sending 2 of Chun Kai's lackeys flying, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones. The remaining henchmen hesitated, contemplating retreat, but Zhao Xin pressed the advantage in less than a minute. Chun Kai also found himself on the ground. "Is this all you've got? Do you even dare to confront me? Are you all filled with excrement?" Chun Kai struggled to lift his head. "You little brat. You lack martial ethics. To hell with martial ethics. Have you never seen Young and Dangerous? You come to ambush me and expect ethical behavior. My bicycle is broken. It's my family heirloom. If I don't receive at least 500 today, I'll break a leg for each of you. Legs, stop pretending to be dead and hurry up with the money." The thugs slowly gathered, rifling through their pockets, ultimately managing to scrape together a little over 300. With a resounding slap, Chun Kai exclaimed, "Is this what you bring to the table? You can't even muster 500 when you leave the house. How do you expect to be a leader? Tomorrow, same place, bring the rest of the money, or else don't let me see you again. If I do, I'll beat you until you repay every last cent." Seeing Chun Kai still in a daze, he delivered another slap. "Do you hear me? Are you deaf? Big brother, I heard you. Tomorrow, same place, I'll bring the rest. That is more like it. Don't waste my time. I have school to attend." As Zhao Xin departed, the thugs lamented, "Big brother, I'm in so much pain. I feel like my bones are broken. Can we go to the hospital?" "I'm in pain too. Who can still stand? Call someone to help us get to the hospital." "I'll call my dad to send money. That little brat can really fight. Is this how we settle things?" "Settle? Hell no. If we let this go, how will I ever maintain my reputation in this area?" That little brat Yuan Huan never mentioned how tough he is. Upon entering the classroom, one could see Yuan Hua attentively courting Zhao Xin made his entrance, his body unscathed. A fleeting moment of displeasure crossed his face. He approached Yuan Hua, giving his shoulder a hearty slap that nearly sent him tumbling from his seat. "Not bad, you little rascal, daring to play tricks on me. Are you? We'll take our time with this." What are you saying?" Yuan Hua stammered, glaring at Zhao Xin with a facade of bravado. "What tricks? I have no idea what you're talking about." "Not knowing is fine. Soon enough, someone will enlighten you," Zhao Xin replied, turning his gaze toward Kiva. "I wish to study. I have much to learn. Would you kindly assist me at the back?" Yuan Hua, seemingly provoked, stood up with a clatter, glaring defiantly at Zhao Xin. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Kia possibly help you?" The other students chimed in, adding to the ruckus, but Zhao Xin remained composed, fixating his attention on Kia. Within 10 seconds, her cheeks flushed crimson as she gathered her belongings and stood up. "Zhao Xin helped me yesterday. I ought to assist him as well." Instantly, the classroom erupted in cheers, while Yuan Hua stared at Kiwia in disbelief. "Are you serious?" Kiwia offered no reply, shouldering her bag and silently following Zhao Xin to the back, leaving Yuan Hua in utter despair. Alas, if only there had been a portable music device, he would have played a melancholic tune to accompany his sorrow. Zhang Yang, reveling in the chaos, stood up and shouted, "Zhao Xin is magnificent." Zhao Xin raised a hand, signaling for calm. "Let's keep it low-key." Upon reaching the back row, he kicked his desk mate. "You move to the front. Can't you see Kiwia is here to help me study? Show some awareness." His chubby desk mate, looking utterly speechless, began to gather his things, becoming Yuan Hua's new companion, but he carelessly tossed his bag aside and handed his homework to Kim. "I haven't done my homework yet. Could you help me with it?" "Huh. Weren't you supposed to be studying? Why would you want me to do your homework? That's not right. Let's talk. Just write quickly. The homework collector will be here soon." "This jade pendant was left to me by my mother. Consider it a gift." He tossed the jade pendant to her, and Kiwia clumsily caught it, her face turning even redder. No, I can't accept something so precious. What? Do you want me to help you put it on? And no, that's unnecessary. Like a startled fawn, she adorned herself with a pendant and opened Zhao Xian's homework to begin writing. Zhao Xian chuckled to himself, pondering if this girl possessed a masochistic tendency. She truly was a unique character. Once the homework was collected, Kia, feeling shy, began reading, prompting Zhao Xian to tease her further. Oh, you have a piano at home? Ah, yes, I do that. I practice regularly. My mother bought me one. I wish I could practice, but I don't have a piano at home. How about you take me to your place to practice when no one is around? Kia's ears turned crimson, and after a minute, she timidly replied, All right. Zhao Xian was taken aback. Could it be that a goddess truly favored a rascal like him? Throughout the day, Kia frequently blushed, while Yuanhua seethed at Zhao Xian. Wary of any reckless actions, as for Teacher Wang, he inquired briefly before losing interest, given that Kiwia was willing to assist Zhao Xian. What more could he care, as long as gifts were exchanged? All was well. After school, Zhao Xian followed Kia to the bicycle shed. Once she unlocked her bike, he eagerly hopped on and patted the back seat. Today, I shall escort you home. Did I ask that appropriate? My mother is at home today. What are you thinking? I'll just drop you off downstairs. That's been rather unsafe lately, and I fear for your safety. Very well. Sitting on the back seat, she gently wrapped her arms around Zhao Xian's waist. Feeling his firm abdomen, her cheeks flushing once more, Yuanhua, witnessing this scene, felt his head spin, wishing he could confront Zhao Xian, but he dared not. He had seen how Xia Luo had been beaten. All he could do was seethe in impotent fury. After executing his plan to further vex Yuanhua, Zhao Xian took a taxi home. Just as he arrived downstairs, he spotted several rough-looking individuals, clearly troublemakers. You are Zhao Xian, aren't you? Our boss wants to see you. Your boss sounds impressive. If he wants to see me, he should come himself. Sending you a bunch of trash is pointless. Listen here, I warn you, don't refuse a toast and seek a penalty instead. If we lay hands on you, you'll be finished. One of them brandished a spring knife, waving it menacingly. Rather than feeling fear, Zhao Xian revealed a bloodthirsty grin. There were no cameras nearby, and they had drawn knives. Even if someone were killed, it would be deemed self-defense. Spending 2 skill points, he upgraded his super body to level 2, feeling the blood and flesh within him ignite with power. With a swift kick, he sent a loose brick flying at one of the assailants. With a resounding thud, it struck one of them, and Zhao Xian launched into action, using his arm to deflect the incoming blows. After enduring 2 knife wounds, he spun around, delivering a powerful elbow strike to one assailant's temple. The victim staggered, blood flooding his left eye, before collapsing to the ground, lifeless. The remaining 2 shouted in alarm. Lunging at Zhao Xian with their knives drawn, he executed a bagua step, sidestepping one attacker and swiftly dislocating his arm. Grabbing the wrist, he twisted it back, driving the knife into the assailant's throat. Blood gushing forth. The last remaining thug attempted to flee, but Zhao Xian charged, deliberately taking a knife to his shoulder and employing a fierce tiger climbing technique, striking the opponent's skull with a palm strike. The thug's eyes bulged, and he collapsed to his knees. Turning back to the one who had been hit by the brick, Zhao Xian picked up the brick and struck him thrice on the head. Silencing him for good will make his act more convincing. He lay down on the ground, ensuring the injuries he sustained would not be deemed excessive self-defense. As bystanders noticed the scene, they promptly called for Uncle Hat, who rushed Zhao Xian to the hospital. After receiving stitches and bandages, an older man resembling Wei Zhongxian entered the room with a young police officer. Zhao Xian, what on earth happened? Do you realize you've killed 4 people? Uncle Jean, I had no choice. If I hadn't killed them, they would have killed me. They were waiting in my house. What could I do? You've got some skills. Have you practiced martial arts? It's just some street fighting. They were caught off guard, and I was just trying to survive. You know who they are and why they were at your house. I have a suspicion. Go on. This morning, a thug named Chun Kai and his lackeys cornered me on my way to school. I taught them a lesson, and these guys might have come to retaliate. Was it that bald, stocky fellow? Yes. Then it's as I suspected. His father is involved in organized crime in Shihong City, specializing in demolition. You harmed his son. How could he let it slide? But I doubt he would go so far as to take your life. As he spoke, his gaze bore into Zhao Xin, clearly implying that he suspected Zhao Xin was not entirely innocent. Yet Zhao Xin knew he was the victim, as long as he didn't voluntarily confess. He would be fine. I don't know. They were waiting at my door, and while we spoke, two of them held a knife to my back, threatening to kill me if I moved. I was terrified. I didn't want to die, so I had to fight back. I never expected they would be so weak. Director Jean regarded Zhao Xin thoughtfully. All right, let's see if your statement holds up, if there are no issues. Sign here. 5 minutes later, after signing his statement, Director Jean took his leave with his team. Zhao Xin lay back on the hospital bed, a smile creeping across his lips. His reputation had been established. And for the time being, he wouldn't have to attend school. What bliss! In his previous life, he had been a poor student, and in this world, he had no intention of attending university. The daily grind of classes was a torment. A faint tingling sensation spread from his wounds, signaling that his super healing ability was kicking in. Curious, he opened his attribute panel and noted the impressive gains. His body had grown by 5 points, and his spatial capacity had expanded by 5 cubic meters. The next day at noon, as Zhao Xin was enjoying a deep sleep, he was abruptly awakened by hurried footsteps in the hallway. The door to his room swung open, and Qiya, upon seeing him lying in the hospital bed, burst into tears. What happened to you? Where are you hurt? Is it serious? Uncle Hat went to the school this morning and said you were attacked and hospitalized. Zhao Xin was taken aback. How did Qiya know which hospital and room he was in? However, since she was there, it would be a shame not to tease her a little. I was injured in the chest. I nearly died yesterday, and it still hurts, with her hand pressed against her chest in a display of anguish. Qiya hurriedly approached, cautiously extending her hand in an attempt to place it on Zhao Xin's chest. To her surprise, Zhao Xin suddenly pulled her down, causing her to topple onto him, and he unexpectedly kissed her. This action rendered Qiya blushing, exclaiming, "How could you do this? What if it aggravates your injury?" "Ha, don't worry, it's not serious. A few days of rest and I'll be home. But I did kill 4 people. Do you believe me? Don't be ridiculous. I won't believe that. This isn't a joke. Last night outside my house, I killed 4 men. If you don't believe me, ask around in Tinglin town. The word has spread." Qiya's mouth fell open in shock. Really? Zhao Xin shrugged. What else could it be? If you don't behave in the future, just wait and see how I deal with you. After all, I'm all alone, with nothing to lose. Upon hearing this, rather than feeling frightened, Qiya seemed invigorated, pondering what this meant. Could it be that she had watched too many gangster films and fancied herself a little vixen? Zhao Xin looked bemused, while Qiya fidgeted with her hands. Her face flushed as she nodded earnestly. I'll definitely listen to you from now on. This was utterly absurd, Zhao Xin thought, inwardly exclaiming in frustration. He had inadvertently attracted a masochist. Who would believe such a tale? All right, then I'll assign you a task. Come to my house this weekend. I want you to write a novel. Qiya looked up in surprise. You can write novels? Why not give it a try? Who knows, it might just succeed. Xiaoa was not the type to indulge in novels, and the series Xiaoa Te Fan now had originally been a stage play, premiering in 2011 or 2012, which implied that Xiaoa had traversed time from 2011 or 2012. It was impossible for him to create a pen name and write a book set after those years without any knowledge of it. Fine, I'll come to your house this weekend. Good. Now you should head back to class. Qiya nodded and left, but not long after, she returned. Where do you live? Zhao Xin smacked his forehead. He had indeed forgotten to provide her with his address. Watching Qiya bounce away, he shook his head in resignation. The reason he wanted to write a novel was his fear of Xiaoa gaining fame, as Qiya had called him, worried that Xiaoa might misunderstand. He certainly did not wish to become the second-generation Yuanhua. That would be utterly disastrous. As Friday rolled around, Zhao Xin languidly exited the hospital. Just as he was about to hail a taxi, a rugged vehicle came to a halt before him. The window rolled down, revealing a burly figure adorned with sunglasses and a thick gold chain, resembling Chun Kai almost too closely. Chun Kai's father? Indeed, young man that you've killed 4 of my little brothers. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? Zhao Xin snorted derisively. Do you really think I owe anyone an explanation? We're both in this game. Why should I account to you? Your son still owes me over $100. You old fool. You had people come after me that very night, that if I weren't somewhat capable, I might have met my end. Since you're so keen on explanations, if you don't provide one today, I'll set my sights on your entire family. Either you take me out, or I'll take out your whole clan. Upon hearing this, the burly figure's expression shifted, and he removed his sunglasses, glaring at Zhao Xin with a sinister look. Hey, as far as I know, you have a young girlfriend named Choi, but aren't you afraid we might do something to her? Ah! Zhao Xin burst into laughter as if he had heard the most amusing joke. Go ahead and try Oh, you really think I would sacrifice my pride for a woman? Besides, who told you about Choi, eh? I haven't even made a move on her yet. There's no love to speak of, but if you do anything to her, that would be a direct affront to me, as long as I'm alive. Not only will I keep an eye on your family, but I'll also make sure to play with your entire lineage. Do you want to test if I can pull it off? The burly figure hesitated. You're quite bold that you've struck my son and killed 4 of my brothers. And you think we can just let this go, right? Under normal circumstances, perhaps, but you blocking my path today really irks me. This matter cannot be overlooked. What do you want? The burly figure squinted. Is it your son's actions that prompted this? After your son is discharged, give him a lesson. Breaking arms and legs is acceptable. Impossible. Yuan Hua's father is the district chief. I won't invite such trouble upon myself. But we cannot afford to sever ties. Change your demand, and I won't refuse. Very well. Zhao Xin grinned, having never anticipated the burly figure would concede. Chinkai clearly wasn't the sharpest tool in the shed, but this old man must have some cunning to have risen to his position. I want a brand new car. None of that junk. And you'll help me sort out the paperwork for the license. That shouldn't be a problem, right? What kind of car? Depends on how much you value your son. All right, within 3 days, the car will be delivered to you, and we'll consider this matter settled. With that, the window rolled up, and the rugged vehicle slowly departed. Zhao Xin clicked his tongue, spitting on the ground. These local gangs are so rude. Don't they even offer a ride home? Returning home, he found the bloodstains at his doorstep had been mostly cleaned, leaving only faint traces. The neighbors regarded him with a look of trepidation as he entered his house. Later that evening, a vehicle remained parked about 10 meters from his home, with the faint glow of cigarette butts illuminating the interior, indicating that someone had been waiting inside. Donning his clothes, Zhao Xin stepped outside to the car, tapping on the window until the occupants finally reacted. Uncle Gene sent you, didn't he? How did you find us? Come on, it's been hours. You guys haven't moved, just sitting there smoking, but if I hadn't noticed, I would be a fool. The negotiations are complete. It's all good now. You should head back. Sitting in the car for so long must be uncomfortable. Not a chance. What if something happens on your end? Don't worry, brothers. It takes more than 8 or 10 people to take me down. If they can't handle me, they can always run. And if someone dies, just come by to clean up and take me to the hospital. The expressions of the men in the car were incredulous. Was this guy for real? Did he think they were some back alley thugs? However, they didn't refuse, as they'd be useless if they had to spend days in confinement. All right, we'll report back to Gene. Just take care of yourself. Got it, thanks, brothers, that you've worked hard. Let us grab a meal together sometime. After sending them off, just as Zhao Xin was about to find something to eat, 2 motorcycles approached, one after the other. Leading the pack was Su Zhengtai with Xiao Ma, followed by Lu Isnt that Zhao Xin. I heard you were quite fierce, taking on 4 at once and wiping them out. You're almost catching up to me. So, how about joining our Zhengtai gang? Zhao Xin grimaced in disdain. You must be kidding. With a ragtag crew like yours? What would I join for? To fix plumbing or toilets? Hey, don't speak out of turn. We collect protection fees, so of course we provide services. Are you trying to make me laugh? That is hardly a protection fee. The gangsters in Xiangjiang would laugh their heads off. Forget it. You wouldn't understand. Want to come with us to have a little fun at the GAI nightclub? Let me treat you to some entertainment, broaden your horizons. Zhao Xin instinctively wanted to refuse. The way they were dressed, it was clear they were there for the wrong reasons. But upon reflection, if no money exchanged hands, it shouldn't be an issue. With his looks, he could certainly charm someone without spending a dime. Of course, I won't be paying. Absolutely. It's on me. All right, I'll check it out. But if it's boring, I'm leaving. Hurry up and get in the car. Lu Yi will take you. Is he reliable? He won't just drive me off, will he? Seeing Lu Yi's clueless demeanor made Zhao Xin skeptical. Don't worry. Lu Yi has plenty of experience. Reluctantly, he couldn't crowd in the same bike as Xiao Ma. So he had to ride with Lu Yi, hoping to jump off early if anything went amiss. The two motorcycles pulled up to the entrance of the GAI nightclub. Zhao Xin hopped off, stretching his limbs, surprised at Lu Yi's steadiness. Gazing at the retro Fa Ade, he mused that even without Huang Jiqiang, it was bound to go under. Just as he was about to step inside, a figure in a floral shirt approached him. "Our boss wants to talk to you." "Talk? Get lost," Zhao Xin retorted, slapping the man down. The fellow clutched his face, feeling as if he had lost a tooth. "Su Zhengtai, your people are too arrogant that if you don't want to talk, we might as well go to war." Zhao Xin found himself somewhat bewildered, having grown accustomed to the ease of his circumstances. "If you were looking for Su Zhengtai, you should have mentioned it earlier. I am Zhao Xin, the one who took a life just a few days ago." "Are you blind? Can a normal person join the Zhengtai gang?" His underling was momentarily at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by the multitude of points to critique, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, Su Zhengtai stepped forward, intending to inform Luo Li, "If you wish to discuss matters, come to the GAI nightclub now. For time waits for no one." "Very well, just you wait." The underling rose, covering his face, casting a glare at Zhao Xin before making his swift exit. "Hey, how dare you glare at me? If you have the guts, Dante, run away. Let us settle this one-on-one." "All right, I acknowledge your prowess, the killing god of Tinglin Town. Let us go inside. I'll arrange for you a couple of lovely ladies. One is sufficient. With more fruit platters, I want to even get a taste, and I want to be able to grab a microphone." "What is the point of that?" Xiaomar revealed an awkward smile, understanding Zhao Xin's sarcasm. Upon entering the GAI nightclub, it was indeed as he had imagined, sparsely populated, with the ladies dressed flamboyantly, some nearly dozing off. Upon seeing Zhao Xin's unfamiliar face, they displayed interest, and Niu Aihua approached him. "Sister Aihua, long time no see. You've become even more beautiful. It's a pity you're taken, and with someone of questionable intellect. How unfortunate." Niu Aihua, who had initially worn a smile, could not help but twitch her lips. "I've changed my name to Zhang Suzhen. You can call me Sister Suzhen." "All right, Sister Aihua. No problem at all." Niu Aihua's lips moved, refraining from uttering any curses. "You can take room 2. It's unoccupied." Su Zhengtai flicked his hair back and instructed Xiao Hua to find Zhao Xin a companion to sing with him. "While the fruit platters and drinks were brought in today, I'm treating you." "Fine," Niu Aihua replied somewhat helplessly, mentally ridiculing, "You're treating, but it's still Aihua's family money." Half an hour later, Zhao Xin felt utterly disenchanted, surrounded by beloved ladies and companions, which was indeed impressive, yet they drank no alcohol, only sang and munched on fruit platters. Most importantly, they were horrendously out of tune, and no wonder business was so poor. This was hardly enjoyment, but rather a form of torment. Fortunately, Luo Li arrived with 4 underlings, or Zhao Xin would have considered leaving. "You all step outside. We have matters to discuss." "Su Zhengtai, how have you been contemplating the situation? Are you willing to hand over the GAI nightclub?" The simple-minded Lu Yi stood up, approaching Luo Li, grinning without uttering a sound. Luo Li raised his hand, and with a resounding smack, Lu Yi fell back onto the sofa, exclaiming, "What the hell is this? Can't you speak up?" Su Zhengtai sprang up in indignation. "What the hell do you mean? Dare to touch anyone from our Zhengtai gang? You're courting death." Luo Li pointed at Lu Yi. "You have a mentally challenged person negotiating with me, and he can't even muster a response. Do you respect me at all? Will you hand over the GAI nightclub or not? Give me a straightforward answer. If not, go tell your boss not to harbor delusions. Are you out of your mind? A bunch of girls who only sing and don't sell. This is the very definition of false advertising. If the girls are unwilling, who can you blame? Then don't give hints." Wait. Observing the escalating confrontation, Zhao Xin couldn't hold back any longer. "Let me speak some sense here. It's truly unreasonable that the nightclub's girls are off limits. If they're so pure and virtuous, wouldn't it be better to find a proper job? Su Zhengtai, with your lofty ideals, wouldn't it be better to become a monk instead of mingling in society? Look, this brother here is more sensible than you. Since you're new here, what should I call you? Hold on, I have no intention of joining any ridiculous Zhengtai gang. I am Zhao Xin. If you wish to address me respectfully, call me Master Xin. I can't handle it." Expecting a display of arrogance, Zhao Xin was surprised when Luo Li stood and clasped his hands, So, is the famed Master X sign I have long admired. Zhao Xin, I brought you here to broaden your horizons. Which side are you truly on? Zhao Xin merely asserted, I'm just speaking the truth. What's the issue? Look at the nightclub's business. It's about to go under. I find it quite puzzling. For the GAI nightclub is not even owned by Su Jingtai, nor is the building his. Why should you negotiate with him? Luo Li appeared perplexed. It's a matter of underworld rules. To take territory, one must, of course, communicate with the venue's overseer. Have you watched too many Hong Kong films? This is China. If you want to seize land and build, government approval is all that's needed. Does the Zhengtai gang dare to oppose the government? Oh wow, perhaps that's indeed the case. I've been taking Su Jingtai too seriously. Thank you, Master X. I shall take my leave. Wait, I have a question. I sent to your boss Huang Jiqiang. I heard his money was stolen, and he returned to Hong Kong. Have you changed bosses? Master Xian, you jest. Boss Huang has secured funding and returned. That's good. Boss Huang holds great regard for Tinglin Town. I wish him all the best. Luo Li replied with a smile, departing with his underlings. Su Zhengtai, displeased, looked at Zhao Xin. Whose side are you on that you can offer them advice? Zhao Xin chuckled. Even if you don't care for yourself. Shouldn't you consider those working in the nightclub? Tinglin Town is so close to Shihong City, and with China's rapid development, it's only a matter of time before Tinglin Town merges with Shihong City. Do you know how much money is involved in the relocation of Tinglin Town? Most of the workers here are from Tinglin Town, that if relocation occurs, they could trade their homes for new ones and still have a considerable sum left over. If you don't wish to prosper, that's fine. But if you obstruct everyone else's path to wealth, are you not afraid of dying in the streets without a complete corpse? Do you think the dump trucks on construction sites are merely for show? If you step out at night, any passing truck could easily run you over. When the driver claims the brakes failed, he'll only serve a few years at most. You'd be the one to suffer if Sister Aihua bore your child and remarried. Eventually, someone else would reside in your relocated home, sleep beside your wife, and raise your child. Would you find that acceptable? Hiss. The three drew in a sharp breath, Xiao Ma quietly inquiring, Master X, could it truly be as terrifying as you say, all over a piece of land? Zhao Xin was at a loss for words. You'll be a capitalist one day. It's surprising that you're so naive now. What do you think? A project worth hundreds of millions, even billions. Let us not even mention the three of you. Losing 10 or 8 lives wouldn't be too great a loss. Upon hearing this, the three fell silent. Even Lu Yi, the simpleton, grasping the gravity of the situation. The trio fell quiet, staring at Zhao Xin. And after a minute, Su Jingtai, his voice hoarse, asked, You're just a third-year high school student. How can you think of such things? Zhao Xin laughed heartily. Intelligence levels among people vary greatly. Just because your IQ is low doesn't mean you can demand that mine be low as well. What the hell? What's wrong? Do you wish to resort to violence? I'll tell you, as long as there's a spring knife in this room, killing you wouldn't be considered crime. After all, there are no cameras here. Lu immediately shrank back, rising to grip Su Zhengtai's arm. Boss, let us not act impulsively. Su Zhengtai swatted Lu Yi's hand away. Do you think I'm foolish enough to engage with someone reckless? The GAI nightclub is our primary source of income. If we lose that, what shall we do? How much money do you have? I have a business proposition that's guaranteed to be profitable. If you're interested, we can collaborate, but it will require travel about a month's time. How much can we earn? That depends on how much you're willing to invest. What do you mean? I've long advised you to read more newspapers. The opportunities therein are beyond your comprehension, that if you insult my intelligence again, I may just lose my temper. Lose your temper? It seems you're courting disaster. I want to waste more breath. If you have sufficient funds, purchase a second-hand truck, and we can go to Wenzhou or Huzhou and procure a batch of leather shoes, children's clothing, and the like. Then drive north to sell. It may take a while, but the business will definitely thrive. That will collaborate with local merchants and act as wholesalers. Money will flow in by the bundle. Once we secure our initial capital, we can establish a company, become middlemen, and wholesale socks, underwear, stockings, anything wearable. With Zhejiang so close, we should capitalize on our resources. The trio hesitated. Will this method truly work? Whether you wish to proceed is up to you. In 2 days, on Monday, I will commence my plans that if you don't seek me out, I will act independently and procure stainless steel product from Guangdong. Why not go to Zhejiang? Does that concern you? Whether to proceed is for you to decide. This wretched place is beyond saving. False advertising abounds, and there's much to consume, yet the singing is horrendous. Su Zhengtai, you truly deserve this. Once Zhao Xin departed. The three exchanged glances, and the leader declared, I believe this venture is viable. Yet, I still felt that establishing a video hall and stocking BB machines held promise. Xiao Ma adjusted his glasses and said, Let it go that I think Zhao Xin's business is more reliable. You all should refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. Lu Yi nodded in agreement, while Su Zhengtai wore an expression of helplessness, lamenting, with such scattered hearts. Leading the team is becoming increasingly difficult. The following day, while Zhao Xin was practicing boxing in the basement, a knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the rosy-cheeked Xiaoya. Upon seeing Zhao Xin clad only in oversized shorts and bare-chested, Xiaoya instantly blushed. Why bring so much stuff? Didn't Tiu ask me to cook for you? Come in first. I'll handle the cooking. I fear you might poison me. Xiaoya nodded and entered, curiously observing the room's furnishings. Is it much worse than your home? No, not at all. Zhao Xin chuckled. How could you speak of my home like that? I told them I was going to Xiao Ting's house to study. Zhao Xin laughed heartily, affirming that indeed, women possess an innate talent for deceit. Why do you keep your head down? Raise it up. As Xiaoya lifted her gaze, she was suddenly caught off guard, her eyes widening before shutting again. Feeling Zhao Xin's hands dribbling the ball, she hastily pushed him away. No. What are you afraid of? Sooner or later, you will belong to me. Oh, you have a computer at home? No, not at all. Come on, that is not helpful. Let us go out and buy a computer first. You can type on a computer, right? I can do that. Then let us go. Observing Zhao Xin mount his bicycle, Xiaoya naturally took her place on the back seat, wrapping her arms around his waist. By midday, a vehicle followed them. Stopping at the entrance, they unloaded a computer, and after setting it up, the vehicle drove off. It was just a bulky machine, looking rather outdated, and the system interface was quite unimpressive, costing over 10,000 yuan. Quite a sum indeed. After another bout of playful intimacy with Xiaoya to familiarize her with the computer, Zhao Xin descended to prepare dinner. Teasing the girl, he began scribbling stories. It felt rather enjoyable. During dinner, the flush on Xiaoya's cheeks had yet to fade, indicating she was still quite the good girl. After their meal, the two returned to the bedroom. Zhao Xin, having read few physical books, could only select from online novels, deciding not to consider submissions to publishers just yet, but rather to post his work online. After rifling through his memories, he ultimately resolved to write a fanfiction piece, inspired by the phrase tonight, with nothing to do, I shall linger and listen to music. It soon became apparent that a tragic situation had arisen. Xiaoya was unfamiliar with Wubi typing and could only use the ABC method, resulting in painfully slow typing. Truly a disaster. Forget it. Just write it down on paper and type it slowly on the computer. I'll step out for a while to arrange for the internet connection. Am I really that foolish? Xiaoya cautiously inquired. It's not your fault. It's a computer issue. After a lengthy ordeal, Xiaoya hastily returned home that evening, skipping dinner in her eagerness to depart. The next morning, Xiaoya arrived again, following the same routine as before. However, today the internet connection was established, and Zhao Xin uploaded his completed novel to a forum. Are you going to class on Monday? No, I killed for people. I need a rest for a while. Why rush to class? Isn't your injury healed? What if it affects your studies? Don't worry, I don't plan on attending university. What does it matter whether I study well or not? Xiaoya looked at Zhao Xin in surprise. What will you do if you don't go to college? Don't be ridiculous. You know how many people can't even finish high school in this country? Yet they still live well, don't they? Just focus on your studies. I can support you even without a degree. I don't need your support. Xiaoya stomped her foot in frustration, her face adorably flushed, prompting Zhao Xin to pull her close again. I've marked you. You belong to me now. That if I don't support you, do you expect me to support another woman? Then you should support me. Xiaoya murmured softly. Rest assured, tomorrow I'll be heading out of town for about a month. When I return, I'll have the means to support you. Just study diligently. Later, you can enroll in an accounting program and manage my finances. What are you planning? Why will it take so long? I'll be trading. Women shouldn't inquire too much. Just wait patiently at home for me. That evening, Zhao Xin escorted her home, although he didn't get a chance to practice dribbling. Their relationship had grown significantly closer, bringing them nearer to the prospect of playing mahjong together. Upon returning from Shihong City, two vehicles were parked outside his home, an old, somewhat battered truck and a brand-new Mitsubishi. The very same model that Su Tailang drove in the movies that Zhao Xin approached. Su Zhongtai and his companions emerged from the car. Before Zhao Xin could speak, a person from the Mitsubishi stepped forward. "You are Zhao Xin? Why? Do I not look the part? Must I stab you first to prove it?" No. The younger man quickly waved his hands, just joking. The last person who came here was far more impressive. They couldn't handle this guy. This is a vehicle my boss sent for you. All the paperwork is in order, including your driver's license, all tucked away in the glove compartment. Thanks, brother. Please convey to your boss that our matters are settled. In the future, we may have opportunities for collaboration. Xingyi, I'll relay your message. Farewell for now. As soon as the younger man departed, the trio gathered around. Wow, this car is impressive. It must be worth over 100,000. Right? Zhao Xin, unfamiliar with cars, and particularly vintage models, replied, "How would I know? It was a gift from someone else. I'm just driving it. You came to see me and brought a truck. This is a setup? Indeed, we're trusting you this one time. Don't let us down. Why would I? What use is it to deceive you? How much do you have? We pooled together 50,000. That should suffice, right? Not bad. Then let us skip the leather shoes this time and procure a batch of women's clothing. We'll test the waters up north. With this car and the truck, we can carry quite a load. Reassure you, I'll also contribute 50,000, my entire savings. Now you can relax, right? Of course. We trust you." Zhao Xin smirked. "That sounds lovely, but trust is a fickle thing. A month and a half later, the group returned to Tinglin Town, appearing worn yet with bright eyes. After all their efforts, even Zhao Xin, now with a super physique at level 2, felt a bit drained, yet the profits were substantial. They had sold the clothing in Hunan, Hebei, and Beijing. Despite being the capital, Beijing's fashion scene was quite lackluster. Once the women's apparel arrived, sales soared out on the first day of setting up shop. They were approached for collaborations the next day, securing a deal for the remaining stock and establishing a long-term partnership. In the time that followed, they were constantly on the move. Their initial investment of 100,000 yuan transformed into 300,000 within a month and a half, yielding a profit of 200,000. Su Zhongtai exclaimed, Su Zhongtai, have returned. Brothers, come over for dinner tonight. I'll have Xiao Hua cook something delicious. Absolutely not. Zhao Xin immediately declined. I'm utterly exhausted and just want to sleep. I need to go to school tomorrow to retain my student status. You all enjoy yourselves, but don't neglect our priorities. We still need to head to Zhejiang to finalize our long-term factory agreement and ensure a stable supply. This is a business for the long haul. We'll also need to visit Hunan, Hebei, and the 3 northeastern provinces. If we delay, others will snatch up the opportunities. Plus, we need to register the company. You all can take care of that tomorrow. We'll set off in 3 days. All right then. Hearing about the numerous tasks ahead, the trio appeared deflated, but they bore with it for the sake of profit. After a restful night, Zhao Xin awoke, stretched, and felt rejuvenated. He donned his school uniform, left his backpack behind, and drove straight to school. Upon arriving, he was immediately the center of attention. Zhang Yang, Da Sha Chun, and Meng Taijiao approached, along with a younger version of Xion Yan. Wow, Zhao Xin, you've done well. After more than a month, you've acquired a car? Nothing special, just a little success that I made some modest earnings. How did you make money? Can you take a brother along? After sizing up Zhang Yang, Zhao Xin couldn't help but shake his head. It's not that I don't want to, but you're not the type who can endure hardship. I earn my money through hard work, and you wouldn't manage that. It is indeed to Chun. If you learn to drive a truck, feel free to come find me to assist with driving. Although it may be a bit arduous, the earnings will undoubtedly be substantial. Really? De Chun exclaimed, leaping with excitement. I can actually make money. As long as you are willing to endure hardship, you won't earn less than 3,000 a month. This figure is undoubtedly a high salary, even in Shihong City. Not just De Chun, but even Zhang Yang was excited. Brother Xian, I can endure hardship too. I can learn to drive a big truck. All right, consider yourself included. Once you obtain your license, come find me. I need to visit the principal's office for a moment. The two immediately nodded and bowed. Brother Xian, take care. I'll ensure the vehicle is safe and won't let anyone mishandle it. Hey, what are you doing, you brat? Is this something you can touch? Upon arriving at the principal's office, 1,000 yuan secured the retention of his student status. After the college entrance examination, he could also obtain a high school diploma. This is what they call money talks. Returning to the classroom, he spotted the occupants within, his pupils dilating in surprise. Unexpectedly, Xiao Luo had returned so quickly, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Approaching, a tall fellow pushed Xiao Luo to the ground. You think you're so impressive. Do you not know that Xiaoya is my girlfriend? How dare you flirt with her? You must be itching for a beating. What the heck? Xiao Luo sprang up, only to instinctively back away upon realizing it was Zhao Xin. With a bravado that barely masked his fear, he retorted, So what? Are we not allowed to pursue love freely? Just because you're not around. Does that mean Xiaoya must remain single? Damn you. With a swift slap, Xiao Luo found himself back on the ground. What you call free love is nothing but harassment. Do you believe I could have Xiaoya report you to Uncle Mao? The entire class would be witnesses, and I wonder if that could land you in jail, that if your actions hinder Xiaoya's studies and she fails to get into university, you and your mother should prepare for a swim in the river until you reach the sea. You think I would be scared? That's too far. It's impossible to swim that distance. Zhao Xin's expression darkened. Indeed, it's impossible to swim that far, but I want you and your mother to drown in the river. How thrilling would that be? Just as Xiao Luo had gotten back up, he now felt the urge to lie back down again. For the sake of his dignity, he had no choice but to confront Zhao Xin head-on. Don't try to intimidate me. I warn you, my mental state is unstable, and murder isn't a crime. You truly are a fool, aren't you? Have you watched too many Hong Kong films? This is the mainland. Committing murder while mentally unstable lands you in a psychiatric hospital. You think it's better than prison. They make you a fool with medication. And you, a mentally unstable person, I've killed before. Even if you're mentally ill, I have the right to self-defense. Killing you would be perfectly justified. This time, Xiao Luo faltered. He'd yet again fame and was unfamiliar with lying. Lacking any trump cards, you're scared now, aren't you? Then go sit at the back. If I catch you harassing Xiaoya again, you'll find yourself in prison. And then there was Yuan Hua, who was truly cowardly for fearing Xiao Luo. It was quite embarrassing. After settling the two, Zhao Xin approached Xiaoya, gently ruffling her hair, causing her cheeks to flush. Don't leave after class tonight. I'll take you out for dinner. Okay, sure. Once Zhao Xin had departed, Xiao Luo swaggered over to the front row, where Xiaoya Saturday. How could you possibly like someone like him? Didn't you hear him? Yes, a murderer. He would definitely be abusive. Blushing fiercely, Xiaoya shot Xiao Luo a disdainful glance. Please stop bothering me. If you continue, I'll really report you to Uncle Mao that I don't want to talk to you. I'm afraid Zhao Xin might misunderstand. Xiao Luo felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The goddess he adored had, before his transmigration, married a fat man, and now, after transmigrating, had fallen for a yellow-haired fellow. Where was the justice? Where are the laws? How could you stoop so low? You will surely regret this one day. Zhang Yang collected a pack of cigarettes from Zhao Xin, agreeing to keep an eye on Xiaoya. Upon entering the classroom, he overheard Xiao Luo's words and immediately felt displeased. Xiao Luo, what are you saying? Sister-in-law isn't degrading herself. She possesses the insight to recognize talent. You know what kind of car Brother Xin drives. A Mitsubishi sedan, a brand-name vehicle worth at least 100,000. What are you? Just a lunatic, and yet you dare to slander Brother Xin. Have you gone blind? After leaving the school, Zhao Xin returned to Tinglin Town to meet with 3 others, assigning Xiao Ma to register a company. While Su Zhongtai and Liu Yi were tasked with finding trucks and drivers, he began drafting contracts. After some calculations, he felt the process was still too slow. Remembering Chen Kai's father, who had money and connections, it was entirely feasible to collaborate. The only issue was that he hadn't left a contact number last time, which was quite awkward. He decided to reach out to Chen Kai. Driving to a nearby arcade, as soon as he alighted, he spotted Yagami Iori smoking at the entrance. Perfect timing. He approached, delivering a swift slap to the back of Iori's neck. You remember me, right? Iori, caught off guard, was about to curse when he realized it was Zhao Xin. His legs turned to jelly. It's you, Brother Xin. How could I not recognize you? What can I do for you? Where's Chen Kai? I need to see him. Iori was uncertain of Zhao Xian's intentions. Brother Xin, has everything from before been settled? What are you looking for him for? Another slap across the back of the neck. What are you thinking? I'm here for a serious matter. Where is he? He's inside playing games. With a loud slap. Iori complained. Why didn't you say that sooner? You're wasting my time. Go play with your own money. Initially displeased upon seeing 100 yuan, Iori's mood brightened. Thank you, Brother Xin. Thank you, see? You even need to thank me. This is the art of persuasion. Stepping into the arcade, the atmosphere was thick with smoke, making him grimace. Spotting Qin Kai, a robust figure, engaged in a game with a child who was dominating him. Zhao Xin approached and clapped him on the shoulder. Qin Kai, already irritated, stood up ready to yell, "Who the hell?" But upon seeing Zhao Xin, he quickly swallowed his words. Brother Xin, what brings you here? Good news. Give me your father's phone number. I need to discuss something with him. You go back to enjoying your game. As he spoke, he handed over another 100 yuan. Qin Kai immediately perked up. Thank you, Brother Xin. I'll jot it down. After acquiring the phone number, Zhao Xin turned to leave. The arcade's atmosphere was unbearable. Driving home, he dialed Qin Kai's father. Is this Mr. Chun? Yes, who is this? Zhao Xin, I got your number from your son. Qin Kai. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end responded, Have my son offended you again? Please don't harm him. Let's discuss this. Mr. Chin, you've misunderstood that I have a lucrative business proposition to discuss with you that will certainly be profitable. It's all clean money with high returns. Are you interested in collaborating? Why would you think of me for such an opportunity? I initially didn't plan to involve you, but we need connections, and I can offer you a 20% stake in the venture. Let's work together for mutual benefit. What do you say? Where are you? I'll come to you. At home. You should know the place. All right, I'll be there within an hour. After hanging up, Zhao Xin couldn't help but smile. Qin Kai's father would undoubtedly accept. His business was either black or gray, and he would be eager for clean money. Just half an hour later, Qin Kai's father arrived, driving a Tiger head vehicle. As soon as he entered, he got straight to the point. What business do you have in mind? Speak. Zhao Xin wasted no time, outlining the situation and emphasizing the potential profits. Is it really that profitable? Qin Kai's father gasped in astonishment that if I weren't worried about imitation reducing profits, do you think I would consider bringing you on board? Are you interested? Absolutely. 20% ISNT enough. I'm willing to invest 500,000. I can help you connect with truck drivers, and if you face any challenges, just let me know. However, I want 30% registered under Qin Kai's name. All right, Zhao Xin acknowledged with a nod, appreciating Qin Kai's father's boldness. It's settled then. Please make the necessary arrangements with the business registration office. Once the funds are in place, the shares will belong to Qin Kai. No problem. What will your company be called? I'll have someone check it out. The license will be ready tomorrow, and the money will be delivered this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Here's to a successful partnership. Indeed, I always believed you were no ordinary person, but I didn't expect you to surprise me so soon. You flatter me, Mr. Chun. I also have another less reputable money-making venture, which is still clean money that I'm curious if you're interested. Do tell. In our class, there's a student who has always been at the bottom. Rather foolish, but recently he has suddenly had an epiphany and is now able to write songs on his own. That I have heard one of his songs, and it is quite good. You are well connected in Shihong City. Surely you know people in the music industry? Yes. Are you looking to promote this classmate of yours? Not exactly. He is hardly noteworthy, is he? I am merely delivering money to Boss Chun. You could easily establish a shell company. Enlist professionals to draft some dubious contracts, such as song copyrights belonging to the company, with an 80 to 20 profit split after deducting operational costs. Make the contract thick, set a long term, and impose a hefty penalty for breach. He, being rather simple-minded, will likely not comprehend it. In the end, he would become your cash cow. Wouldn't he? Boss Chun, am I not effectively delivering money to you? Boss Chun stared at Zhao Xin for several seconds before bursting into laughter. You rascal! What a cunning scheme! Indeed, you are delivering money to me, as for your company. I will only take 20% of the shares and I'll raise the investment from 500,000 to 1 million. I will remember this favor. You need not call me Boss Chun anymore, as I'm a few years older than you. Just call me Brother Chun, and from now on, we shall be good brothers. Thank you, Brother Chun. This is what we call reciprocation and mutual benefit. Rest assured, That fellow Xiao Luo has other songs. He will certainly not disappoint you. All right then, I will arrange the funds and company matters upon my return. Let's have a drink together when we have the chance. Sure, but Brother Chun, don't overindulge, all right? I fear for your health. You needn't worry, my brother Chindali. I will ensure you are well taken care of. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Chindali departed in his Tiger Head vehicle. Zhao Xin contacted 3 individuals, explaining the situation to Su Zhongtai, having heard of Chindali's reputation, showed little resistance, as they too did not wish to drive around aimlessly every day. In the afternoon, the money arrived, and Su Zhongtai was instructed to keep it hidden, avoiding the bank. After all, in this day and age, cross-province transfer fees can be quite steep, and cash is the most convenient. Their 300,000, combined with Chundali's 1 million for shares, amounted to a staggering 1,300,000, an impressive sum in this era, with the matter entrusted to the 3. Zhao Xin waited at the school gate for the dismissal bell, and when he spotted Chuya, he honked the horn. Upon seeing Zhao Xin in the car, Chuya beamed and jogged over, leaving Yuan Hua and Xia Luo in the back. On the verge of tears as their goddess entered another's vehicle, they enjoyed a delightful Western meal together, and he gifted Chuya a family heirloom jade bracelet. On the ride back, he practiced dribbling. Had there been no one at home, he might have been tempted to take things further. 2 days later, Zhao Xin set off with Xiao Ma to finalize the order, while Su Zhongtai and Lu Yi awaited news. Leading a convoy of 10 large trucks from Shihong City to Zhujiang to collect goods, a month passed swiftly, and upon returning to Shihong City, Zhao Xin awaited Chuya at the school gate. The business dealings had been thoroughly settled. The factories in Hunan, Hebei, Shaanxi, and the 3 northeastern provinces were all operational, ensuring production capacity. Zhao Xin had previously been a sales champion, so negotiating business was no trouble for him. Handled with ease at AS for the transportation, that would be left to Su Zhongtai and his team. Otherwise, they would earn too easily. When the dismissal bell rang, after a month apart, Xiao Luo leaped up, circling around Chuya with an air of arrogance. What the hell? Chun Dali signed Xiao Luo, and this fool hasn't realized he's been duped. He's bouncing around again. Zhao Xin approached and playfully shoved Xiao Luo, causing him to stumble. Oh, you dare cling to Chuya? Are you not afraid of consequences? Xiao Luo glared defiantly at Zhao Xin. Don't overstep. I've signed with a record company and am about to become a big star. That I've even contacted that sister to participate in the spring festival gala rehearsal in Beiping. Try touching me. Wow, how impressive. I'm so scared. Are you planning to bring your mother along? What if she gets hit by a car and breaks her leg? She might even die. This time, Xiao Luo turned pale with fear. Zhao Xin, you dare. You know better than to involve family. Are you still asleep? I'm not out for a brawl. Why should I adhere to rules when you're trying to steal my girl? Why can't I interfere with your mother? Oh, and no need to go overboard. Just find a few old men to swindle her. Let her rack up a debt of hundreds of thousands. If that makes the papers, Xiao Luo's mother becomes a gambler. How can you expect to be famous then? Who are you? Who are you? I don't recall you being in my class. UV never attended any class reunions. Xiao Luo was beginning to lose his mind. Why should I attend? I am now worth millions that it necessary to play along with you. And you a big star? That concerns me not. Hurry and get lost, or I'll find someone from Yinbian to turn you into a laughingstock. With that, he ignored Xiao Luo, pulled Chuya close, kissed her, and walked towards the car. Xiao Luo's face turned ashen as he shouted, "This is outrageous." The vehicle slowly started, with Zhao Xin steering one-handed, the other resting where it ought to be, relishing life. After enjoying a local meal, he returned Chuya home. And just as he was about to practice dribbling in the parking lot, a knock sounded on the car window. Upon seeing the pair of adults outside, Chuya's expression changed. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? You still recognize us as your parents? What were you thinking, associating with such dubious characters? I sent you to learn piano and dance, not to mingle with these lowlifes. Zhao Xin, already in a foul mood, was further aggravated by their remark equating him to a lowlife. Stepping out of the car, he revealed his hand, slamming 5 red property deeds on the hood, 5 properties in Huangpu District, Putuo District, Hongkou District, and Suwei District of Shihong City. Before they could respond, he tossed a bank book onto the hood, containing 500,000 in savings. Finally, he presented a copy of the business license that I own a trading company where I am the major shareholder. Earning over $500,000 a month. Is there any further issue? Someone must have reported me to you, right? You parents should think a bit more. You've been used as pawns and are still oblivious. Am I a lowlife? Within a year, I shall be an entrepreneur with hundreds of employees under me. Even the leaders of Shihong City will address me as Zhao Xin. Am I a lowlife? The couple exchanged awkward glances. Both working in the hospital. One is a doctor, the other is a head nurse. And they had not anticipated Zhao Xin's impressive stature. It seems we were mistaken. You must understand, Chuya is still young, and we fear she might be deceived. Rest assured, I will have Chuya study accounting in college, and she will manage the finances of my company. My money will be under her control. That's satisfactory now. Well, we are very reassured. You are quite an impressive young man, ambitious and decisive. The couple expressed their gratitude, acknowledging their responsibility as Chuya's parents to care for her. From now on, you can relax and enjoy life. Zhao Xin assured them. They nodded enthusiastically, smiling brightly, secretly cursing Xiao Luo for nearly ruining their daughter's chance at a golden future. The spring festival of 1998 arrived swiftly and at Zhao Xin's home. Chuya rested her head on his chest, watching the television, where Xiao Luo and Lang stood on stage singing Meeting in 98 that unexpectedly, Chindali proved to have significant connections, successfully pushing Xiao Luo onto the Spring Festival Gala, even at the year's end. Observing Xiao Luo's beaming face, Zhao Xin scoffed, leaning down to kiss Chuya. Look at Xiao Luo. Doesn't he resemble a plucked chicken, having donned feathers and pretending to be a peacock? He does a bit. Chuya giggled. Just watch. While he smiles so brightly now, he will face despair later, and those tears will flow rhythmically that you're not plotting against him. Are you? Having spent time with Zhao Xin, she was beginning to see through his character. It is not really plotting. Signing with his company is through a friend of mine. Every song he sings now belongs to the company, and his share is minimal. He is merely a high-ranking employee. You read quite wicked. Do you like it? I do, accompanied by a delicate cry and the distant sound of firecrackers. Zhao Xin cradled Chuya and ventured into the bedroom to play mahjong, while Zhao Xin indulged in sumptuous feasts in the company of a beautiful woman. Su Jingtai, alongside Lu Yi, was driving an empty truck, returning from Beiping. This was an impromptu task. The Spring Festival business in Beiping had been exceptionally prosperous, nearly depleting their inventory, necessitating an urgent resupply, with the workers on holiday. The factory owner had summoned his entire family back to production, which resulted in the goods being prepared. The convoy's personnel were also on leave, leaving no one to deliver the cargo. The owner in Beiping had promised an additional 3,000 in labor fees. Out of a sense of obligation, Su Jingtai reluctantly set off with Lu Y. As night fell. Lu Yi, secure by seatbelt, had already succumbed to slumber. Su Jingtai, preoccupied with thoughts of his beloved Neo Ai Hua, found himself weary in the dead of night. After sipping a cup of coffee, which proved ineffective, he noticed they were entering the ring road of Shihong City. Yet the truck's speed showed no signs of deceleration. A loud crash resounded as the vehicle collided with the guardrail, jolting Lu Yi awake. But Su Jingtai, unbuckled, was ejected through the shattered windshield. The following morning, shortly after 7, the weather was overcast, and the home phone began to ring. Chia, still in a daze, nudged Zhao Xin, urging him to answer the phone as the noise was intolerable. Zhao Xin awoke, brushing aside Chuya's leg, and made his way downstairs to pick up the call. Hello, who is this? A frantic voice responded. Master Xin, it's me, Xiaomadat. I'm at the 3rd hospital in Shihong City. You need to hurry over. Zhengtai has had an accident. What happened? He was just delivering a shipment. How could there be an accident? Wasn't he supposed to return today? It quickly dawned on Zhao Xin that it was likely due to family matters that he had driven back overnight and encountered trouble. Don T panic. Where are you? In the 3rd hospital of Shihong City. Is Lu Yi all right? We're in the surgical unit on the 5th floor of the outpatient department. Zhengtai has been in for over 5 hours and hasn't come out yet. Lu Yi is here beside me. He is wearing a seatbelt and only has a fractured forearm, with minor injuries elsewhere. All right, I'm on my way. Oh, you need me to bring any money? No need. I've already settled the costs and have some left over. Have you informed AI Hua? I have. She's on her way to the hospital too. Okay, I'll hang up now and head over. After dressing upstairs and informing Chuya, Zhao Xin rushed downstairs, the roar of the engine accompanying the screech of tires as he sped off on the first day of the new year. The roads were relatively empty. And within half an hour, he arrived at the third hospital in Shihong City. He could see the fifth-floor surgical unit door. Neo AI Hua was already there, throwing herself into Zhao Xin's embrace. What are we to do? I've told him not to rush back, but he wouldn't listen. Don't worry. I believe Zheng Tai will recover. He doesn't seem the type to meet an untimely fate. Suddenly, Neo AI Hua exclaimed, Zhao Xin, my stomach hurts. Looking down, Zhao Xin felt a chill. Her pants were soaked with blood. Are you pregnant? Almost 3 months. Damn it. Zhao Xin swore, turned to Xiao Ma and Lu Yi. You two stay alert. ILL take AI Hua downstairs and returned shortly. He scooped AI Hua in his arms and dashed into the elevator, her hand gripping his tightly. Say my baby. Yes, I'll speak to the doctor. I will ensure your child is safe. After handing AI Hua over to the emergency personnel and watching her being wheeled into the obstetrics and gynecology operating room, Zhao Xin returned to the 5th floor, where he saw the surgical lights extinguished. A few weary doctors emerged, their faces pale from the long night of surgery. Doctor, how is my friend? The lead doctor shook his head apologetically. The injuries were too severe. He sustained a significant head trauma and internal injuries. We did our utmost. Xiao Ma collapsed onto the floor, stunned. Lu Yi's eyes reddened, ready to confront the doctor. Did you do this on purpose? Before he could finish, Zhao Xin struck him down. Are you out of your mind? The doctor worked tirelessly all night. What more do you want? I've said it countless times. Always buckle your seatbelt and never drive when fatigued. Have you lost your senses? Why on earth would you drive back exhausted in the middle of the night? You could have rested at a service area. What is the point of shouting at the doctors now? Damn it. You're utterly useless. You never listen, you don't follow through, and when you do, it's a disaster. Get out of my sight. AI Hua is still in surgery. You and Xiao Ma go wait downstairs. If AI Hua comes out, just tell her we're still awaiting results. Understood? Xiao Ma helped Lu Yi to his feet, both hanging their heads. We understand. Then hurry up and leave. You're infuriating, watching them descend. Zhao Xin turned to the doctor. I apologize. My friend isn't quite right in the head, and he is understandably distressed. It's fine. I've seen this many times and I'm used to it. The body will be brought out shortly. You can arrange to say your final goodbyes. Thank you. Doctor, please take care. Once the doctors left, Zhao Xin rubbed his face, struggling to comprehend why he had assisted Su Jingtai. It was due to his endearing foolishness that had inadvertently led to such tragedy. 2 staff members from the morgue entered the operating room, wheeling out the body, though covered by a white cloth. Blood had seeped through. He approached and lifted the cloth, unable to suppress a grimace. The sight was horrific, the face marred with wounds, rendering it unrecognizable. At the obstetrics and gynecology operating room, the lights remained on. You two go to the morgue and check on Jingtai. Xiao Ma, you contact the best funeral home to arrange for a mortuary cosmetologist to prepare him. Otherwise, AI Hua won't be able to bear seeing him. Understood. Don't worry. After waiting half an hour at the operating room door, the doctor emerged, shaking his head apologetically. The baby did not survive. My condolences. When can he be transferred to a ward? Right now. The effects of the anesthesia will wear off quickly. Thank you. Doctor, could you arrange a private room? I'm willing to cover the costs. The head doctor nodded. Xiao Zhang, please make the necessary arrangements. Of course. Director Zhou, please follow me. The patient will soon be escorted back to the ward. After paying an additional 5,000, Zhao Xin arrived at the obstetrics and gynecology ward, where Neo AI Hua was still unconscious from the anesthesia. Time passed, and Zhao Xin, in a daze, heard someone call his name. Zhao Xin, my baby didn't survive? I'm so sorry, AI Hua. The baby was too premature. The doctors did their best. And Jingtai, how is he? Looking at Neo AI Hua, Zhao Xin could only offer a kind lie. He is out, but hasn't yet passed the critical period. He is in the ICU. The doctors believe there is a good chance he will wake up, but he must stabilize before being transferred to a regular ward. Upon hearing this, Neo AI Hua finally relaxed. At least one life was saved. It's enough. Thank you, Zhao Xin, for all your help during this festive season. I am sorry for the trouble my family has caused you. To go ahead and rest. This is a special care ward that if you need anything, just press the button by your bed for the nurse. I'll go home for a bit to prepare some food for you. Okay, thank you. As Zhao Xin left, Neo AI Hua drifted back to sleep. Exiting the hospital, he pulled out his phone and contacted Lu Yi and Xiao Ma, who were already at the funeral home making arrangements. Let AI Hua take a few days to process. I haven't told her about Zheng Tai. Why? Be careful not to slip up, especially you. Lu Yi. If you do, I'll knock out all your teeth. Don't worry, Master Xen. I'll make sure he keeps quiet. When will Zheng Tai's funeral be held? Ask if the funeral home can keep the body for a week before the service. We've already checked. That won't be a problem. Good that I've arranged everything for AI Hua. If you're worried about letting anything slip, you don't need to come to the hospital. Understood. Hanging up the phone, Zhao Xin felt speechless that on this festive occasion, such unfortunate events had unfolded. Truly a troublesome situation. Driving home, he found Chuya still asleep. He took out some ribs and a hen from the refrigerator, preparing braised ribs and chicken soup. Setting aside some for Chuya, he drove back to the hospital. After enduring 5 or 6 days of turmoil, every time Neo AI Hua inquired, Zhao Xin assured her that the vital signs were stable. However, the person remains unconscious, still in the ICU, having been kept in a state of limbo. It is not until 6 days later that Su Zhengtai's funeral is scheduled for tomorrow, prompting Zhao Xin to confess the truth. Realizing he could no longer keep it hidden, Neo AI Hua, in a state of shock, travels to the funeral home, where she sees Su Zhengtai's lifeless body, her expression blank, as if vitality has completely drained from her. After the funeral, Zhao Xin returns home in a state of exhaustion. Just as he steps out of the car, he spots Xiao Luo descending from a Open vehicle. Is that Zhao Xin? Have you seen my car? The company provided me with this Open. Are you envious? I've appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, known nationwide, while you, a mere nobody, couldn't even get into university and are now relegated to factory work. Right? Zhao Xin turns his head to see Zhang Yang and remarks, what is going on with you? I noticed last time that Xiao Luo was clinging to Chioya and you did nothing about it. Zhang Yang, unfazed, chuckles apologetically. You know me, Xin Yi, I take what I receive and do what I must. A pack of cigarettes is already outdated. Now I'm with Luo Gu. Let us not keep in touch, as I fear you might misinterpret our connection. Zhao Xin scoffs. All right, the pretense is over. You have anything else to say? If not, be quick about leaving. Do not provoke me into action. Xiao Luo attempts to intimidate him. Who do you think you're scaring? Do you believe I am still the old Xiao Luo? With a clap, 2 burly men, each over 6 feet tall and robust, emerge from the driver and passenger seats of the Open. Xiao Luo, brimming with arrogance, boasts, see that. The company has provided me with bodyguards. Go ahead, try to touch me, and see who ends up lying here today. In the past, Zhao Xin would have acted immediately, but not now. These two are clearly Chandali's men, who even attended the funeral today, showing considerable respect as they are allies that you're with Boss Chun. Aren't you? Yes, Xin Yi. The two respond with a bow, leaving Xiao Luo bewildered. What is going on? You're my bodyguards. Go on, beat him up. Apologies, Xin Yi, but we are friends of the boss. We are here to protect you, not to act as your enforcers. Damn it, Xiao Luo roars, if you don't act, I'll fire you. Then you'll have to speak to the boss. My salary comes from him, not from you, Luo. Guh. Fine, remember this. This matter is far from over. Let us go. After watching Xiao Luo leave, Zhao Xin picks up the phone and calls Chun Dali. Boss Chun, that little brat Xiao Luo has come to my place to flaunt himself. Did you arrange for him to have too few jobs? He just appeared on the Spring Festival Gala, a peak moment for his fame. He should be taking on more commercial performances. I've heard that viewership for the Spring Festival Gala is significantly higher in the north compared to the south. So many would be eager to invite him. Chindali laughs heartily. Brother, it's not that I haven't arranged enough for him. This kid has 2 gigs a day and has been running around for several days. Today, I just wanted him to take a break. Since he doesn't know his place, I'll make sure he has more work. Thank you, Brother Chun. You understand the importance of a cash cow. We need to shake it more. That evening, Zhao Xin visits Su Zhengtai's home, where Neo AI Hua opens the door with a tranquil expression. Yet, such calmness is the most unsettling. They have been childhood friends. And even Su Zhengtai's carefree nature never provoked a harsh word from her. Now that life has seemingly improved, his sudden absence is a tremendous blow. Sister Hua, are you all right? Neo AI Hua forces a stiff smile. I am fine, really. You need not worry about me. That's good to hear. She's reluctant to speak, and Zhao Xin feels powerless, with only Lu, Yi, and Xiaomao watching over the company. It is certainly insufficient. Why not recruit a few people to help manage the company? I can assign you the financial and contract responsibilities, and you can take over Zhengtai's shares. I fear I might not handle it well. That is simply not true. That if Xiaomao can manage, you certainly can as well. That I believe in your capabilities and resourcefulness. All right, I'll give it a try. Great, I'll wait for you at the company tomorrow. As Zhao Xin stands to leave, Neo AI Hua softly whispers, "Thank you. No need for thanks. That you want me to lend you a shoulder to cry on. Those who have departed leave the rest to continue living. If you wish to leave a legacy for Zhengtai, consider adopting a child and giving them his surname." In truth, Zhao Xin feels somewhat speechless. Due to his actions, he inadvertently caused Su Zhengtai's demise. And now it weighs heavily on him. Suddenly, Neo AI Hua leaps up and embraces Zhao Xin, sobbing uncontrollably, dampening the fabric of his shoulder in an instant. With no choice but to hold her, Zhao Xin sits on the sofa, allowing her tears to flow. Time passes, and eventually, she falls asleep. Attempting to leave, he realizes Neo AI Hua is holding on tightly, perhaps mistaking him for Su Zhengtai. After a night passes, feeling movement in his arms, he looks down to see Neo AI Hua's flushed face gazing up at him. "Thank you. I feel much better." Zhao Xin manages a wry smile. "Can you get up?" "I've gone numb." After a night without movement, even Superman would find it unbearable. Neo AI Hua lets out a light sigh and stands abruptly, only to find herself numb as well, tumbling back into Zhao Xin's embrace. If it were anyone else or in a different situation, Zhao Xin would undoubtedly have acted upon the temptation. However, given the circumstances, he restrains himself, recognizing the impropriety. After that day, Neo AI Hua joins the company, inheriting Su Zhengtai's shares and becoming part of the management team. She soon showcases her potential as a strong woman, almost reminiscent of Su Banxia. Zhao Xin enjoys a more leisurely pace. Aside from playing mahjong with Chioya on weekends and occasionally signing documents at the company, he indulges in honing his skills at home. Following high school graduation, DeChun becomes one of the drivers for the team, earning over 3,000 a month. Though it is laborious, it is still a decent salary. Zhang Yang circles around Xiao Luo, accompanying him in a lavish lifestyle, becoming an unofficial manager and professional lackey. Xiao Luo, already swindled out of much money by the company, spends extravagantly each day, leaving him with little to show for it, merely a facade of glamour. Chioya, on the other hand, enrolls in the accounting program at Fudan University, fulfilling her aspiration to become a university student, and plans to join the company as the financial officer in her third year. One day, several of them gather in the office, with Su Dali present as well. After reviewing the income over the past 6 months, Su Dali cannot contain his laughter. "Brother, I never expected you to be so capable. In just 6 months, I've recouped my investment and made over $1 million. You flatter me, Sugo. I've merely been fortunate to seize the right moment, and it is thanks to your unwavering support that I could achieve this. Now I have a more lucrative idea. Let us gather together, Sugo, and brainstorm." "Oh, just speak your mind." Guijia is evolving rapidly. If we continue as middlemen, we will inevitably be eliminated. I believe we should acquire land and establish our own factory. Gaining control of the source before the others can comprehend, Su Dali interjects, "Brother, your idea is not as simple as it sounds. Acquiring land is a key point. ISNT it." Indeed, Sugu understands well. With Shihong City expanding so quickly, it will inevitably continue to grow outward. Pudong is undoubtedly a crucial area for future development. Indeed, Su Dali nods, "Brother, you possess great insight. Pudong will surely witness significant growth." Exactly. To develop, we must build. To build, we must relocate. As long as our factory can ensure production, everything else can be simplified. When the time comes for relocation, it will not be a small sum. Furthermore, our factory will involve the livelihoods of thousands of workers, which means thousands of families. if we cannot present a satisfactory proposal, our factory will cease operations. Who can withstand public scrutiny? When we relocate, isn't it easier to acquire land? You are absolutely right. Your mind is impressive, but our available funds are limited. Neo AI Hua cautiously interjects. That is what I was about to discuss. Let us hold off on dividends for now and simultaneously have Suga contact the bank for a loan. Based on our company's cash flow, we are undoubtedly a prime client for the bank. Moreover, Suga has connections at the bank. We can borrow as much as we need. Su Dali thumps his chest. Brother, you are correct. This aspect is absolutely feasible. Isn't this a bit hasty? The risks seem rather significant. Neo AI Hua expresses her hesitation. Sister Hua, I understand your concerns, but we have no choice that I in China. Our type of business lacks core competitiveness and will soon face competitors. If we want to grow stronger, we must establish our own core competitiveness. Many factories are researching materials, but we must stay ahead in design. We need to create something that is constantly imitated but never surpassed that time. We shall produce different styles tailored to various collaborators, emblazoning their brands upon our creations, thereby enhancing our profits. They would be daunted at the prospect of not partnering with us. Otherwise, their brands would face significant challenges with new releases, unable to withstand the competitive onslaught. Has the younger brother already found a way? Quite so. First, we shall send representatives abroad to participate in various fashion exhibitions, drawing inspiration from the styles of renowned brands. With minor modifications, we can avoid any accusations of plagiarism, even if we were to be sued. Shihong City would undoubtedly support us. Secondly, innovation is key that I have acquaintances in the relevant fields who can assist us in design, ensuring that our offerings are in vogue. Thirdly, the introduction of new products. Women's lingerie represents an untapped market, underdeveloped overseas and even more so domestically. Once we establish our foothold, we can also explore export opportunities. Brother Su will need to facilitate connections with foreign trade partners. Absolutely, I will take it upon myself. Su Dali grew increasingly excited. If this could be realized, he could extricate himself entirely, avoiding a solitary path leading to oblivion. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. I can forego my share of the profits. Neo Aihuan nodded in agreement, and Lu Yi had no objections. Only Xiao Ma cautiously interjected, Brother Xen, I still wish to pursue a career in IT, and I would like to withdraw my investment. Would that be acceptable? Zhao Xin was not surprised by Xiao Ma's decision that I respect your choice. You are indeed a talented individual. There is no need for you to withdraw. I will invest 1 million in you. Once you establish your company, I shall require 50% of the shares. What do you think? If additional funds are needed in the future, I can consider further investments. However, Shihong City is not suitable for your IT aspirations. You must venture to Shenzhen. Thank you, Brother Xine. I accept your terms regarding the shares. I say, younger brother, how could I miss out on such a lucrative investment? I will also invest 500,000. Seeking a 20% stake. Zhao Xian's first reaction was to perceive this as a challenge. He could not agree to let someone else claim a piece of the future empire. Brother Su. Let's set this aside for now. I am not entirely confident in this venture. I merely wish to support a friend. We can discuss other projects in the future. Haha. All right then. We shall heed the younger brother's wishes. It turned out that Su Dali was not seeking shares or attempting to seize control. He merely wished to preserve his dignity, which created an awkward situation. After the discussions concluded, the group dispersed. Niu Aihua and Lu Yi took charge of registering the factory, applying for policy benefits, and preparing for recruitment, as there were still plenty of workers available due to the ongoing wave of layoffs. Su Dali was tasked with securing loans, acquiring land, and arranging for construction teams, as there was an abundance of uncultivated land, making residential demolitions unnecessary. Zhao Xine accompanied Xiao Ma to Shenzhen, where they deposited cash into the bank and secured an office space before returning to Tinglin Town. After more than half a year of working alongside them, Xiao Ma had become less introverted and was no longer concerned about being bullied. Upon returning to Tinglin Town, life resumed its normal pace. He was no longer anxious about those from the summer. Taking things slowly, as the year drew to a close, the factory commenced operations, hiring a total of 1,500 workers, running at full capacity across 3 shifts, which not only reassured city officials, but also steadily increased profits. Zhao Xin handed over the clothing designs and lingerie styles he had sketched based on his memory to the design department for refinement, leaving him with a sense of relief. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, ushering in 1999. Zhao Xin emerged from the basement, bare-chested, with sweat glistening along his muscular frame. Qiuya handed him a towel, casting a glance at him that rendered her weak at the knees. "How is your factory faring lately?" "Quite well. The shoe, hat, bag, and accessory factories have all begun production. Soon, we shall merely need to gradually expand, reaping substantial profits. How many workers do you currently employ?" "I only have 5 people under my command. The couple Sha Chun and Ma Dongmei, along with Sister Hua, Lu Yi, and Boss Chun." "Huh." Qiuya playfully hit Zhao Xin. "I meant how many workers do you have?" "Not many. Just a little under 10,000 up. By the way, could you ask your parents if they know any colleagues willing to work as doctors and nurses at the factory?" "We only need 2 doctors and 4 nurses." "All right, I'll ask when I return." Just as Zhao Xin was about to say more, his phone rang. Upon checking the number, he recognized it as Boss Chun calling. "You busy, younger brother?" "Not at all, Brother Chun. Feel free to share." "Huh. It's about your classmate Xiao Luo. I'm not sure if he has gotten too bold thinking he can fly solo, or if someone is enticing him. But he is considering going out on his own. How should we handle this?" "Damn," Zhao Xin scoffed. "This fool seems to have aspirations, possibly having found a backer, thinking he can afford to pay a breach of contract penalty. Let us give him a taste of reality and remind him who holds the power. What do you suggest? Let us address this contractually. In nearly 2 years, he has released 5 albums, all copyright belonging to the company. According to the contract, if he leaves, he cannot even use the name Xiao Luo, right? That is true. This foolish lad probably hasn't grasped the gravity of the situation yet. Indeed, and we should also settle the operational costs and the funds spent on suppressing negative press. Shouldn't we? All told, aside from the penalty, he'll need to cough up a few million in total. That is over 20 million. Do you think any backer would be so generous as to part with such sums? If he truly possesses that kind of resolve, let him go. Once he leaves, we can unleash all the dirt on him, showing him what a dimensional strike feels like. His persona will crumble. Will he still have a place in the music industry then? Yuri Ruthless, RNTU. ISNT, your classmate. Him. At class reunions, he has had no qualms about disparaging me. If the opportunity arises, should I not teach him a lesson? All right, since you're in agreement. Let us proceed with your plan. Let us apply some pressure on this lad. After hanging up, Qiuya wrapped her arms around Zhao Xin. Isn't it a bit harsh to treat Xiao Luo this way? Is it? That rascal once harassed you at Fudan. If it weren't for Brother Chen's face, I would have dealt with him long ago, that he is merely an actor, indulging in a life of excess, surrounded by adoring fans, thinking he is invincible, that if I decide to act, it would be a simple matter. Why is Zhao Xin so confident? It's because he forced Xiao Luo to produce 5 albums, each a masterpiece, generating considerable profit. Yet it nearly drained Xiao Luo's potential. His value is dwindling. With that lackluster voice of his, any graduate from a music academy could easily outperform him. Once he departs from Brother Chen's company, it will be akin to chasing a dream. Fine, he is indeed quite bothersome. With so many rumors swirling, many are even more attractive than I. Why does he persist in pursuing me? Who told you that you are his unattainable moonlight? He cannot bear to let go of what he cannot have. Qiuya smiled proudly. I'm the woman he will never possess. Zhao Xion's lips twitched, unsure of how to respond. In the stillness of the night. After a round of mahjong, Qiuya, exhausted, drifted into sleep. Zhao Xion opened his attributes panel. Attributes panel. Physique, 25, normal adult. 5, skills, culinary arts. Level 4 martial arts. Level 4 throwing. Level 4 weapons. Level 4 running. Level 3 driving. Level 3 personal space. The space expands continuously with attribute growth. Currently at 14 cubic meters. His physical attribute had risen to 25, and martial arts reached level 4. Most importantly, both throwing and weapon skills had also achieved level 4. Now, even in a martial arts world akin to the Smiling Proud Wanderer or the Sword Rain, he could be considered a top-tier expert based solely on his physical attributes. He could accurately hit moving targets with throwing knives from 30 meters away and had developed techniques such as the blade drawing slash, triple slash, and the sleeve dragon technique. The sleeve dragon technique involves swiftly drawing a half-meter-long blade from a sleeve, targeting vital points with the element of surprise, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Various weapons were crafted in Longquan Town using alloy steel, which would undoubtedly be deemed divine weapons in ancient times. 3 days later, accompanied by Chioya, Zhao Xin arrived at the West Rainbow City Sports Center to watch a football match between the Daxiang team and the Gaofei team, which were essentially two mediocre teams. The goalkeeper of the Daxiang team was Zhao Xin's target, sporting a face strikingly similar to Xiao Luo's, though his physique had become unfit and his movement sluggish. As both teams floundered, they conceded 2 goals, showcasing their utter lack of skill. Brother Xin, what is so interesting about this match? Haha, if you watch it as a comedy, it might be more enjoyable, especially that goalkeeper. Don't you think he resembles Xiao Luo? Now that you mention it, there is a slight resemblance. Could he possibly be Xiao Luo's father? With a sudden splutter, Zhao Xin expelled a mouthful of beverage. Bewildered by the absurdity of the conversation. What nonsense is this? What are you babbling about? Just because someone appears older doesn't mean they deserve such insults. After all, he is merely a few years senior to Xiao Luo. Chioya, nestled in Zhao Xin's embrace, chuckled. Now that you mention it, it's even more amusing that is he perhaps related to Xiao Luo? They both look so aged. Perhaps, Zhao Xin replied. Let us ask him later. It won't cost us anything. All right then, let us go find out. 30 minutes later, as the match concluded, Chioya followed Zhao Xin's lead, treating the game as a comedy, which turned out to be quite effective. The two arrived at the entrance of the Daxiang team's locker room, where Wang Duyu and Zhuang Chang were still posturing, debating who played poorly, and no wonder they left without anyone trying to keep them. They were simply insufferable. Knocking before entering, they were greeted by the Daxiang team's coach, who, with a few remaining strands of hair, arrogantly inquired, "Who are you? How did you get in here? Did I invite you?" Zhao Xin smiled. Don't misunderstand. We're not here to cause trouble as fans. That I'm here for him. He pointed at Wang Duyu. If you're looking for Wang Duyu, that's fine, but if it comes to blows, take it outside. That don't fight in here. Wang Duyu's expression shifted to one of panic. That don't act recklessly. Is there still a law? Is there even legal recourse? I assure you, there are surveillance cameras here. Zhuang Chang interjected with a smirk. The cameras here have been broken for ages. Chioya burst into laughter, and Zhao Xin couldn't help but join in. Zhuang Chang was already revealing his true colors. Wang Duyu's face paled as he gritted his teeth. I appreciate it. Zhuang Chang clapped Wang Duyu on the shoulder, laughing heartily. Come on, why so formal with me, bro? Wait a minute, without cameras, what if they beat you up? You know that, Wang Duyu retorted. This situation has me flabbergasted. Look, I'm not very familiar with Wang Duyu. Just beat him up and leave me out of it. Chioya couldn't stifle her giggles. Drawing the attention of the Daxiang team, Zhao Xin had no intentions of allowing onlookers to gawk at his girlfriend. Rest assured, I'm not here to beat you up. That I'm here to offer you a chance to make money. With your skills, your presence on the field makes no difference. Why not seize the opportunity to earn a bit more? Don't say such things. My dream is to be the best goalkeeper. And you haven't even told me how much I could earn. Are you sure you want to say it here? That's unnecessary. Let us change venues. My distant cousin has a fried rice stall at the night market. His cooking is exceptional. My treat. You are quite generous. Of course, who in Shihong City doesn't know that I, Wang Duyu, am a timely reign. Song Haizi is a villain. That I'm a hero. So that's settled. All right, let us get in the car. You lead the way. The trio departed the stadium, where a tiger headbands awaited them. Wang Duyu, the rascal, attempted to open the rear door. Front seat. What are you thinking? As the vehicle set off, Wang Duyu directed the driver to the Zhoupu night market in Pudong New District. They strolled inward until they spotted a fried rice stall, bustling with activity, surrounded by several tables. Zhangqi, I'll have 3 servings of fried rice, full of ingredients, since I'm treating someone, Zhao Xin ordered. Upon glancing over, Zhao Xin exclaimed, No way, it's actually Zhangqi from Fast Furious, but he appears quite youthful. Probably around 20, definitely the pinnacle of military academy good looks. All right, just a moment. Treating someone here, you're the real cheapskate. After a 10-minute wait, the fried rice was served, and Wang Duyu devoured it with unrestrained enthusiasm. Zhao Xin took a bite and found it to be a culinary marvel, clearly showcasing a level 4 skill. Your distant cousin looks a lot like you. Is he truly a relative? Zhao Xin inquired. Well, he is decent, but not quite as good as I was back in the day that I've been wasting away in the team. Now, can you finally share what money-making scheme you have in mind? Sure. Has anyone ever mentioned that you resemble Xiao Luo? Yes. When I first saw him, I thought he might be my distant cousin, but it turns out he has got no relation to me. Can you sing? Of course. Not to brag, but I was once known as the singing god of Pudong, and I even won a singing competition. Better than Xiao Luo? Absolutely. With that terrible voice of his, if I can't surpass him. I might as well hang myself. Then it's settled. The path to riches is simple. You should replace Xiao Luo. That I just saw your cousin. He bears a striking resemblance to him. Instead of that, why not form a duo and call it BOYSS? Sing all of Xiao Luo's songs, release an album, and perform nationwide. It's guaranteed to be profitable. Ha cough cough. Wang Duiyu coughed violently. You can't be serious. If I actually did that, Woon-T, I end up in trouble. Plus, my cousin dreams of becoming a race car driver. He sells fried rice to save up for training. Once he has enough, he'll pursue his racing career. But no one is stopping him. Becoming a star is much more lucrative. Imagine a star race car driver. That is a bigger draw for money. Two birds with one stone. A win-win situation. You needn't worry about song copyrights. The company you'll sign with is Xiao Luo's current agency. All song rights are held by the company, so there won't be any issues. Are you for real? Wang Duiyu exclaimed, excitement coursing through him. I earn around 10 to 20,000 a day. Do I look like I'm joking? If you want to make more, just secure your cousin. All right, I'll talk to him. Give me some time. A smile crept onto Zhao Xin's lips as he produced a gold-embossed business card and slid it across to Wang Duiyu. This is my card. Don't keep me waiting too long. The two hopped into the tiger head bins and left, while Wang Duiyu glanced at the untouched fried rice on the table, devoured it all, and then stood up to assist Zhang Qi. Upon returning home, Chioya finally spoke. Xin, are you really planning to cut off Xiao Luo's path completely? Is that so? I've been quite merciful. If I were truly ruthless, I would ensure Xiao Luo meets his end at the peak of his success. Then hold an imitation show to find the person who resembles him most. Most likely Wang Duiyu and Zhang Qi. We could then form a group and cover Xiao Luo's albums to maximize profits. I've already spared Xiao Luo's life. That is quite generous of me. Seeing Zhao Xin's calm demeanor, Chioya couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. This was the world of capitalists. And it was indeed frightening. After sending Chioya off to bathe, Zhao Xin picked up the phone and dialed Boss Chun. Brother Chun, how are things going with Xiao Luo lately? As we guessed, that rascal Xiao Luo has found a new benefactor willing to support him in starting a company. He is dead set on switching camps. That's excellent. He'll either face a hefty breach of contract penalty or end up in a legal battle that could drag on for 2 to 3 years, which will surely wear him down. A few moments of silence followed before Chen's voice turned sour. This time it's different. That little rascal-esque benefactor is quite influential and has teamed up with several veteran stars. The threat he posed regarding my affairs has made things a bit complicated. Zhao Xin felt somewhat exasperated. Peace times were indeed challenging. Had it been in ancient times or during the Republic, he could have drawn a pistol and settled matters swiftly. Brother Chun, are you suggesting we let him off the hook? I have no choice. I only have one son, Chun Kai, and I'm not at ease about him. Especially now that you and the factory are involved that, if I retreat quickly, I can avoid complications that I in that case. Let us offer 1 million to let Xiao Luo go, that if they refuse, simply inform them that if they want the money, we can find someone in Yinbian to deal with them. Whether they survive is a matter of luck. They're all fragile porcelain, and they won't dare clash with us tough tiles. That works. It's infuriating to see that little rascal jumping around in front of me. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xin laughed heartily. Brother Chun, don't worry. With one less Xiao Luo, I'll return you two in exchange. One mature and steady. The other young and vibrant. We'll form a boys group and cover Xiao Luo's songs. Still a cash cow. He resembles Xiao Luo closely? Absolutely. There's a handsome 20-something who dreams of becoming a race car driver. Selling fried rice at the night market. How inspirational. We can package him as your discovery. A poor boy who still has dreams of singing. That LL create a buzz. Chindali couldn't help but be impressed. Brother, If we're talking about exploiting opportunities, you've left Xiao Luo with no chance at all. Haha, Brother Chun, your words wound me deeply. You reap the benefits while I bear the blame. How could that be? We are, after all, the best of partners. I can't help but think how unfortunate it is that you didn't refrain from striking my son back then. After a bit of banter, I arranged a meeting time with Wang Duyu and Zhang Qi. Believing that Zhang Qi would not refuse, stars shine brightly, and Zhang Qi embodies a peacock-like persona. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Zhao Xian stepped inside, and an unconventional game of water mahjong commenced. Indeed, the very next morning, Wang Duyu reached out to Zhao Xian with the news that Zhang Qi had agreed and inquired about the signing date. 3 days later, Zhao Xian brought the two to Chun Dali's Liang Music Company. Upon seeing them at the entrance, Chun Dali's eyes sparkled with excitement, especially at the sight of Zhang Qi. If not for his background knowledge, one might think Chun Dali was an old lecher. Brother Chun, I have brought the individuals you requested. Ensure the contract is favorable. They're not the kind of ingrates like Xiao Luo. Rest assured, my friend, it will be entirely fair. After you sign, all revenue will be split 50-50. With an annual opportunity for adjustment that, if you wish, I can also help pave the way for you to act, and you will undoubtedly rise to fame. Thank you. Boss Chun, I shall rely on your support moving forward. You were introduced by my brother, who assured me you are not ingrates, so I cannot let you down. Boss Chun, I have a question. Zhang Qi whispered, I still aspire to be a race car driver. Is that feasible? No problem at all. I know a racing club in Shihong City, and I can arrange for you to undergo trial training. As long as you possess talent, I will support your participation in competitions. I'm immensely grateful. I assure you I won't disappoint. All right, let us discuss this inside. Your name is Wang Duyu, correct? Your physique needs work. I will find a professional coach to train you and help you return to your prime. After delivering the individuals, Zhao Xian departed, leaving the contract signing to Chun Dali, who had already committed to not swindling them as he did Xiao Luo. The week flew by, and Chun Dali held a press conference to announce a peaceful separation from Xiao Luo. Wishing him a bright future, just as Xiao Luo departed, Wang Duyu and Zhang Qi, donned in suits, stepped forward. The white-gloved man officially announced the establishment of the boys' group, which would rearrange, record, and release Xiao Luo's album anew. This news was clear to any discerning observer, and the media present erupted with excitement, knowing that front-page headlines were imminent. As Xiao Luo headed to the airport, he initially wore a satisfied smile, believing he was finally free from exploitation, only to be blindsided by a phone call. What? They found 2 individuals who resemble me and intend to re-record and release my album. Is there no justice? Xiao Luo, it's futile. They have the rights to the songs, and you cannot win in court? Curse it. What am I to do? Of course, you must quickly write new songs. When they release their album, we will also launch ours, targeting them and letting fans know that without Xiao Luo, Liang Company is nothing. Fine, I understand. After hanging up, Xiao Luo's expression fluctuated. He still had some songs in mind, but they paled in comparison to his previous work. What was he to do now? Upon seeing the news in the newspaper, Zhao Xian could not help but chuckle. Competing with me? Do you think you stand a chance? Even if you traverse time. Xiao Luo, you remain merely a fortunate upstart. Taking you down is a simple task. With this thought, Zhao Xian took out paper and pen, composing 5 songs. Old Boy, Father, Desert Camel, Pastoral City, and Mercury, all of which could serve as title tracks. Each album could feature one, creating an appealing selling point. Upon witnessing Zhao Xian's songwriting ability, Qiuyu was momentarily bewildered. Brother Xian, you can write songs? Haha, I have many talents. I simply do not flaunt them like Xiao Luo. As that is of little use, 3 months later, a transformed Wang Duyu, alongside Zhang Qi, released Xiao Luo's first album, which included Old Boy and was indeed superior to Xiao Luo's performances. Xiao Luo had boasted about challenging them. Yet he fell silent, as if his earlier bravado had been mere hot air. Most distressing for Xiao Luo was that this album sold an astounding 600,000 copies, surpassing his own sales from years prior. Truly infuriating. The media once again reveled, proclaiming that while Xiao Luo could write songs, his singing prowess had never improved, leaving much to be desired. Zhang Qi passed the racing driver examination and became a rally driver. This news further positioned Xiao Luo as a point of comparison. Both were young stars, yet one was inspirational, while the other was embroiled in scandals and accusations of exploitation, an evident contrast at that moment. Zhao Xin found himself in a casino in Macau, where, through keen observation of the dice, he won 12 consecutive rounds, amassing a substantial sum, thereby laundering Huang Jiqiang's money, returning to Shenzhen with these funds. He invested 1 million into Xiao Ma to develop users, prioritizing growth over immediate profits, before heading back to Tinglin Town for the annual meeting. Sister Hua distributed this year's reports and took a seat beside Zhao Xin. Little sister, you manage the company primarily. I, old Chun, am a simple man and cannot comprehend these matters. Would you mind explaining it to everyone? Certainly. Our factory scale has stabilized, and we are essentially at full capacity for orders from the northern regions. Making further breakthroughs unlikely. Conversely, our foreign trade, particularly the QQ lingerie, fashionable sleepwear, and stockings designed by Zhao Xin's friends, has proven exceptionally lucrative in Europe and America, already surpassing domestic profits. Sales of shoes, hats, bags, and accessories are also on the rise. And next year we will undoubtedly catch up to clothing profits. I would like to add that since our foreign trade is thriving, we may be operating under private labels, but our designs are our own. Inform our overseas partners that next year, all new product prices will increase by 50%. Isn't that a bit excessive? What if they refuse to cooperate? Haha, Sister Hua, you underestimate them. You see, our products in foreign markets are priced at a minimum of 10 times higher, while those so-called blue blood and red blood brands are priced over 100 times higher. Raising ours by half is hardly excessive. Ideally, they will agree. If not, we won't hesitate to seek other partners, once they have accepted once. We will raise prices 4 times within a year, each time by 50%. That I think my brother's reasoning is sound. Those foreigners feast on meat, so we ought to at least get a taste of the broth. If we don't raise prices, it will feel like we're drinking dishwater. Sister Hua and Lu Yi nodded in agreement, affirming that it was settled. Having finalized the factory's development, Zhao Xin spoke again, Brother Chun. Sister Hua, I remember Lu Yi. Yes, there was that intention. But now with so many matters concerning the team, there hasn't been time to pursue IT. No worries, as long as we have the funds. Who would refuse to work? We can find someone older to take your place, allowing Sha Chun and Ma Dongmei to serve as vice captains, ensuring no mishaps occur. You wanted to manage a supermarket? I had that idea. But one person alone isn't enough. You should focus on your duties, handling product selection, while we need Sister Hua for the management side. Sister Hua rolled her eyes. Are you trying to work me to death? At least treat me like a person. Ha, Sister Hua. What are you saying? Zhao Xin scratched his nose awkwardly. You could delegate some of the work here and then oversee the supermarket. Also, Brother Chun, you should choose the location. Leveraging your connections to find suppliers that we need vegetables and fruits, ideally having your subordinates conduct on-site investigations and sign contracts with local farmers. This way, we can secure lower prices, yielding greater profits while gaining a good reputation for supporting farmers. Ensuring quality as well. Wow. Chindali gasped in awe. Brother, your ambitions are grand. Indeed, I aim to emulate the large supermarkets like Carrefour and Walmart, starting from Shihong City, creating large-scale supermarkets. Simultaneously, I won't overlook smaller supermarkets. Aiming to establish convenience stores akin to Hong Kong's 7-Eleven. What do you all think? Sounds good, but let's set aside financial concerns for now and focus on the manpower issue that we simply do not have enough staff. Then we should request assistance from the leadership. We are striving to develop Shihong City into an international metropolis, which requires considerable effort, and we have addressed so many employment issues. Surely they should recommend us some skilled professionals? Chundali raised his thumb in approval. You've got a point. I will approach the leadership and discuss this. The business over there should be handed to others. All right, I appreciate your help. Brother Chun, as a few individuals dispersed to tend to their respective tasks. No one seemed to question why Zhao Xin had no obligations to fulfill. It was a testament to the value of collaborating with an astute mind. Zhao Xin's intellect was the most crucial asset. Moreover, Chundali held a 20% stake. Hua Jie possessed another 20. Lu Yi had 10, and Xiao Ma owned 5. Thus, Zhao Xin's share was relatively modest. Time swiftly passed, and 2 years slipped by, rendering the glory of Xia Luo a mere relic of the past. Ironically, it was the seemingly frivolous boys that blossomed from the remnants of Xiao Luo. The real star was Zhang Qi, who had surprisingly secured championships in 2 minor international racing competitions, thereby amplifying the group's fame. That year, during the Bambuluk race, Zhang Qi emerged as one of the foremost contenders for victory. Yet unbeknownst to all competitors, Zhao Xin also donned a racing suit and made his presence felt on the track. Having qualified for the event, Louis approached Zhao Xin, a look of bewilderment on his face. "Master Xin, I've heard this race can be perilous. Why would you choose to participate? As you often say, UVE achieved financial independence. Why not live life fully instead of courting danger? That may be the case for you, where courting danger could result in dire consequences. For me, it poses no threat whatsoever." Zhao Xin retorted. "Now, be off with you. I am exceedingly reliable. Even if my car were to be wrecked, I would emerge unscathed. 2 years prior, he had altered the narrative of the wealthiest individual in Shihong City. Earning 2 skill points. After experimenting, he discovered that super body could not be enhanced, while the other skills required reaching level 2 to progress to level 3, which was quite lackluster to alter the trajectory of Fast and Furious life. The simplest approach was to prevent Zhang Qi from claiming the championship. Thus, Zhao Xin devoted a year to honing his driving skills, achieving the highest level 5, and arrived at the racetrack. Yes, he gazed at Zhang Qi in the distance, grinning broadly while signing autographs. Exuding an aura of certainty regarding his championship, Zhao Xin felt a surge of joy. Should Zhang Qi witness Zhao Xin's triumph, his expression would undoubtedly be comical. One by one, the racing cars departed. And finally, it was Zhao Xin's turn. Alone, without a navigator, he approached the starting line. As the green light illuminated, the car surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a trail of dust in its wake. Helicopters hovered above, capturing Zhao Xin's fluid maneuvers, which were relayed to the grand screen, astonishing all spectators with their breathtaking smoothness. Inside the car, Zhao Xin felt unfulfilled. The current speed represented the limit of the racetrack, not his personal threshold. With the advantage of Superbrain, he was capable of achieving even better results. Regrettably, the car's capabilities fell short. 3 hours later, Zhang Qi stood on the podium for the second place, staring in disbelief at Zhao Xin. After the award ceremony, Zhang Qi jogged over to Zhao Xin, exclaiming, "What is going on? How did you become a race car driver?" Zhao Xin patted his shoulder. "I've heard you've been quite boastful lately. So I thought I'd come and broaden your horizons that I in great endeavors. Your type is most ill-suited. Too much noise with little substance. If you wish to boast, first, you must surpass my record." Zhang Qi was at a loss for words. Winning the championship was one thing, but breaking Zhao Xin's record was no small feat. He was 10 minutes ahead of the previous record. Sun Yuqi approached Zhang Qi. "Who is that? I've never heard of him in the industry. He just obliterated the record by 10 minutes. "Ah, that Master Xi ended my current achievements are entirely thanks to his assistance. Who would have thought he was a hidden master, like a monk sweeping the floor?" Upon returning to his tent, Lu Yi rushed over. Embracing Zhao Xin, "You are incredible. I had no idea you could so casually take the championship. Basic skills, nothing extraordinary. After all these years, you should be accustomed to it," Zhao Xin replied, feigning modesty. "All right, let the team handle the remaining tasks. We shall return now." With Lu Yi in tow, he departed the tent, sliding into a 5th-generation GTR from 1999, racing away from Bambuluk, leaving behind a tale of legend. As they sped past Beijing, Zhao Xin received a message and decided to linger a while longer. Enjoying drinks with a client, on stage, Xiao Luo donned a yellow Bruce Lee training suit, brandishing nunchucks and bouncing around, resembling a comical monkey. "Isn't that your former classmate?" someone remarked. "Has he resorted to performing in bars for money?" "That's not a performance. It's a side gig to earn cash. No one else would hire him," came the retort. With a wave, he summoned a waiter to bring a case of 12 beers to the stage, instructing him to ensure they were all consumed, each bottle costing 1,000 yuan, and any unfinished bottles would still incur that cost. The waiter nodded and departed, while Xiao Luo, upon hearing the waiter's words, immediately opened 2 bottles in gratitude to the audience, declaring, "Let us show you what we've got." With remarkable proficiency, he inserted the bottles into his mouth and executed a flawless dragon-esque breath, drenching his chest as at least one bottle overflowed. Afterward, bottles continued to vanish, the crowd cheering him on as his pants became soaked and his shoes filled with beer. In the back, Zhang Yang and Meng Tijiao cheered for Xia Luo, their enthusiasm palpable. After exhausting the 12 bottles, Zhao Xin ascended the stage, placing 12,000 yuan in Xia Luo's hand. Impressive work. I believe in you. But destined for a comeback. Zhao Xin smiled and nodded. You're capable, but you must continue to write great songs. Keep at it. Just know, my wealth increases by 20 to 30 million each year. The two exchanged pleasantries as if they were long-lost classmates. With Zhao Xin returning to his booth and Xia Luo retreating backstage, where his earlier composure began to wane. Damn it, he cursed, kicking over a trash can in the break room. That you'll pay for this. One day I'll make you kneel before me. Dressed flamboyantly, Meng Tijiao approached, soothing Xia Luo's back. Calm down, why bother? I've heard Zhao Xin's factory is the most profitable in the entire Yangtze River Delta. Even as a major star, you can't compete. I refuse to accept that. I will surpass him, he declared, only to kick a chair that was bolted to the ground. Instantly, his face turned purple as he clutched his toes. Emitting a wail of pain, Zhao Xin and Lu Yi departed the bar, returning to their hotel. Lu Yi inquired, "Is that guy really your classmate? He seem particularly bright. How can you say such a thing? I may not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but I've been fortunate to associate with you, and Hua J. I am why father once told me. It's fine not to be smart. As long as you surround yourself with the right people, you seem to possess a wisdom that belies your appearance. Let us head back to Tinglin Town tomorrow morning. All right, I'll take my leave and rest now." A month later, the World Cup commenced, marking the first time the Chinese men's football team qualified for the tournament, igniting nationwide celebrations as everyone awaited their performance. Yet, Zhao Xin knew the outcome would be disheartening. They were utterly humiliated. This was merely the peak. Soon they wouldn't even be able to defeat Vietnam, losing all face. After years of anticipation, Zhao Xin promptly entered the lottery center, only to be taken aback by the format, so different from what he had envisioned. One could not bet on victory or defeat. Only the top 8 and 4 were available for wagers. This was sheer madness. Who would remember such trivialities? He could only recall 3 of the final 4 teams: Germany, Brazil, and South Korea. Who was the last? With determination, he selected the super brain skill, enduring a bout of headache before his memory sharpened significantly. Yet a dilemma arose. He still didn't know the last team in the final 4. Having never researched it, he had no choice but to place a bet on each team once, leaving the national team out of it, leaving the lottery center with a stack of tickets. His initial obsession had waned, replaced by a sense of ennui, especially since he was no longer financially constrained. Upon returning home, he received a call from Hua Jia. "Could you come to my house? I need to discuss something with you." 10 minutes later, after knocking and entering, he surveyed the room, noting the absence of anything related to Su Zhengtai. That moment, he felt a soft embrace from behind. Hua Jia had wrapped her arms around him. "I want a child. Will you help me? You have to take responsibility. Will the child carry the surname Su?" he inquired. Hua Jia stiffened, replying, "No, will be Zhang, the same as mine." Upon hearing these words, there were no further questions, and turning around, he embraced the person, commencing the strategic play of Taiwan. Hua Jia's skills were lackluster, allowing Zhao Xin to win several rounds of pure two-tube, inciting great frustration. 2 years later, Zhao Xin married Xioya, while Hua Jia cradled a 1-year-old child named Zhang Yan, which means the word is trustworthy. Just days after the wedding, Wang Fiyu approached Zhao Xin. "I must tell you, I am a billionaire. Do you believe it? So soon. It seems your partnership with Zhang Qi is quite lucrative." Zhao Xin feigned ignorance. "No, I suddenly have a second uncle in Taiwan with a fortune of 300 billion. If he gives me 10 billion, I'll spend it all in a month to inherit his estate. Otherwise, the money will be donated." "You're not joking, are you?" "Of course not. Even if I were to fabricate a story, I could never concoct something like this. Are you in need of money now?" "Not at all. I am now a millionaire. Following your advice, I purchased numerous properties, and their value has been consistently rising." "Then that is settled. Just have your second uncle donate the money directly, preferably in your name, and you would become a philanthropist in China. Wang Dui was taken aback. 300 billion, all donated. Whether to donate or not is up to you. This year's income from the ringtone business speaks for itself. With just that, you will inevitably become a billionaire, avoiding the vices of gambling and drugs. You could spend a lifetime without exhausting your wealth. What difference does it make if you have a little more or a little less? Well, let me think it over. Sure, take your time. After Wang Duyu departed, Zhao Xin picked up a newspaper from the table. And upon reading the entertainment section, he was astonished to see the headline: Famous singer Xia Luo hospitalized, diagnosed with AIDS. What the hell? This is unbelievable. It seems the netizen speculation was correct. AIDS was transmitted by Meng Tijiao to others. In the film, it was Meng Tijiao who infected Yuan Hua, who then passed it to Qiuya, who in turn infected Xia Luo. Now, without Yuan Hua and Qiuya, Xia Luo had directly fallen victim. And it was likely Zhang Yang did not escape unscathed either. Xia Luo truly was like a mud that could not be molded. He managed to endure until 2011 in the film. Yet now, in 2004, he was completely finished. Observing an increase in skill points, Zhao Xin, combined with a previous surplus, immediately allocated them to super self-healing. With the option to traverse time activated, Zhao Xin took Qiuya on a journey, dedicating more time to Hua Jie and their child. Although they were not married, it felt akin to being one family. He made time to participate in car racing competitions, leaving his mark on the world. He persevered until 2008, and on August 8, 2008, at 8:08 p.m., he held the hands of Hua Jie and Qiuya, witnessing the opening ceremony of the Olympic Games. Once they had both fallen asleep, Zhao Xin ascended to the rooftop of the hotel and chose to traverse time. Simultaneously, in the hospital, a sudden bout of coughing blood led to his being rushed into the ICU, and after a frantic effort, the doctors announced his death. Outside the ICU, Zhang Yang, horrified, sat down abruptly, and after a moment of shock, he dashed off to confront Meng Tijiao. Amidst the chaos, Zhao Xin felt an attack and swiftly reached out, seizing the ankle of his assailant, applying a fierce grip, accompanied by a sickening crack and a scream that echoed through the night. "Let go, you fool! Are you seeking death?" Zhao Xin opened his eyes to find himself in a dilapidated cabin aboard a smuggling boat, surrounded by numerous men and women clad in attire from the 1970s and 80s. The individual whose ankle he had just crushed was a henchman of the traffickers, now lying on the ground. Wailing in pain, "I'm asking you a question, you fool. Are you courting death? If it weren't for Pu Guang sending you here to work, I would have thrown you overboard. Are we nearing the White Eagle? To hell with the White Eagle. We're almost to Xiangjiang. Have you lost your mind? Get your act together. We're preparing to disembark. You fool. You blind fool. Can't you see? I'm 185 centimeters tall, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and with a handsome face that appeals to everyone from 5 to 90 years old. You dare call me a fool? So what? If I say you're a fool, then you are one. If you have the ability, then don't smuggle over here." ISNT living well enough. Before the traffickers could react, Zhao Xin erupted, stomping down on the neck of the groaning henchman, then swinging his hand, striking the fool until blood gushed from all 7 orifices and a dent formed in his skull. After searching their bodies, he discovered over 50,000 RMB in cash, indicating that smuggling was indeed profitable. Though the amount in Hong Kong dollars was meager, only a few hundred. Spitting on the ground in disdain, he exclaimed, "You fool, call me handsome. We're in Xiangjiang, and you still dare to call me a fool? You truly have a death wish." Exiting the cabin, he entered the cockpit to find the helm propped up with an iron rod, and the place was empty, leaving Zhao Xin bewildered. What the hell? With just 2 people aboard, how could you risk everything like this? Running back to the cabin, he addressed the smuggled passengers. "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" A burly man stood up. "Brother, let us hear the good news first. The good news is you 1T have to disembark to pay the balance. I have taken over this boat. And the bad news? No one knows how to operate it, so we might crash onto the beach." T that moment, a dark-skinned thin man stood up. "Brother, I could drive the boat. Shall I take a turn?" "All right, you go ahead. Get us to shore as quickly as possible. Everyone can then go their separate ways." With the traffickers eliminated, The atmosphere grew relaxed, and the passengers leisurely made their way to the deck, gazing longingly at the lights of Xiangjiang in the distance. Zhao Xin stood at the bow when someone approached him, walking alongside, offering a mosquito coil. Glancing sideways, he was momentarily stunned. "Thanks, brother. What should I call you?" "I'm sure Bao, here to seek opportunities. Brother, your skills are impressive. Would you like to collaborate?" Internally, Zhao Xin was speechless, marveling at the coincidence of sharing a boat with the infamous Daquan Bao. This man was the director Sure from the underworld who had pressured Jimmy into darkness. "So it's you, Brother Bao. My apologies that I'm Zhao Xin, with Xin meaning trustworthy that I have my own mission on this trip, so I may not be able to join forces." Saying this, he finished his mosquito coil and pulled out a special coil he acquired from Li Fugua. Offering it to Daquan Bao, "Here, give this a try. It's a rare find that most people can't get." Daquan Bao accepted it, his pupils narrowing, harboring a hint of suspicion regarding Zhao Xin's identity. Nodding with a smile and falling silent. 5 minutes later, a voice from behind called out, "Look, we can see the shore." We've arrived at Xiangjiang. Zhao Xin turned. "Do you want me to give you a loudspeaker to call the water police?" "Are you out of your mind? We're here to smuggle, not to sightsee." The person struck at half his face swollen, spitting out a large tooth, not daring to speak. The previous trafficker had been killed with a single slap, and merely surviving was a stroke of luck. Everyone fell silent as the boat approached, beams of flashlights flickering from the shore 3 times. "As we get closer, it must be the traffickers here to assist us." "Brother, do we still have to pay? Why not just sail away and disembark somewhere else?" "Are you stupid? You're unfamiliar with this area. What if we hit a reef, with so many women aboard? How many would drown? And what about the water police in Xiangjiang? Do you want to be discovered and face a violent end? As we get closer, I killed those 2. You didn't think I was actually going to pay. Did you? All right, brother, I'll follow your lead." Just as the boat docked, a crowd jumped into the water, scrambling toward the shore. The trafficker, along with a dozen henchmen, began to beat and scold these people. "Want to run? I haven't received my money yet. You mainlanders, behave yourselves. Lift your heads so I can see you, or I'll beat you to death." Watching the henchmen brandishing knives, the smuggled individuals dared not retaliate. Resembling a herd of cattle being corralled, Zhao Xin jumped off the boat, recognizing the trafficker's familiar face, instantly recalling which film he was from, and glanced at the smuggled individuals, spotting a woman who stood out among the crowd. Unmistakably a must-have in Hong Kong cinema. Casually walking up to the trafficker, he inquired, "Are you the one Brother Guang arranged to pick me up?" "You're Pu Guang's subordinate. Stand aside. Once I'm done here, I'll take you with me." Just as he finished speaking, he was met with a slap that sent him sprawling on the beach. "That I'm talking to you, and your attitude shows me no respect." Shi Tu Ming, bewildered, stared at Zhao Xin and exclaimed, "What the hell, are you crazy? Just because you hail from Pu Guang, do you think I won't dare to act against you?" With a swift kick, Shi Tu Ming was sent flying, blood spilling from his mouth. "You know I'm with Brother Guang, yet you question my sanity. Of course, I'm incensed." Having said that, he treaded through the mud, leaving 2 deep tracks in the sand as he approached Shi Tu Ming. Before the latter could utter a word, Zhao Xin stomped down, snapping his neck. But he killed the boss. Everyone attack and slay him. The horsemen of Shi Tu Ming, witnessing the death of their leader, could hardly contain his excitement and immediately commanded his underlings to kill Zhao Xin. By avenging their boss, he would ascend to power, and the business of Shi Tu would belong to him. Zhao Xin let out a cold laugh, grabbed Shi Tu Ming's lifeless body, and forcefully hurled it at several individuals. With another powerful kick, a cloud of sand was kicked up. The henchmen shielded their eyes, but Zhao Xin had already reached them, unleashing a barrage of punches. After 4 strikes, 4 heads were caved in, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Seizing the moment while the underlings were momentarily stunned, he executed a heart-piercing elbow strike, killing 1 more, then twisted his body, unleashing a flurry of martial arts moves, tiger climbing the mountain, and the earth-shattering cannon, each blow lethal. Only the horseman who had spoken earlier remained, turning to flee, only to be met with Zhao Xin's blade, which pierced through his calf, causing him to scream in agony as he fell to the ground. The smuggled immigrants stood frozen in fear, and even the large circle leopards seemed dazed. Was this truly someone sent by Guojia to carry out a mission? Zhao Xin straightened his posture, cracked his neck, causing the immigrants to instinctively retreat, fearing he might turn his wrath upon them. What are you staring at? Hurry and scram. Do you expect me to drive you away? Instantly, everyone sighed in relief and fled, leaving only the large circle leopard, who clasped his hands in respect to Zhao Xin. Take care, brother. You too. Zhao Xin returned a standard military salute, causing the large circle leopard's eyes to brighten as he turned to leave. Enough of this charade. Get up. If you don't, I'll make sure you truly die. Lead me to Shi Tu-ming's lair. Hearing Zhao Xin's voice, Shi Tu-ming's horseman staggered to his feet, grimacing in pain. Brother, what are your orders? Call me Liangzai. Liangzai, what are your orders? What did you say? I'm called Lipi Chung. With a name like that, it's no wonder you can't become a boss. Hurry and lead the way to Shi Tu-ming's lair. I need to borrow some money from him since he has kicked the bucket anyway. All right, big brother. Lipi Chung led the way, while Zhao Xin followed lazily behind. The air was tainted with the stench of cow dung, prompting Zhao Xin to grimace. Didn't they say Xiangjiang was paved with gold? It's all nonsense. It's more like cow dung everywhere. Liangzai, this is Saigon, of course, it smells like cow dung. Once we reach Wanchai, or Yaomati, then you'll see the true Xiangjiang, where everything you desire is at your fingertips. Is it really that good? Big brother, if you don't believe me, I can find an opportunity to take you to see for yourself. All right, but first I need to ask, do you know where there's a crematorium? You know, place for burning bodies? There are plenty of funeral homes, but as for a crematorium, it seems the only one is at Hee Stone and Family. After all, this kind of thing is rather ominous, as long as there's one. Take me there tomorrow. In truth, while Lipi Chung led the way, Zhao Xin utilized his biological field and personal space to collect the bodies. Burying them would take too much time. Incinerating them was the best option. No evidence of death, otherwise the space would fill up and delay matters. Rest assured, Liangzai, I'll take you there tomorrow. Lipi Chung limped ahead. And after nearly an hour, they finally arrived at a modest self-built building, entering through the door. The decor was lackluster, but there were numerous jars of snake wine that appeared somewhat nauseating. For someone called Shi Tu-ming, it is hard to believe he would steep so much snake wine. The hygiene seemed to have been neglected for ages, emitting a faint odor of decay, which was hard for Zhao Xin, who had surpassed human limits, to endure. Liangzai, this is where we usually stay. The sanitation is subpar. Please bear with me. Can I go treat my wounds first? I feel like I'm dying. I'll help you. With that, Zhao Xin dashed in front of Lipi Chung and with a single slap, shattered his skull. Now the pain won't bother you. It's your first time? Dizziness is normal. Lipi Cheng's eyes widened in shock, staring blankly at Zhao Xin, seemingly unable to comprehend how someone who had just been fine could suddenly turn violent and end his life. Zhao Xin merely scoffed. Shi Tu-ming was no good, and you lot are complicit in his wrongdoings. How could you be anything but vile? Armed and ready to kill, in the previous world, one couldn't act recklessly, but in this Hong Kong cinematic universe, could he afford to show mercy? He collected the bodies and searched each room, most of which were filled with rubbish and remnants of women's clothing. In the largest room, he discovered a tattoo machine, clearly the domain of Shi Tu-ming. As expected, he found a small safe, pried it open with a crowbar, and assessed the contents. Besides some gold jewelry and jade bracelets, there were only over 50,000 Hong Kong dollars, truly impoverished. The other rooms yielded even less, totaling less than 20,000. No wonder they said gangsters had no future. They were utterly broke. After a shower, he spent the night in the building. The next day, dressed in a casual suit, he appeared like a successful individual. After inquiring around, he took a taxi to the crematorium at Hee Stone in the Northern District. If Saigon was backward, this northern area was desolate, with many places devoid of human presence. Upon reaching the crematorium, he encountered an elderly man dozing off. The incinerator operational. The old man looked up. Yes, is it a relative or a friend who has passed? The body hasn't been delivered yet, but can you take me to see the incinerator? While speaking, he slid 50 Hong Kong dollars into the old man's hand, instantly brightening the elder's demeanor. Sure, I have nothing to do. I'll show you. The two proceeded to the incinerator room, where a large chimney loomed overhead. Upon entering, they found a disheveled man in work attire, around 40 years old. sleeping soundly on a small bed. The old man kicked him awake. "You can't sleep while on the job? Be careful, or I'll tell the boss." Startled awake, the man exclaimed, "Zhengbo, don't mess with me. Scaring someone can be deadly. A client wants to see the incinerator. I'm leaving you to it." With that, Zheng Bo exited, leaving the man bewildered. Seeing Zhao Xin's attire, he was perplexed. "What do you want to see the incinerator for?" Zhao Xin casually handed him $100. "Teach me how to use it." "You're not thinking of stealing my job, are you? Are you foolish, or am I? This suit costs tens of thousands." "Steal your job?" He slid another $100 over. Yes. Gratefully accepting the money, the man shook off his drowsiness. "It's quite simple. Pull out this iron plate, place the body on it, push it back, and press this button. It will spray oil and ignite. Within 20 minutes, the body will be reduced to ashes." "Not bad." Zhao Xin nodded, tossing him 10 large bills. "That I'll need the incinerator for 2 hours. Don't let anyone disturb me. And this 10,000 is yours. Any objections? You're not planning to commit suicide, are you?" Smack. He received a hard slap across the neck. "I make several tens of thousands a day. Would I commit suicide? Just give me a straight answer." All right, whatever you say, I'll do it. I'll wait for you outside." Once the man had left, Zhao Xin retrieved the bodies, 18 in total, to be burned in 3 batches. The chimney emitted black smoke, accompanied by the aroma of roasting meat. After an hour, the bodies were reduced to ashes, and Zhao Xin emerged, producing 5 more large bills. "Keep your mouth shut and don't speak recklessly." The man understood that Zhao Xin had likely burned something illicit, perhaps smuggled in through the back window. However, he didn't interfere. In this day and age, money spoke volumes. Earning 15,000 in an hour equated to several months of his pay. "Thank you, boss. I'll keep my mouth shut. If you need anything, please come again." Watching Zhao Xin leave while humming a tune, the man thought to himself that after his shift he could stroll around Boring Street and perhaps indulge in a couple of large dishes. Having dealt with the bodies, Zhao Xin felt unburdened, having altered his fate in Hong Kong and gained an additional skill point. Life in the Hong Kong cinematic universe was indeed exhilarating. He took a taxi to Causeway Bay, where triads were ubiquitous, a smile breaking across his face. The air of freedom felt exhilarating. "Over there, you handsome fellow, yes, I'm talking to you. Come here for a moment." A swaggering youth clad in a floral shirt, bewildered, approached, asking what instructions I had. "Is it convenient for us to sit down and chat?" $100. "Do you take me for a beggar? A conversation is fine, but $100 is insufficient." "Then forget it. I shall seek someone else." The expression of the short thug grew menacing. "You think you can just look for someone else? Do you consider me the prince of the wild dragon? Easy to bully? Damn, a little punk dares to shout at me. You truly have no fear of death." With a swift slap, the man fell into a deep slumber akin to that of an infant. The few companions with him, witnessing the scene, drew out their switchblades and charged forward. Zhao Xin flicked his wrist, producing a metal ruler, and with a single strike, incapacitated all 5. Damn it, I merely wished to gather information. Why must it be so disgraceful? Noticing patrolling officers approaching, Zhao Xin turned and vanished into a narrow alley. Half an hour later, 2 short thugs sat across from Zhao Xin. One bore the visage of a pop idol, while the other resembled Liang Shangqi. They were none other than the notorious brothers, a Fei and a Ji, known as the ghost who makes the brothers tremble. "You too. Enlighten me about the gangs in Xiangjiang. If your account is satisfactory, each shall receive $200. If not, a beating awaits." A Fei covered his left cheek, while a Ji shielded his right, both wearing pitiful expressions. "Big brother, we shall speak well." After half an hour, Zhao Xin nodded in satisfaction, handing over $500 each to send them on their way. The intricacies of this Hong Kong genre exceeded his expectations. The area of Xiangjiang was 5 times larger than normal, with an uncountable number of gangs. The 4 major gangs and Lianxing, the numbers gang, Hung Hing, and Donghing. There were even more mid-sized gangs, such as Fei Hong from Xin Mountain, Hongtai, led by Wei Ji Xiang, the Wet Society, and Wang Bao, who boldly claimed dominion over Tsim Sha Sui after midnight. Exiting the tea restaurant, I inhaled a breath of freedom. The more chaotic, the better, such as the current Hong Kong genre. Even if Batman were to arrive, he would be pinned down and minced into dumpling filling. Just as I was about to leave, a voice called out from behind, "Brother Nan, it's him." He sought us out for information, refused to pay, and even beat us up. Turning around, I saw Chen Haonan, with long hair and a thumb in his ear, accompanied by Shanji de Tian, Jiao Pai, and Bo Pai. Hey, you punk, which path do you tread? Daring to strike a brother of Hung Hing in Causeway Bay, do you wish to court death? You look quite flashy. If you pay 10 or 80,000 for medical expenses, we might let you off. Shanji arrogantly proclaimed. Zhao Xin chuckled. May I inquire about your name, young man? Damn it, I'm called Shanji, the chicken of the chicken gang. Those who respect me may call me Chicken Master. And I can handle that. Damn, just a little punk? What nonsense are you spewing? My big brother Chen Haonan is the top horse of Hung Hing in Causeway Bay. Who the hell do you think you are? So, you claim to be part of the underworld? I'm so scared. I'm with the Queen of England. Try touching me. Saying this, Zhao Xin loosened his suit, revealing a holster at his waist, housing a .38 caliber revolver, the standard issue for Hong Kong police, said to be ineffective beyond 30 meters. Damn it, the cops are so impressive, thinking they can assault anyone in Causeway Bay. Zhao Xin displayed a mocking smile. Indeed, the police can act with impunity. I saw them harassing citizens, so I intervened, and they attempted to assault an officer. That's why they were beaten up, if they weren't taken to the station. They should consider it a favor. What nonsense are you babbling? When did we ever harass citizens? I say it is so. When it reaches the courtroom, who do you think the judge will believe? You or me? Punk? Damn you! Zhao Xin's audacity was unbearable. Shanji couldn't take it any longer, cursing as he lunged forward. Unexpectedly, a .38 caliber appeared in his hand, while Zhao Xin brandished a Glock. Aiming at his head, assaulting an officer, attempting to seize a firearm. I could take you down right now, and, at most, I'd write a report. Do you wish to test whether my gun is loaded? Shanji was utterly flabbergasted, not expecting the officer before him to be not only unreasonable, but also so quick in action. All right, officer, there's no need for such a scene. It was our mistake. Why not let it go? Damn it, you think you can just decide that? You surrounded me, making me quite displeased. I don't want to let it go. What do you want then? Shanji inquired again. With a resounding slap, a mark appeared on Shanji's face. He barely managed to stay upright, spitting out a tooth. I'm extremely irate. Can I not vent my anger on you? Don't go too far. Be careful I don't file a complaint against you. How many complaints do you think you can handle? 100 or 200? Zhao Xin tilted his head toward the Tian air, a serious glint flashing across his eyes. Wearing this outfit indicates I still have some limitations. If I were to remove it and fetch a batch of firearms, you'd all be in for a family reunion. Would you like to test that? This time, the Tian air also faltered. This man was indeed deranged, reminiscent of the black cops during the reign of Lei Luo. Utterly unreasonable. Officer, it was an unintentional mistake. Could you spare us? We'll serve you tea and apologize. See? No wonder this long-haired creature can be a leader. You're all just short thugs. This is what professionalism looks like that I've just taken over Wan Chai. Give me some intel, and I'll make a name for myself. We can all coexist peacefully. Wouldn't you agree? You're asking us to wear red shoes. That's impossible. Don't even think about it. Then I'll just take you down right here and write a report when I return. After all, there are your fingerprints on the gun. You damn it, Shanji began, but another slap marked his face, causing him to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. Your mouth is truly foul, only serving to ignite my anger further. If I leave unsatisfied today, you all shall visit the police station to see if there are any cases against you. Chen Haonan squinted. I can provide you with information. Tonight at Kowloon S No. 3 port, there's a shipment coming in. You might want to check it out. What a coincidence, believe it or not. That's up to you. I've already given you the intel. Zhao Xin patted Chen Haonan on the shoulder. See? No wonder you're the boss. Police and civilians working together benefits us all. But if I find out you're playing me, I will definitely sweep your Hung Hing's territory, leaving chaos in its wake. At that point, it'll all be on you. Once Zhao Xin walked far away, Chen Haonan darkly assisted Shanji to his feet. Brother Nan, are you truly wearing red shoes? Are we not avenging Shanji? What do you mean by red shoes? Ba Bai is part of it too. He is not one of our own. Besides, the truth of the information is still uncertain. It might be false. As for revenge, of course, we shall go to Wan Chai police station and inquire about the newcomer. Ascertain their background. We'll take our time. All right, Brother Nan. I'll head there now. Sean G's face was swollen like a pig's head. Squinting, he spat out a tooth. Brother Nan, once I peel off his skin, let me handle the revenge. Rest assured, I won't let you suffer in vain. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin chuckled to himself, finding it quite amusing. Those fools, Chun Hao Nan and his ilk, didn't even check their credentials before believing themselves to be officers. The key was that .38 caliber. It was too iconic. Aside from the police, no one else would dare use it. Entering a roadside mobile phone shop, he purchased a phone, which, likely due to its fusion with the plot of 90s Hong Kong films, was one of those that required hours of charging for 5 minutes of conversation. He hailed a car by the roadside, and once inside, a somewhat balding man, smiling, asked, "Sir, where to?" "West Kowloon Police Station." "No need to rush. I'm not in a hurry." "Understood. Please sit tight." I once knew a man named Song Zaheo. He was a big shot in counterfeiting American dollars, but was later betrayed by his superior. When he went to Pineapple Province, he was deliberately sold out by his lackey, Tan Chung, resulting in him spending several years in prison. That if I were to say you bear a striking resemblance to him, would you find that absurd? The driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, the veins on his hands bulging. "I believe you. I am Song Zaheo." "How do you know about this?" "Was it Boss Yao who betrayed me? We have our own intelligence network." "Have you seen your little brother, Xiao Ma?" "Not yet. I just returned to Hong Kong Island a few days ago. You ought to pay him a visit. He ventured to Pineapple Province to seek vengeance on your behalf, only to have his leg broken, leaving him a cripple, reduced to a mere car washer." With a screech, the taxi came to a halt. "Are you serious?" "Why would I jest with you? We are not acquainted. However, if you wish to exact revenge, I could lend my assistance." "Thanks, but I've retired from that life and stepped away from the underworld." As the vehicle slowly resumed its journey, Zhao Xin produced a pen and paper, inscribing his newly acquired phone number before handing it to Song Zaheo. "Consider it for now. Call me when needed." Song Zaheo hesitated but ultimately accepted the note. "Thanks." The car stopped at the West Kowloon Police Station, and Zhao Xin handed over $1,000. "That's too much. I can't break it, and no need for change. Just wait for me by the entrance. I still require the vehicle." "Understood." Zhao Xin adjusted his attire and strode into the West Kowloon Police Station. If anyone were to discover he lacked Hong Kong residency, they would surely be taken aback by his audacity. "Excuse me, is Inspector Huang present? I have a matter to discuss with him." "Oh, you have an appointment?" "No, just inform him that someone from the old hometown is here. He will recognize me." Observing Zhao Xin's handsome demeanor in his well-fitted suit, the female officer smiled and nodded. "Very well. Please hold on." Who said Hong Kong women are difficult to please? It all comes down to appearances, and, thankfully, the system bestowed upon me a charming visage. Had I possessed the looks from a past life, I might have only found favor in nightclubs, as expected. Within 10 minutes, the female officer returned, escorting Zhao Xin upstairs to the office door. "You may enter." "Thank you, beautiful. I owe you a late-night snack sometime." The female officer grasped Zhao Xin's hand and scribbled her number on it. "This is my personal number. Call me after work." Zhao Xin gave an okay gesture and stepped inside. It was impossible to call her, as he still maintained a standard of aesthetics. He was there to charm women, not to be charmed. As he entered, a bespectacled, rotund man leaped into the air, legs aimed at Zhao Xin's head. Zhao Xin was unfazed, executing a swift move, effortlessly tossing Huang Bingyao aside before taking a seat, the chair creaking under the strain. The deadly scissor kick lived up to its reputation, still exuding the same vigor as in its prime. Huang Bingyao wiped the perspiration from his brow, admitting, "That was too slow. In my prime, I would have surely crushed your skull. Are you truly from the old hometown, so brazenly daring to approach me at West Kowloon Police Station? What if I were associated with the foreign devils? You would be in quite a predicament." "Ha ha, Inspector Huang, you jest. We will naturally verify the truth. Individuals like you with a heart of gold are never mistaken. Those from the old hometown truly possess discernment, but I'm nearing retirement and cannot engage in any more endeavors for our hometown. Inspector Huang, you're being modest. Even a soiled pair of underwear or a damp roll of toilet paper has its value." "I thank you." Huang Bingyao couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling his fists clench. Were it not for his ailing back, he might have resorted to violence. What does the old hometown require of me? We will not demand your selfless contributions. We are partners. The organized crime in Hong Kong has become excessively rampant, particularly those dealing in laundry powder. You are aware of the zero-tolerance policy back home. 50 grams, and you face execution. Of course, what do you imply? We collaborate. We gather intelligence, and you orchestrate actions that we aim to elevate your status before your retirement and cultivate like-minded individuals. Well, who would have thought that I, old Huang, nearing retirement, would still possess such significance? If you need assistance, do not hesitate to ask that I require an identity card. Having come from the old hometown, I lack proper identification. Even if I were to die, I would merely be an undocumented immigrant. Additionally, I need an undercover document. I am an undercover agent, not merely an informant, and I can return to the police force. The identity card is manageable. The undercover documentation will take some time, but it can be arranged. I, too, am facing a dilemma that I hope you can assist with. Do tell .my service weapon. I have never discharged a single shot in my life, yet after a group of young rascals visited the station, it has gone missing. I hope you can retrieve it, or my own safety will be at stake. Which school? St. Yuqiang Secondary School. You wish for me to go undercover? A week ago, I dispatched 2 undercover agents to the school, but we have yet to receive any updates. As long as I can retrieve my beloved weapon, you may proceed as you wish. Understood? How long for the identity card? 3 days. Simply come to the police station to collect it. As for the undercover file, it will likely take a month. No problem. Provide me with your number. I will procure some intelligence from the rascals. I cannot guarantee its authenticity. Wait for my call tonight. If it proves true, be prepared to act at any moment. Huang Bingyao laughed heartily, exhilarated, truly commendable, coming from the old hometown. What location shall I arrange for assistance? And just inform me when you receive the tip-off. No need, I can handle it myself. Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Comrade, exercise caution. After noting Huang Bingyao's number, Zhao Xin turned and waved, departing with nonchalance. Huang Bingyao, exhilarated, waved back. Collaborating with someone from the old hometown could yield accolades. Who wouldn't desire such a win-win situation? He emerged victorious twice. Yet, he remained unaware that Zhao Xin was merely putting on a fade, winning twice himself. Exiting the police station, he opened the door to his vehicle, heading towards St. Yuqiang Secondary School. All right, hold on tight. Upon arrival, Zhao Xin disembarked. Go ahead, brother Hao. I'm done for today. That hardly requires $1,000. No matter, consider an expense. Well then, thank you, although St. Yuqiang Secondary School was a reputable institution. Several ruffians loitered at the entrance, clearly affiliated with 2 rival gangs. Approaching a group of small-time thugs, Zhao Xin inquired, "Are you with the Zayasage gang?" "What did you say, you punk?" "We are with Brother Happy." "Who the hell is Zayasage?" "So, the other side is with Zayasage." "Yeah. Who the hell do you think you are dressed like that? You can't be a teacher, can you?" "Haha. I'm here to educate you, to instill some sense into you." Before the small-time thugs could react, Zhao Xin swiftly brandished an iron ruler, executing precise strikes that quickly incapacitated their hands. "With your pathetic skills, you dare to venture into this world? Best return home and tend to your children. Should I cross paths with you again, I will ensure you miss even the chance to be a laborer." After dealing with them, he approached the members of Shaozi as they witnessed Zhao Xin's approach. The small-time thugs turned and fled. Zhao Xin, unperturbed, leisurely pursued them, soon spotting them retreating into a lending company. Calmly entering, he pulled down the roller shutter, leaving the room's diminutive occupants bewildered. "Who the hell are you?" "You punk, we still have business to conduct. Why are you closing the door?" In the dimly lit room, a blade flashed, and the curses abruptly ceased, the speaker now with a knife embedded in his forehead, leaving only the handle visible. "Damn it, are you here to cause trouble? Arm yourselves. Let's take him out." They reacted swiftly, but Zhao Xin was swifter. His weapon-throwing skills had reached level 5, and at such close range, he was guaranteed to hit his mark. The first floor's occupants were quickly dispatched, and as Zhao Xin ascended the stairs, he heard voices from an office. "Strip, you filthy whore! Can't you hear me?" Without much thought, it was evident that this group of scoundrels had undoubtedly engaged in nefarious deeds. With a forceful kick, the door was flung open, and the 2 short ruffians standing at the threshold were sent sprawling. Blood gushing from their heads, clearly on the brink of death. Peering inside, I saw a young girl dressed in a school uniform, encircled by the ruffians, clutching her shirt at the chest, trembling in the center. Tears streaming down her cheeks, looking at me with a pitiable gaze. Most remarkably, she possessed a visage reminiscent of a star. If I were not mistaken, this student must be Zhu Wanfang, a figure from school as chronicles. Xiao Sa's reaction was swift. He discreetly opened the drawer of his desk and reached within, retrieving a large black firearm. Noticing his movements, Zhao Xin sprang into action, launching a flurry of throwing knives that swiftly dispatched Xiao Sa's underlings. Simultaneously feigning the extraction of a short blade from behind, he lunged onto the desk and plunged it downwards. Just as Xiao Sa grasped the black firearm from the drawer, the short blade pierced through his wrist. Pinning it to the desk, a scream escaped Xiao Sa's lips. Slap. Zhao Xin raised his hand and struck Xiao Sa, admonishing him for his lack of manliness. What are you screaming for? Do you think I won't kill you? Hero, spare me. Surely there's been a misunderstanding. Your voice doesn't sound like one from Hong Kong Island. I know Old Ma from the Big Circle Gang. We're on the same side. Who the hell is on your side? Tell me, do you have a subordinate named Jiao and I? Yes, did he offend you? Rest assured, if you spare me, I will summon him immediately, and you can decide his fate. Jiao and I's family is wealthy. Do you think I'm a fool to invite trouble upon myself? Did he give you a police firearm? How do you know? Where is the gun? In a truck in the parking lot of Southeast Middle School. If you let me go, I'll take you there. All right, return the police gun, and you shall live. Okay, I'll lead you there right away. Wait, have you forgotten something? Xiao Sa looked bewildered. What do you mean? I spare your life, and you should express your gratitude. No? Thank you. Thank you. Xiao Sa was left dumbfounded, thinking, is this really possible? The three of them descended the stairs together, boarded Xiao Sa's vehicle, and drove straight to the parking lot of Southeast Middle School, leaving Zhu Wanfang in the car. Zhao Xin and Xiao Sa disembarked and approached a truck. Upon Xiao Sa's arrival, several underlings emerged from the shadows. Boss, opening the truck's compartment, Xiao Sa declared, the client is here to inspect the goods. While speaking, Xiao Sa stood protectively in front of Zhao Xin, subtly signaling his underlings. Their pupils dilated, and they nodded, swiftly retrieving AK-47s from inside the truck. Zhao Xin's knives were swifter, finding their mark in the back of the underlings' heads, dispatching them instantly. Approaching Xiao Sa from behind, he seized his head, and with a swift twist, snapped his neck. Isn't it better to live? Why attempt to betray me? Who gave you the audacity? Inspecting the weapons inside the truck, Zhao Xin noted they were all AKs, many previously used, some only 60% new. Selecting two in near-pristine condition, he gathered over 100 magazines and a substantial amount of ammunition, leaving the remainder for Huang Bingyao to claim credit. Extracting his phone, he dialed Huang Bingyao. Officer Huang, I have good news and even better news. Which would you like to hear first? Ha ha ha, brother. Don't keep me in suspense. Just tell me, I'm getting old. In my heart, isn't what it used to be. All right, your Good Samaritan firearm has been located, and I also discovered a truckload of arms. Over 100 AKs and plenty of ammunition. Where? In the parking lot west of Southeast Middle School, inside a truck belonging to a fellow named Xiao Sa. I've taken care of him and his men. Come over. You can bring whoever you like. And I'll return your Good Samaritan firearm. Fine, I'll be right there. Don't move. 20 minutes later, a car arrived in a hurry, and three individuals emerged. One was Huang Bingyao. Another appeared to be in his 30s. Scholarly in appearance, resembling a civil servant, and the last, with graying hair, looked even older than Huang Bingyao. Point one was Ray from the Police Story series, and the other was Uncle Biao. Comrade Zhao, these are our allies. Ray and Dong Biao. Let me introduce you. This is Comrade Zhao from the homeland. You can trust him. Exchange contact information. He will reach out if there's any intelligence. The three nodded and exchanged numbers. Without the arms as a token of trust, Huang Bingyao might not have been so quick to believe Zhao Xin. Returning the firearm to Huang Bingyao, the overweight officer examined it, recognizing it as his own, which brought a grin to his face. Opening the truck's compartment, they beheld the hundreds of AKs and thousands of rounds of ammunition, prompting them to burst into laughter. Comrade Zhao, you truly are a lucky star. The moment you arrive in Hong Kong, you present me with such a grand gift. Officer Huang, you flatter me. Just call me AXN. Very well. Excellent. Calling me Officer Huang feels too formal. Just take care tonight. With that, Zhao Xin took his leave, instructing them to wrap things up. After he departed, Huang Bingyao patted his belly, exclaiming, "Did you see that? This is the elite from the homeland, with connections back home. Our good days are coming." The two nodded in agreement, knowing this Hall of Arms was indeed a significant achievement. Having adapted to driving a right-hand vehicle, I quickly became proficient in the fifth gear, arriving in Tsim Sha Sui. I selected a clothing store and purchased a white dress that I tossed it to Zhu Wanfang to change into, and once she was ready, we could depart. Remember to keep your mouth in check. Zhu Wanfang nodded, her face flushed as she changed into the dress. After stepping out of the vehicle, she noticed that Zhao Xin had not followed her and quickly disappeared from sight. Zhao Xin shook his head, observing the 2 skill points that had just been credited to him. Unable to suppress a hearty laugh, he had instantly altered the narratives of Skipper, the truant dragon, and Campus Storm. Driving to Yao Ma Ti, he inquired around and found that the reputation of Ba Bai was indeed quite formidable, allowing him to easily locate his lending company. Upon reaching the office on the 3rd floor, he found Ba Bai lounging in his boss's chair, his demeanor disheveled, as though he were in a state of euphoria. "Ba Bai," Zhao Xin declared, "which faction do you belong to, and what assistance can you provide?" "I'm here to borrow money." Ba Bai tossed a towel onto the table, exclaiming, "You could have borrowed money downstairs. Why must you see me? How much do you want, and what is the deal?" 1 million that I've just arrived from the mainland, capable and lethal. I can even assist in eliminating someone for repayment. Laughter erupted in the office as Ba Bai remarked, "What are you, out of your mind? Do you think I run a charity? If you take the money and run, how would I find you in the mainland? And as for killing, I have hundreds of subordinates capable of handling such tasks. Do I need you? 1 million. With that, I could buy your life tenfold. I can kill those you cannot," Zhao Xin retorted. "What did you say? Are you looking for trouble?" A subordinate in a flashy shirt stepped forward, exuding arrogance reminiscent of characters from Dragon Tiger Gate. Zhao Xin suddenly sprang into action, delivering a side kick that struck the subordinate in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. As the other subordinates reacted and charged at Zhao Xin, he stood his ground, absorbing blows and retaliating with relentless strikes. Just as he incapacitated the last of them, he spotted Ba by drawing a pistol. Preparing to shoot, Zhao Xin moved swiftly, making it to Ba Bai in 3 steps, seizing his wrist with enough force that the gun fell to the ground, which he promptly caught. "Now do you believe me? Ba Bai, I'm faster than a gun at 7 paces, and within that distance, I am swifter still, as long as the price is right. I can take out the governor if you wish." The atmosphere in the office fell silent. After several tense moments, Ba Bai burst into laughter. "Do you see? This is what I call professionalism. The mainland truly has its share of skilled individuals. I'm impressed. So, you will kill anyone as long as the money is right? Indeed, as long as the payment is adequate, I will eliminate anyone." Ba Bai inquired, "Have you heard of the big player, Debai, from the Hongxing faction in Causeway Bay?" Zhao Xin replied, "Brother Ba Bai, I have just arrived in Hong Kong. How could I possibly know? If you could provide me with a photograph and inform me of his usual whereabouts, I could take him out tonight." "Can you really kill him?" "Absolutely." "What's your price?" 100,000, with an upfront payment of 50,000 and the remaining 50,000 upon completion. "Agreed, a straightforward deal." As he spoke, Ba Bai retrieved a stack of cash from his drawer, counted out 50,000, and tossed it to Zhao Xin. "Wait here while I fetch a photo. Bai has prevented me from distributing goods from his territory. This time, I will take a cut from you." 20 minutes later, Ba Bai placed a somewhat unclear photograph before Zhao Xin. "This short fellow is Bai. He typically arrives each night accompanied by his adoptive son, Chen Haonan, and 4 subordinates. He can usually be found at his nightclub, the Zunhuang nightclub. Can you handle it?" Zhao Xin pulled out a lighter, pretending to be professional as he set the photograph ablaze. "Rest assured, Brother Ba Bai, as long as he appears at the Zunhuang nightclub tonight, he will surely meet his demise. No one can save him, I assure you." "Ha ha, splendid. I appreciate your professionalism. If you eliminate Bai, I guarantee a plethora of lucrative business opportunities for you." "Thank you, Brother Ba Bai. I will head to the Zunhuang nightclub to stake out the location. Why not take this gun with you?" No need, I lack identification. If I encounter the police, it would be deemed illegal entry. Carrying a firearm would complicate matters. There are many ways to kill without a gun. Once Zhao Xin departed, Ba Bai's right-hand man approached, clutching his chest. Boss, is this person reliable? You just handed out 50,000 like that. Ba Bai slapped him across the face. Are you seeking death? He is here for business. If we do not offer something of value, we could all end up dead. It's just 50,000. If Da Bai is eliminated, I can pay him another 100,000 without loss. Perhaps we might even find an opportunity to infiltrate Causeway Bay. That is true. You are wise, boss. Ideally, they will both perish. And we can save the remaining 50,000. Ba Bai struck his subordinate again. Are you foolish? If it were easy to take down Da Bai, we would certainly want a long-term partnership that, if I find a chance to eliminate the boss, I could ascend to the top? Yes. The subordinate nodded eagerly, but inwardly plotted to have the assassin eliminate Ba Bai instead, so he could take the lead, having driven around the Zunhuang nightclub and confirmed the location. Zhao Xin left for the Kwaicheng No. 3 pier, choosing a secluded corner to crouch down and observe the terrain through binoculars. He wasn't genuinely seeking to borrow money from Ba Bai. Rather, he was scouting the site in advance. Tonight, he intended to seize Ba Bai's money, eliminate him, and then raid his lending company, thus achieving complete financial freedom. It was now 1987, with 10 years remaining until the return of Hong Kong. The foreign investors, driven by greed, were fleeing in droves, and property prices were alarmingly low. It was the perfect opportunity to acquire more real estate. After surveying the area, he identified his position as the most suitable for the transaction. It was almost absurd. He prepared 10 magazines for his AK, loading them with ammunition, and ensured his Glock and other firearms were ready as well. The Glock had been purchased on the black market during a trip to the United States. But he regretted not acquiring a long as night fell. He took out some food and chewed it slowly, waiting until past midnight when several car headlights appeared, entering the Kwaicheng No. 3 pier. Da Bai and his subordinates disembarked, grumbling about the lack of news regarding Da Bai's demise. Boss, should we retrieve our weapons and return to the company? If that fool shows up again, we could take him out. Patience, perhaps Da Bai simply did not attend the nightclub tonight. That will wait a few days and then proceed with the transaction. Let us signal the sea. Those foreign investors have paid me 1 million, and I only asked them to distract the Marine police for an hour. We must act quickly. Understood, boss. The right-hand man produced a powerful flashlight, signaling across the water. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin, lying in ambush, found it rather amusing that Ba Bai's transaction point was less than 100 meters from his position. He enhanced his speed, feeling a surge of energy as his physical capabilities improved slightly, reaching a level of 26 and expanding his personal space to 15 cubic meters. A decrepit vessel slowly approached the harbor, and 5 or 6 time men disembarked, armed with AKs for security, while 4 others began unloading cargo. A tall, dark-skinned individual, exceeding 6 feet, stepped down and embraced Ba Bai. Nai Guy, it's been a while. Do we really need such a grand display? Ba Bai, my friend, I have no choice. It's not you I'm wary of, but those law enforcement officers. You know how they are, like rabid dogs that one let go. Rest assured, Nai Guy, I have bribed the foreign police. Within an hour, we will not be disturbed. For this hour, I spent 1 million. Haha, collaborating with a friend like you is a blessing. Let them inspect the goods. I can assure you that my merchandise is the finest in the Golden Triangle. Of course, I trust you. With a wave of his hand, Ba Bai's right-hand man approached, opening a box and using a knife to slice open a bag. Sampling the powder, Brother Ba Bai, this is undoubtedly top-notch. Then what are you waiting for? Hand over the money to my friend Nai Guy. The subordinates behind Ba Bai retrieved a box and presented it to Nai Guy. Ba Bai's right-hand man continued inspecting the goods, opening additional boxes, knowing that this was a 30 million deal. At this moment, Zhao Xin hung up the phone with Huang Bingyao. The rotund man had already brought his entourage rushing towards this direction. Zhao Xin burst forth from his cover, clad in a black trench coat, his face obscured, advancing in a crouched posture. Suddenly, a subordinate shouted, "Who goes there?" Gripping the front end of his AK, Zhao Xin swiftly opened fire in the manner reminiscent of Yi Ji Huan from The Tree Grows Tall, unleashing a rapid barrage. In less than 30 seconds, he swapped out his magazine, and a hail of bullets ensued as he pressed forward relentlessly, suppressing all adversaries. Yet he too was not unscathed. His bulletproof vest had absorbed at least 7 or 8 rounds, with 4 or 5 bullets lodged in his legs and arms. Thanks to his level 2 super physique and level 1 biotic field, the bullets were trapped by his muscles, preventing any penetrating wounds. The muscles in his body twitched as the level 2 super healing kicked in, pushing the bullets out and allowing the wounds to begin clotting and stopping the bleeding as the distance between the two sides closed to 20 meters. Zhao Xin executed a roll, stowing away 2 AKs and continuously flinging throwing knives from his hand. Anyone who dared to peek out was swiftly dispatched to the ground. 2 minutes later, the gunfire ceased, leaving only the groans of the wounded. Zhao Xin emerged from his cover and advanced slowly, mercilessly delivering finishing blows to the injured with his throwing knives. When he approached Bob Bai, the scoundrel suddenly opened his eyes and raised his hand to fire. With a resounding bang, Zhao Xin twisted away from the bullet, revealing an unsheathed Tang saber in his hand, cleaving through Bob Bai's big black star and severing his head in the process. After confirming that no one remained alive, he collected the 30 million in cash and confiscated the weapons and ammunition from the Thais. Upon reaching the boat, he discovered 3 more shipments, nearly equivalent to the quantity transacted with Bob Bai. It appeared these individuals were specifically adrift at sea, ready to rush over at a moment's notice for any transactions. After thoroughly searching the entire vessel, they found not only laundry detergent, but also a considerable cache of weapons and ammunition, including numerous grenades. Hearing the distant sound of engines, Zhao Xin took to the skies, his enhanced physical attributes allowing him to fly with greater speed, gliding through the night like a phantom. Huang Bingyao disembarked with his men, surveying the corpses strewn across the ground, a smile spreading across his face. Beside him, Raymond and Uncle Biao beamed with delight. Fortune has truly smiled upon us this time. Everyone remained vigilant, checking for any survivors. An officer approached, 2 of whom bore faces reminiscent of celebrities. One, a Ma Jun with a cosmic Dan visage, and the other, Chun Jiajun with a double-bone dragon countenance. Within 10 minutes, Chun Jiajun returned, reporting the presence of 3 gang leaders. This place is indeed suspicious. It's evident a professional band of robbers took advantage of the chaos to eliminate everyone and make off with the goods and cash. Raymond's face darkened as he admonished, Chun Jiajun, I warn you, refrain from making baseless accusations. We merely received a tip-off, discovered this drug trafficking group, and annihilated them, seizing a significant haul of laundry detergent, AS for why the money isn't here. It's simply because the payment location is elsewhere, do you understand? But sir, but what? Do you wish to jeopardize your promotion? Just then, Ma Jun emerged from the ship's cabin, shouting that they had discovered 600 kilograms of laundry detergent aboard. Chun Jiajun immediately grinned. Sir, our accomplishments this time are monumental. 800 kilograms in total. It would be hard not to get promoted. Just so you know, upon our return, we will recommend you for the trainee inspector position. Don't disappoint us. Thank you, sir. Chun Jiajun saluted promptly, as the 3 men smiled broadly. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin had already driven off in a stylish car, changed into a new outfit, and arrived at Bob Bai's company in Simsha Sui. The place was ablaze with light, with several short thugs engaged in games of mahjong and poker. Zhao Xin flew to the window of Bob Bai's office, peering inside to find only one short thug, seemingly inebriated, fast asleep. Producing a throwing knife, he deftly sliced open the window, located the safe, packed the valuables, and exited through the window, causing not even a stir among the thugs, as he strolled down the bustling streets of Yaomati. He couldn't help but marvel that Bob Bai was indeed the foremost cash cow of Hong Kong cinema, enabling him to achieve financial freedom in a single sweep. It was already past 1 o'clock, and he wandered to Borrington Road, where the streets remained vibrant and lively, illuminated by bright lights. Everywhere, one could spot lecherous men embracing women. Zhao Xin chuckled, selecting a nightclub called Night Color, which appeared promising. Upon entering, he found someone singing on stage. Many well-known singers have performed in bars and nightclubs before rising to stardom. This handsome lad seems unfamiliar. Is this your first time at our Night Color bar? Indeed, I've heard the nightlife on Borrington Road is vibrant, so I came to see what's entertaining. As he spoke, he produced a large gold bull and handed it to the madam, who immediately lit up with joy. "Oh, handsome lad, you've come to the right place. The girls here are absolutely stunning. Would you like me to summon a few for you to see?" "Sure, thank you, but let's skip the goldfish. I'm not interested. Could you bring me a few wooden fish instead?" "Of course. Just say the word, and I'll make it happen." Soon, several young ladies were summoned, and one particularly striking woman caught his eye. "She looks impressive. I'll take her. Also, bring 24 beers and some snacks." He placed 2 large gold bowls on the table. "Pia Piao, you must treat this handsome lad well. He is not only good-looking, but also generous. Consider yourself fortunate. Handsome lad, our Pia Piao just started working here recently. You must cherish her." Zhao Xin felt speechless. It was evident he had arrived late. While Lu Pia Piao's name was indeed correct, she exuded a hint of worldly weariness, not resembling someone fresh on the scene. An hour later, feeling bored, Zhao Xin took Lu Pia Piao and left, booking an executive suite at the Peninsula Hotel. Thus began an all-night mahjong session, and by the time the sun rose, Lu Pia Piao, exhausted, fell asleep. Zhao Xin reclined in the bathtub, contemplating his 2 skill points, and chose to enhance his biotic field. The previous day's battle had made it apparent that the biotic field had little utility in ordinary circumstances. Yet it proved effective in deflecting bullets. Otherwise, even with a level 2 superbody, he wouldn't have withstood the onslaught from the AK. Half an hour later, feeling invigorated, Zhao Xin emerged, finding his biotic field significantly strengthened, with the range of his spatial collection expanding to 5 meters. His control over the biotic field had also become simpler, allowing him to focus on critical areas for defense. For instance, in yesterday's scenario, he could have concentrated the biotic field to protect his head and limbs, thus avoiding such a dire predicament. Leaving 5 large gold bowls on the bedside table, he departed the Peninsula Hotel. Having long heard of the impressive properties in the Peak, with current prices so low, it was time to acquire a residence. Previously, he had read a novel claiming that during the Hong Kong cinema era, there were no real estate agents, and the protagonist made his fortune through one. Surely, that was no jest. The trade of vehicles, ships, and shops had existed since ancient times, and they had always engaged in intermediary business. Arriving in Central, he sought out a real estate agent, and upon assessing his attire, the agent greeted him with a smile. "Good sir, how may I assist you?" "I wish to purchase a villa in the Peak." "What are the current prices?" "You have chosen well. We have a plethora of listings, especially as many are emigrating. I wonder what price range you have in mind." "Around 30 million. The agent's face brightened, clearly impressed by his boldness. "Follow me. I'll take you to view some properties that..." As they departed, some onlookers muttered in discontent. "Peter is such a fool. He didn't even verify funds before taking someone to view properties. He has clearly lost his mind and is bound to return empty-handed." Outside, the 2 men entered a car as the agent directed, soon arriving at the pinnacle of the Peak. These villas, rather than mere residences, resembled estates surrounded by walls, with a large iron gate ensuring excellent privacy. The agent made a phone call, and the iron gate slowly opened, allowing the vehicle to drive inside. "Mr. Zhao, this is a foreigner's property. He wishes to sell it as he is losing faith in the development of Hong Kong." "What is the asking price?" "This property boasts a single floor area of 8,000 square feet, spread across 4 levels with a basement. It features an outdoor swimming pool and a garden spanning 7,000 square feet, surrounded by successful businessmen in earlier years, during the era of Lei Luo. Even we Chinese would not have been afforded such an opportunity to purchase. The foreigner is asking for 40 million, but I believe we can negotiate. If you're serious, we might settle around 35 million. Zhao Xin nodded calmly. "Will your commission be covered by me or the foreigner?" "I charge 0.5% on your end. For 10 million, that amounts to 50,000 at AS for the foreigner. To be frank, we don't earn much from them. After all, in today's Hong Kong, they still hold the cards." Zhao Xin calculated briefly and realized his cash on hand was still insufficient. Within the confines of the imposing safe, there should still be some money, and that would suffice. After a quick calculation, it seems the funds would indeed be adequate. Even if they fall short, I could always sell a bit of gold and some antiques. "Very well, please give me a tour first. Should everything be satisfactory, you may proceed to negotiate the price." The agent, visibly excited, responded, "Certainly, Mr. Zhao, allow me to show you around." With that, he led Zhao Xin towards the villa. Listening to Mr. Zhao's accent, it appeared he was not a native of Hong Kong. "Is my Cantonese a bit stiff?" he inquired. "Quite so. Occasionally, your choice of words differs," came the reply. "Indeed, I hail from the north." "Do you have enough Hong Kong dollars on hand?" The agent looked somewhat bewildered, having assumed Zhao Xin's well-groomed appearance indicated he had just returned from abroad. "Rest assured, if we reach an agreement, payment will be made in cash Hong Kong dollars." "That is splendid. I suspect the foreigners would prefer it that way." As he surveyed the interior decor, it was evident that while the place was move-in ready, the furnishings were rather dated. For long-term residency, it would likely require a complete renovation. The swimming pool in the yard shared a similar fate, with its tiles appearing somewhat weathered. The house itself was fine, but many areas had aged considerably. If I were to move in, I would need to undertake renovations. When you negotiate with the foreigners, use 35 million as a baseline for every million you manage to reduce. I will reward you with 10,000. What do you say? The agent nodded enthusiastically to Mr. Zhao. "You can trust me. I will do my utmost, especially since we are both Chinese." Zhao Xin produced $10,000 and handed it to the agent. "This is for you, to ease any concerns that I will drive you back to your office. Please expedite this matter. Ideally, I would appreciate a definitive answer by tomorrow or the day after. Here is my number." "No problem, Mr. Zhao. The foreigners are even more anxious than we are." After escorting the agent back to his shop, Zhao Xin drove to Saikong, seeking a secluded forest where he pried open the imposing safe. As anticipated, it did not disappoint. Within lay over 7 million, more than sufficient for purchasing a house at AS for the gold and silver jewelry. He had no intention of selling them, as they could be kept as gifts. Emerging from woods, he arrived at the territory of the Shah, who specialized in buying and selling cars and had a fair share of quality inventory. However, the car he was currently driving, though stylish, would likely attract unwanted attention from his associates. To his surprise, upon reaching the Shah's territory, he spotted Chun Haonan and his companions engaged in negotiations with the Shah. "Let me tell you, the car you acquired yesterday belongs to our brother, Nan. If you know what's good for you, hand it over. Otherwise, it would be a slight against Hongxing." "What nonsense! You think Hongxing is impressive. What do you amount to? Do you think you can intimidate me with that?" the Shah retorted. "You can take the car back, but you must pay for it." Zhao Xin recalled that the stuttering fellow had not actually sold the car to the Shah, meaning the Shah had taken a beating for nothing. "Listen, our boss is Big B from Causeway Bay. You're showing us a lack of respect. Even if he is Big B, rules must still be adhered to. Otherwise, I might as well not conduct any business. Enough of this disrespect. Take him down." As 5 of them raised their stools to attack, Zhao Xin stepped out of the car to, "It's you 5 again. What a coincidence. You can chop people. But wait until I finish buying the car." Upon hearing the voice, Shanji turned around, his face flushed with anger. He still bore the marks of his previous beating, missing a tooth, and was limited to a liquid diet. "You bastard. Last time you scared us. You're not even from Causeway Bay." As he spoke, he charged at Zhao Xin with a plastic stool. Chun Haonan and Tian Air, fearing for Shanji, also rushed forward and could see a distance of about 2 meters. Zhao Xin drew his .38, aiming at the group. "Are you all brainless? Just because I'm not a coppermine cop doesn't mean I'm not a cop. Why don't you test whether my weapon is real?" Faced with the threat, Shanji felt a pang of fear. The 5 were forced to halt, and Zhao Xin approached Shanji, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground. "Guess what, is my weapon real or not? Sir, let us not escalate things. It's easy for things to go awry. My brother was just joking." "Joking?" Zhao Xin scoffed. "Your weapons don't appear to be for humor." The group immediately dropped their makeshift weapons. Zhao Xin withdrew his gun, wiping it on Shanji's clothing. "Now, take a guess. Is my weapon real or not? Guess right, and you were joking. Guess wrong, and you know the consequences." Shanji lost a tooth again. "I'll take a guess. Your weapon is real." Zhao Xin's grin widened. "Congratulations, you guessed wrong." A stream of water shot from the gun, splattering Shanji's face, leaving him dumbfounded. "You dare to play tricks on us? Kill him." Chun Haonan was the first to react, bellowing and seizing a stool to attack Zhao Xin. "Ha! Come on then." Zhao Xin relished the encounter, stepping forward to shatter the stool with a punch and swiftly executing a small joint lock that broke Chen Haonan's arm. Without hesitation, he delivered 3 swift kicks, shattering the stools held by the Tian Air, Zhao Pai, and Papai. Moving forward, he unleashed 3 punches aimed at their shoulder blades that the Tian Air reacted quickest, dodging to the side. While Zhao Pai and Papai were caught off guard and sent flying, likely suffering fractures at that moment, Shanji had risen, and with a scream, the Tian Air charged at Zhao Xin, while Shanji drew a butcher's knife from behind to stab him. Unfortunately, their coordination, though commendable, was overly optimistic, underestimating Zhao Xin. With a swift motion, Zhao Xin shook off the Tian Air's grasp. Employing a technique known as White 8 Presence Peach, he struck the Tian Air's chin with both hands. The young man soared into the air. This move, a lethal technique from the Bagua style, had 2 effects. The lifting force sent him flying while the slicing motion injured his spine, as for Shanji's knife attack. Zhao Xin deftly evaded the blade, his arm snapping out like a whip, striking Shanji's knife-wielding arm with a resounding crack. With a pained scream, Shanji flew backward, landing 2 meters away, howling in agony. "You think this is a game? You want to kill me? How dare you?" "Shanji," Chen Haonan shouted in anger. "Who are you? Dare to reveal your name? What, do you want to nut like Shanji? Even if his hand heals, he can no longer wield a knife. Shall I do the same to you? You're ruthless." Chen Haonan clumsily rose to his feet, helping Shanji as they retreated with the others. Supporting each other in their departure, Zhao Xin glanced at us. Would they not resemble stray dogs? Upon hearing this, Chen Haonan and his companions turned back with red eyes. Zhao Xin wore a mocking expression. "What? Seeking revenge? My name is Zhao Xin, as in trustworthy. If you disagree, come find me. I guarantee I shall cut you down." Desha observed Chen Haonan's group leave without ordering his men to act. "Brother Desha, those little rascals were about to attack you. You just let them go? Brother Xin, please don't call me Desha. I can't bear it. Just call me Desha. They say Sai Kung is my territory. But I know very well that I'm just here to earn a living with my brothers. Ultimately, I'm merely a water truck vendor. Business is about maintaining harmony. That I know who Chen Haonan is. He is indeed Big B's right-hand man from Causeway Bay, and I've heard Big B treats him like a son. Why would I want to offend him?" Zhao Xin gave a thumbs up. "You're quite the open-minded one, Brother Desha. Well said. Brother Xin, you're too courteous that I'm curious. What sort of vehicle do you seek here? Please take a look at the one I drove over. I wish to sell it and see how much it's worth. After that, I'm going to mark it for a GTR, preferably an original import. If there's one that's been modified, that would be even better. I wonder if Brother Desha has any in stock?" "Indeed, we have. The 3rd-generation GTR, an original import from Japan. If you wish for modifications, I have my own workshop with all necessary parts in stock. It can be ready within 2 days. Zhao Xin was momentarily bewildered. He recalled that the 3rd-generation GTR, famously driven by Nakazato in Initial D, was produced in '89, but in the realm of Hong Kong cinema, where time often stretched, such details could be overlooked. What is the price? It depends on the extent of modifications you desire. Can you achieve a level suitable for professional competition, Brother Desha? While it is indeed possible, it necessitates time and certain specialized components that we currently lack. It will take approximately half a month for us to procure them. Yet I assure you that the quality will undoubtedly meet the standards of a top-tier racing vehicle." "How much?" 800,000. "Very well. Then it shall be 800,000. The car will remain here for modifications. Please take note of my contact number and reach out to me once the work is completed." "How much is the car I drove here worth?" With a wave of his hand, the simpleton beckoned a subordinate over. "Brother, the car is in good condition. It's a brand new model from this year. Xinge, I can offer you 50,000 for your vehicle. Does that sound acceptable?" "All right then, 50,000 it is. I would appreciate it if you could also find me a car priced around 250,000. "I'll take it now. Please wait for a moment while I fetch the money." After saying this, he returned to the vehicle and pretended to retrieve 1 million, handing it over to the simpleton. Upon receiving the money, the simpleton was left in a daze, having never encountered such a generous client before. "Brother Desha, the payment has been made, and I trust that you will ensure my vehicle is fitted with quality plates to avoid any trouble with the traffic police. That request is not unreasonable, is it?" Not unreasonable at all, I assure you. Leave it to me, Xingu. I will take you to view the cars. After 10 minutes, Zhao Xin selected a brand new Lexus, which is considered a luxury vehicle in Hong Kong, and had the simpleton's subordinate handle the paperwork. The two glanced at the pristine third-generation GTR before heading towards the dealership's entrance. Over an hour later, the subordinate handling the paperwork had yet to return. But a swarm of 10 vans suddenly descended upon the dealership, filling a third of the available space at the entrance. The doors swung open, and a lightly injured Chen Haonan, his arm in a sling, disembarked from the van alongside a crowd of over 100 followers gathered behind them. The individuals were robust and did not resemble mere show-offs. They were the true enforcers of the Hongxin gang. Bigu, it's this scoundrel. He toyed with us last time in Causeway Bay, and today he left Shanji with a broken arm. The Shah cautiously interjected, Xingu, you should leave at once. A wise man avoids immediate danger. Once things calm down, I will call you to collect your car. Zhao Xin, moving his shoulder, stood up and replied, You go ahead. It's just the right moment for me to exercise a bit. Xingu, are you certain you're not joking? There are over 100 of them, all members of Hongxin. With a knife each, they could chop you into mincemeat. Rest assured, I'm still waiting for that GTR you're modifying. I want to seek my own demise. It's difficult to dissuade a fool. The Shah shook his head, realizing that this time, there would be no modifications, and he had unwittingly earned 100,000. Demise stepped forward with Chen Haonan, maintaining a distance of 7 to 8 meters from Zhao Xin, believing this to be sufficiently safe. In reality, from the moment he stepped out of the van, he had already entered Zhao Xin's kill zone. Brother, which path do you traverse? Zhao Xin laughed heartily, adjusting his hair as he replied. I come from the north, having heard that this place is paved with gold. I merely wish to partake in a few grand meals. Ah, so you are from the big circle. That if you seek a grand meal, let us avoid crossing paths. However, you have left my subordinate crippled. Do you not owe me an explanation? Damn! Zhao Xin spat on the ground. Who the hell do I owe an explanation to? If one errs, one must admit it. When one is struck, one must stand tall. This fool beside you came to provoke me after being misled by your subordinates, that I showed them mercy, allowing them to leave unscathed. Today, while attempting to purchase a vehicle, these fools disregarded the rules. Seeking a car without payment and resorting to violence, I merely toyed with them, and they chose to escalate. One of them even drew a knife, intending to kill me. I showed restraint by not eliminating him. Was that not generous enough? Demise, glancing at Chen Haonan with a grim expression, replied, You are making my situation exceedingly difficult. Zhao brother, your skills are impressive, and my men have wronged you. However, with so many of us present, would you not consider providing some compensation for transportation and medical expenses? Just a modest sum of 100,000 will suffice. Zhao Xin narrowed his eyes, surveying the surroundings. Those who had anticipated a confrontation had already retreated indoors. The police had a hands-off approach towards gangsters as long as they did not disturb the peace. Demise, do you know that someone previously offered 100,000 for your life? I accepted the job, and he even paid a deposit of 50,000. Ultimately, he could not withstand the pressure and was eliminated by the police before I could act. Your life is worth 100,000, yet you demand the same for your subordinates' medical expenses. Have you lost your mind? You what do you mean by that? Are you trying to intimidate us? With so many brothers here, one knife each could take you down. Chen Haonan could no longer contain his outrage. Ha! You pathetic wretch, do you dare to challenge me? It seems you are seeking your own demise. Zhao brother, can you not grant me this favor? Demise spoke, his face darkening. Who the hell considers you a brother? You can choose whether or not to engage in combat, but allow me to remind you, if it comes to blows, you will be the first to fall, and this fool beside you will be the second. Upon hearing Zhao Xin's brazen words, Demise's fury ignited. To hell with this. I have over 100 men behind me. I refuse to believe you can take me down in an instant. Attack and eliminate him. With Demise's command, all his subordinates brandished knives and steel pipes, roaring as they charged at Zhao Xin. While Demise and Chen Haonan began to retreat. In this world, there are always those who refuse to heed warnings, believing themselves invincible. Unfortunately, there are always greater powers at play, as Demise and Chen Haonan retreated. Zhao Xin made his move. 2 throwing knives flew forth. piercing the foreheads of the two men, causing them to fall lifelessly, their eyes wide open in disbelief. The subordinates behind them immediately fell into disarray. But Zhao Xin had no intention of merely scaring them off. He aimed to eliminate them. With a swift motion, he drew two larger blades from his sleeves, charging towards the throngs of over 100 men. In battle, experienced fighters prefer to avoid engaging with shorter weapons against those wielding longer ones. The diminutive, thin-bladed knives were approximately 30 centimeters, while the iron rods ranged from 40 to 50 centimeters. Zhao Xin's weapons, measuring around 80 centimeters, combined with his height and longer reach, gave him a significant advantage in attack distance. With one blade for defense and the other for offense, he focused on targeting the larger muscles. Blood sprayed as he pressed forward. In less than a minute, Zhao Xin carved a path through the mass of bodies, twisting and diving back into the fray. Dr. Shah in the repair shop watched in stunned silence. What on earth was happening? Even the famed double-flower red stick could not achieve such prowess. 10 minutes later, panting heavily, Zhao Xin noticed that his two blades had begun to chip and bend. Yet all the gangsters lay strewn upon the ground, least their wrists or shoulder blades were pierced, severing vital tendons. Even if they could be mended, they would be left half disabled. These gangsters, barely surviving, could hardly afford a trip to the hospital. Even if the gang were to fund it, they would only end up in a back-alley clinic, destined for failure. Zhao Xin exhaled deeply, squatting down to clean the half-damaged blades with the clothing of the fallen gangsters before concealing them in his sleeve, effectively storing them in his personal space. He left with the bodies of Debi and Chun Haonan, informing Jiang Tiansheng, "I am Zhao Xin, with the character Xin signifying trust and Wu, representing boundless freedom. Should he take issue, let him seek me out." His subordinates scrambled into the vehicle, trampling over the corpses of Debi and Chun Haonan, which had already been mangled beyond recognition. Once the vehicle drove away, Zhao Xin cursed. "Damn it, I forgot to collect my alloy throwing knives." However, upon noticing the additional 6 skill points, he couldn't help but smile. After all, he was the protagonist of a series. The gangster series spanned 6 films. With Chun Haonan's death, the entire storyline had unraveled, yielding immense rewards. With super breath, super strength, and flight, he leveled up to Tier 2, expending all 6 newly acquired skill points. His physique increased by 2 points, and his personal space expanded to 18 cubic meters. Feeling the surge in muscle, he relished the sensation. Should he eliminate the remaining 4, the rubber and skinning would yield little. Yet Shanji and the Tian Air would undoubtedly provide skill points. After some contemplation, he decided against it. With Chun Haonan's demise, the gangster narrative had long since devolved into chaos, making further violence unnecessary. As for eradicating every threat, have you ever seen a human concern themselves with whether ants would seek vengeance? The Shah approached Zhao Xin from behind, his demeanor markedly more respectful than before. "Xingyi, you are truly remarkable. I, the Shah, am in awe. However, you have slain the Hongxing Tong Lao, and they will not let this go unpunished." "Ha! What a joke. You think Hongxing will come after me? Let them try a bunch of rubbish. I reside in the mid-levels. Do you think they can reach me? Even if they could, what would they do? Burn my house down? Do they have the guts to do so? Well, that is indeed a point. Banshan is a residence for affluent merchants and prominent politicians. Even the Hongxing gang dares not cause trouble here, unless they wish to attract the attention of law enforcement." While conversing, my subordinate completed the necessary paperwork and drove back to the repair shop, only to be taken aback by the large pool of blood on the ground. "Big Brother Shah, I must leave now. Please have someone clean up this blood. Notify me immediately if anything arises." "Understood, Master Xin. Take care. By the way," after circling around, the vehicle returned, and, as the window rolled down, I instructed, "Please disseminate the news of Big B's demise. The Copper Loaf Bay is currently leaderless, and I imagine it will be quite entertaining," just as I was preparing to head to the Peninsula Hotel for some rest. I received a call from Huang Bingyao, informing me that my identification card and driver's license were ready. I redirected to the West Kowloon police station, and upon entering, the female officer from yesterday eyed Zhao Xin with a hint of resentment. Wondering why he hadn't detained her. My apologies. Something urgent came up. How about tonight instead? What is your number? Please share. Sure. After relaying a string of digits, Zhao Xin hurried upstairs to ask for the phone number. It was certainly not to be given out. A young man must always guard his own interests. Upon knocking and entering the room, I found Huang Bingyao, Raymond, and Uncle Biao, all wearing expressions of delight. Old Huang, how did you find last night as a surprise? It was indeed splendid. Xin, nearly a ton of goods certainly made quite the stir at our West Kowloon police station. I never anticipated that even as I approach retirement, I would still be in the position of chief superintendent, that if I could just move up a notch, I'd be the assistant director. Raymond, aspiring to take my position, had previously lacked the rank. But with this recent achievement, his promotion to senior superintendent was assured. Uncle Biao could also ascend to superintendent, serving as Raymond's deputy. Once I transition to the regional office, the two of you will have to collaborate effectively. Old Huang, we are all family. There is no need for such formality, but if you are promoted to the regional office, can you still claim credit for your contributions? Of course, as long as you inform me in advance. Everything can be discussed. You don't have any leads, do you? Not at the moment. We'll see in a few days. That is good to hear. I will expedite your undercover file. No rush on that. Unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. 5 minutes later, Zhao Xin exited the office with a file in hand, and just happened to spot Chen Jiejun. He approached, giving him a friendly pat on the back. You must be Chen Jiejun, right? Excellent. Keep up the good work. Chen Jiejun, bewildered, nodded, and only after Zhao Xin had left did he realize he did not know that man. At that moment, Zhao Xin departed the police station under the watchful gaze of the female officer, driving through the Hungham Tunnel back to Hong Kong Island. Upon reaching the Wan Chai district, a loud explosion erupted, followed closely by a barrage of gunfire, predominantly the sounds of AKs and Black Stars. With some .38s and long-barreled revolvers used by the PTU, the model of which remained unknown. This was no mere suppression of fire. It was an overwhelming assault. The penetrating power of the AK and Black Stars was formidable, and police officers, taking cover behind vehicles, found themselves bloodied despite their efforts. As I drew closer and discerned the situation, I noted 5 robbers in total, 1 driving, 2 wielding AKs providing cover fire, and 2 others emerging from a jewelry store with black travel bags. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, but one of the assailants, sporting a buzz cut and bearing a striking resemblance to Ren Xinqi, unmistakably signaled a narrative mission, compelling me to state at that moment. 2 armored vehicles approached from the opposite direction, disgorging 10 officers, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Zha Hui, clad in a bulletproof vest and brandishing an MP5. Unleashing a torrent of fire upon the robbers, it became evident that this was a significant incident, an event reminiscent of a big-screen drama. Indeed, the Hong Kong cinematic universe truly resembled an Oriental Gotham. A chaotic street battle ensued, with hundreds of rounds fired, yet upon assessing the aftermath, it appeared all injuries were sustained by the police. What atrocious marksmanship! The 2 robbers with AKs initially failed to find cover. Even so, their aim was shockingly poor. The ensuing scenes were even more ludicrous, as one officer knelt before a robber, inciting public outrage and transforming the situation into a nationwide live broadcast of the standoff. A stray bullet whizzed past me, striking a nearby taxi, with the ricochet veering toward Zhao Xin, though its force had diminished significantly, halted by a secondary biological force field, the bullet tumbling harmlessly to the ground. With a swift motion, I produced a flying knife and sprang into action, leaping across the car roof, rapidly closing the distance to the robbers. This maneuver astonished not only the police, but also caused the robbers, poised to board their getaway vehicle, to momentarily hesitate. In that instant, I was within 50 meters of the assailants. I leaped into the air, arms flailing, releasing 2 flying knives that struck the foreheads of the 2 robbers, who collapsed to the ground without a sound. Damn it! One of the robbers, Chen Yiyuan, Xiao Qigu, cursed, raising his AK to retaliate, but my flying knives were already in flight. Once more, 3 consecutive knives aimed at Chen Yiyuan's vital points compelled him to quickly open a car door and crouch behind it. Eyes wide as he beheld the 2 blades that nearly pierced the vehicle, I executed a roll off the roof, shedding any semblance of pretense, and crawled along the ground, closing the distance to approximately 20 meters. Suddenly, I sprang upright and hurled 5 flying knives, eliminating the remaining 2 robbers, forcing Chen Yuan to scramble behind another vehicle. After launching the knives, I charged forward with the ferocity of a tiger leaping across a ravine. And after 2 powerful lunges, I found myself within less than 5 meters of Chen Yuan and a car separated us. And after locking eyes, he immediately opened fire. However, I deftly evaded the bullets, tracing an arc that allowed me to maneuver past the rear of the vehicle. Standing face to face, as Chen Yuan prepared to fire again, I would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift change of direction, I dodged a bullet, my arms sweeping to strike his weapon. Utilizing the whip-like force of my technique, the gun bent, parts scattering that a massive hand loomed before Chen Yuan, pressing against his face with overwhelming force, propelling him into the air and crashing him to the ground. The impact was so severe that his internal organs felt displaced, and he spat blood before losing consciousness. Standing tall, I stretched my limbs as the police, under the command of Zhang Zhiheng, Zha Hui, surrounded the area. Freeze. Raise your hands. Do not move. Hey, be careful. Don't accidentally shoot the hero while trying to apprehend the thieves. I chuckled, raising my hands and glancing at the distant media, displaying no signs of panic. Zhang Zhiheng's expression darkened as he approached, lowering his MP5 that in an attempt to push me down onto the hood of a car. He found my physique unyielding, akin to a slender monkeyed tea that moment. A peculiar smile crept upon my lips. You all witnessed that I did not make a move. The police failed to capture the robbers, yet I managed to resolve the situation. Are they truly resorting to violent enforcement? Does justice still exist in Hong Kong? Must one who acts bravely be treated with such brutality? It was certainly better during Lei Luo's time. How outrageous, surrounding citizens murmured amongst themselves as media personnel, akin to sharks sensing blood, rushed forward with cameras in hand. What did you say? Do not slander me. Zhang Zhiheng glared at the approaching reporters, his expression one of sheer frustration. Did I speak incorrectly? What did you mean by trying to force me onto the car hood? Am I a criminal? Without my intervention, the robbers would have escaped, and your colleagues would have suffered far worse. Is my taking credit for your efforts what bothers you? Do you value accolades over the lives of your colleagues? Stop talking nonsense. How could I possibly disregard my colleagues' lives? Do you truly care? If so, you should have expressed gratitude rather than attempt to detain me. I offered no resistance, did I? Zhang Xin gritted his teeth in anger. He was not one to covet glory, but was simply incensed by the disruption of his carefully laid plans and the injuries sustained by so many. Sir, I must ask you to accompany us back to the Wan Chai police station for further investigation. Do you have any objections? Of course not, I replied with a smile, extending my hands. Is it necessary to put on handcuffs? No need. Zhang Zhiheng's expression resembled one who had just swallowed a fly. Everyone, I will accompany this officer back to the precinct for cooperation. No handcuffs will be necessary. However, I have heard that torture is trendy in Hong Kong. Could someone assist me in contacting a lawyer? I will cover the fees myself. A female reporter, her face reminiscent of Chiyu Shuksheng, the character from Mouse and Dragon, rushed to the forefront. Sir, I can help you find a lawyer, provided you grant me an exclusive interview. My name is Zhao Xin, the trustworthy Xin. If the lovely lady would join me for dinner, the exclusive interview shall be yours. Lu Huizhan's laughter radiated pure joy. And thus it was settled. I shall contact my lawyer at once. Amidst the jeering of the surrounding citizens, Zhang Zhiheng felt even more distressed. He wished to push Zhao Xin aside, but feared leaving incriminating evidence. So he could only speak with a grim countenance. Let us move along. Do not obstruct traffic. Very well. My vehicle is not far from here, with a license plate number. Please drive it to the police station, and take care not to damage it. Also, my flying dagger, an import, is quite valuable. Kindly ensure its safety. I regret to inform you, sir, that your flying dagger is considered evidence and cannot be reclaimed at this moment. Not a problem. It's worth 10,000 each. Your police department may reimburse me, and I have no objections to how long you wish to keep it. The 2 men boarded the police car, slowly making their way to the Wan Chai police station. Zhang Zhiheng, visibly displeased, warned, I advise you not to overstep. Otherwise, once we reach the station, you shall not have a pleasant experience. What? Are you trying to intimidate me? I have no qualms about confronting you. I've practiced iron shirt since childhood. However, I am a person who repays grievances, and I shall retaliate. So brace yourselves, you insolent fool. Are you threatening a police officer? Hey, officer, what are you insinuating? Do not slander me. Besides, isn't it difficult to remove your skin? This is still a colony, and wealth is abundant. Silence enveloped them as they entered the police station, perhaps due to the earlier remarks. They were not taken to the interrogation room, but instead recorded their statements outside. Just as the statements were nearing completion, Lu Huizhen arrived with her cameraman and lawyer. Upon seeing that Zhao Xin had not been taken into the interrogation room for questioning, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed her eyes. Zhao Xin was a loss for words, thinking, "What do you mean? I wish to provide you a home, yet you want me to be treated like a mere telephone directory." Lu Huizhen, accompanied by her lawyer and cameraman, entered the police station. Noting Zhao Xin's safety, she expressed her disappointment. Why haven't they confined you to an interrogation room, using a telephone directory as a cushion for your chest, while striking you with a hammer? Or perhaps offering you judicial milk tea and using a hose to cleanse your intestines? Before Zhang Zhiheng could respond, Zhao Xin could no longer contain himself. "Miss, do listen to what you are saying. You are essentially suggesting I endure torture. That is tantamount to wishing for my demise? Oh, that is not the case. I am merely curious. This officer does not appear to be particularly benevolent." Zhao Xin harbored no fondness for Zhang Zhiheng either, as one of his age and rank was likely trained at the Scotland Yard, and those who were trained there were predominantly banana people. It is merely an issue of appearance. Do not presume they are hard of hearing. Speak with more consideration. Very well, my apologies, officer. You were not harmed, but what use is the lawyer's presence now? For heaven's sake. Of course, it is to expedite my departure. If I remain here for 24 hours, will your exclusive interview still hold any value? Indeed, Lu Huizhen, hands on her hips like a determined barrister, urged, "Hurry and complete the paperwork. I still desire that exclusive interview." The lawyer, exasperated, responded, "Had you not been so incessant, I would have completed the paperwork long, an hour later." The four emerged from the police station, having paid 2,000 to the lawyer, who then departed. "Quickly, where shall we conduct the interview? Afterward, I must return to write my piece to ensure I meet the evening news deadline and tomorrow's newspaper." Zhao Xin felt utterly bemused. This woman was truly dedicated to her career, and he had initially hoped to establish a more personal connection. "Let us find a place to dine. Size matters not, but the food must be delectable." The rotund cameraman immediately chimed in. "I know of an excellent roast meat shop nearby. It is not mealtime, so there should be available seating." "Excellent. Let us proceed to the roast meat shop." 20 minutes later, the three were seated on the second floor of the quaint eatery, which spanned less than 60 square meters. They ordered an abundance of roast meats, including an entire roast goose, leaving them several $100s lighter. The plump cameraman set up his camera and began devouring the food voraciously, truly a remarkable gourmand. "So, what would you like to ask?" Zhao Xin inquired as he picked up a roast goose leg, taking a bite that dazzled his senses. This roast goose is prepared with the skills of a five-star chef. Facing 5 armed robbers, what prompted you to act? Certainly, I had confidence. Observing their marksmanship, it was evident they were as inept as the police, merely masters of human outline. I had no reason to fear injury. And having consumed overnight congee, dealing with them was trivial. Lu Huizhen's eyes sparkled with interest. "Pray elaborate on these masters of human outline." "It simply means they possess poor shooting skills after firing for so long. Many injured were merely victims of stray bullets. Truly disheartening. Are you suggesting that the police are equally inept?" "Indeed, while I admire their bravery, their marksmanship leaves much to be desired. I am aware that the .38 caliber has a short range, yet later, someone wielding an MP5 did not hit their target." "Well then, are your martial skills particularly impressive?" "Mediocre. With a weapon, I could manage a few dozen adversaries, but without one, merely a handful." "Wow. Where did you learn such skills?" "I hail from the north. Naturally, I learned the martial arts there. But why come to Hong Kong? Is it because it is prosperous and affluent?" "Not at all. Wealth is limited to a small fraction of the population, while the majority still reside in cage homes. I came to earn money. With my abilities, making a living is quite effortless." An hour later, their plates were empty, and Lu Huizhen, fully satisfied, left the establishment with the cameraman on the verge of bursting. Zhao Xin packed 2 roast geese and several roast meats for a late-night snack before driving back to the Peninsula Hotel. Upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. Retrieving a flying dagger, he crossed the threshold only to discover Lu Piapiao had not yet departed. She was seated on the sofa, indulging in snacks while watching television. "Why are you still here?" Lu Piapiao turned and glared at Zhao Xin. "What do you think? With you behaving like a mad dog, how can I go to work today? I can only take a break." "Haha, perfect timing. I brought food. Once you are satisfied, we shall continue our mahjong game. Get lost. You wish, though the Peninsula Hotel is splendid. I do not wish to perish here. Fear not. I am well aware. All roads lead to Rome." "Ugh," Lu Piapiao grimaced. "You are revolting. Stop dreaming. Even at another price, it is out of the question." At 6 o'clock, the evening news commenced, and Zhao Xin tuned into Asia Television News as the broadcast began. Footage from the afternoon was shown, depicting Zhao Xin single-handedly confronting 5 robbers. The host reported, "This afternoon in Wan Chai, 5 notorious bandits attempted a brazen robbery at a gold shop, engaging in a standoff with police on one of Hong Kong's busiest streets, firing hundreds of rounds. None of the robbers were injured. In contrast, several police officers sustained injuries, achieving no success, relying instead on citizens to use flying daggers to eliminate the criminals. Now, let us hear from the hero who acted bravely." The scene shifted to Lu Huizhen interviewing Zhao Xin, who was enjoying a roast goose leg, recounting his encounter with the masters of human outline. The footage returned to the host, who lamented, "Every year, taxpayers contribute substantial funds. What has the police accomplished? Gangs abound, robberies occur daily, and the major triads operate with impunity. Who will ensure the safety of the citizens?" As the news aired, shockwaves rippled across Hong Kong. Zhang Zheng, just returned home, seized an ashtray and smashed the television, unleashing a torrent of curses. Meanwhile, on the other side, upon receiving the news, Jiang Tiansheng visited the hospital to see Shanji and others. And they all observed the footage on the television. "Mr. Jiang, it is this scoundrel who killed Brother Debi and Brother Nan. You must avenge them." The television displayed Zhao Xin speaking at the scene. "I am Zhao Xin, the trustworthy one." Jiang Tiansheng's countenance darkened as he glanced at Chen Yao and Shanji. "You focus on your recovery. We shall not let the murder of the Hongxing leader go unpunished. We will convene to decide our course of action." As the map of Hong Kong expanded, Causeway Bay now boasted a full 10 streets, and as one of the 4 major triads, Hongxing held sway over 4 of those streets. The news of Debi's demise spread from Saigon, rendering the quest for vengeance a secondary concern. The primary focus shifted to maintaining control over the territory of Causeway Bay, back when Debi held sway in TSC Wanshan. He had coerced the 2 into taking the fall for him, promising that after a couple of years, he would elevate him to prominence. In the end, however, he was too stingy to pay for a decent lawyer, opting instead for an incompetent one, resulting in the 2 receiving an 8-year sentence. Coupled with his favoritism towards Chun Haonan, the capable subordinates had long since seen through everything and switched allegiances. With Chun Haonan now in dire straits, there was no one left to succeed Debi's position. Thus, the urgent task was to rally forces to secure Causeway Bay, preventing rival gangs from exploiting the situation. Within the executive suite of the Peninsula Hotel, Lu Piapiao indulged in her meal, her mouth glistening with grease as she leaned against Zhao Xin, her eyes sparkling with seduction. Her fingers traced over his taut abdominal muscles, exclaiming in surprise at his impressive physique, a testament to his prowess as a martial artist. Zhao Xin scoffed, "Woman, you're playing with fire." The crooked-mouthed Dragon King chuckled, lifting Lu Piapiao into his arms as they commenced a fierce game of Sichuan mahjong. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiansheng and Chen Yao departed from the hospital, the smiles on their faces quickly fading, replaced by ominous expressions. Chen Yao immediately called to Fei and instructed him to gather all the brothers to defend Causeway Bay. "No matter who comes, we must hold our ground. As long as we secure Causeway Bay, we can elevate the chosen leader when the time comes." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." Just as Chen Yao picked up the phone, it rang. Upon hearing the news, his expression shifted dramatically. "What? You must hold your ground. I will inform Mr. Jiang right away." "What's wrong?" Seeing Chen Yao's grim countenance, Jiang Tiansheng sensed trouble. Wang Bao and his cousin Lian Haolong had crossed over from Yaomati and Kuntong, invading Causeway Bay. Simultaneously, other gangs such as Nu Qi, Hehe Tu, Hongxing, Yitzi Dui's Huziyong, Hongyi, Yihai, and Shenga had launched attacks against them. Damn it. Jiang Tiansheng slammed his fist against the backrest of his chair that I can tolerate others. But Hongyi, having split from Hongxing, now dares to strike at us. They must be courting death. Mr. Jiang, what should we do now? Contact the Han brothers. Instruct them to ambush Wang Bao's territory. Have Liao Ma reach out to Taizi and Diyu. And tell me to contact Lian Haolong that if they dare to touch Causeway Bay, they'll lose their own territory. And what about Causeway Bay? Jiang Tiansheng revealed a sinister smile. Let them fight for now. Once they've exhausted themselves, we will gather our forces and deliver a decisive blow, making them understand that attempting to feast on Hongxing's flesh will lead to their own bloody demise. His strategy was sound. Yet he underestimated the allure of Causeway Bay and his adversaries. Throughout the night, Chen Yao's phone incessantly rang. Various gangs, regardless of size, had turned against Hongxing, plunging the entire Hong Kong island into chaos. Not a single faction escaped unscathed, leaving Jiang Tiansheng and Chen Yao sleepless and overwhelmed. Zhao Xin, however, reveled in his enjoyment. He awoke the next morning to find Lu Piapiao still asleep. Upon receiving a call from the agent, he learned that negotiations were underway, with results expected the following day. After placing $5,000 on the bedside table, Zhao Xin descended to his car, heading to the Kowloon Gun Club, having previously suffered setbacks during black market dealings due to poor shooting skills. He resolved to practice diligently. Upon arriving at the Kowloon Gun Club, he paid a substantial fee to obtain a top-tier membership card and entered the shooting range. This venue primarily catered to handguns and hosted professional competitions. Prominently featured in films like Gun King and King of Guns as he surveyed the training area, he noted it was relatively quiet due to it not being a holiday, with only one individual capturing Zhao Xin's attention. It was Peng Yihong, the star from Gun King, and could hear the sound of the referee's signal. He dashed forward, effortlessly toppling all the targets, his movements fluid and graceful. Zhao Xin couldn't help but shake his head. While the spectacle was impressive, its practicality was lacking. In a real encounter against a skilled shooter, such a static approach would lead to a gruesome end. The climactic duel against Miao Zhixuan in the film exemplified this, as he stood still and became an easy target, ultimately suffering grave injuries and leaving a lasting psychological scar. Friend, my name is Zhao Xin. What do they call you? As Peng Yihong approached, Zhao Xin took the initiative to engage him. Hello, Rick, I saw your news yesterday. Your knife skills are formidable. I wonder whose skills are superior. Yours with the knife or mine with the gun? Ha! Zhao Xin couldn't contain his laughter if it were competition. Your gun would undoubtedly be superior. However, in a life-and-death battle, the one who falls would be you. Oh. Peng Yihong's interest was piqued. What do you mean? His expression remained calm, but the intrigue in his eyes was unmistakable. Because I'm not a stationary target for you. I can evade, and I am quite fast. If we both move simultaneously, your bullets will not find me. Are you faster than a bullet? Not necessarily. But as long as I'm quicker than you, it suffices. Care for a test? I'll let you shoot first. Peng Yihong shook his head. And no need. I never shoot at moving targets. Then it seems we must part ways. Your gun has been modified by you, hasn't it? Indeed. I am new to the Kowloon Gun Club and not very familiar with it. Could you assist me in modifying a gun? Sure, but my modifications come at a premium, and you may not find them to your liking. How can I know without trying? All right, I have a spare gun. You can fire a few rounds first. If it suits you, I will modify yours. Thank you very much. 3 minutes later, Peng Yihong handed Zhao Xin a black modified firearm. Upon receiving it, Zhao Xin noticed that this 1911 was more than twice the weight of the standard model. With all metal components, it offered enhanced durability while still reasonably controlling recoil. When he examined a magazine, he found it to be a double-stack extended magazine capable of holding 22 rounds, with smaller bullet heads that had increased powder loads, thus not significantly reducing its lethality. However, due to the smaller bullet heads, the overall damage would be slightly less than a standard 1911. The muzzle feature compensator, increasing the weight at the front to minimize muzzle rise and facilitate subsequent aiming. explaining why Peng Yihong shot so quickly. The only issue was that the trigger was overly sensitive. While Peng Yihong's lighter build was well suited to this trigger, Zhao Xin's strength was considerably above average. Approaching 3 times the human limit that a moment's lapse in control could lead to accidental discharges. Standing before the target, he emptied the magazine in 3 seconds, achieving only mediocre accuracy, with most shots landing in the 5 or 6 rings. The gun is excellent, but the trigger is too light. Your strength suits it perfectly, but for me, it falls short. Please adjust it to 5 times the weight for better control. Doing so will drastically reduce your shooting speed. I cannot comply. Perhaps you should find someone else for the modification. Zhao Xin, having watched Gun King multiple times, recognized Peng Yihong's distinct character. No, you're the one to modify it. Each person has unique needs. Only by adapting to those can one truly become a master gunsmith. If you lack flexibility, you're merely a gunsmithing machine. Choose whether you want to be a master or a machine. Peng Yihong's eyes flickered with contemplation. Just as Zhao Xin was about to leave, he returned. By the way, this is a deposit. I want the best materials for my gun. Saying this, he slipped $100,000 into Peng Yihong's pocket. After hesitating momentarily, Peng Yihong ultimately said nothing, offering a faint smile before taking the spare gun back to his workshop. While Peng Yihong set about modifying the gun, Zhao Xin began his shooting practice. He cycled through various handguns available at the Kowloon Gun Club, from .38s to Black Stars to 1911s. As his proficiency improved, so did his accuracy. The rhythm of his shooting became increasingly fluid, requiring more loading assistance as onlookers gathered to watch. It wasn't merely his precision that drew attention. It was his uncanny ability to swiftly adapt to the recoil of each handgun, maintaining stability. More impressively, while most shooters would tire after firing a few hundred rounds, Zhao Xin continued to shoot thousands without a hint of fatigue, practicing from dawn until dusk, with the audience around him changing multiple times, until Peng Yixing arrived, standing beside Zhao Xin and observing. He finally paused. He shook his arm slightly, glanced at the attribute panel, noting that his shooting skill had reached level 2 with proficiency exceeding 50%, nodding in satisfaction. Quite impressive. You've emerged. Has the gun been modified? Yes, but the trigger is rather heavy. I doubt you'll find it comfortable to use. You're truly humorous. I don't care about your feelings. I care about my own. People are different with your physique. I could easily take down 3 or 5 of you with a single punch. Taking the gun, he weighed it in his hands, noting it was heavier than Peng Yixing's spare gun. After loading the magazine, he aimed at the target behind him and swiftly emptied the magazine with one hand. Your speed has diminished. Compared to when I used my gun, perhaps I should adjust the trigger to my liking? No need. This speed suits me perfectly. Everyone has their own rhythm when firing. Well, as long as you're satisfied, your progress is rapid and unexpected. Of course, a genius is certainly different from an ordinary person. Aren't you a genius? He added silently. I'm simply exceptional. When shall we have a match? Sure. How much does such a gun cost? I used all the money you gave me. I only made a small fee. Zhao Xin clapped Peng Yixing on the shoulder. He tried to evade, but couldn't, feeling the weight on his shoulder almost causing him to grimace. Could you help me modify 10 guns externally? I know you can do it. Peng Yixing shook his head resolutely. It's impossible. My guns cannot become instruments of crime. What you see is crime. I see is punishing evil and promoting good. There is an assassin organization abroad that believes in killing one to save 1,000. I share their philosophy that in a place like Hong Kong, there are too many scum. I aim to hasten their demise, saving countless innocent families. What do you think? Aren't you afraid I might report you? Of course I'm not. Zhao Xin smiled gently. If you speak of it, someone must believe you that I'm a hero who has killed 4 robbers and subdued 1. 2 million, and I'll modify 10 guns for you to. I also want 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Are you preparing for war? Then it's 3 million. What the hell are you raising the price? Business is different now. I also need to make a profit. Fine, then it's 3 million, with 1 million as a deposit. I'll give it to you shortly. Leaving the Kowloon Gun Association, he handed the money to Peng Yixing in the parking lot. Agreeing on delivery in a month, Zhao Xin felt somewhat speechless. He thought he had achieved financial freedom, only to find himself still broke. The antiques and gold in his space, if sold now, would incur too much loss. It seems he still needs to rob the rich to help the poor. Back at the Peninsula Hotel, Lu Piapiao had already left, which was for the best to avoid awkwardness, after a night of pleasant dreams. He arrived at the hotel restaurant at 10 in the morning, where he met the agent and a bearded foreigner with golden hair, the Mr. Zhao. This is the owner of the villa you have chosen. Mr. William. He is a nobleman from the UK and holds the title of Viscount. How fortuitous, Mr. William. It's a pleasure to meet you. My ancestors were nobles of the Ming Dynasty and also held titles. Ming Dynasty, although William's Chinese had an accent, it was quite commendable that, such a distant era. I know a bit more about it. My ancestors visited. Yes, that's so. They must have brought back quite a few treasures. Right? Zhao Xin, your way of speaking is truly uncomfortable. William frowned slightly. That is how people are. I can do it, but you can't say it. Ha. William, please don't take offense. I meant no harm. The weak are always preyed upon by the strong. It is an unchanging truth. Just like now, aren't you still robbing money? Although it sounds legal. Oh, Zhao Xin, you are unlike any Asian I've met. I'm starting to like you, that I understand. In China, we call this mutual admiration. I'm also a strong person who enjoys seizing wealth. If you weren't in a rush to return to the UK, I believe we could become friends. Indeed, I feel a bit regretful too that you found a formidable agent. My villa is yours for 34 million. Okay, it's a deal. You should have quite a bit to take with you, right? Certainly. I hope you don't mind. As many items were brought back from the UK. Of course, in China, we value gentlemen not taking what others cherish, but promise me to leave a few bottles of good wine as a token of our pleasant cooperation. Shall we? No problem. Zhao Xin was uncertain how long it normally takes to process the transfer in Hong Kong. However, with William, it was all completed in just an hour. Zhao Xin paid in cash. And William departed joyfully. Driving to the hillside villa, he used the key to open the door, stepping inside only to find the place ransacked, as if it had been burglarized. Damn, are these foreigners even human? Entering the basement wine cellar, he was even more dismayed. Not a single bottle remained, let alone a few good wines. The agent felt awkward too, not expecting the foreigner to be so stingy. Zhao Xin, I'm sorry. I didn't expect the foreigner to be so miserly, truly disappointing. If they had integrity, they wouldn't be called foreigners. This isn't your fault. You should know someone in the renovation business. Right? Of course, Zhao Xin, don't worry. They are professionals in villa renovations, and won't let you down. Zhao Xin nodded, tossing the necessary funds to him. Help me find a professional. I want the villa renovated within a month. Is that a problem? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Excellent. Also find me a villa in Repulse Bay that's ready to move in, priced between 5 to 8 million, and give me news within a week. Sure, you can rest assured. I can have it sorted in less than a week. Nodding on the surface, but feeling somewhat speechless internally. Your work efficiency is so high, it's putting pressure on me. Fat tigered, it seems I need to expedite my plans to rob the rich and help the poor, that you're pushing me towards crime. I'm a legitimate person. Departing the hillside, he parted ways with the jubilant agent, finding a newsstand to purchase a copy of each newspaper. Even the front page of the entertainment tabloids headlined the news of the various factions surrounding and attacking the Hongxin gang. To exaggerate a bit, when sanitation workers went to clear the garbage in the morning, there were dismembered limbs in every trash bin. Continuing to browse other sections, two pieces of news brought a smile to Zhao Xin's face. One reported that NIS family member, Nikuan, was killed yesterday, shot 3 times. The other announced the arrival of a gambling god in Hong Kong, preparing for a climactic showdown with Chen Jincheng at sea. The betting odds would have to wait, but the NI family could bring him a quick fortune. Driving to Tsim Sha Sui, he spent $1,000 hiring a short guide to lead him to the NI family's mansion. Upon arrival, the guards at the entrance, upon seeing the approaching vehicle, slipped their hands into their suit jackets, displaying heightened vigilance. Sending the short guide away, Zhao Xin got out of the car and approached the entrance, only to be stopped. Apologies, but today the NI family has matters to attend to and cannot receive guests. Haha, I'm not here to visit. Please notify them that Zhao Xin has come to discuss cooperation. The two guards' pupils dilated. They were acutely aware that the recent upheaval in the underworld was due to a person named Zhao Xin who had taken down Big B and his right-hand man. Chen Haonan, very well. please wait a moment. I will inform them. 10 minutes later, Zhao Xin walked into the room, where apart from the Ni family members, there was also the brooding Chen Yongrun and the long-haired Luo Ji. Upon seeing Zhao Xin enter, Ni Yongxiao donned his glasses and rose. Zhao Sheng, I didn't expect to meet you at such a time. We are not acquainted, so I'm unsure what cooperation we can pursue. You must know that my father has just passed, and there are many affairs to manage at home. Well, this cooperation should pique your interest, particularly regarding who killed your father. The cooperation I speak of is that I know who murdered your father. And I, Cohen, this information should interest you, correct? What are your terms? I will tell you who killed your father for 5 million. All right, big brother, could you please go to the safe upstairs and get 5 million for Zhao Sheng? The head of the Ni family, Ni Yongzhong, nodded, standing up from the sofa and heading upstairs. Zhao Sheng, money is not an issue. Can we speak now? Are you sure you want everyone here? Ni Yongxiao paused for a moment, then quickly revealed a smile. Of course. Those present here are all members of the Ni family. Zhao Sheng, please speak plainly. All right, if you say so, then it shall be so. The one who took action was Lu Jiaming, who was previously a petty thug, but has now entered the police academy, alongside your brother Chen Yongrun, and is even expected to win the Silver Flute Award. That night, he went to the theater, murdered your father, and then left on a motorcycle. The most astonished person at the scene was Chen Yongrun. He knew who Lu Jiaming was and never expected him to be the assassin. However, Ni Yongxiao was not satisfied with this answer. Zhao Sheng, you know I'm not interested in just this at all. Then what do you wish to know? Zhao Xin feigned ignorance. Very well, given the current chaos within the Ni family. Let us be direct that I want to know who instructed Lu Jiaming to kill my father. You should know that as well. Of course, Zhao Xin smiled. 5 million. And I will tell you who ordered Lu Jiaming to kill your father. The Ni family members were taken aback, and Ni Yongxiao's younger brother, Ni Yongyi, stood up in anger, only to be restrained by Ni Yongxiao's eldest sister. Zhao Sheng truly knows how to conduct business. Ni Yongxiao spoke with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Ni Sheng, you are being polite. Your family deals in laundry detergent, and it is only right that I profit from you. All right, I will comply, but I hope Zhao Sheng will not play tricks on me again. Of course, elder brother, add another 5 million. Ni Yongxiao shouted upstairs, and Yongzhong, who had just emerged from the study, paused at the sound of Ni Yongxiao's voice, then turned and re-entered the study. Zhao Sheng, can we speak now? No problem. The one who set Lu Jiaming in motion is named Mary, a rather common name. However, here, she represents Han Chen's woman, and Yongxiao's eyes widened in shock. Was it Han Chen who sent Mary to do this? You guessed wrong. If you wish to know the answer, it will cost you another price. At this, everyone present clenched their fists, and Ni Yongxiao gritted his teeth, saying, Zhao Sheng, you have taken 10 million from our Ni family. Indeed, what is the issue? I've already provided you with the answer. It is you who did not ask all at once. Very well. Zhao Sheng certainly knows how to conduct business. This time, I will offer 10 million, and I want to know the entire story. Is that acceptable? Let us cease this wordplay, shall we? Ni Sheng is so generous. I certainly will not refuse. Add another 10 million, and I will tell you everything I know. Thank you. Please go upstairs and inform elder brother to add another 10 million, and make it clear. Do not let him overthink it. Understood, second brother. Ni Yongyi replied, casting a deep glance at Zhao Xin before turning to ascend the stairs. Ni Sheng, the matter is actually quite simple. Han Chen, Mary, and Huang Ziqing are childhood friends who grew up together in the New Territories. However, Mary, in a fit of madness, developed feelings for the rather unpleasant Han Chen, who has become a police officer, rather than for Huang Ziqing. Unfortunately, although Han Chen is cautious in his dealings, he is merely a foot soldier for your Ni family. In her desire to elevate Han Chen's status, Mary offered herself to your father. The result was favorable. Han Chen became the fifth of your family's formidable four, finally rising to prominence. Ironically, Han Chen remains oblivious, believing his talents have been recognized by her father, and wholeheartedly serves the Ni family, infuriating Mary, who cannot voice her displeasure. Can you guess what Mary did? Zhao Sheng, please be direct. Alas, you truly lack a sense of humor. Mary devised a plan to seduce Huang Ziqing, now a police officer, trading information about his colleagues to help him rise in rank. Simultaneously, she slept with Huang Zhiqing, manipulating his feelings in hopes of finding an opportunity to take down the Ni family. Unexpectedly, Han Chun proved too reliable, and Huang Zhiqing had no chance. Frustrated, Mary and Huang Zhiqing, after a game of mahjong at a hotel, struck a deal. They targeted your father, and Huang Zhiqing seized a moment amid the turmoil within the Ni family to uproot you entirely. Han Chun is cautious and likely to remain unharmed. It is a win-win scenario. How do you find this plan? In the corner, Chen Yongren was dumbfounded. His superior was in fact a corrupt officer. He had been instructed to go undercover in the Ni family, while Han Chen's woman arranged for his own father to be killed. Who could have imagined such a turn of events? It felt as though he had become a complete fool. After listening to Zhao Xin's words, the room descended into silence. 2 minutes later, Ni Yongxiao hoarsely inquired, "Do you have evidence for what you have said?" Zhao Xin looked at Ni Yongxiao as if he were a fool. "Are you high? The Ni family runs a Western pharmacy, notorious in all underworld circles. And you dare speak to me of evidence? Very well, but how can you assure me that what you say is true?" "Ha!" Zhao Xin let out a cold laugh. "If you care so much for evidence, then investigate it yourself. I have told you all I know. Now I want my money. 20 million, not a penny less, or I will kill your entire family, including your pets, and leave no one alive. Is there any more doubt? If so, that will require another price." The members of the Ni family twitched at the corners of their mouths, and the bodyguards led by Luoji prepared for battle. "I will give you 20 million. Can you answer my last question?" "Very well. I shall treat this as a charitable act. Ask what you wish, quickly." Did Han Chen truly have no knowledge of this matter? Zhao Xin was left speechless. While watching Infernal Affairs, he had not found Ni Yongxiao to be so naive. Indeed, he is unaware, but you are preparing to kill the woman he loves. Do you think he'll be spared? Would you have him ally with your family's 4 formidable warriors to hand over your family's wealth and ensure prosperity for all? Ni Yongxiao chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I have overthought things. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. It has been a pleasure collaborating with you, and I hope for future opportunities to work together. Certainly, as long as the payment is sufficient, there will be many opportunities for collaboration. For instance, to eliminate Gandhi and his associates. That could be arranged. Those in the Western pharmacy business are all scum. I will charge a little less. Inform me of their whereabouts, and I will take care of them for 2 million each. How does that sound?" "Thank you. I will consider it." Ni Yongzhong and Ni Yongyi descended from upstairs, placing a black travel bag on the ground. Zhao Xin picked it up, weighed it, and nodded in satisfaction. "Until we meet again." Esteemed Ni gentlemen. Leaving the Ni family estate, he stowed the money in his portable space but did not rush away. The Ni family, engaged in the Western pharmacy business, had ample cash flow. If they could produce 20 million from the study, they could certainly muster more. Those in the Western pharmacy trade deserved to perish, and Zhao Xin felt no guilt whatsoever. Particularly the Ni family, who had been selling Western medicine since the era of Lei Luo, had ruined countless families, let alone their wealth. Even the annihilation of their entire lineage would be justifiable. He concealed his vehicle and found a discreet location, keeping a watchful eye on the Ni family's estate for 2 days. During this time, not a single member of the Ni family emerged. It seemed that Chen Yongren and Luoji, eager to pass on information, were growing anxious. Finally, the Ni family departed the grand estate, likely heading to the funeral home for Ni Kuen's burial. Zhao Xin donned dark attire, stuffing various items inside to resemble a burly man. He leaped over the rear of the Ni family estate and swiftly advanced toward the villa. Before he could enter, he was spotted by the guards inside, who opened fire. Bang, bang, the shot struck the ground near his feet. Zhao Xin drew an AK, firing in the direction of the gunfire and killing 2 individuals as he charged into the villa. Just as he vaulted inside, a barrage of handguns fired upon him, and he sustained 7 or 8 gunshot wounds. Fortunately, his upper body was protected by a bulletproof vest, and his limbs and head were shielded by a biological force field. Even when struck, he only suffered superficial wounds. He pulled out 2 grenades and tossed them, and after 2 explosions, Zhao Xin sprinted from cover, wielding an AK in each hand, unleashing a barrage of fire that swiftly eliminated all the bodyguards capable of resistance. Once finished, he stowed the AK and retrieved a black star to ensure that all remaining threats were neutralized. Ascending to the study on the upper floor, he searched diligently and discovered a massive safe hidden behind a bookshelf. This was quite the undertaking. Without prior preparation, it would have been impossible to open. The safe was embedded in the wall, making it impossible to extract using his portable space. He took out a high-temperature cutting torch and began working along the seams. Moving with urgency, but maintaining steady hands. 10 minutes later, the sound of police sirens could be heard. This was a residential area, and their slow arrival indicated they were likely hoping for trouble at the Ni family estate. However, this also provided Zhao Xin with an opportunity. As the police surrounded the Ni family and slowly advanced toward the villa, 20 minutes had already elapsed. As the final incision was made, the massive iron door of the safe came crashing down. Upon beholding the stacks of Hong Kong dollars, US dollars, pounds, and a considerable assortment of antique gold, even Zhao Xin, who had encountered substantial wealth before, could not suppress his heavy breathing. The cashier was guaranteed to amount to at least 1 billion. And with the added value of gold, jewelry, and antiques, it would undoubtedly exceed 12 billion. The biofield expanded, gathering everything, and Zhao Xin approached the window, leaping out effortlessly. While the police were still in a state of bewilderment, Zhao Xin had already covered dozens of meters, and with another leap, he vaulted over the wall of the Ni family estate. "Quick, apprehend him! He's the one who attacked the Ni residence," shouted one officer. "Stop right there, or I will open fire." The police outside tried to halt Zhao Xin, but he continued running, tossing out 2 grenades and changing direction to flee elsewhere. "Take cover, it's grenades." The officers hastily dropped to the ground. Yet when they heard no explosion, they stood up to find that the grenades had not detonated. By the time they sought Zhao Xin again, he had vanished without a trace. A young officer in military attire, witnessing Zhao Xin's disappearance, lamented a short-distance champion. "His speed is astonishing." An older officer beside him gave him a nudge. "Stop talking so much and get in the car to pursue him." A convoy of 6 or 7 police cars sped off in pursuit. But they could not locate Zhao Xin, as if he had simply evaporated into thin air. This was primarily due to their limited imagination. Here in Deepwater Bay, Zhao Xin had plunged into the sea, swimming ashore at Repulse Bay. With super breathing at his disposal, he could remain submerged for half an hour without surfacing. Such was his audacity, after changing into a new set of clothes and finding a spot devoid of surveillance. He retrieved his vehicle, drove across the sea, and headed to Kowloon Gun Club to continue his marksmanship practice. Ni Yongxiao received a phone call about the situation at home, and the veins on his forehead bulged in outrage. Did they truly believe that with his father gone, they could act with impunity? A Xiao. What has transpired? Our home was raided. The safe was cut open, and all the money has vanished. What? Who could have done this? Besides those 4 individuals, who else possesses such capability? Ni Yongxiao's eyes reddened as he glared at the 4 figures in the distance, their smirks barely contained. "Let us discuss this at home." "Emisham." Ni Yongxiao nodded, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. For a brief moment, he too suspected Zhao Xin, but he quickly dismissed the notion, for at present, Zhao Xin was but a solitary individual. Moreover, having just earned 20 million, there was no reason for him to risk such peril by assaulting the Ni residence. This was the tragic reality of conducting illicit activities while being registered with the police. They dared not deposit their money in banks, for should an incident arise, their accounts would be frozen, leading to their demise. Thus, most of their wealth remained in cash, ultimately benefiting Zhao Xin. As for why Zhao Xin bore no such concerns, it was simply because he was not registered with the police. He attracted no attention whatsoever, while Ni Yongxiao schemed on how to utilize Han Chun to eliminate the 4 formidable warriors. Zhao Xin had already arrived at Kowloon Gun Club, picking up various handguns to refine his shooting skills. Peng Yihong, unbeknownst to him, had approached Zhao Xin's side, observing his steadily improving shooting technique with eager anticipation. "Hey, I thought you were supposed to be at home, helping me procure what I need. I come to the gun club every day. Do you think if I suddenly stopped coming, I wouldn't draw suspicion?" "I don't believe so. Haven't you noticed that besides me, you have no friends at all? Who would care about someone like you?" "Ha!" Peng Yihong smirked. "I have a girlfriend." Zhao Xin chuckled. "All right, you win. Ask your girlfriend if she has any good recommendations. I still don't have a girlfriend. Don't even start. I fear it would tarnish Go Lian's reputation. You look like a notorious playboy. Haha. You certainly have a keen eye. Engaging in relationships is too much of a waste of time. I prefer dealing with money. It's much more straightforward. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and numerous small gangs in Hong Kong have been wiped out, with 2 medium-sized factions eliminated. Initially, the conflict arose over territorial disputes, and everyone kept their actions in check, avoiding excessive escalation. However, as fatalities increased and betrayals became rampant, the gang rivalries spiraled out of control. The second-in-command of Hong Hing, known as Fatty Lee from North Point, was murdered in broad daylight, while the dinosaur was shot on the street. Han Bin, Ma Wangjian, Baki, and Xiao Yan were all injured. Within the main hall, everyone wore grim expressions, and Liang Kun, dressed in a green suit, entered with a smile. Wow, so many casualties. Han Bin, my condolences. We all operate in the same circles, yet they resort to firearms. Truly outrageous. Do you know who was behind this? Han Bin, bandaged around his chest and back, wore a floral suit over it. Damn it, it's likely that those dogs from Dongxing are responsible, that if I get evidence, I will make them pay. Liang Kun shook his head. Evidence? We are in this for survival. Who needs evidence? We should just take them out. I suspect that Crow is not trustworthy. He's just returned from the Netherlands, and such reckless behavior is likely his doing. Let us join forces and deal with that Crow. At this moment, Jiang Tiansheng tapped the table. All right, let us not dwell on this matter. The police have already spoken to us, forbidding any further violence. Moreover, over the past 10 days, our losses have been catastrophic. All the funds from the main hall have been dispersed as relocation fees. If we continue fighting, you will need to cover your own expenses. Upon hearing this, Baki immediately interjected. Mr. Jiang is correct. We are here for money. If this fighting continues, we will all starve. Better to maintain peace. Liang Kun leaned back. You are the leader. What you say goes. Originally, he intended to seize Jiang Tiansheng's position, but decided against it given the current instability. It was better to let Jiang Tiansheng take the lead for now. Jiang Tiansheng smiled lightly. As for matters concerning the hall, there are still 2 streets left in Causeway Bay that need a leader to safeguard them and reclaim the 2 streets we lost previously. Additionally, we need someone to take over the positions in North Point and Tunmun. What are your thoughts? For Causeway Bay, I recommend Fei. He has performed admirably and played a significant role in retaining our hold there. Chen Yao interjected, Damn, a guy who spends all day picking his nose is too embarrassing for us at Hong Hing, right? My man, the madman, has fought valiantly without flinching. He was the one who led the charge to reclaim those 2 streets in Causeway Bay. Not to mention, Han Bin's Kwai Sing, Sister 13's Palam Street, and Brother Key's Aberdeen. The madman has contributed to all of them. Those who had received benefits from Liang Kun began nodding in agreement. Leaving Jiang Tiansheng with a headache, Debi had died too suddenly, leaving a gap in support. Since we have differing opinions, let us resolve this through strength. The one who instigated this conflict is a fellow named Zhao Xin, who even appeared on television. I trust you all know of him. Furthermore, regarding the Macau casino situation, that fool Sang Biao demands a 30% commission from every table, greedier than the Macau government, leaving us with no profits at all. Lastly, we must address the issue of Hung Yi's downfall. When he left Hong Hing, it was without our backing. How could he rise to power? Now he turns around to stab us in the back. We must eliminate him. Mr. Jiang speaks wisely. How shall we address these 3 matters? The one who takes care of Zhao Xin will become the leader in Causeway Bay, and the entire organization will support him in reclaiming those 2 streets. The one who deals with Sang Biao will assume the leadership in Tunmun. Hung, he has already been severely injured, and I hear 3 of his red sticks have died. All his capable subordinates are in the hospital. Once we handle Hung Yi's upper echelons, we shall go to North Point. How you proceed is your business. The first to accomplish this and present evidence to the main hall will be rewarded. With a loud bang, Liang Kun slammed the table. I say Mr. Jiang is most fair. This is how it should be. Everyone has a chance. Make sure your top horses are sharp. If you manage to complete even one of these tasks, you will soar to great heights. On Zhao Xion's side, he awoke early in the morning at his villa in Repulse Bay, gazing at the ocean view. After performing a set of punches, his body resonated with vitality, and he nodded in satisfaction. Attribute panel body. 29. Normal adult. 5. Skills. Shooting. Level 3 personal space. Expanding as attributes increase. Currently at 18 cubic meters. Superhuman traits. Super physique. Level 2 super hearing. Level 1 supervision. Level 1 super breathing. Level 2 super healing. Level 2 super intelligence. Level 2 super strength. Level 2 super speed. Level 2 heat vision. Level 2 flight. Level 2 biofield. Level 2 skill points. 0 originally. He assumed that level 5 was the pinnacle of skill levels, but he soon discovered, aside from mastering driving at level 5, culinary skills, combat, throwing, and weaponry, there remains potential for further advancement, which is rather intriguing. Currently, both super hearing and supervision are still at level 1, while all others have reached level 2. Once an Ai Yongxiao takes action, the plot of infernal affairs will inevitably unravel, and there should be skill points to gain, which will make things even more interesting. As the phone rang, Zhao Xin turned to enter the house. Hello. Who is this? Xin, it's Huang Bingyao that I've been transferred to the headquarters. Raymond and Uncle Biao have risen in rank. Would you care to offer a token of appreciation, such as, how about we toy with a drug dealer? Big brother, do you think I'm that formidable? Do you think I can just acquire information on drug dealers at will? I do have some intel on counterfeit dollars. Would you be interested? Just so, it might not be in West Kowloon. Haha, I knew you could do it, Xin. Your undercover file is ready. It's with Raymond. Just take a trip to West Kowloon, glance at the file, and pass the information to Raymond. Zhao Xin, feeling exasperated, relented. Fine, I'll make the trip. After hanging up, he changed into a different outfit, accompanied by the roar of the engine. The black GTR unleashed flame from its exhaust as it screeched away. Not far off, in a villa, a young boy pleaded with his father. I want to buy a GTR. The father, bewildered, replied, You're only 16. What do you know about owning a GTR? Do you think that just because you buy one, you could be like everyone else? As the vehicle sped along, it began to slow as it approached the Hung Hom Tunnel. Already congested in 87. Recently, the number of car ferries have been increasing, transporting vehicles across the sea. Suddenly, Zhao Xin's ears perked up at the sound of minibuses, not just one, but several, their engines roaring, seemingly accelerating instead of slowing down. Glancing towards a side road, he spotted a minibus barreling towards him. Zhao Xin's expression turned icy. It was aimed directly at him. Just as he intended to maneuver the GTR away, a car in front reversed and collided with the front of his vehicle. Two minibuses flanked him, hurtling towards the GTR. Zhao Xin barely had time to open the door and exit when, with a resounding crash, the three minibuses collided with the GTR, reducing the pristine black beast to a heap of scrap metal. He fell to the ground, turning back to see his beloved GTR mangled, his rage igniting. Damn it, my GTR! I just acquired it less than 2 days ago. Before he could react, a dozen thugs appeared from the side roads. All muscular and clearly seasoned fighters, brandishing gleaming butcher knives and charging at Zhao Xin. Get him! Kill him! Seeing this scene, Zhao Xin sneered. You think you can kill me with such pathetic attempts? He bent down to pick up shards of glass from the ground, transforming into an emotionless killing machine. The glass flew, slicing through throats, blood gushing forth. The thug who had shouted moments earlier was now dumbfounded. They had followed Zhao Xin, expecting to see flying daggers, yet he wielded glass shards with lethal precision. In a split second, as the thug turned to flee, Zhao Xin was already behind him, his hand resting on the man's shoulder. With a slight exertion, the thug let out a pained scream, feeling his shoulder blade near shatter. Speak, who sent you to kill me? If I find your answer unsatisfactory, you'll wish you hadn't asked. You have 10 seconds that if time runs out, I'll disable your limbs. You think a dozen of you can take me? Whatever I do is self-defense. As Zhao Xin's grip tightened, the thug's shoulder emitted a mournful creak, on the verge of collapse, sweat beading on his forehead. My brother is a member of the Sun Yian. A member of the Sun Yian, you say? The dragon's head horse? The dragon is already dead. Mr. Jiang has spoken. Whoever takes you down will become the boss of Causeway. Y.M. Why brother doesn't he believe you're that tough? He sent us to deal with you. Thank you. Safe travels. Before the thug could finish, Zhao Xin's shard of glass sliced, blood splattering as the thug fell lifelessly to the ground. Once everything was settled, the police, tardy in their patrol, arrived, making Zhao Xin suspect a collusion with the thugs. "Don't move. Raise your hands, or we will fire." Zhao Xin complied, turning to see an undercover officer, his face resembling that of Zhao Xin. "Could it be Miao Zhixuan? Don't be so impulsive. I acted in self-defense. These gangsters were intent on killing me. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would be dead. You officers are truly a waste of our taxpayers' money." "It's you?" Miao Zhixuan recognized Zhao Xin's face and raised his hand, signaling the officers to lower their weapons. "With so many people in Hong Kong, why target you specifically? Ask them. What use is it to ask me? I still haven't received the Good Samaritan Award for my last act of bravery." Knowing Zhao Xin was difficult to handle, Miao Zhixuan dared not push too far. "Please accompany us to the police station." "Fine, you won't resort to torture, will you?" "Zhao Sheng, you're joking that you're merely cooperating with an investigation. We never resort to violence." "Then I thank you." 2 hours later, Zhao Xin emerged from the Wanchai police station, with Miao Zhixuan trailing behind. "Oh, you really not need us to arrange protection for you?" "No need. If something were to happen, who knows who would be protecting whom?" Miao Zhixuan's expression stiffened, forcing a smile. Recalling Zhao Xin's ferocity, the dozen thugs had all perished at the hands of glass shards, more lethal than bullets. Once Miao Zhixuan departed, Zhao Xin hailed a taxi, his expression dark. "Damn it, Jiang Tiansheng, that fool, has put a bounty on my head. He truly seeks his own demise." Upon taking the ferry across the sea to West Kowloon police station, he strolled in confidently, occasionally nodding to the officers, leaving them bewildered, thinking he was one of their own. Arriving at Huang Bingyao's former office, he knocked and entered to find Raymond and Uncle Biao present. "Xin, you're here. We've been waiting for you." "I didn't intend to keep you waiting." "Damn it, Jiang Tiansheng issued a bounty. Whoever kills me will become the boss of Causeway Bay." The two exchanged knowing glances. "That you're not telling me that Big B and Chen Haonan were truly your doing?" "Indeed, it was self-defense. They brought over 100 men to kill me. Could I not retaliate?" "So it's true. You must be cautious. Your actions have stirred the entire underworld of Hong Kong into chaos. Just when things had calmed down, they could never hope to succeed in killing me. Let us turn our focus to the counterfeit money issue. You're aware it's Boss Yao behind it, correct?" "Indeed. Currently, it's his subordinate Tan Chung handling the affairs." "Then it's confirmed. We've heard whispers about them. Interpol is keeping an eye, yet they've found no leads. You know the location of the factory?" "I don't, but someone does. Before Tan Chung rose to power, he was under Song Zihua and Xiaoma, but due to his rising influence, Song Zihua was framed and spent years in a labor camp in Pineapple Province. He has only recently been released. You plan to use Song Zihua as a breakthrough?" "Exactly. Song Zihua has a brother, Song Zijia, who is also a policeman. Owing to Song Zihua, he has been unable to advance. Years ago, their enemies came knocking and killed their father, so Song Zijia harbors deep resentment towards Song Zihua. If you can transfer Song Zijia over and reason with him emotionally, persuading him to find Song Zihua for the sake of brotherhood, Song Zihua will undoubtedly cooperate and assist in your plans." Xiaoma, seeking revenge for Song Zihua, lost a leg and has long wished to deal with Tan Chung. Once Song Zihua is on board, Xiaoma will join in, and locating the factory will be no issue. The two exchanged excited glances, nodding in gratitude. "Thank you. We've completed your undercover file. Would you like to take a look?" "No need. I still have to seek collaboration. I intend to toy with Jiang Tiansheng. Otherwise, he might genuinely think I'm an easy target. Rest assured, we will sweep through the Hongxing turf in West Kowloon." Leaving the West Kowloon police station, he headed straight to the Chien Kuen Film Company in Mong Kei. OK.to deal with Jiang Tiansheng. Collaborating with Liang Kuen would be the best course of action. Upon arrival, he found a 3-story building with open windows, where the sounds of shouting and various oppressive noises could be heard without stepping inside. What the hell in broad daylight? They're operating so brazenly. Is there no law? No order? No wonder Brother Kuen is always so irate. Who could possibly work here without feeling overwhelmed? As he approached the entrance, a lackey spotted Zhao Xin and immediately grew vigilant. One scurried inside to alert the others. "Rest assured, I'm not here to kill anyone. Stand still if you know what is good for you, or you might just end up dead. The two lackeys were utterly frozen in place, merely nodding incessantly. Zhao Xin sighed inwardly, realizing that it was no surprise they were underlings of Liang Kun, as none exhibited any sense of loyalty. Upon entering the room and preparing to ascend to the second floor, a brawny figure, towering at 2 meters, leapt down from above. With a swift, arcing kick that sliced through the air, he aimed to strike at Zhao Xin. Chuckling to himself, Zhao Xin found this street-fighting approach laughable. Even without weapons, there are more than 3 methods to deliver a lethal blow. However, he was there to discuss a partnership, and this hulking brute clearly represented an important subordinate of Liang Kun. If he were to eliminate him, the negotiations would be impossible. Thus, Zhao Xin opted for the most straightforward course of action. Without flinching or retreating, he harnessed the power of his legs and waist to deliver a punch that sent the giant flying into the wall, causing him to spit blood. Clap, clap, clap. Liang Kun applauded as he descended the stairs. I've heard tales that you, Zhao Xin, can take on 100 foes and have even slain Debi and Chun Haonan. It seems your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Is this how Brother Kun entertains his guests? Zhao Xin interjected, feeling somewhat misunderstood. My subordinate is a bit hot-headed, as you can see from his size. I cannot rein him in. But now that you, Brother Xin, have taught him a lesson, he should calm down considerably in the future to ha-ha. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? Of course. Thank you, Brother Xin. Let's share a hug. Liang Kun approached Zhao Xin with open arms, seeking an embrace. Yet the overpowering scent of osmanthus made Zhao Xin take a step back. Perhaps we can skip the hug. Who doesn't know that you, Brother Kun, are the foremost expert in physical release? I'm quite intimidated. Ha ha ha. Both Liang Kun and his lackeys burst into laughter. The foremost expert in physical release? I adore that title. Brother Xin, shall we head upstairs? Certainly. I am here to discuss collaboration with you. Brother Kun, is that so? Then you've indeed come to the right person. As everyone knows, I, Liang Kun, cherish harmony and prosperity. As they made their way to the 3rd floor and settled in the office, a cacophony of noises filled the air, leaving Zhao Xin utterly speechless. His superhuman hearing was quite burdensome. Now, how do you envision our collaboration? You must know that you are our adversary in Hongxing. After slaying Debi, you caused significant losses for us, both in territory and resources. I see Brother Kun is living quite comfortably. Your formidable subordinates must have brought you considerable benefits during this recent conflict. Ha ha ha. Brother Xin is indeed astute. I relish working with intelligent individuals. Just ensure that Hongxing's interests remain intact, and feel free to speak. Zhao Xin cast a disdainful glance at Liang Kun. If you continue speaking in such a manner, I might just take my leave. Who doesn't know your guiding principle in life? What? Pray tell. Certainly, it is to betray brothers, eliminate leaders, and prioritize self-interest that I end this day and age. Who still values loyalty? Wasn't the Tandahui also betrayed? I find myself increasingly impressed by you now. How do you propose we collaborate? Liang Kun responded, a grin plastered on his face, that if you wish to ascend in rank, you must eliminate Jiang Tiansheng. Otherwise, your current position will reach its limits. I too desire to see Jiang Tiansheng gone. After all, this fool dares to place a bounty on my head, and he must be prepared for death. Our collaboration is simple. Inform me of anyone who does not support you, and I will take care of them. You can become the leader of Hongxing, and I will no longer be harassed. It is a win-win situation. Oh, and I heard Jiang Tianxing's girlfriend is quite a catch, a professional actress. Once Jiang Tianxing is out of the picture, you can let her make a comeback. The former leader's girlfriend re-entering the scene would certainly create quite a stir. And who knows, she might even land a major film role, earning several million Hong Kong dollars. Wow. Brother Xin, you have remarkable foresight. I feel as though we've been fated to be brothers. Perhaps we should even burn some joss paper and swear brotherhood. Zhao Xin recoiled, exclaiming, who would dare to be your brother? I've heard that your previous brother, Bai, was trading at the docks and had his head severed. The risks of being your brother are simply too great. You should seek someone else. Liang Kun slammed the table in frustration. Speaking of that reminds me of how furious I am. That bastard Bai still owes me over 20 million, and I have no idea how to collect. Once you become a leader, will you still worry about lacking funds? If I were you, I would investigate how much property Hongxing possesses, so Jiang Tianxing doesn't play any tricks when you ascend. You're absolutely right. Tian Shou, go find someone to investigate. From now on, all of it will belong to me. I cannot allow Jiang Tianxing to take it away. Now, can we discuss who can be eliminated? Most others can be dealt with easily, but the most crucial targets are Liang Ma and Chen Yao. They are Jiang Tianxing's staunch supporters. Can you handle them? What positions do they hold? Chen Yao is always by Jiang Tianxing's side. So there's no need to rush. Liang Ma spends her days at the Toadflower nightclub in Sham Shui, entertaining young men. Fine, then we shall take care of Liang Ma first. Await my good news. After Zhao Xin departed, Tian Shou finally spoke. Brother Kun, this Zhao Xin is a sharp blade, but sending him to deal with Liang Ma could spell disaster. Our valuable resources are all under her control. And infiltrating Sham Shui will be quite challenging. Liang Kun chuckled heartily, lit a mosquito coil, and reclined back, resting his legs on the table. What does that have to do with me? If he succeeds, it will mean we've eliminated a significant threat. At that point, we can rally a group of valuable assets, enhancing our strength. If he fails, Liang Ma will just promote someone else. Can her subordinates defend Causeway Bay? When did you become so astute, Brother Kun? Mind your words. I have never been foolish. Otherwise, how could I be your elder brother? The gentleman named Zhao is right. We must investigate and see what properties Hongxing possesses. All of it belongs to us. DeChong, go check on the madman and see if he needs to be taken to the hospital. I never expected Zhao Xin to be so formidable. The madman couldn't withstand even a single strike. The two nodded and set off to fulfill their tasks, while Liang Kun began to contemplate how best to leverage Zhao Xin. Zhao Xin had remained remarkably composed. Liang Kun sensed that Zhao Xin still possessed hidden cards. Such a valuable blade, it would indeed be a waste not to wield it a few more times. Leaving Liang Kun's territory, he did not immediately head to Sham Shui. Liang Ma had grown quite portly, yet still maintained her position of influence. Emerging from this recent conflict unscathed, which made her a formidable opponent, he took a taxi to the Shaw Brothers filming base in Clearwater Bay. Utilizing his financial prowess to quickly bribe a security guard and locate a special effects makeup artist, the two entered an empty makeup room, and Zhao Xin got straight to the point. I need your help with makeup. If your skills meet my standards, $5,000 is yours. It is widely known that Sha Lao Lu is quite frugal, and TVB salaries have always been appallingly low. Presently, a makeup artist earns around $3,000 a month. So upon hearing that a mere makeup job could net him $5,000, the artist's eyes sparkled with delight. However, after listening to Zhao Xin's request, the makeup artist's expression turned peculiar. Yet, driven by the promise of money, he proceeded with the task. 2 hours later, Zhao Xin had undergone a dramatic transformation. His previous self nearly unrecognizable. His skin had darkened. A bushy beard was affixed to his face, and a menacing scar ran from his forehead to his cheekbone. His hair had become wild and unkempt, cascading over his shoulders. Satisfied after glancing in a mirror, he nodded approvingly and handed over 7 large gold bullion bars. The extra 2 are a reward for your efforts. Here, that's my contact information. I may have future work for you. Thank you. Thank you, Zhao Sheng. Oh, you know me? Of course, you've appeared on television. Thank you, but please refrain from discussing my public appearances. Understood, Zhao Sheng. Rest assured my lips are sealed. Here is my business card. Please keep it safe. Zhao Xin took the card and glanced at it. Aside from a name, it bore only a phone number, a rather simple card. After leaving the film set, he found a secluded spot to change into a pair of jeans and donned a pair of modern Martin boots. Standing at over 190 centimeters tall, he now appeared quite imposing. He hailed a taxi to Tuen Mun, where he discovered that aside from the local troublemakers, the area bore no resemblance to Yau Ma Ti or Hong Kong Island, resembling more of a rural county. Noticing a short thug loitering on the street, he approached and patted him on the shoulder. The thug, initially ready to curse, turned and upon seeing Zhao Xin, swallowed his words. Brother, what can I do for you? Which gang do you belong to? We're from Dongxing under Desang. What rank does Desang hold? Is he a red stick? No, our Desang superior is Hiyong, who is a red stick under the command of the legendary C2 Haonan. Ah, so you're just small fry. How well do you know Tuen Mun? As he spoke, he handed over $100 bill. The thug accepted the money and instantly became enthusiastic. Of course. I've grown up in Tunmun. Are you aware of the territory of the Hongxing gang? Yes, the territory of the gang is a boxing gym called Hongsheng, located behind the Dinosaur nightclub, utilized for training purposes. That's good to hear. Who is willing to take me there? $500. The three short fellows showed no hesitation, all eager to guide Zhao Xin. Truly, to hesitate for even a second would be an affront to money. Reluctantly, he had to hand over 200 to each of them, and even that brought them immense joy. No wonder people say that living this way leads nowhere. In this wretched place of Tunmun, one might not even earn a few hundred in a month, let alone achieve anything worthwhile. It's far quicker to rob the rich to aid the poor, though the technical skill required is too demanding. As for the audacity, what you refer to as robbing the rich to aid the poor, does that entail using an AK to shoot at us? After more than half an hour of walking, Zhao Xin was left speechless. Why didn't they mention it was so far? Couldn't they just take a taxi? After circling around a nightclub, they finally spotted the gym's sign, surrounded by a considerable number of short fellows and muscular men who looked like they had been training hard. Brother, this is the territory of the gang. We cannot approach too closely. If you have business, you may go in yourself. All right then, let us go. The three departed, while Zhao Xin made his way toward the gym, unaware that the trio had taken a detour and were now sprinting through the back entrance of a gym. What are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Get the hell out. I'm here to speak with Brother Sheng Fan about business. I know where Zhao Xin is. The burly man glanced at Zhao Xin. Fine, you wait here. I'll go in and notify him. Brothers, keep a close watch on him. If he dares to act out, make sure to take him down upon entering the gym. Zhao Xin saw the three short fellows speaking with Sheng Fan. After the burly man relayed Zhao Xin's words, Sheng Fan cast a brief glance at the trio and pondered for a moment. Bring him in, but keep a lookout. If he seems off, just watch for my signal and take him out. Understood, brother? 3 minutes later, Zhao Xin stood before Sheng Fan. The reason he hadn't barged in was the fear of this rascal fleeing. You're the one claiming to have news about Zhao Xin? That would be me. While I was out on the streets with my brothers, I spotted the person you're looking for and followed him all the way, knowing his whereabouts. How did you know we were looking for Zhao Xin? Who exactly are you? Sheng Fan shouted, prompting the nearby goons to slowly encircle Zhao Xin. Weapons at the ready. We came from the north to make money. If you pay us, we can help you eliminate Zhao Xin. Just then, the three short fellows approached. Brother Sheng, he didn't have that accent just now. Upon seeing the three, Zhao Xin realized he could no longer maintain his disguise. He had initially intended to see where Sheng Fan hid the money for a quick score. Although he had made a decent sum from the Ni family, even grasshoppers count as meat. With a swift motion, he brandished two nearly 1 meter long weapons, one resembling a hammer, the other akin to a flail. At that moment, Sheng Fan realized he had been deceived and bellowed, "Get him! Take that bastard down!" Clearly, Zhao Xin was quicker. As he charged forward, two of Sheng Fan's goons attempted to block him. But he smashed the hammer into one's head, causing it to burst like a watermelon. The impact was so intense that some onlookers couldn't help but gag. Unstoppable, Zhao Xin continued, dispatching two more foes before reaching Sheng Fan. You thought you could kill me, huh? Do you have any idea that just 2 days ago I got my hands on an $80,000 GTR and your damned lackey crashed it? Sheng Fan sensed the gravity of the situation and attempted to retreat. But Zhao Xin's weapon was already there. With one swing, he shattered Sheng Fan's skull, leaving him howling on the ground. The three short fellows behind him were now utterly terrified, scrambling to escape. But Zhao Xin swiftly dispatched them, ensuring they lay motionless on the ground. You took 700 from me, and now you wish to betray me. Is there no code of ethics left in this world? Sheng Fan's subordinates surged forward like a tide, igniting a unique 1 versus 100 showdown. This time, the flails were longer, sturdier, and deadlier, even if one didn't get struck by the hammer. A blow from a flail would surely break bones. The cries of agony melded into a chorus. 10 minutes later, not a single soul remained standing in the gym. Only Zhao Xin stood amidst the chaos, shaking off the remnants of red and white from his flail, exclaiming, refreshing. He approached Sheng Fan, who was now utterly terrified. Sheng Fan, Your nickname was aptly chosen. You truly are a greenhorn. Do you even possess a brain? Can you guess why others refrain from attacking me? Is it because they don't wish to ascend? You are Zhao Xin. How could you have changed so drastically? With a resounding slap, Zhao Xin struck him across the face. Are you foolish? A killer cannot retain their original appearance. Of course, I'm in disguise. Brother Xin, please don't kill me. I was wronged. I have money. I will give you everything. Just spare my life? Oh, how much? 1 million. I'll give you 1 million to buy my life. Another slap rang out. Are you not just dim-witted but also deaf? You just had my $80,000 GTR wrecked this morning, and you offer me 20,000? Am I to beg for alms here? Since you are so impoverished, I shall send you on your way to an early reincarnation. May you be born into a wealthy family in your next life. No. I still have money. I have money. Shang Fan hastily interjected, fearing he would be too late as Zhao Xin raised his flail. Stop with the nonsense and tell me, how much do you truly have? I have 3 million. My elder brother, Dinosaur, was recently killed, and I took the money from his safe. It amounts to 3 million in total. Slap. 2 resounding slaps left Shang Fan stunned. Brother Xin, I've already offered you the money. Why must you continue to hit me? Do you truly take me for a fool? Have you ever seen money that is a neat sum? Just how much is it really? 320,000. Just a bit more. Now that's more like it. Take me to retrieve it, and I'll leave you 50,000 to get your legs checked. Yes, thank you, Brother Xin. Very obedient. Hurry up. Shang Fan, with his imposing stature, crawled up to the second floor of the gym, opened the office safe, and was about to turn to speak when a hammer sent him to his end. Apologies, my name is Zhao Xin. One who breaks promises should not expect to live after offending me. He gathered the money, casting a disdainful glance at Shang Fan. Look at this pitiful state. How dare you still roam these streets? Just compare yourself to Bai and the Ni family, who are so generous. Had you not provoked me, I would have bothered with you. After shedding his clothes and rinsing off in the gym-esque shower, removing his disguise, he donned a fresh outfit and cap before hailing a taxi to leave Tunman. Passing through Tunwan, he caught the scent of something delicious, his stomach growling. Driver, stop for a moment. Would you like to join me for a bite? It's on me. The driver slammed on the brakes. Are you really treating us? Absolutely. Even if you spend tens of thousands today, it's on me. Well, that sounds great. Thank you, boss. The car came to a halt by the roadside, and the two entered a street-side eatery, clearly a place the driver had frequented before. Upon receiving the menu, he began ordering with ease. 1 whole beef tail, a set of 4 treasure soup, spicy stir-fried turtle, and finally, a salty and sour stir-fried beef delight. Damn, no wonder the driver kept confirming if he was treating. I thought this place would have something pricey. But it's surprisingly hidden. Zhao Xin chuckled. Brother, is the pressure of paying taxes weighing heavily on you? The driver shrugged it off. You wouldn't understand. After 40, a man begins to feel their limitations. With this meal today, I'll surely have a good talk with my wife when I return, making sure she knows who's in charge at home. That's the spirit. I'm rooting for you. Waiter, bring me several of your specialties. What he ordered can be canceled. Sure thing, coming right up. But could you settle the bill first? What do you mean? Are you worried we can't pay? I'm just a server. It's the boss's rule. Please don't make it difficult for me. The driver fell silent, casting a glance at Zhao Xin, who pulled out 2 large bills, handing them over. The rest is your tip. The server immediately nodded and bowed. Thank you. Who says the service attitude in Hong Kong is poor? That depends on whether you have money, as long as the cash is in hand, even if you ask them to kneel and serve. They won mind. While they awaited their dishes, a stiff voice in Cantonese broke the silence. Sir, would you like to try a dozen beers? The new Carlsberg is quite delightful. Zhao Xin looked up. Stunned. Was that not Fanbai? Are you from North? Yes, I just arrived a month ago. What a coincidence. I arrived around the same time. Where are you from originally? Shandong, Qingdao. A chuckle escaped as I mentioned my hometown in the Northeast. We are all from the North, so we're practically fellow townsfolk. How much would one need to spend on liquor to entice you to sit down for a drink? 3 boxes. A smile graced Fanbai's face as he spoke, albeit somewhat bashfully. Zhao Xin produced 500 yuan and placed it before Fanbai. Is this sufficient? It is. Very well then, let us sit and dine together. This meal is on me. I am Zhao Xin. May I know your name? I am Chio D. While responding, she retrieved a corkscrew and began to uncork all the bottles. This was a precaution, fearing that the unopened bottles might be returned later, leading to complications. Once opened, they could not be returned. All 36 bottles were uncorked, and just as Chio D was about to take a seat, a few ruffians approached from behind, delivering a sharp slap to her back that resonated loudly. Instantly, her face flushed crimson. Yet before she could react, Zhao Xin stood, brandishing a bottle, and with a resounding crash, shattered it upon the head of the offending ruffian. This was not a prop from a film. It was a genuine glass bottle, and the impact caused blood to gush forth profusely. The other ruffians quickly regained their composure and charged forward, but Zhao Xin retaliated with a swift kick, sending them sprawling to the ground like overturned gourds. Returning to the table, he picked up another bottle, drinking as he approached the injured ruffian. Which hand struck her? I demand to know which hand it was. The ruffian, clutching his head, retorted, "Where do you think you're from? Do you dare reveal your name?" "I am with the Long Mao gang." Upon hearing this, Chio D was about to rise to stop Zhao Xin, knowing the implications of the gang affiliations. Although one had not been entirely overtaken by Big D, a significant portion remained under his control, and they were formidable. However, before Chio D could speak, Zhao Xin smashed another bottle against the ruffian's shoulder, causing a crack that suggested at least a fractured scapula. "You think you can intimidate me with the Long Mao gang? Even if Big D himself were here, I would show no deference." Now, which hand struck her? "Show me your hand." The ruffian gritted his teeth in silence, prompting Zhao Xin to seize another bottle and smash it against the opposite shoulder. The rationale for avoiding the head was the crowd. A fatal blow would lead to complications. Without needing the ruffian's input, Zhao Xin continued his assault, targeting shoulder, arm, and leg in a gruesome display. After shattering more than 20 bottles, the eatery was left deserted. Aside from the owner and a waiter, only Chio D and the injured ruffian remained. It was undeniable that the allure of reclaiming one's former glory was irresistible. No man could withstand it. Observing the ruffian groaning on the floor, Zhao Xin brushed off the wine stains from his clothes and grinned. "Consider yourself fortunate today. I have imparted a lesson. Had there been no witnesses, I would have sent you off to the afterlife." The ruffian was in considerable pain, but had he been taken to a hospital, the injuries were not severe. Zhao Xin had shown restraint. The owner of the eatery cautiously approached. "Brother, you should leave quickly. This is Big D's territory. You have harmed his men, and they will undoubtedly come after you." Zhao Xin replied with calm composure, lighting a mosquito coil and inhaling deeply, releasing a smoke ring. "Thank you, owner, but I have no intention of leaving. With these patrons gone, there are still many who haven't paid, and I will take responsibility for that. Also, please expedite our order. I'm quite hungry." The owner, seeing Zhao Xin's unwavering demeanor, nodded and retreated to prepare the dishes. Chio D, visibly anxious, urged Zhao X, "You should really leave. Big D has thousands of followers. A single spit from each could drown you. We are all from the same hometown. Must you be so repulsive? I have yet to eat." This, Chio D was at a loss for words. "That am I discussing repulsiveness with you? Are you not afraid?" "Afraid? Why should I be afraid? Do you not know who I am? Are you very well known? I am Zhao Xin, the one who keeps his word." The driver, unfazed, poured himself a glass of beer and downed it in one go, revealing a look of satisfaction. "This Zhao Xin is quite formidable. He is renowned for taking down robbers with flying daggers. Legend has it that he killed the notorious demise from Hongqing in Causeway Bay, 1 against 100. Zhao Xin laughed heartily. 1 against 100 is only because they were outnumbered. With the right tools, 1 against 1,000 is entirely feasible. Chio D observed Zhao Xin's boastful demeanor, finding it rather charming. "I have no girlfriend, nor do I have a boyfriend. Why not give it a try, considering we are both from the north?" As tensions escalated, Zhao Xin's anger flared when a lowly ruffian had the audacity to interrupt him. Questioning whether he had received permission, Chio D chuckled as she realized the underlying cause of Zhao Xin's rage. The absence of other patrons allowed the owner to promptly serve the food, and Zhao Xin soon learned what the 4 treasures soup entailed: bull testicles, ram testicles, chicken eggs, and soft-shelled turtle eggs that he feared that consuming such a dish might lead to a nosebleed. There was also an entire bull's penis, which appeared quite intimidating, causing Qiu Di to blush. The remaining dishes were relatively standard fare: steamed grouper, spicy stir-fried beef, and 2 seafood stir-dash fries. As the trio dined and drank, footsteps began to accumulate around them after about 20 minutes. Qiu Di glanced around, her face paling as she noted that the lowly ruffian had returned with a crowd, numbering at least 200 to 300. Seeing Qiu Di's frightened expression, Zhao Xin took her small hand in his, gently patting it to reassure her, "Eat without worry. Nothing will happen. Trash is simply trash, no matter how many there are." After encircling the trio, the crowd parted to reveal Big D and Long Mao slowly approaching their table. "So you are the one who harmed my man. You have quite the nerve to stay and eat here. Where are you from? Care to join me? I can guarantee you a life of luxury." This opening remark caught even Zhao Xin off guard. No wonder Big D thrived in this world, exhibiting a surprising level of magnanimity. "Should I thank you?" "Big D, your underling was out of line. Harassing my companion, I merely taught him a lesson. Is there an issue with that? So you are refusing to show respect, are you? You merely slapped his backside, yet you shattered over 20 of my underling's bottles. Do you think so little of me? Did Big D discover this? I indeed do not regard you highly. What good is being powerful in Suanwan? If you are capable, step into Causeway Bay and show your might." "What did you say? Do you believe we can't take you down?" Long Mao, unable to contain himself at the insult to Big D, interjected, "I speak as I please. Does having numbers make you strong? You dare to intimidate me. If you have the guts, take action and see how many of you survive. In a backwater like Suanwan, I doubt you even have the means to pay for your relocation fees. If you can't afford to relocate, who would want to associate with you? You'll end up getting stabbed and left for dead on the streets." The surrounding ruffians continued to jeer, and one approached Long Mao to whisper something. "You are Zhao Xin. No wonder you are so arrogant. The entire Hongxing is after you now, and you still dare to offend us at Lianxing. Do you want to die?" "What? Hongxing is nothing. This morning I dealt with a scheming punk in Tunmun, and by nightfall, I had taken him down to go ahead and asked Jiang Tiansheng if he dares to show his face before me. You think Hongxing can take me out? Ask how many would dare to lay a hand on me. Is he Lianxing that formidable, controlled by a bunch of old-timers, their territory shrinking day by day? Look at your establishment. What a joke, just a handful of shabby bars. It's utterly embarrassing. What did you say? Do you believe we won't take you out? With so many brothers, do you think you can withstand it?" Zhao Xin slowly stood up, walking to face Long Mao. "Strike me once. I won't evade, so I'll have a reason to retaliate and eliminate your worthless gang. Think you're so impressive? Go ahead and make a move. Let's see who remains standing." As he spoke, he playfully slapped Long Mao's face, reddening his cheeks, while the ruffians behind him began to stir, preparing for a confrontation. Seeing the escalating situation, Big D intervened. "Zhao Xin, I acknowledge your prowess. This incident was indeed my underling's fault. However, your response was excessively harsh. If you provide 10,000 yuan from medical expenses, we can consider this matter resolved." "Ha!" Zhao Xin laughed as if he had heard the most absurd thing. "Your underling was at fault, and I merely taught him a lesson. Keeping his money is enough. Why should I pay for his medical expenses? Have you lost your mind?" The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Big D squinted. "Are you refusing to show me respect? Respect. If you have the guts, then act against me. You and Long Mao will be the first to fall, just like the Bi and Chun Haonan." This time, Big D hesitated to strike, recalling past events where many had failed to protect the Bi. He could not afford to gamble. Lianxing was on the verge of electing a new leader, and he had a chance. "Today, I concede. From now on, Sunwan will not welcome you. Should you dare to return, I will have you killed. In truth, this is a submission." 200 or 300 of my subordinates encircled Zhao Xin. Yet he was still able to deal damage. Tonight, Zhao Xin has just dispatched over 100 foes, and, not wishing to continue the fight, he casually draped his arm around Big D's shoulder, startling everyone present. "Let go! What do you think you're doing? Release my brother, or we will slay you." Big D was utterly speechless. Had he known it was Zhao Xin, he wouldn't have acted so arrogantly. Now, he had become a hostage, and to threaten Zhao Xin with death, before any of you lay a hand on him, it would be my life that is forfeit. Big D felt regretful. yet he could not show weakness. Otherwise, his authority would be undermined, and how could he maintain his status as the leader? With a fade of bravado, he glared at Zhao Xin. What do you intend to do? If you dare touch me, you shall not escape, Sun Quan. Ha ha! What are you saying, Big D? What could I possibly do to you? I merely wish to discuss business. Surely you wouldn't deny me the courtesy. We have nothing to discuss. Zhao Xin's grip on his shoulder tightened slightly. Was that a show of disrespect? Feeling the pain in his shoulder, Big D's eyelids twitched. Fine, I will grant you the courtesy. Let's see what you have to say. Then let your subordinates disperse first. You wouldn't want them overhearing our conversation, would you? You lot, stand back. I, Big D, am not to be trifled with. Zhao Xin wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. The three of them took their seats, and the table felt rather cramped. Driver, why don't you change your seat and continue eating? Boss, our table is full. Let's set another up for the driver. No need. I've had enough to eat. Any more and I won't be able to manage. Then let's pack some up. As the head of the family, one day is hardly sufficient. You should aim to linger a few more days. The driver grinned. Thank you, boss. Chiu Di, who had initially planned to leave, was pulled down by Zhao Xin's hand. You are my woman. Where do you think you're going? Feeling the strength in Zhao Xin's grasp, Chiu Di's face flushed, and she obediently sat beside him. What exactly do you wish to discuss? I am quite busy every day. Big D interjected, but Zhao Xin deftly picked up a piece of grouper, dipped it in sauce, and placed it in Chiu Di's bowl before responding. You and Lianxing are set to choose a new seat manager. Correct? Indeed, in a month, everyone is well aware. Who do you think will ascend to that position? Of course, it will be me. My forces are robust. Had it not been for Deng Bo 2 years ago, I would have already secured the position that I s. That truly what you believe. Zhao Xin turned his gaze to Chong Mao, speaking in a nonchalant tone. Chong Mao appeared bewildered, seemingly taken aback by Zhao Xin's sudden inquiry. I don't know. If Big D says it is possible, then it must be. Huh. Zhao Xin lightly shook his head. Are you saying you cannot ascend? What do you mean? Are you cursing me? If you cannot speak properly, I shall strike you. On the surface, it seems that the seat manager is determined by Lianxing, but in reality, it is those old-timers who call the shots. They decide who the seat manager is. And anyone can occupy that position, except for you, because you are far too arrogant, acting erratically and proving difficult to control. Should you gain power, those old-timers would find themselves without sustenance. That's impossible. I have connections with many uncles. As long as the money is right, they will support me. But what of those who support a low? You should also consider who holds sway among those uncles. Are you referring to Deng Bo? Zhao Xin smiled faintly. It seems you are aware. Without Deng Bo's approval, you will not ascend to that position. Big D slammed his hand on the table. Damn it, that old fossil. I knew he was deceiving me 2 years ago. If I had known, I would have had him eliminated. It is not too late. The selection begins in a month. Just look at your territory with Lianxing. The bustling area comprises only a few bars, hardly a claim to authority. You flatter yourself by calling yourself the representative of the 9th district in all of Lianxing. Only you, Big D, can be deemed genuine. Jordan is so small. Illa couldn't even manage a clear sweep. What is he to be considered? You are correct. Alu is nothing. If they do not allow me to be the representative, then I shall create a new Lianxing for myself. Do you believe that is feasible? If you establish a new Lianxing, you will be a traitor and all the societies in Xiangjiang will look down upon you. Will your backing still support you then? Then what do you suggest? Zhao Xin poured beer and clinked glasses with Big D. There are two paths. Either act first and eliminate those uncles, thus becoming the most powerful, ensuring that you ascend to the position, as Lianxing will have no choice but to yield to you. The second path is to wait for the outcome, spreading rumors in the underworld that Deng Bo controls Lianxing, preventing your ascent, thus allowing you to seek an opportunity to switch sides. Switching sides is possible, but to where? Hongxing. Hongxing? Big D looked astonished, as if questioning Zhao Xin. Did I hear you correctly? Indeed, it is Hongxing. If Jiang Tianxing wishes to eliminate me, then I cannot allow him to remain. Eradicate the roots. I must also eliminate his supporters. In the end, it will either be Han Bin or Liang Kun who ascends. We need someone strong to hold the fort, and you would fit the bill perfectly. Sun Wan is a stronghold. Leave it to Chong Mao to unite the forces of Hongxing and penetrate Causeway Bay. Not only will you reclaim the streets you lost, but you will also occupy a significant portion of Causeway Bay. With 2 territories under your control, you will have manpower and resources, and in Hongxing, you would be one beneath the heavens, yet above 10,000. Your backers will be satisfied as well. Zhao Xin's words left Big D in silence. After 5 minutes, having consumed 2 bottles of beer, he finally spoke, his face slightly flushed. If I do not eliminate those uncles from Lianxing, will I never ascend? If you can distinguish who is Deng Bo's man and eliminate them, it will not pose a problem. However, your reputation may suffer, and other societies may harbor suspicions about you. The most prudent course would be to eliminate all those uncles. What do you mean by cooperation? I can assist you in eliminating those uncles at 1 million per head, a package deal for 10 million. Ensuring no future troubles. Damn. I can buy an uncle for only 200,000. With 10 million, I might as well use it to campaign. Zhao Xin disdainfully glanced at Big D. You need not foot the bill. Won't you ask your backers for the funds? It seems you have lingered in Sunwan for too long, becoming miserly. At this rate, you shall never experience a lavish meal. Big D felt a pang in his chest and glanced at Chong Mao, only to find him looking down, completely ignoring him. It wouldn't take 10 million. With 5 million, I can summon plenty of rats from the north to take action. Are they as skilled as I? As long as you provide me with accurate intel, I could wipe out all the upper echelons of Lianxing in a single night. Can your rats do that? If even a few escape, wouldn't all your efforts be in vain? Don't you know that the older they are, the craftier they become? Just look at Hongxing's Baji. He still manages to evade pursuit, even from the first floor. And you can guarantee your rats won't slip up? Now, it was Big D's turn to feel the sting. He truly felt the pinch of the money. As he raised his head, he met Zhao Xin's disdainful gaze once more. I thought you could make the call. If you cannot, then go back and consult your backers. After all, they will be the ones footing the bill. Damn it, Big D cannot make the call. Just as he was about to succeed with his provocation, Chong Mao intervened, stopping Big D. Brother, we can proceed without consulting the backers, but we must discuss this with sister-in-law. Big D was no fool. He quickly adjusted his stance, right? I need to consult my wife. I owe my current position to her. Seeing Big D's reaction, Zhao Xin felt somewhat helpless, primarily because he hadn't anticipated that Chong Mao would be such a strategist, and no wonder he fell so easily to the plane's tricks. Who would have thought that Big D still has bronchitis? Here is my business card. Keep it safe. Once you make a decision, let me know. Big D accepted Zhao Xin's business card, placing it in his suit pocket, nodding earnestly that I am quite decisive in my actions, but this matter is too significant. I need to consider it. Rest assured, I will provide you with a response within 3 days. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he rose and departed with Chong Mao, while Qiu Di appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, slowly resuming her meal. Are you not afraid that Big D will have his subordinates encircle you and slay you? Zhao Xin laughed heartily, grasping Qiu Di's hand, placing it on her lower back. Initially, Qiu Di thought Zhao Xin was merely eager. Her ears flushed red, but upon touching the concealed weapon at her back, she realized he was armed. I wonder how you could be so confident. It turns out you were carrying a piece. Yet, are you not concerned that Big D's subordinates outnumber your bullets? Are you insane? I am your man. Besides, when one ventures into the world, it is for money, not to seek death. Do you think this is the time of the Hong Min? Bah! Shameless! Who is your woman? Regretting now would be too late. As Big D firmly believes, word will soon spread throughout the underworld. If you choose not to accompany me, you might find yourself captured by the Hung Hing gang. They dare not lay a hand on me. But you remain vulnerable. If you wish to avoid trouble in the coming days, it would be prudent to stick with me and refrain from reckless actions. Qiu Di shot Zhao Xin a glare and playfully protested. So you think you've got me under your thumb? Indeed, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you were mine, that I'm not lacking in looks or wealth. Choosing me would be a wise decision. A sure investment. Stay with me, and you shall never worry about food or clothing again. That if you prefer not to work, you can enjoy life as a pampered wife. If you wish to work, I shall open a shop for you, ensuring your rapid ascent. Isn't that to your liking? I'm not after your money. Qiu Di insisted earnestly. Zhao Xin nonchalantly shook his head. The reason is inconsequential. What matters is that you are mine. Meanwhile, the driver had nearly finished his meal. Zhao Xin raised his hand and called out, "Boss, please pack up our 2 tables for our driver." The waiter approached to pack the food, and Zhao Xin moved beside the boss, producing 10 large notes and placing them in the boss's hand. "This is more than sufficient for compensation. May your business flourish." "Thank you, Mr. Xin," the boss replied. "Please keep today's events to yourself, otherwise Big D will come after you. And I cannot guarantee your safety." The boss nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, I have been in this business for over 20 years. I know how to navigate these waters." As the 3 of them got into the car, the taxi gradually drove away, and the roadside stall owner finally breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't anticipated Zhao Xin to be so formidable, having struck Big D's subordinate, and yet sat calmly discussing business amidst a throng of people. They traversed nearly the entire island, stopping at the villa entrance in Repulse Bay. Chiodi was taken aback. "Is this your home?" Zhao Xin handed the driver $500, turned to Chiodi, and draped his arm around her shoulder as they entered the villa. "Is that so surprising? In a place like Hong Kong, where individuals like me, who enjoy robbing the rich to help the poor, reside in villas, should not be expected. This one is a tad small. There's a larger one in the mid-levels, which will be ready for occupancy by the end of the year once the paint dries. Robbing the rich to help the poor? Just you?" "Indeed." Zhao Xin shrugged. "I am poor, and taking from the unkindly wealthy should pose no issue, right?" Chiodi couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. "You truly are something else. You better tone it down, or I fear you might meet an untimely end on the streets." "Fear not. To kill me would require tanks and planes. Otherwise, it's hardly feasible that a quiet life is not an option for me. That would be akin to becoming a tortoise. If I were to perish one day, you should rejoice, as you would instantly become a wealthy woman. So, hurry and bear me 2 children to consolidate power." "A wealthy woman sounds delightful. How much do you have?" "Not much, just a few $100 million. That should suffice for you to have 10 children." Upon entering the house, Zhao Xin pulled Chiodi close, but she blocked his advance. "Let me reiterate, I'm not after your money. That is of little consequence. What matters is that you are with me, and I am willing to provide you with the finest." He lowered his head again. "No, first a shower, then let's do it together. We shall conserve water." He hoisted Chiodi onto his shoulder and carried her into the bathroom, where a playful storm of passion began. Unfortunately, Chiodi was unfamiliar with mahjong, and after a couple of rounds, she was left aching and bleary-eyed, needing a reprieve. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the bedroom, and Chiodi awoke, enduring the discomfort as she slowly rose to her feet. She walked to the balcony and gazed out at the ocean view, a smile forming on her lips. As she took a larger step, she couldn't help but frown. That dog of a man left so early. Had I not known it was his home, I would have thought I had been thoroughly consumed. Just then, Zhao Xin pushed a food cart into the room. "Awake? Time for breakfast. I made you red date, goji berry, and lotus seed porridge to nourish your blood." Chiodi's face flushed as she quietly expressed her gratitude. Sitting at the edge of the bed, marveling at the splendid breakfast, she raised the bowl of porridge to her lips, took a small sip, and closed her eyes in satisfaction. "Tea tastes wonderful. I'm glad you like it. I made it, and I shall often prepare it for you in the future. Why are you being so kind to me?" Chiodi flashed a sly smile, truly deserving of the role of Daji. "If I were to treat other women well, would you approve, having crossed over into this world, and into a Hong Kong drama at that? How could I not have other women? But to woo women, one must say sweet nothings. Ha. As if I don't know men like you. Just remember to come home at T9 in the morning." The 2 strolled along the beach at Repulse Bay. Though life had been pleasant in the past, it had never been this exhilarating. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking their tranquil moment. Upon answering, Zhao Xin heard the hoarse voice of Liang Kun. "Mr. Xin, you truly are impressive." "I, Liang Kun, am in awe." "Brother Kun, what do you mean? I don't quite understand." "We're all in this together. Let us skip the pleasantries. Are you denying that last night's incident in Tuen Mun was your doing?" "You mean the foreign gang? Who else?" "Mr. Xin, your might is legendary, single-handedly taking down the foreign gang and eliminating over 100 thugs. Jiang Tianxing has summoned us for a meeting. That was a mere trifle. That foreign scoundrel dared to provoke me, wrecking my $80,000 car. Naturally, he deserved to be dealt with. When you gather for the meeting, if there are any updates, please keep me informed. Also, arrange a meeting with Han Bin and Sister San when the meeting concludes. I have business to discuss with them. Liang Cohen fell silent for a moment before responding. What? Is one partner not enough for you? Brother Cohen, your words wound me. I'm here to assist you. You should find it difficult to manage Han Bin and Sister San, right? Can you help me with that? Is that too difficult? We all navigate this life for profit. As long as they can earn. Why should we fight? All right, I'll get the arrangements done. After hanging up, Zhao Xin bore a smile. Liang Cohen, that scoundrel selling Western medicine, deserves to be condemned for that alone. Long-term cooperation is out of the question. Sister San is merely an accessory. His true target is Han Bin, a smuggler. Given the current blockade of the mainland, through Han Bin, many needed supplies can be procured. High-end machinery may be tough to acquire. Yet the much-needed red oil, diesel, is still readily available. As Zhao Xin ended the call, Chiodi was about to speak when the phone rang again. Xin, it's Raymond. Inspector Lay, why are you calling so early? What is the matter? It's not a matter of concern, but there are two things I need to inform you about. All right, go ahead. Firstly, regarding last night's incident in Tunmun, over 100 lives were lost, and it has caused quite a stir. Everyone on the street is saying it was your doing. Inspector Lay, please don't wrongfully accuse me. I assure you it was not my doing that I am a law-abiding citizen. Enough with the nonsense. We are all in this together. I merely wish to remind you that next time, do not be so extravagant with your actions, even if they are all lowly thugs. The police will still have to act when over 100 perish. Thank you for the warning. Inspector Lay, I will be more cautious in the future. What is the second matter? Raymond didn't team mince words. The police generally do not concern themselves with the lives of lowly thugs unless someone is to take the blame, and casualties are minimal. Previously, even during a clash involving thousands, it was unlikely to result in so many deaths. Bodies would not go unclaimed, and such a situation is unacceptable. The second matter is that we are preparing to transfer Song Zijia and have also contacted Song Zihao. We have promised that credit for solving Tan Cheng's case will primarily go to Song Zijia. But Song Zihao wishes to meet you. Seriously? You're handing me over? ISNT that akin to wearing red shoes? XIN, I believe you are mistaken. We police often wear red shoes. Are you messing with me? Absolutely not. It was merely a slip of the tongue from Uncle Biao that I hope that's the case. Should I come to the West Kowloon police station, or should we meet elsewhere? Do not come to the station. Your recent prominence makes it easy to expose you. I heard you purchased a villa in Repulse Bay. I have a friend there with a yacht. Let us go out to sea tonight. Sounds good. I'll wait your call. Yes, Zhao Xin hung up the phone. He noticed Chiodi staring at him, bewildered. What else with Liang Cohen, the police, 100 deaths? Who exactly are you? Zhao Xin chuckled. Drawing Chiodi in for a kiss, I'm a good man with flexible morals. Come, let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall continue our stroll. I'm tired. I want to go back. Indeed, it was my oversight. Your body has yet to recover. Zhao Xin stroked his chin, revealing a somewhat lewd smile, which incited Chiodi to give him a sharp poke. Just returning to the entrance, they spotted a vehicle parked outside, with a man resembling Liang Cafe leaning against the car door, smoking. Upon seeing Zhao Xin's return, he tossed the cigarette but onto the ground and extinguished it with his foot, tapping the car window with a sense of urgency. Hearing the commotion, 3 others emerged from the vehicle, each promptly donning their identification. Greetings, Mr. Zhao. I am Inspector Li Wenbin from the Central District Police Station. There is a case for which I would request your cooperation in the investigation. Would it be convenient for you? Would you prefer to conduct this at the police station or at my residence? If your home is more convenient, that would certainly be acceptable. Very well, please come in. Zhao Xin opened the door, taking Chiodi's hand as they entered the villa, with Li Wenbin and the 3 officers following closely behind. Once in the living room, he gestured for them to take a seat and patted Chiodi's hand, saying, "The refrigerator contains some fruit. Could you please prepare some for the officers?" Mr. Zhao, there's no need to trouble yourself. Do not be so courteous. We are all working together here. You show me respect, and I shall reciprocate. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Unfortunately, I do not have coffee, and the tea is yet to arrive, so I must apologize and offer you fruit instead. Please, what would you like to inquire about? Mr. Zhao, It has come to our attention that you were present in Tunmun yesterday. May I ask what your purpose was? Just taking a stroll. I have only been in Hong Kong Island for less than a month and wanted to take in the sights. To be frank, I was rather disappointed. Everywhere I looked, there were short folks, and the foreigners seemed lackluster, turning Victoria Harbour into quite a mess. Observing the expressions of the four, Li Wenbin remained impassive, even nodding slightly, while the other three officers sat upright, gazing straight ahead. This indicated one thing. They were either localists or pro-China, certainly not banana people. Indeed, the public order in Hong Kong has deteriorated significantly, primarily due to insufficient police force and lack of funding. We are equally helpless. Last night, the leader of the Hung Hing faction in Tuen Mun, a man known as Dinosaur, along with over 100 short folks, was killed in a boxing gym. Are you aware of this? Mr. Zhao? Zhao Xin calmly nodded. I have no interest in short folks unless it pertains to legitimate self-defense. Otherwise, I have no desire to harm them. The four officers were left speechless. What did he mean by legitimate killing? It seemed rather crude, Mr. Zhao. The word on the street is that you were involved. What are your thoughts on this? Leaning back against the sofa, Zhao Xin feigned indignation. How could they slander me? I, Zhao Xin, am upright, law-abiding, and would never kill without cause. Whoever said that, I shall sue them. Then how did I meet my demise? Well, there was a reason for your killing. Please, Mr. Zhao, do not be agitated. We are merely following up on leads. Nothing more. I am not agitated. Merely, these gang members are truly bothersome, disrupting the peace of Hong Kong and slandering me. Such malice is unforgivable. At that moment, Chiu Di returned with the sliced fruit, bending to place it on the table. Two of the officers cast lingering glances at her, prompting Zhao Xin to pull her into his embrace, asserting his claim over the fruit, proclaiming it as imported. I can't quite comprehend it, but I feel that the northern fruits are superior. Li Wenbin shot a disapproving glance at the two officers. That's enough, Mr. Zhao. We have other matters to attend to. We apologize for the intrusion. Not at all, Officer Li. I have matters to discuss with you. How about letting the others enjoy some fruit? Very well. The two moved to the terrace on the first floor. As they settled down, Zhao Xin produced a special mosquito coil. I brought this from the mainland. It's not something the average person can acquire. Please give it a try. Li Wenbin took it, examining it without recognition, feeling somewhat embarrassed, which irked Zhao Xin slightly. Officer Li, what is your opinion on the northern region? Lighting the mosquito coil and taking a puff, he gazed out at the distant S.E.L. Wenbin replied nonchalantly. What do you mean, Mr. Zhao? Are you familiar with your father and Huang Bingyao? Very well. They're good friends. That is good to hear. I recently arrived from the north and met Director Huang upon my arrival. He is a patriotic individual. What about you? Li Wenbin's pupils dilated, a twinge of regret surfacing for having accompanied Zhao Xin. As he could not ascertain Zhao Xin's true nature, Mr. Zhao speaks wisely. Failing to receive the desired response, Zhao Xin shook his head, finishing the mosquito coil and engaging in pleasant conversation with Officer Li. Until we meet again, Wenbin paused, feeling somewhat flustered. At just over 30 years old, he lacked the depth to decipher Zhao Xin's intentions. The noticeable changes in Zhao Xin made him ponder deeply about his identity. Will I have the opportunity to visit your villa again, Mr. Zhao? Zhao Xin cast a meaningful glance at Li Wenbin. I am always welcoming to friends. After bidding farewell to Li Wenbin, Chiu Di leaned against Zhao Xin's chest. Her expression tinged with concern. The police have come. Will there be any issues? Zhao Xin laughed heartily. Fear not. There will be no problems whatsoever. You may rest easy and enjoy your life as a wealthy lady. The police adhere to regulations. Without evidence, they will not act against me. Besides, they harbor a greater disdain for the short folks, wishing for their demise. As for the unruly gangs, I shall take the initiative and eliminate them. Just be cautious. I do not wish to become a widow just yet. Rest assured, as I have stated, without heavy artillery, it is impossible to take my life. What would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it for you. I desire hometown cuisine. Very well. Please wait. It will be ready in about an hour. Soon, 4 dishes of Shandong cuisine. Braised pork for happiness meatballs, oil braised shrimp, and sweet and sour pork were served, and the two began their meal. Afterward, Qiu Di took the initiative to wash the dishes while Zhao Xin received a call from Liang Kuan. Kuan Gu, what does Jiang Tianxing intend to do? Huh. Liang Kuan laughed heartily on the other end. You should have seen it. Jiang Tianxing was utterly stunned. During the meeting, he urged everyone to mobilize forces against you. Yet not a single person responded. It seems they are not fools, unwilling to act as Jiang Tianxing's pawns. What was their final decision? They will draw lots for life and death in 3 days. But when I left, Liang Ma and Chen Yao seemed to remain, likely to discuss how to eliminate you. Zhao Xin stroked his chin. It appears I must deal with Liang Ma first. I Chen Yao still with Jiang Tianxing. Indeed, those two are inseparable. If it weren't for Fong Ting being in the villa, I would suspect they were involved in something more than friendship. Where is Jiang Tianxing's villa located? Number 9, Jardine's Lookout. It was purchased from the Kadori family when that old fellow Jiang Zhen was still alive. Are they all at the villa tonight? Of course, with you outside, they dare not venture out. That I heard they have hired professional bodyguards, though the exact number remains unknown at AS for Liang Ma. No one in Shamshui knows how many people she has. If you decide to act, do be cautious. Zhao Xin smiled knowingly. This rascal now seemed to regard himself highly after hearing he could handle Han Bin and Sister 13. Worry not, I never undertake ventures without assurance. Once I deal with Jiang Tianxing, prepare for your ascension? Excellent. I shall await your good news. After ending the call, Qiu Di cuddled Zhao Xin from behind, resting her chin on the back of the sofa. Are you off to work again? Indeed, we must continue our quest to aid the impoverished. That I was once alone, but now you are by my side. Humph, I don't need your concern. Enough with the repetition. I know you are not in it for the money. However, I understand the truth in this saying. Without material wealth, love is akin to sand, scattered by the wind. Come this afternoon, if you have no plans. I shall take you shopping in Causeway Bay. All right. Thank you, darling. Hearing Qiu Di's sweet voice, Zhao Xin nearly swept her off her feet, wanting to play a few rounds of Mahjong. 5 hours later, as darkness fell. A weary Zhao Xin returned with an invigorated Qiu Di, laden with shopping bags. Causeway Bay truly lived up to its reputation as a shopping paradise, having spent hundreds of thousands without purchasing a single piece of jewelry. After dinner, the two snuggled on the sofa watching television when the phone rang. Oxen. We have arrived at Repulse Bay. Meet us at Pier 3. We will be waiting for you. Let us go. I'll take you for a yacht ride. Is that appropriate? Zhao Xin drew Qiu Di closer and kissed her. What could be inappropriate? We are thieves in love, a pair of rogues. Another day, I shall take you to Kowloon to practice shooting. You must have undergone militia training, correct? After having undergone training and firing 5 rounds, I ceased further practice. The two individuals strolled to Pier number 3, where Raymond, Uncle Biao, Song Zaheo, and Xiao Ma stood, observing their approach. Song Zaheo wore a bitter smile, while Xiao Ma exhibited an air of defiance. Who is this? My woman. Also hailing from the north. I intend to broaden her horizons. Let us board the vessel first. Upon realizing she was his sister-in-law, Raymond introduced himself. I am Raymond, and this is Uncle Biao. We are with the West Kowloon Police Station. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to contact us. He then handed her a business card. Qiu Di, taken aback, accepted it just as Xiao Ma scoffed. Zhao Xin tilted his head, narrowing his eyes, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his face. How dare you? If you're dissatisfied, you can leave. I never invited you here. If it happens again, I will personally ensure your demise. What did you say? Do you think I'm afraid of you? When I was navigating the underworld, you were still a mere thought. Your brain must be rusty. Of course, I was in the north. Otherwise, I would have been in your mother's bed, chattering incessantly. Xiao Ma continued. If not for Song Zaheo's reputation, I would have made you contribute to land reclamation. How dare you? Xiao Ma, with a grotesque expression, attempted to charge forward, only to be firmly restrained by Song Zaheo. Have you lost your mind? He is Zhao Xin. Upon hearing that name, Xiao Ma regained his composure. Zhao Xion's reputation was too formidable to overlook. As the 6 boarded the yacht, they were surprised to discover Uncle Biao's proficiency in operating it. Once they reached the open sea, 5 men engaged in fishing while Qiu Di stood atop the 2nd level, gazing at the vast ocean, her demeanor serene. After a brief interval, Song Zaheo finally spoke, wearing a look of distress. Brother Hexen, I have already distanced myself from the underworld and wish to remain uninvolved in its affairs. Zhao Xin abruptly reeled in his line, not having caught anything. Utilizing his immense strength, he bent the fishing rod and forcibly extracted a grouper weighing approximately 5 pounds. If you truly wish to leave the underworld, you should not have returned, as long as you remain in Shangjiang. Boss Yao will never rest easy. Surely, you have encountered Tan Sheng. Indeed, he wrecked the dealership where I worked. You must harbor deep resentment towards him, as does Xiao Ma, who awaits your return for vengeance and a resurgence. I harbor no hatred. I merely seek a tranquil existence. You ought to be grateful to Tan Sheng. If it weren't for him, you would all be dead, with no chance to languish in prison or become disabled. Grateful to him? Grateful for his daily humiliation. I would gladly kill him. Xiao Ma seethed, gritting his teeth. Were it not for his humiliation, you would have been eliminated by Mr. Yao's men long ago. After all this time, do you not understand the necessity of uprooting threats? And you, Song Zaheo, if Tan Sheng truly feared you, he would have eliminated you outright. He knows that if Mr. Yao discovers your return, he may act. Thus, he continually oppresses you to force your departure from Shangjiang. Does he possess such benevolence? Xiao Ma skeptically inquired. One could say he retains a modicum of humanity. You have not crossed his bottom line. Or else you would already be dead. Then we shall not collaborate with the police and wear red shoes. Zhao Xin chuckled, shaking his head. What are you? A mere nobody. Do you think you are worthy of collaborating with us? You are but an accessory. Our focus is on Song Zaheo. His words rendered Xiao Ma speechless. Am I truly this insignificant? Song Zaheo's expression grew increasingly pained. Brother Xin, please do not pressure me further. I simply wish to live peacefully. Zhao Xin let out a cold laugh. Without eliminating Boss Yao and Tan Sheng, you expect to live peacefully? Dream on. Consider your brother, Song Zijia. It is precisely because of a brother like you that he has remained stagnant in his career. Now, an opportunity has presented itself. If he transfers to West Kowloon Police Station, your cooperation will ensure he receives credit for this operation and a promotion. He will receive the fairest treatment as long as he diligently performs his duties. However, should you refuse, I regret to inform you that Song Zijia will still be subject to the police's regulations, and your existence will hinder his advancement. This is too much. I knew you police were no good. You are correct. We are not good people that we relish manipulating you. Agree or not, spare us the pleasantries. Even without you, we can solve cases. It merely takes more time. This is an opportunity we are extending to you. What I have lost, I shall reclaim myself, Xiao Ma declared defiantly. Zhao Xin cast him a disdainful glance. This is a Hong Kong drama. How do you expect to reclaim it without the protagonist's halo? You have to fight for it. You have no say here. Keep your mouth shut. I am willing to cooperate, but you must ensure that Jie receives a promotion. Okay, no problem that I will speak on behalf of Raymond and Uncle Biao. If they go back on their word, I will deal with them myself. Raymond and Uncle Biao nodded in agreement, internally rejoicing. Song Zijia was diligent and a worthy candidate for nurturing. This was merely a matter of mutual benefit. The four reached an agreement, leaving Xiao Ma as an outsider, visibly displeased yet refraining from voicing further objections. 2 hours later, the yacht gradually approached the shore. All four had caught fish, except for Xiao Ma, who grumbled as he limped off the boat. Taking Qiudi's hand, he strolled towards the villa when he suddenly felt a sensation of being watched, causing his hair to stand on end. He swiftly lifted Qiudi into his arms and sprinted towards the stone lion at the entrance of a villa. Gunfire erupted behind them. Zhao Xin grunted, placing Qiudi behind the stone lion. He drew 2 black stars, firing twice and incapacitating a gunman. Then he swiftly maneuvered in a Z pattern, ensuring he did not remain in one place for more than 2 seconds. Aiming required time, preventing the gunman from locking onto Zhao Xin. Amidst the gunfire, 4 more gunmen fell. The gunmen quickly adapted, ceasing their aim and resorting to blind firing, which surprisingly proved effective as stray bullets struck Zhao Xin 3 times, however, weakened by the bioplasmic field. Those shots held little power. Zhao Xin's black stars, however, found their mark with precision. Within 3 minutes, over a dozen gunmen lay defeated. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, and turning around, Zhao Xin saw one gunman holding Qiu Di hostage. Slowly retreating, "Do not come any closer. Let her go. I will kill your woman. Do not act rashly." Zhao Xin tossed his handguns aside. "That I am unarmed. Release her, and I will let you go. You must be sent by Li Ma. Correct? Failing your mission would leave you in a precarious position. Let my woman go, and I will offer you 500,000 you can escape to Fengli province or anywhere else. Your choice. What do you say?" As he spoke, he gradually closed the distance between them. The gunman, suddenly smiling, forcefully shoved Qiu Di to the ground and aimed at Zhao Xin. Bang! Believing victory was assured, he was taken aback as Zhao Xin unexpectedly dodged, leaving him momentarily stunned. After firing 6 rounds, the Black Star was emptied, and Zhao Xin remained unscathed, rushing towards the gunman and delivering a powerful strike to his chest. A resounding crack echoed as the gunman's chest caved in, sending him flying 7 to 8 meters away, blood spewing from his mouth. Clearly, he would not survive. Qiu Di scrambled to her feet and embraced Zhao Xin. "Are you all right?" "Rest assured," Zhao Xin reassured her. Patting her back, "I have always said, without artillery, you cannot kill me. They are merely gunmen, nothing serious." The other 4 who had not strayed far heard the gunfire and returned in their vehicles, witnessing Zhao Xin's display of agility and skill, leaving them dumbfounded, especially Xiao Ma, who gaped in astonishment that this still a human being. Song Zihao glanced at Xiao Ma. "Now you understand why I stopped you earlier. Had you acted, you would have truly contributed to land reclamation." Raymond and Uncle Biao regained their composure, hearing police sirens in the distance, and promptly urged everyone to get into the car. The 2 vehicles drove away, and upon encountering a checkpoint, Raymond produced identification, allowing them to pass without issue. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin and Qiu Di were taken to the police station, where they provided 2 hours of statements before finally returning home. This was quite a routine for Zhao Xin, who had already visited the police station multiple times within less than a month. In truth, the police were more exasperated. Zhao Xin resided in Shallow Water Bay, an absolute nuisance. Upon reaching the villa, Qiu Di leaped onto Zhao Xin, enthusiastically engaging in a game of Sichuan Mahjong until exhaustion overtook her after 2 hours. Zhao Xin, initially appearing as if he were asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, stepped onto the balcony, and soared away from the villa towards Sham Shui Po. Li Ma had come knocking. If the situation remained unresolved, what would happen to Qiu Di? Half an hour later, Zhao Xin arrived at Sham Shui Po. The streets were sparsely populated, and he sensed that someone was watching him. Paying no heed, Zhao Xin donned his mask and baseball cap, continuing on his path. Upon reaching the Lianma's Di Hua Du nightclub, just as he was about to enter, a window on the 3rd floor swung open. A rather stout woman protruded her head, her lips curling into a confident smile. "You must be Zhao Xin, right? Quite the handsome fellow. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. You shouldn't have come to Sham Shui Po." "Is that so?" Zhao Xin replied with a smile of his WND. "Oh, you know what it means to be bold when skilled? My presence here proves I can eliminate you and escape unscathed. Since you just call me handsome, I'll grant you a swift end." Lian Ma's expression shifted, and she quickly withdrew her head, shouting, "Attack! Kill him!" Zhao Xin had opportunities to eliminate Lian Ma, yet he refrained, as his intent was to redistribute wealth rather than act hastily. Lian Ma's henchmen were fiercely aggressive, all armed with firearms, with 7 or 8 wielding AKs. Opening fire on Zhao Xin. It seemed that everyone on the street was one of Lian Ma's people. This was advantageous. There was no need to worry about collateral damage. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Xin tossed out 4 grenades, while simultaneously an iron plate appeared before him, shielding him from all incoming fire. Everyone was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the origin of the iron plate. Those caught in the grenade blast were sent sprawling. Seizing this opportunity, Zhao Xin drew his AK and unleashed a barrage of bullets. With the enhancement of nearly level 3 to 4 shooting skills, he maintained perfect control, sweeping down a large number of foes. Zhao Xin had previously noted a significant truth. Killing yielded more experience points than merely shooting at targets. The 2 sides continued to exchange fire. Once the enemy's AKs fell silent, Zhao Xin faced no further threat from their handguns. Even if hit, any bullets would merely be absorbed by his muscles. Instantly switching his AK, he continued his relentless fire, treating Lian Ma's men as mere targets. Soon, all of Lian Ma's subordinates were dispatched. Zhao Xin surged forward, crashing into the nightclub, his weapon now a black star. The adversaries displayed poor combat discipline, exposing themselves as they fired, allowing Zhao Xin to take them down with 2 precise shots to the chest. In contrast to their tactics, Zhao Xin employed the Mozambique technique, combined with centerline shooting, nearly eliminating the need for aiming, resulting in an incredibly rapid killing spree. He fought his way to the 3rd floor, discovering a safe in Lian Ma's office, but she was conspicuously absent. Securing the safe, he peered out the back window to see 3 vehicles hastily retreating. With a powerful leap from the windowsill, he took flight, effortlessly pursuing them. Dressed in black, Zhao Xin blended seamlessly into the night. As is well known, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and Zhao Xin, from his aerial vantage, cut a shortcut to catch up with the fleeing vehicles. The driver of the foremost vehicle, spotting Zhao Xin ahead, slammed on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision with the 2 cars behind. Lian Ma emerged from the middle vehicle. Flanked by several bodyguards, her gaze toward Zhao Xin filled with complexity that I never expected you, Zhao Xin. Not only to excel in melee combat, but also to single-handedly eliminate hundreds of gunmen. It seems Jiang Tiansheng has made a grave error this time. A cold smirk graced Zhao Xin's lips, his face smeared with blood, giving him an almost otherworldly appearance. No need to rush. Take your time on the road to the underworld. Just wait for Jiang Tiansheng. I'll convey the message myself. I heard you were his lover in your youth. How lovely. You can now be a pair of star-crossed lovers in death. Lian Ma offered a bitter smile. Rather than become a fugitive with Jiang Tiansheng, I would prefer to live. Can you grant me a chance? I can train your gunmen and help you seize power. With a chuckle, Zhao Xin could not contain his amusement. You truly are amusing. You think I, like you, wish to engage in this gang nonsense. To those above you, you are merely a chamber pot. Useful when needed but tossed aside when not. I aspire to be the one using the chamber pot. Not to be one myself, wallowing in filth. Is that enjoyable for you? Now I see. We truly underestimated you. Give me a chance, and I'll give you all my wealth to leave Hong Kong and never return. You had a chance, but you should not have sent your henchmen to harm my woman. As soon as the words left his mouth, both sides sprang into action, just as Lian Ma and her men drew their weapons. Zhao Xin's flying daggers found their marks in their foreheads. All fell to the ground, save for one woman beside Lian Ma, strikingly attractive yet lacking the face of a star, though her physique was quite impressive. Zhao Xin approached slowly, and the woman, terrified, remained motionless, watching as he retrieved the daggers and tucked them away. You know why you are still alive. I do not. Upon hearing Zhao Xin speak, the woman surprisingly regained her composure. Zhao Xin extended his hand, brushing it against the corner of her mouth. You are quite lovely. My woman needs a bodyguard, and you seem fitting. What do you think? The woman displayed an alluring smile. I too believe I am quite suitable, and I can offer even more. What is your name? I am Zhang Li. Excellent. A fine name. Sensing Zhao Xin's large hand resting at her neck, Zhang Li smiled even more brightly. But soon, her expression faltered as she fainted. Confirming her unconsciousness, Zhao Xin gathered all weapons, secured 2 vehicles, and placed her in the last car before heading toward Repulse Bay. The following morning, Chiodi descended lazily from upstairs, drawn by the aroma of breakfast, only to be taken aback upon seeing Zhang Li seated on the sofa at tea that moment. Zhao Xin placed breakfast on the dining table. This is the bodyguard I found for you. I have business to attend to, and it would be inconvenient to bring you along. Eat first. Afterward, I will take you to the Kowloon shooting club for some practice. Chiodi sensed that this woman was no ordinary bodyguard, for the flush of color on Zhang Li's cheeks struck her as familiar. However, she refrained from probing further, merely nodding and sitting down to eat. At 9 o'clock, the trio departed the villa, with Zhang Li volunteering to drive them to the Kowloon shooting club. The phone rang. Kuing-ge. Do you have any insights? Brother, you are extraordinary. You took down Lianma last night, but your methods were too ruthless. You eliminated all her gunmen. I wanted to recruit a few. Even if I acquired them, would you dare trust them? You didn't call just to discuss this, did you? Of course not. I wouldn't be so dull. It's Han Bin and Shi San Mei. They want to meet you this afternoon at the Yunlai Tea House. The name of that tea house sounds ominous, reminiscent of a scene from The Deadly Detective where Yuan Haoyun led a shootout there. Fine. Let's meet at 2 o'clock and reserve a private room. I'll be there on time. Absolutely. See you in the afternoon. Chiodi linked her arm with Zhao Xin, worry etched on her face. Did you go out to work last night? It was nothing serious. I merely found you a bodyguard. Driving, Zhang Li's lips twitched at the absurdity of his words. Finding a bodyguard? Lianma's sham shui had been drenched in blood. Upon arriving at the Kowloon Shooting Club, Zhao Xin ensured the two women obtained their membership cards and deposited money before sending them off to practice shooting. While he sought out Peng Yihong. Old Peng, how's the gun situation? Noticing Zhao Xin's casual demeanor, Peng Yihong felt slightly exasperated. We're not that familiar. You can call me Rick. All right, Xing, how's my gun? You, Peng Yihong reddened slightly. Zhao Xin shot him a playful glance. Come on, I'm particular about this. You can't even call me Xing. Are you incapable? Forget it. Call me whatever you like. I prepared 5 guns and about 1,000 rounds of ammunition. For your order, I even sacrificed time with my girlfriend. Xing, control yourself. Women only weaken your resolve and hinder your speed in drawing. Lu Sun once said, with no women in the heart, drawing the gun is naturally divine. Peng Yihong appeared bewildered. Are you sure Lu Sun said that? Of course. I come from the north. It's all in the textbooks. Do you really think I could fool you? Seeing the playful expression on Zhao Xin's face. Peng Yihong knew he was just joking. As you wish. Rest assured, the guns will be ready soon, but the bullets will take some time. In that case, give me the 5 completed guns along with the bullets. You have no idea. Last night, I went to redistribute wealth, and I had too few Black Star bullets, which hamper my efficiency in killing. Every minute I delay, innocent lives could be lost. You motherf. Even someone as reserved as Peng Yihong couldn't help but curse. Hey, you're a gentleman. No foul language. Peng Yihong turned away, ignoring Zhao Xin. Come with me tonight, and I'll give you the completed guns. Leaving Peng Yixing's workshop, I glanced at the two women. Zhang Li was still practicing her shooting. Displaying a proficiency that seemed to hover around the 2nd level. As for Chiodi, she was already massaging her wrist, seated on a chair to rest. Noticing the dessert she was enjoying, Zhao Xin's eyes lit up. Realizing it was time to assign Chiodi some tasks, that he turned and approached the shooting range, requesting 2 loaders, seizing various models of pistols, and engaging in a frenzy of shooting by 1 o'clock in the afternoon. His shooting skills had ascended to level 4. Zhao Xin, accompanied by the somewhat bored duo, exchanged greetings with Peng Yixing before departing from the Kowloon Gun Club. Arriving at Yunlai Tea House, Zhao Xin mused about the advantages of having a local influence, alleviating his concerns about finding a suitable place. Upon entering the tea house, Shaqiang approached him, stating, Xinya, Kuingu, and the others are waiting for you in the private room on the 3rd floor. Zhao Xin nodded, surveying the tea house, but failing to spot Yuan Haoyun, which eases worries slightly. Li, you, and Chiodi go outside and grab something to eat. If you encounter any issues, come find me upstairs. All right, Xingya, I understand. Upon reaching the 3rd floor and pushing open the door to the private room, Zhao Xin found not only Liang Kun, Han Bin, and Sister Shi San, but also another individual of unremarkable appearance. The kind that would easily blend into a crowd. Liang Kun stood up, exclaiming, Xingya, it truly feels like a day apart is akin to 3 autumns. Kuingu, you're being too polite. Won't you introduce me? Ha! Look at my forgetfulness. This is Han Bin, the leader of the Kuai Xing faction. Before his transition to Hongheng, he earned the title of Benny Tiger in the He Tuesday. This is his younger brother. Xian, the leader of the Kowloon district, who has admired you for a long time, that he specifically came to see you today. And lastly, we have Sister Shi San, the leader of Bolin Street. If you seek relaxation, do not hesitate to approach her. She ensures cleanliness and hygiene, and possesses all manner of exquisite companions to guarantee your satisfaction. All 3 stood, and Zhao Xin shook their hands, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. Taking his seat at the head of the table, He lit an incense stick, stating, "The purpose of our meeting today is to discuss mutual prosperity, for one cannot amass wealth alone. It is far more advantageous to collaborate." Xinya, your generosity is commendable. What precisely do you propose as a means of generating profit? Are there any stipulations? Hanbin, recognizing Zhao Xin's decisiveness, took the initiative to inquire that my conditions are rather straightforward. Once I deal with Jiang Tiansheng and Chen Yao, I intend for Liang Kun to rise as the decision-maker in Honghing. Any of you have objections? I have no objections. Whoever ascends to power does not concern me. Sister Shersan was the first to respond, and she was not mistaken. Her influence in Boland Street was limited, lacking a substantial number of subordinates, and she did not control the entire street. Since Sister Shersan is so agreeable, I shall reciprocate the gesture. Please keep an eye on the developments within the United Faction. Once Kuan-Gu assumes leadership, I will eliminate the upper echelons of United. I would then ask Kuan-Gu to dispatch troops to establish Boland Street as a unified stronghold, which would greatly benefit our future ventures. Hearing Zhao Xin's proposal, Han Bin and Shi Yin chimed in, "We have no objections. Let's all profit together." I knew Benny Tiger and Brother Shi Yin were individuals of audacity. Liang Kun laughed heartily. "I've heard that, Benny. You're involved in shipping. Is there any possibility of engaging in the red oil trade?" "Indeed, it is feasible. However, the primary player in the red oil sector currently is Yang Zhengxiang, who has reportedly established connections with the mainland. Moreover, red oil shipping requires large vessels, and I only possess 2 suitable ships. That he may have connections with the mainland, but so can I. The North is in need of red oil. We can supply it in exchange for necessary goods." "What do you mean?" Han Bin asked, slightly hesitantly. "Utilize red oil to barter for land in the North, allowing them to construct factories that I will invest. And you can procure machinery from abroad specifically for producing garments, footwear, and jewelry. Labor costs in the North are lower, thus enhancing profit margins that we can establish a factory in Xiangjiang as a front, which should not pose any issues. Eventually, we will convert the earnings from red oil into RMB to cover workers' wages and raw materials, transporting the goods back and converting them into Hong Kong dollars. The potential for substantial profits is assured. That is indeed an appealing notion. However, where will we find designers? If the designs are subpar, selling the products will be quite challenging." Sister Shersan raised a valid concern. "Rest assured, I have a friend with extensive experience in this field that if you harbor any doubts, I will cover the initial investment while you provide the storefront. Once Kuan-Gu ascends to the helm of Honghing, we will open our establishments in locations corresponding to the various factions, offering different apparel for different regions, allowing the winners to take all." The corners of the 4 mouths involuntarily curled upwards, as Zhao Xin's words resonated with them profoundly. Of course, that is not all. As human beings, we cannot escape the necessities of life: food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. If we aim to profit, we must address these 4 aspects. Other matters are manageable, but concerning housing and transportation, those are not areas we can engage in. Zhao Xin could not contain his laughter. "Were we? Nobles, gentry, and high officials. Who dares to prevent us from accumulating wealth? If anyone stands in our way, we shall ensure they face dire consequences. Furthermore, we do not seek to ascend in one leap. As long as we do not encroach upon their livelihoods, why should they oppose us?" "Xinya, spare us the riddles. Just speak plainly." Han Bin, appearing quite earnest, urged. "Very well, I shall be direct. There are numerous restaurants and eateries in Xiangjiang, yet more significantly, there are street stalls. In the realm of food, we should commence with street stalls, primarily focusing on barbecued meats, roasted delicacies, and prepared foods, all readily available. That I will provide the recipes. With minimal training, they can be operational, ensuring the flavors are satisfactory. The second step involves opening a milk tea shop, distinct from those currently available on the market. In addition to the usual offerings, we will also provide fruit teas and a wider variety of options. You think this could be profitable?" "That sounds promising, but can we trust Xinya's recipes?" "Simple enough. Let us open 2 locations first to gauge the effectiveness. After that, we can determine the investment. If you find it unviable, I shall invest the majority myself. What do you think?" "Agreed. Regarding housing, we shall establish a property management company. Most neighborhoods in Xiangjiang lack proper management, leading to poor sanitation and security. You possess many low-level enforcers, but they can only collect protection fees from street shops, which is not legal. That we will register a property management company, train these enforcers, regulate their conduct, have them wear uniforms, and issue them salaries, allowing them to collect fees while maintaining hygiene and security. Consequently, the scope of our income will expand, and we can launder illicit funds, spending legitimately. By the time those business owners realize the situation, the market will have vanished, and they will have no choice but to collaborate with you. At that point, you will no longer be mere enforcers, but the very individuals whom others rely upon. The four listened with fervor, particularly Liang Kun, that if Zhao Xin's vision could truly materialize, why would he continue selling Western medicine when he could be a prominent business owner? Observing Liang Kun's expression, Zhao Xin internally scoffed. Having sold Western medicine, he yearned to ascend to a legitimate business, dreaming grandly. Once I drain your finances, you shall find yourself selling salted duck eggs. This is what we call an extreme CPU. Four individuals were thoroughly engrossed in the lure of wealth. Zhao Xin continued, the final aspect is transportation. While minibus routes are lucrative, they encompass too many territories for us to contend with. Our focus should be on taxi licenses. Though currently costly, they represent a vital battleground. What do you mean by that? Liang Kun inquired, intrigued. Many individuals coming to Xiangjiang for work initially lack vehicles and must rely on taxis. That we will install recording devices in our vehicles to gather intelligence. By providing this information to the police, the importance of our fleet will increase. Even if the police wish to act against us, they will have to weigh the pros and cons. Isn't that akin to wearing red shoes? Zhao Xin chuckled. You should adjust your perspective. We're no longer mere street thugs, but rather substantial business owners, legitimate merchants. This is not wearing red shoes. This is about police-community cooperation to jointly uphold the security of Xiangjiang. The four were momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in laughter, realizing that they were indeed stepping away from their previous lives of crime to embrace the role of significant business figures. All right, let us proceed as Xinya suggests. What shall we do now? Simple. You all return and select location for the street stalls, as well as identify any willing associates to join in business. That I will train them, and we shall establish the street stalls step by step. Otherwise, taking too large a leap may lead to missteps. Very well, we shall return to select locations and personnel. Xinya, let us exchange contact numbers. After exchanging numbers with them, the five individuals shared a few words before dispersing, as they were undoubtedly eager to move on. Zhao Xin exited the private room and spotted Yuan Haoyan seated at a booth. Surrounded by several thick-bottomed bird cages, 2 individuals sat silently, clearly awaiting someone. Observing this scene, Zhao Xin hastily settled the bill and departed with the 2 women, wishing to avoid being embroiled in any impending conflict. He certainly had no desire to visit the police station. Upon returning to the Kowloon Gun Club, he met with Peng Yihong, and together they proceeded to his residence, where they retrieved 5 modified firearms, along with a considerable supply of ammunition, before making their way back to Repulse Bay. Meanwhile, on the other side, Big D emerged from Deng Bo's residence, his expression grim. This old fellow had once again kept him waiting, utterly lacking in gratitude. Had it not been for Zhao Xin's prior visit, he might have easily fallen prey to Zheng Bo's trickery. That fool truly thought he could take advantage of him. An hour later, as the trio returned to the villa, the phone rang. That I've made up my mind. We must eliminate all the uncles associated with Lianxing. That I've already provided 10 million. In 2 days, I'll arrange for the uncles to gather at a location I will disclose. And we can settle this matter in one fell swoop. What do you think? Ha! Big D, you've finally come to your senses. Just today I was negotiating a business deal. When the time comes, you'll receive your share. And we can all prosper together. How does that sound? Of course. When shall we meet to discuss this? Tomorrow evening, you come to Repulse Bay, and we can rent a yacht for some fishing. Sounds good. I'll await your message tomorrow night. During dinner, Zhao Xin turned on the television, and the evening news reported on the gunfight at Yunlai Tea House. Brother X, it's fortunate we left early. Otherwise, we would have been caught up in it. One remarked, that's not of much consequence. I simply wish to avoid the police station for the time being. Zhang Li was puzzled by this remark, but Xiao Di understood somewhat and couldn't help but chuckle. After 10 o'clock that night, both Qiudi and Zhang Li succumbed to fatigue from playing mahjong and fell asleep. Zhao Xin approached the entrance, retrieving the car that Liang Ma had used yesterday, and drove towards Jiang Tianxing's villa. Upon arriving near the villa, he concealed the vehicle and conducted a brief reconnaissance, noting that there were indeed patrols around the perimeter, clearly after the demise of Liang Ma at his hands. Jiang Tianxing had grown genuinely fearful. However, Zhao Xin was no ordinary individual. With such a meager number of guards, they could hardly hope to thwart him. Ascending into the sky, he landed atop the villa and entered through the balcony on the third floor. The patrolling guards could never have anticipated such an infiltration method and failed to detect him. Once inside the villa, Zhao Xin was taken aback by the opulence of the Jiang household, which far exceeded anything seen in films. The entire villa was eerily quiet, with all the rooms on the third floor vacant. It wasn't until he reached the second floor that he noticed light emanating from one of the rooms. Approaching cautiously, he overheard a conversation within. "Jiang Sheng, we cannot remain in Hong Kong any longer. Despite having these bodyguards, I still feel uneasy. Liang Ma had hundreds of gunmen, yet that fool managed to eliminate them all. I suspect he may not be acting alone. He could very well have a highly skilled team from the north. I've heard that Liang Ma's safe has been taken. Could these individuals be after our wealth?" "Yao, you're right. Please check if there are any ships leaving Hong Kong. I'm open to any destination. We must leave for now and wait for the storm to pass. If all else fails, we can reroute to the Netherlands. After all, the company's funds are in our possession, allowing us to live comfortably wherever we go." "Understood, Jiang Sheng, that I'll make the arrangements immediately. You should rest for a bit." As Chun Yao opened the door and stepped out, he locked eyes with Zhao Xin, his pupils widening in shock. Just as he was about to shout, Zhao Xin swiftly struck his forehead with a resounding clap. With a crunch, Chun Yao's skull shattered, and he collapsed, lifeless. Zhao Xin stepped over Chun Yao's corpse, just as Jiang Tianxing was reaching for a firearm from a drawer. With a swift motion, a throwing knife was released, piercing Jiang Tianxing's forehead and causing him to fall dead to the ground. "Damn it, I'm lucky to have arrived in time. Otherwise, you might have escaped," Zhao Xin muttered as he collected the bodies. Turning to search for the safe within the room, beside the bookshelf, he found a mechanism concealed within a vase. With a gentle twist, the bookshelf slowly opened, revealing the safe behind it. What a foolish oversight. Don't these gangsters ever consider relocating their safes? Just as he retrieved his tools to open the safe, he heard a noise at the doorway. Turning to investigate, he found Jiang Tianxing's pet. "Fong Ting de Yur Zhao Xin. Where's Sheng Gu?" Fong Ting, displaying a degree of cleverness, refrained from shouting, but upon noticing the bloodstains on the table, she trembled uncontrollably. "Zhao Xin placed a finger over his lips, signaling her to remain quiet. Fong Ting nodded repeatedly, her eyes pleading. "I want to scream. Please don't kill me." He approached the door, pulled her inside, and closed the study door, gently stroking her hair. "I favor obedient women. You know what to do, don't you?" "I understand. I'll be obedient. Please don't kill me." "Don't be foolish, my dear. I don't kill women." Fong Ting gasped in panic, causing Zhao Xin's gaze to drop. Unable to deny that Jiang Tianxing had an eye for attractive women, one might not admire Jiang Tianxing as a person, but one could hardly question his taste, forcing himself to look away. He reminded himself that there were still tasks to be completed. "Stay over there and don't hinder my work." Fong Ting obediently nodded and moved to stand by the window. Zhao Xin then took out his prepared tools and began cutting into the safe with a heated flame. The only sound in the room was the hissing of the fire as he focused on the task at hand, oblivious to Fong Ting's gaze drifting outside as her hand slowly rose. Half an hour later, the safe door fell with a thud, which Zhao Xin caught and gently placed on the ground. Fong Ting, with a curious expression, approached. "Shunga never lets me into the study. May I take a look?" As she spoke, she clung to Zhao Xin's arm, seemingly entranced. Zhao Xin tilted his head, a smirk playing on his lips. "Sister-in-law, you really are quite understanding." However, just as those words left his mouth, he felt a sharp prick in his arm. Looking down, he saw a thin black needle protruding from Fong Ting's ring, still stained with blood. Why seek death? Just as he was about to act, Fong Ting reacted faster, pulling Zhao Xin's arm and leaping into the air. her legs encircling his neck as she exerted force, attempting to take him down. This move resembled a technique from Iron Man, where Black Widow takes down Hawkeye, and oh wonder Jiang Tiansheng kept her close. It turned out she was not just a pet, but a hidden weapon, perfectly in line with a leader's modus operandi. "I've got him," Fong Ting exclaimed triumphantly, prompting two bodyguards armed with black stars to burst through the door. Aiming at Zhao Xin, it became clear that Fong Ting's earlier gestures at the window had been a signal for the bodyguards to charge in. Zhao Xin swiftly pivoted, shielding Fong Ting in front of him, preventing the bodyguard from firing. He then delivered a powerful punch to her chest, creating a significant dent. Fong Ting, unable to maintain her grip, was sent flying, blood spilling from her mouth, sealing her fate. With two modified 1911s now in his hands, Zhao Xin unleashed a barrage of shots at Fong Ting. The bullets pierced her body, creating a cloud of crimson mist, with one bullet striking the bodyguard behind her. Seizing the moment while the two bodyguards collapsed, he retrieved two grenades and tossed them, which collided mid-air, heading towards the doorway. With a resounding explosion, Zhao Xin seized the opportunity to dive into the safe and gather the money and valuables within. Emerging from the safe, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. He hadn't anticipated that the needle would be poisoned. Fortunately, Zhao Xin was no ordinary man, with a physique capable of 3 times the human limit and a secondary super healing factor. The toxin merely left him feeling faint, pushing him to his limits. Listening intently to the groans outside, he leaped from the study, his eyes scanning the area to ascertain the bodyguards' positions before he began firing again. Each of them wielded black stars, and only a few stray bullets managed to strike Zhao Xin, resulting in mere discomfort. Grabbing a chandelier with one hand, he cleared the magazine in under 5 seconds. Swapping to another firearm to continue his assault point 1 minute later, Zhao Xin burst through the door, sprinting to the villa's outer wall, leaping out and dashing into the woods, avoiding the main road, before taking off into the sky. Returning to Repulse Bay, after showering and changing clothes, he began to assess Jiang Tiansheng's inheritance, unable to suppress a grimace. Damn it. What a loss. That bastard spent a fortune during the recent conflict with the Yin family. He left with barely over 30 million in cash. This trip was a bust. Fortunately, there's quite a bit of gold, along with some antiques and prestigious watches, which can be considered a decent fortune. After entering Zhang Li's room, I engaged in a game of mahjong for 2 hours before finally returning to Chiyoti's room and drifting into slumber. The police arrived at Jiang Tiansheng's villa, only to be greeted by a scene of carnage, with numerous bodies strewn about, including Fong Ting, who had been shot multiple times. They could not help but feel a sense of bewilderment. The assailant was clearly a professional killer, targeting vital areas with small caliber bullets that had an increased powder charge, resulting in devastating lethality. The officer speaking was none other than Miao Zhishuan from the Gun King case. Zhao Xin held a grudge against Jiang Tiansheng. Should we take him in for questioning at the precinct? Miao Zhishuan looked exasperated, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? We still owe him a Good Citizen award. Do you have any evidence to justify dragging him into the station? Are we just twiddling our thumbs? What should we do then? First, let's gather clues, then assign someone to keep an eye on Zhao Xin to see if he slips up. Additionally, arrange for someone to check the surveillance footage of the villas near Zhao Xion's in Repulse Bay. Let's gather as much information as we can." "Very well, I shall proceed at once." Observing the 2 gunshot wounds to the chest and the headshot, Miao Zhishuan shuddered. If it truly was Zhao Xin, that would indeed be quite alarming. Early in the morning, Zhao Xin and Chiyoti were roused from their slumber by the incessant ringing of a phone. Upon answering, it was indeed Liang Kun, the notorious troublemaker. "Brother Kun, disturbing my peaceful dreams. You must be seeking a watery grave." "Ha, brother, you really are something. I've just received word that a shootout occurred at Jiang Tiansheng's villa, resulting in the deaths of his bodyguards and Fong Ting, while Jiang Tiansheng and Chun Yao are missing. Did you have a hand in this? What have you done with the bodies of Jiang Tiansheng and Chun Yao, those 2 scoundrels?" Zhao Xin frowned. Liang Kun was being excessively reckless. "Brother Kun, I have no idea what you're talking about. I was at home sleeping soundly last night. Even if I wanted to eliminate Jiang Tiansheng, I hadn't had the chance to act. Furthermore, with Jiang Tiansheng and Chun Yao absent, this situation seems quite suspicious. Could it be the work of your rivals? If I were you, I would hasten to contact your people and secure your territory. Lest someone take advantage of the chaos. Liang Kuan's voice was laced with confusion. Are you saying it wasn't you? It wasn't. I haven't had the opportunity to make a move, did I in that case? I must hurry to the headquarters for a meeting. The position of the boss is mine, and no one else can usurp it. After hanging up, he gently patted Chiodi's back. Sleep a little longer. I will go prepare breakfast. Chiodi murmured softly, then fell silent and drifted back to sleep. Zhao Xin made his way to the kitchen, contemplating the unexpected gain of 2 skill points from the deaths of Jiang Tiansheng and Chen Yao, nodding in satisfaction that he accessed the National Personnel Panel and allocated his points to enhance his supervision. A sharp pain shot through his eyes, but after 10 minutes, his vision clarified significantly, akin to the effect of a magnifying glass. Presently, he need not concern himself with the Heroic Essence mission, as Song Zaheo was collaborating with Raymond. He and Xiao Ma would be fine. Merely awaiting the accrual of skill points, on the other hand, the situation with the Ni family was somewhat perplexing. Ni Yongxiao had remarkably maintained his composure without taking action. The remaining matter rested with Big D, who aimed to eliminate all ties with Lianxing's uncles. If he succeeded, Big D would undoubtedly rise in rank, and the narrative of the first and second divisions of the underworld would dissipate, likely resulting in additional skill points. His encounter with Yuan Haoyun yesterday suggested the unfolding of intense detective drama, with Mindheart Hospital housing a significant cache of arms that T.O. single-handedly seized them would pose quite a challenge, as he lacked trustworthy companions and could only relay the information to Huang Bingyao. Furthermore, there was Jimmy. Once Big D ascended, he could bring him over to manage business affairs, and he could also send Chiodi to explore other connections. Otherwise, his trip to Hong Kong would be in vain. Additionally, there was the matter of the gambling god tournament, which could serve to launder his funds. It seemed a visit to Macau was in order. As night fell, Zhao Xin had rented a yacht and quickly learned the basics of navigation thanks to his level 5 driving skills. An hour later, a Mercedes-Benz glided to a stop at Dock 3. Big D, Chung Mao, and Big D's wife disembarked from the vehicle, with Big D appearing quite jubilant, immediately embracing Zhao Xin. Such enthusiasm. What's the occasion? Seeing you, Master X, naturally brings me joy. Furthermore, I've arranged for the gathering at Lu Ji restaurant tomorrow afternoon with the uncles from the consortium. That old coot, Ding Bo, is aware that the connections are mine, and fearing I might cause trouble, he will likely attend IT that time. You can strike decisively, and we shall eliminate them all. Excellent. It's not convenient to talk here. So let us board the yacht. We can enjoy some sea fishing as well. I once caught a grouper weighing 7 to 8 pounds. Are you boasting? I've never caught anything like that. You're not pulling my leg? Are you? Why would I need to boast about such matters? With Big D's wife present, I can share my business plans. Once you become the head of the operations with Lianxing's territory, we can open a shop and reap immense profits. Not to mention, even without your backers, we can still earn a fortune on our own. Big D's wife nodded, smiling. Then, thank you. Master X, at a business that meets your approval must be promising. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance to Big D. You're too kind. I relish collaboration, but I detest those who exploit their seniority. As Lu Sun once said, to grow old without dying is to be a thief. Those who refuse to relinquish their grip on power and hinder others from prospering must be dealt with decisively. Lu Sun, what nonsense. When did I ever say that? Well said. I've long been displeased with those old-timers who occupy the latrine without relieving themselves, hindering my ability to make money. Had I been the boss 2 years ago, I could have washed my hands of this business long ago. Big D expressed his discontent, clearly harboring significant resentment towards those uncles. As the yacht slowly set sail into deeper waters, the 3 of them fished with their rods, and Zhao Xin recounted the business dealings he had previously discussed with Han Bin and others. This promising financial prospect was enough to captivate not just Big D and Chung Mao, but even Big D's wife couldn't help but nod in agreement. Master Xin truly possesses remarkable insight. Soon one also has a port. I wonder if we can get involved in the red oil business? Oh, does Big D have access to a boat? While not many, we can purchase one, and we could also establish a factory on the mainland. However, we cannot collaborate with those from Hongxing, as our allegiance lies with Lianxing. That poses no issue. The market in Xiangjiang is vast, and the Hongxing faction cannot possibly consume it all. The red oil matter is manageable. But Big D, I need you to help me locate someone first. Who is it? If you ask, I will certainly find them in Xiangjiang. Sure Bao, known as Daquan Bao, is a fellow villager I smuggled over with. I haven't seen him in ages and miss him dearly. I require assistance, so I must seek out my compatriot, Chung Mao. Don't you know anyone from the Quan Circle? Please call them and have them located. Understood, Big D. 2 hours later, the yacht gently approached the shore. Big D, patting his round belly, walked ahead. Master Exon, your culinary skills are extraordinary. I am increasingly confident in the food stall you've mentioned. Then I shall await good news from Big D. No problem. These are mere trifles and will be resolved swiftly. Chung Mao, hand over the money to Master Exon. Chung Mao nodded, retrieving a black travel bag from the car. Zhao Xin accepted it without opening it, watching as the three of them got into the vehicle and departed from Repulse Bay before he turned back home. Upon entering the villa, both women were still awake, engrossed in watching television. Zhao Xin placed the travel bag on the coffee table before them. Brother Xin, you're back. What is this? Open it and see for yourself. Jody unzipped the bag, her eyes widening at the sight of so much money, 0.1 million. Keep it as pocket money. Feel free to spend it and let me know whenever you need more. In due time, I will partner with someone for a business venture, and you will act as my agent. Am I capable of that? Jody hesitated. What do you mean by capable? If I say you can? Then you can. All right, I'll give it a try. Zhang Li watched enviously, wishing she had become acquainted with Zhao Xin sooner, as her status could have improved significantly. The night passed without a word. The following day, I sent the two women to Causeway Bay for a shopping spree, allowing them the freedom to purchase whatever they desired. Zhao Xin donned a black trench coat and departed from Repulse Bay. After wandering for a while, a smile crept onto Zhao Xin's lips. Indeed, someone was tailing him. He hailed a taxi to Wan Chai, seeking refuge in a bustling shopping mall, where a few turns allowed him to shake off his pursuer. Exiting through the back door, he flagged down another taxi, arriving at Luji Restaurant. As mentioned by the D.2 guard stood at the entrance, and one after another, a dozen elderly patrons made their way inside. Observing the smoke wafting from the windows, it was evident they were seated on the second floor, and faint voices could be heard from within. He removed his trench coat and stowed it away. Donning gloves, a mask, and a flat-brimmed cap, pretending to casually stroll past the restaurant's entrance. With a flick of his wrist, the blade glinted in the light, and before the two guards could react, their throats were slashed, and they were pushed inside the restaurant. Upon entering, Zhao Xin found a dozen henchmen inside, among whom were two familiar faces. The spokesperson for the gang, Big Head, and the stuttering lawyer's aide, Sue, upon seeing the two lifeless bodies on the floor. The henchmen quickly armed themselves, and Sue shouted, "Hold them off. I'll notify the uncles." Though his words sounded noble, his true intention was to flee. Zhao Xin would not grant him that opportunity. He kicked a chair towards Sue, striking him squarely in the back and sending him crashing to the ground. As his feet landed, he stomped down, shattering a tile beneath him, brandishing two machetes as he charged forward. One hand defended while the other slashed. These short-statured henchmen were no match for him, and they were swiftly taken down. Reaching the staircase, the commotion below caught the attention of an elderly man peering over the railing. The machete slipped from his grasp, slicing into the old man's neck, causing him to tumble from the upper floor. As Zhao Xin ascended, he noticed Sue's hand twitch, indicating he was still alive. This clever rascal. Zhao Xin turned and delivered a swift kick, snapping Sue's spine with a resounding crack. This time, he was truly dead. On the second floor, a dozen uncles stood behind Uncle Deng, who remained composed in his chair, gazing at Zhao Xin. "Who are you? Do you know who we are? If you kill us, the League of Victory's 50,000 men will pursue you." Zhao Xin laughed heartily. "So, you are Fat Deng. Indeed, you speak a lot of nonsense. You think the League of Victory's 50,000 men intimidate me? Show me your capable subordinates. Aside from Didi, do you have anyone else worth mentioning? State your terms. How can we be spared? If it's money, we can provide. No need for that. I've already collected 10 million. I doubt you can muster such an amount. Your deaths are of great significance to me." Upon hearing Zhao Xin's words, the other uncles' pupils dilated. Collectively, they couldn't even scrape together 10 million, and otherwise, they wouldn't have given Didi 200,000 for his vote. However, Uncle Deng, sensing Zhao Xian's intent to act, hastily interjected, 20 million. I will give you 20 million. Just spare us. Do you truly have 20 million? Please don't tell me it's sitting in a bank. No, it's in my family's safe. There's no shortage. At this revelation, the other uncle's gazes toward Deng shifted. This scoundrel had secretly amassed 20 million while proclaiming they were all in the same boat of poverty. Is there truly 20 million in your home? Indeed, there is more than enough. Spare us, and that money will be yours. Zhao Xin grinned wickedly. Kill you, and that money becomes mine. Just then, Uncle Deng coldly snorted and pressed a switch on his cane. Sensing danger, Zhao Xin evaded just in time as a bullet fired from the cane, embedding itself in the wall behind him. Two elderly men standing at the edges drew out their pistols. But before they could fire, they were struck by a chair, sending their guns clattering to the ground. As the other elderly men scrambled to retrieve their weapons, Zhao Xin was already upon them, swiftly slicing Uncle Deng's throat. Fat and blood sprayed forth, creating a gruesome scene. The most powerful elders of the League of Victory cried out in terror as Zhao Xin wielded his blades relentlessly. Limbs and torsos flying in every direction. 2 minutes later, Zhao Xin bent down and pierced the heart of an old man whose arms had been severed, nailing him to the wooden floor. Straightening up and stretching, he made his way to the restroom to clean the blood from his arms and face. Upon exiting, he spotted the restaurant owner and staff peering curiously up the stairs. Tossing a $10,000 bill toward the owner, he called out, "My apologies for disrupting your business. Please report this to the authorities and have the floors cleaned." The owner wore a sorrowful expression, on the verge of tears. $10,000 was nothing compared to the restaurant's losses. Furthermore, with the uncles of the League of Victory dead on the premises, he could forget about running a restaurant. Fleeing was now his priority. Zhao Xin leapt from the back window into the alley. Noticing the surroundings were cleared, he changed out of his blood-stained clothes, stowing them away. As he exited the alley, Zhao Xin had transformed into an entirely different persona. It's all taken care of. Just check the news. Ha ha ha. Di erupted in laughter. Xing Yi is indeed formidable. At 8 tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Order whatever you desire. No need. Let us avoid meeting for a while. At least until you've secured your position. Otherwise, our connection might raise suspicion, especially with that be cautious. Never go fishing with him. And if you do, wear a helmet. After obtaining Uncle Deng's address, Zhao Xin hailed a taxi to collect the money. Di, having hung up the phone, was left bewildered. What kind of serious person wears a helmet while fishing? 3 days later, Liang Kun became the head of Hongxing, and the eatery Zhao Xin collaborated with opened its doors. Not 2 establishments, but 24, each situated in the territory of 12 different factions, having tasted the profits. They believed there was potential. Daquan Bao was also located, and the two met by the seaside. After a month, exhaustion etched itself on Daquan Bao's face. He was half a legitimate person, and being involved in the gang left him feeling ill at ease. "Bao Ge, long time no see. How have you been?" "I'm all right. But as you know, the members of the Daquan gang are quite cautious. They only trust fellow townsfolk or friends in business. That I found a route. I wonder if Bao Ge might be interested?" "Oh, do tell." "Red oil is in high demand in Guojia. I've established 2 lines to transport it domestically, without the need for foreign currency or gold settlements, and the prices are exceptionally low. What do they want in return? Land to build factories. They'll pay workers and procure raw materials using RMB. All machinery needed for the factories will be imported. If Guojia requires it, I can help bring in a few machines. Such a good deal exists." Daquan Bao's interest was piqued. "Of course. I'm helping them profit. The products will be smuggled to Hong Kong for sale. It's a lucrative venture." Daquan Bao's pupils contracted. "You want to help them launder money?" Zhao Xin scoffed. "Launder money. If they comply, they get a meal. Everyone profits together. If they disobey, of course, they must be dealt with. Better to eliminate them. You know where the line is, right?" "Of course. Anyone selling Western medicine must die. That I've already reached an agreement with the Hong Kong police to combat the sale of Western drugs." "How do you manage that?" Daquan Bao asked, incredulous. "Is that even a question? I provide them with leads. They achieve results. Who wouldn't want that? I can make them call me daddy, and they will." "Ah ha ha ha. You read something else. Let us seal this deal. I'll head back to my hometown to finalize arrangements. By the way, that Yang Zhengxiang we've been collaborating with has grown increasingly greedy. His prices have risen significantly. The two people you found won TB the same. Will they? Rest assured they definitely won T that if they dare, they'll be dealt with. Daquan Bao patted Zhao Xin's shoulder, thanking him at AS for Yang Zhengxiang. He is of no use now. Please take care of him. Zhao Xin laughed heartily, producing a special agent mosquito coil and handing one to Daquan Bao. We're all on the same side. I have one more favor to ask of you, Bao Go. I hope you won't refuse it. We're family. So speak freely. If it's within my means, I'll certainly help. Please find me some reliable personnel for my hometown. I have no one I can trust. It's just me, and it makes things inconvenient. Rest assured, I'll handle it. Both individuals had vacated the premises, stowing away their fishing gear and parting ways in different directions. A week later, Didi ascended to prominence, becoming the seat holder alongside Lian Sheng, while Li's attempt to switch affiliations ended tragically with his demise on the streets at the hands of a plane. In Lian Sheng's territory, 18 large food stalls had sprung up. Half a month later, milk tea shops proliferated across the domains of both factions, prompting Qiu Di and Zhongli Yi to embark on a journey to learn the intricacies of shop management. Jimmy was also summoned, becoming Zhao Xin's right-hand man, relishing the business ventures, which Zhao Xin was more than willing to support. On Song Zihao's end, matters were finally settled. After half a month's preparation, they executed the netting operation, capturing Mr. Yao and Tan Sheng, seizing 2 counterfeit currency plates along with 20 million in fake US dollars, resulting in 2 skill points being credited. Zhao Xin eagerly allocated these points to enhance his super hearing, elevating all his national skills to level 2. As a wave of exhilaration washed over him, he opened his eyes once more, clenched his fist, and felt his body surge with newfound strength, akin to activating a set bonus. A glance at his attributes revealed his physique had surpassed the human limit threefold, reaching 31. While his spatial capacity had expanded to 20 cubic meters, it seemed the affairs concerning Mingxin Hospital could now be prioritized. Having read in the newspapers that Uncle Hai had passed away, if action were not taken soon, the storyline would inevitably conclude. The thought of Mingxin Hospital brought a twinge of discomfort. Such an abundance of weaponry. If only it could be acquired, it would surely yield a substantial profit. With a furrowed brow, he picked up the phone, noticing the curious expressions on Qiu Di and Zhongli Yi, who had just returned from work. Xinga, what's troubling you? A batch of arms I wish to procure, yet I can only rely on the police to retrieve them, which feels somewhat unsatisfactory. Zhongli chuckled softly at Xinga. I've heard that over in Mao Xiong's territory, they re so impoverished they can't even afford meals. Their surplus weapons are being sold off as scrap metal by the pound. Perhaps you should seize the opportunity to take a look? Really? Zhao Xin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The dissolution of Mao Xiong seemed to date back to 91, and indeed, the timing was ripe for exploration. Lie, you possess a keen insight. Can you find a channel for US to venture there? Money is of no concern. I'll reach out. It seems that Liang Ma had connections there, intending to procure a batch from Mao Xiong, but was unable to before your intervention. All right, I entrust this matter to you. By the way, how are things progressing on the catering company front? Qiu Di grinned sheepishly. The Jimmy you found is quite capable. He is currently managing most of the operations that I've overheard him cursing you several times. Calling you a slacker who neglects responsibilities. The capable will take on more work. Jimmy has always enjoyed business. What about you? I'm handling financial matters. The daily accounts are numerous, and the profits from the food stalls and milk tea shops amount to over 100,000 each day. Good. When the time is right, let us propose a buy one get one free deal for couples, along with a half-price offer on the second cup, and ensure to set up a message wall as well. Rest assured, Xinga, Jimmy is already preparing that. As evening approached, around 7, after dinner, Zhao Xin dialed Huang Bingyao. Mingxin Hospital was located on Hong Kong Island, and neither Lei Meng nor Biao Shu could directly partake. Director Huang, how have you been lately? A hearty laugh resonated from the other end. Quite mundane, to be honest. It's not as thrilling as when I was in West Kowloon. I'm merely an assistant director. With plenty of idle time, I might have found a case that could pique your interest. An opportunity for this assistant director to take the lead. It must be significant. Indeed, following the demise of arms dealer Uncle Hai. The arms trade in Hong Kong has come under the control of a certain Zhao Wang, who monopolizes the market. Huang Bingyao's demeanor shifted to one of alertness. Do you know his warehouse's location? Indeed, you'd never guess. It's located within the morgue of Mingxin Hospital. It is said that the arms housed there include both light and heavy weaponry, sufficient to equip an entire battalion. Hiss! Huang Bingyao inhaled sharply. What in the world is this Zhao Wang planning? Mingxin Hospital is a major facility with thousands of patients. This is no trivial matter, Aksan. What are your thoughts? How many personnel can you mobilize? With West Kowloon Police Station included, we should have over 200 elite officers at our disposal. That will suffice. Have them split into two groups, one dressed as police and the other as gang members. Given that there are injuries, they should enter the hospital in batches that enhance realism. It would be best if a jewelry store were robbed during the chaos, with police feigning injuries to be admitted to the hospital. The gang members could stage a scenario where their leader is injured, leading to a confrontation with the police inside the hospital. Amidst the confusion, they should seize control of the surveillance room and replace the security personnel. As many of them could be Zhao Wang's associates. Finally, storm the morgue to locate the warehouse. There is an officer named Huang Zhicheng in your precinct who bears a striking resemblance to Zhao Wang. Have him impersonate him to gain access and neutralize the individuals inside. Wow, Axen, your planning is incredibly meticulous. It seems I'm destined for great merit. That's a given. Once I make my move, it will undoubtedly be a significant contribution. Otherwise, how could I ascend the ranks? Also, keep an eye on Zhao Wang. Ensure to monitor his movements, as he is accompanied by several skilled individuals. Strategize accordingly to avoid unforeseen complications. Rest assured, should anyone falter, I will personally ensure they face dire consequences. Haha, as long as you're aware. Just as he was about to end the call, a thought struck him. Oh, Huang, how is the undercover agent you assigned to the school faring? Are you referring to Zhao Xin? I believe that's his name. Isn't it? Damn it. Huang Bingyao's tone soured. Mentioning that slacker irks me. He exploited his position at the school to pursue a female teacher, who turned out to be a colleague's girlfriend. This shameless individual was caught and brought into the police station by her boyfriend, that I had to bail him out, sending him to the Mong Kok police station, only for him to return to undercover work later. What a waste of space. He was born to be a traitor. How did you suddenly recall this slacker? Have you encountered him? Not exactly. I remembered he was from the Flying Tigers. Perhaps he could still be of use. Damn, I wouldn't rely on a slacker, even if he were useful. He was expelled from the Flying Tigers for disobeying orders and showing off. Indeed, that is quite excessive. Setting down the phone, a smile crept across Zhao Xin's face. Having missed out on Min, perhaps he could still get involved, especially since she was Min. However, this fellow was quite fortunate. Even after losing Min, he managed to encounter Zhou Wenli with a new identity. My apologies, but I too have a fondness for the model you seek. 2 days later, Zhao Xin received another call from Huang Bingyao. Xin, you need to come to Mingxin Hospital. Seriously, Huang. Is there a flaw in the plan? Initially, there wasn't, but it all unraveled due to a certain Yuan Haoyin disrupting our strategy. Though we secured the arms depot, the infants in the maternity ward have become hostages. Then why summon me? I have no means to rescue hostages. Your skills are commendable. I was hoping you could sneak in and disarm the explosives near the maternity ward as an additional precaution. Fine, wait for me. I'll drive over now. Fortunately, Mingxin Hospital was located in Wanchai. Had it been in Kowloon, he would have never made it in time. Upon arriving near Mingxin Hospital, he found the area heavily surrounded, with police cordoning off the vicinity. From a third-floor window, Zhao Wang wielded a pressure detonator, while Jiang Lang and Yuan Haoyin lay prone, uncertain of their fate, just as he was about to call Huang Bingyao. He heard his furious voice. You worthless piece of garbage. Peng Jian Xin, you truly are useless, unable to manage your own subordinates. This slacker has ruined our entire plan. Now an entire maternity ward and hundreds of infants are hostages. I swear, if anything happens to even one infant, I will flay your skin. Not even a ghost will save you, you miserable wretch. Zhao Xin edged closer, catching sight of Huang Bingyao standing beside an awkward-looking foreign police chief. Likely Peng Jian XN's superior. Once Wang Bing Yao finished his tirade, Zhao Xin picked up the phone. Old Huang, I've arrived, just outside the crowd in front of you. What do you need me to do? Don't move yet. I'll have Raymond deliver the disguise and credentials to you. There are many of our people inside. We must avoid any friendly fire. I'll have Biao Shu guide you to the rear of the maternity ward. Seize the moment to act. Understood. As Zhao Xin was about to seek out Raymond's figure, he suddenly felt a hand pat his shoulder. He swiftly turned around and threw a punch, halting just inches from the tip of the nose. The force of his punch created a strong gust of wind, causing Lu Huijin's facial muscles to cave in, leaving her utterly terrified. What a lunatic, patting my shoulder in a place like this. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might have been attending your funeral. In truth, Zhao Xin had done this deliberately. Even if someone were attempting to assassinate him, they wouldn't casually pat him on the shoulder. That little woman, Lu Huijin, hadn't reached out to him since their last encounter, truly treating him as if he were some sort of fool. Why the hostility? Is this not an old friend's reunion? Meant to surprise you, what brings you here? Do you possess any exclusive intel? Zhao Xin chuckled, still hoping for exclusivity. How absurd! Leaning closer to Lu Huijin's ear, he whispered, I have plenty of exclusives, but if you desire them, you must pay the price. I am not a charity. Just as the young woman was about to lose her temper, Zhao Xin had already departed, retrieving the hooded identification from Raymond and giving Lu Huijin a knowing glance before leaving with Uncle Biao. Watching Lu Huijin stomp in frustration, Zhao Xin secretly laughed, wanting to reap the rewards without any sacrifice. Did she really consider herself a patron like Long Wei? Upon arriving at the back of the hospital, Zhao Xin glanced at the rooftop surveillance. The surveillance is secure, right? Rest assured, we have control over the monitoring room. Everything is in order. That's good. Zhao Xin nodded, donned his hood, and leaped to grasp the second-floor windowsill. Uncle Biao was momentarily dumbfounded. Was this height of about 4 meters truly manageable? With another jump, he reached the infant room on the 3rd floor, cautiously peering inside. There stood Guivet, the top lieutenant of Johnny Wong, along with 4 subordinates stationed at each corner of the room to prevent sniper targeting. This posed quite a challenge. His throwing knives had sufficient lethality and range, but taking out 5 individuals at once without alerting the raucous Johnny Wong outside was a daunting task. He also spotted 5 bombs nestled beneath the crib. Although he couldn't identify their type, their destructive power was undoubtedly formidable. With a slight exertion, he opened a crack in the infant room's window. And with a flash of inspiration, he extended his biological force field, effortlessly absorbing 3 of the bombs into his spatial realm. Only 2 remained. By jumping into the room, he could similarly retrieve them into his personal space. This was quite feasible. With a surge of strength, he leaped into the infant room. Guizhou and his subordinates noticed Zhao Xin just as he was about to fire. However, the throwing knives had already struck first. Accompanied by 4 muffled thuds, the knives embedded themselves in the foreheads of the 4 subordinates, causing them to collapse. Guizhou, remarkably resilient, also received a knife to the forehead, yet remained alive, firing a slug from his shotgun that hit Zhao Xin, who had barely regained his footing. The immense force sent Zhao Xin flying 2 meters, the bullet piercing his shoulder and spilling copious amounts of blood. Damn! Zhao Xin sprang back up like a carp, unleashing 3 throwing knives that struck true, targeting the eyes, throat, and heart. Only then did Guo finally succumb, his life extinguished. His vitality was astonishingly tenacious. How could he survive such an injury? Outside, Johnny Wong, hearing the gunfire from the infant room, began to bellow. Are you trying to ensure these children don't survive? Then let's perish together. Before he could finish, Zhao Xin kicked open the door to the infant room, shotgun in hand, and aimed directly at Johnny Wong's head. Pulling the trigger, the journalists outside, caught off guard, witnessed Johnny Wong's head explode like a watermelon from the impact of the slug. In an instant, the cameraman turned pale, retching at the sheer brutality of the scene. However, Lu Huijin, positioned on the 3rd floor, caught a fleeting glimpse of a hooded figure, and her eyes sparkled with recognition. She identified the attire as belonging to Zhao Xin. Upon hearing the gunfire, the members of the Flying Tigers rushed up, only to see Zhao Xin holding identification, gradually lowering his weapon. Relax, everyone. The criminals inside have been eradicated. The danger has passed. the leader of the Flying Tigers, gestured. And only then did the others retract their bullets and secure their firearms. Two of them, armed with handguns, entered the infant room to assess the situation, giving Zhao Xin a thumbs up. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. Which department are you from?" "I belong to the Special Assistance Department." "Does our police force even have such a department?" "Hee, it's a secret department within the police. Best not to inquire further. It is for everyone's benefit." As he spoke, Zhao Xin leaped from the third floor, and the others rushed to the window to watch him land effortlessly, already striding away with nonchalance, with his super healing abilities activated. The bullet wound had ceased bleeding, and he removed his hood, concealing the bloodstains of his clothing. As he entered the vehicle, he couldn't help but grimace. Damn, that hurts like hell. Since acquiring the system, he had never sustained such severe injuries. For an ordinary person, a gunshot wound could shatter their shoulder, potentially severing their arm. Just as he was about to start the car, the door swung open, revealing a long leg followed by Lu Huijin. Clad in office attire, with a conspiratorial smile, she remarked, "I knew it was you. Your outfit hasn't changed. Fatty, did you capture everything on film?" The chubby photographer who had entered from the back seat nodded vigorously. "Yes, I got it all. It's very clear. What about now? Can you share the exclusive news? Otherwise, I might expose your identity." Zhao Xin, already irked, turned to the chubby photographer with an expression akin to Li Dakong's deadly glare. The photographer felt a chill run down his spine. Do you have family?" "I do." "Then be mindful. Behave well, or your entire family might end up in trouble. Don't put me in a difficult position. Do you understand?" I understand. The photographer was sweating profusely as he shakily opened his camera, handing over the tape to Zhao Xin. Lu Huijin exploded in anger. "Hey, what are you doing? That's our exclusive news. Don't you want the reward?" Before the photographer could respond, Zhao Xin seized Lu Huijin by the neck, pulling her closer and gazing coldly into her eyes. "Next time you seek danger, don't drag others along. You don't know how to spell death, and others have families. Also, let me remind you, don't think the world is your playground. Hong Kong is an island, not that vast. If you want exclusives, you must pay the price." "I don't have time for childish games." With a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, and they slowly drove away, leaving Lu Huijin and the chubby photographer fuming in place. "That if you like me, just say so. Why must I pay a price?" Ugh, insufferable man, utterly lacking in romance. The chubby photographer muttered quietly, "Don't you have his contact info? Why not reach out and invite him to dinner or a stroll? His car is worth over 200,000. He is a wealthy man and quite handsome. Even if something happens, you won't lose out. Establishing a long-term relationship could lead to marriage, and then you'd have both a man and exclusive news. It's all your fault, you useless oaf. We had him on tape, so why give the tape to him?" Lu Huijin kicked the chubby photographer's leg, causing him to hop in pain. The photographer felt wronged. If he hadn't given it up, he feared his family would suffer. Watching Lu Huijin's retreating figure, he couldn't help but call out, "So, will you contact him or not? If not, just give me the number, and I'll help you reach out." Lu Huijin didn't look back, but raised her hand, giving him the middle finger, although inwardly, she was in turmoil if she could indeed have something with Zhao Xin. Ultimately marrying him, it wouldn't be a loss at all. Meanwhile, the super healing was taking effect. Her wounds had significantly healed. As she moved her hand, she felt an additional item, none other than the pressure detonator once held by Johnny Wong. With the signal receiver in hand and 5 remote control bombs, she now possessed a formidable weapon. Upon returning to the villa in Shallow Water Bay, Qiu Di and Zhang Li had yet to arrive. Entering the bathroom and shedding her clothes, she discovered her wounds had scabbed over, though pressing them still elicited pain, indicating they weren't fully healed yet. The pace was still somewhat slow. Look at DC Superman, who recovered from a nuclear blast using solar energy. She had a long way to go. Emerging from the bathroom, she picked up the phone that had been ringing incessantly. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me. Sure about it, I'm back from my hometown, and the people you wanted are ready. We'll meet at Toonmun Pier at 10 tonight. No problem. Come whenever." "How many people?" "I need to arrange transportation. 30 in total, all veterans who have faced the Vietnamese monkeys. Some are even more qualified than I am." "Thank you, Brother Leopard. I truly appreciate it. How is the situation with the red oil progressing?" The D and Han Bin have already inquired about it twice. Rest assured, the higher-ups are still very keen on establishing a stable partnership. As long as they are not greedy, we can maintain a steady collaboration. Once we secure the connection from Shenzhen, we will leave behind a contact number and someone will reach out to them regarding the shipment. That sounds good. I will arrange for you all to meet soon. And I will rely on you, Brother Leopard, to take care of this aspect of our cooperation. Sure, Bao does not perceive this as a burden, but rather as Zhao Xin bestowing him with merit. Brother, I want to say much more. I understand everything. You can trust me with this, and in a couple of days, let us sit down and discuss it. After hanging up, Zhao Xin wasted no time in contacting Didi, Hanbin, and others, arranging to meet at the restaurant You Have Guts at 8 o'clock in Box 1, to have a chat. As night fell, Zhao Xin drove to You Have Guts, and upon entering the private room, he was greeted with a warm embrace from Didi. Brother Xin, this time, you have truly struck gold. Our shares can earn us 10 to 20,000 a day, which amounts to hundreds of thousands a month. And our revenue continues to rise. Zhao Xin took his seat at the head of the table and tossed everyone a large mosquito coil. And this is just the beginning. Once the store promotions commence, the revenue will at least double. Furthermore, once the barbecue and milk tea businesses are on track, we will also venture into fast food. As per our usual arrangement, I will provide the recipes, and we will still make a fortune. Indeed, the recipes provided by Brother Xin are in a league of their own and will undoubtedly be profitable. Let us not be overly polite. The first step has been successfully taken, and now it's time for the second. I have finalized the northern negotiations, and in a couple of days, Didi and Bin can meet the people from the north. The red oil business can commence. Once the business stabilizes, I will look for an opportunity to deal with Yang Zhengxiang. And from then on, the red oil business will solely belong to us. Everyone became animated. Are you saying that our clothing business can also take off? Not just the clothing business, but also shoes, hats, bags, and accessories. You all need to acquire factories in the Northern District first and set the framework in place. Additionally, I will invest 100 million, allowing Didi and Bin to send people overseas to procure the most advanced machinery. It doesn't have to be new. Just find some second-hand ones since this equipment updates rapidly. The two nodded in agreement. Leave it to us. We have some connections abroad. But is 100 million too much? Is it too much? It should be abundant because I, Zhao Xin, have no intention of engaging in small-scale business. Our brand must expand beyond Xinjiang and penetrate the entire Southeast Asian market. Liang Kuan slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, yes, let us conquer Southeast Asia. From now on, we will all be major bosses. The group erupted into laughter, and as Zhao Xin looked at Liang Kuan, he noticed a flicker in his eyes. It seemed that after making money, this guy was not selling Western medicine as much anymore. It was unfortunate that Guojia had zero tolerance for those dealing in Western medicine. He could only be sent off to sell duck eggs. However, before he was sent away, he could still be utilized. Brother Kuan, the North has provided me with 30 capable personnel, and we can establish our property management company. Tonight, I will pick them up, and you and Brother Xian should accompany me. Additionally, Didi, please have Chong Mao join us as well to get acquainted. Our property management company must offer the best service. We cannot revert to the previous low standards. IT requires a military-style management approach. I will entrust this matter to you three. Is that agreeable? No problem. Leave it to us. Since we are paying them, if they dare to disobey, we will ensure they comply. Good. I like what Brother Kuan says. If we are to do this, we shall do it to the best of our abilities. Anyone who hinders our ascent to becoming big bosses will be dealt with. Another round of hearty laughter ensued, clearly revealing their ambitions to become major players. Lastly, they discussed the acquisition of factories and the selection of locations for clothing stores. The factory matters were straightforward, but the store needed to be spacious. And the renovation should be entrusted to knowledgeable individuals, specifically 13 Mei and a DS wife, supplemented by Chiu Di and Zhang Lai. Is that acceptable? 13 Mei hesitated, feeling somewhat awkward. Are you sure you want me to handle a women's clothing store? Wouldn't that be a bit challenging for me? Come on, you can still be a tomboy for a lifetime. That IT doesn't matter if you don't know how. The most important thing is to learn. You and a DS wife will be role models for strong women in the future. What right do you have to complain if you know nothing? The others couldn't help but burst into laughter at 13 Mei's embarrassment. Is this still the boss of Bolin Street? 13 Mei, feeling exasperated, banged the table and declared, "Enough with the laughter. If it continues, I will lose my temper." Unfortunately, aside from Hanbin, who had intentions toward her, no one else showed her any respect, and they only laughed even louder, which was quite frustrating. After concluding the serious discussions, everyone began to toast one another. Those with pressing matters refrained from drinking too much, while the D13 May and Hanbin indulged to the point of inebriation, requiring assistance from their underlings to leave the vehicle. Zhao Xin, however, was accompanied by Chang Mao, with Liang Kun and Shi Yin following behind, along with 3 empty vans heading towards Tun Mun Pier. Upon arrival at Tun Mun, Zhao Xin casually inquired, "Chang Mao, how is the situation at the intersection of Tsuanwan and Tun Mun? Recently, there haven't been any major skirmishes, but minor conflicts and gambling activities are ongoing. Currently, the boss of Tun Mun is under the control of Hanbin's subordinate, Dao Zai, who is clashing with the Dongxing gang. Which territory is larger? Hongxing S or Dongxing S? At present, it's Dongxing S. The main reason is that the sudden death of the dinosaur left Tun Mun without a leader, and Dongxing, whose stronghold is Yuanlong, has seized quite a bit of territory due to its proximity. The 5 tigers of Dongxing, are they all involved in the Western medicine business? It seems not. Mainly, it's the smiling tiger, the descending tiger, and the golden-haired tiger who are engaged in that. As for Ben Lei, who he is eager to start a business and is rumored to be opening a Japanese-style massage parlor as for Qianlong, who he primarily deals in illegal fights, with his subordinates often entering the ring, gaining significant fame in Xiangjiang and earning substantial monthly incomes. Zhao Xin nodded, choosing to remain silent, as he had already made a decision. He could leverage Qianlong Hu and Ben Lei Hu to clear out Dongxing. The current business was the greatest allure. Before long, they arrived at Tun Mun Pier, where 6 vehicles came to a halt, quietly waiting. Around midnight, after several mosquito coils had been smoked, a fishing boat finally approached the pier. Exiting the vehicle, Zhao Xin took out a flashlight and signaled 3 short and 1 long beam towards the fishing boat, which then docked. Zhao Xin, accompanied by 3 others, walked over as 30 individuals disembarked, standing tall and exuding an aura of professionalism. Among them were 4 familiar faces, though Zhao Xin couldn't immediately identify them. "I am Zhao Xin, your future employer. Let us get in the car first and find a place to eat. We will discuss other matters later." Upon hearing this, everyone relaxed, smiles spreading across their faces. The 6 vehicles departed from Tun Mun Pier, arriving at the territory of Tsinw and DS area. They booked a hotel for everyone to drop off their luggage and then settled at a large barbecue stall. The barbecued and cooked dishes arrived promptly, and with a wave of his hand, Zhao Xin encouraged everyone to dig in. Despite the modest surroundings, the flavors were guaranteed to be exceptional. After finishing, they packed some to take back as late-night snacks. The group erupted in cheers, beer and barbecued meats, combined with various cooked dishes, all meaty and devoid of vegetables, created an atmosphere of sheer delight. The next morning, in a warehouse chosen by the Zhao Xin stood before them. "Please introduce yourselves, your names, former military branches, and areas of expertise." After the introductions, Zhao Xin nodded, confirming his assumptions. The first was Xiao Fu, formerly of the King of Assassins, played by the Kung Fu Emperor. Next was Wang Jianjun, a bodyguard from Zongnanhai, portrayed by Chong Wei. The third was Li Xiangdong from Provincial Hong Kong Flag Soldier 2, played by Su Lei, the God of Thunder. Lastly, there was Qi Jingsheng, also from Provincial Hong Kong Flag Soldier 2, played by the Master of Waterflow. Excellent. It is evident that you are all the elite of the elite. My requirements are straightforward. You will train some of the lower-tier individuals, teaching them to obey orders and follow commands. Regular instructors will earn a monthly salary of 5,000 Hong Kong dollars. 2 deputy captains will receive 8,000 each, and 2 captains will earn 10,000 each. Now, those who believe they can take on a role of captain, please step forward. Most of these individuals are familiar with each other. Even those who were previously strangers have made acquaintances aboard the ship. After exchanging glances, Wang Jianjun was the first to step forward, followed closely by Xiao Fu, while Li Xiangdong and Qi Jingsheng also emerged. Excellent. I have a penchant for those exuding confidence. Now, is there anyone daring enough to challenge them? Ultimately, Only two remained standing, the team leaders. One by one, challengers stepped up, for after all, the salary disparity is substantial. Those in the north earn merely a few dozen coins a month, with even 100 more being an enticing prospect. Wang Jianjun and Xiao Fu appeared the most at ease, while Qi Jingxing and Li Xiangdong, though they managed to hold their ground, bore bruises and were on the verge of exhaustion. Impressive, I did not misjudge you. The two team leaders are indeed Wang Jianjun and Xiao Fu, each receiving a reward of 50,000 as I spoke. I produced 2 stacks of cash and tossed them to the two. The vice captains, Qi Jingxing and Li Xiangdong, are awarded 30,000 each as well. Another 2 stacks of money were thrown over, while the others gasped heavily, their faces flushed. They had become instant millionaires. Lastly, to the ordinary instructors, your presence here is a testament to my credibility. Zhao Xin, thus each of you shall receive 10,000. 26 stacks of cash were distributed, and Zhao Xin nodded in satisfaction. As long as the money flows freely, loyalty will follow. Should anyone wish to earn a little extra, willing to deliver justice and risk their lives, now is the time to step forward. I shall assign separate tasks to you, with each endeavor rewarding no less than 30,000. Once again, Wang Jianjun was the first to rise, a fierce glint in his eyes, followed closely by Xiao Fu, though he may have a touch of idealism. The prospect of earning through righteous deeds was utterly gratifying. The others exchanged glances and stood up for having come to Hong Kong. Their intention was to make money. Brother Exon, as the boss, Captain Sure has spoken highly of your skills. Might we engage in a friendly contest to enlighten our brothers? Observing Wang Jianjun's devilishly charming grin, one might think he had been possessed by a spirit of defiance. Zhao Xin smiled. There is no need for a contest. If I were to truly engage, you would likely find yourself on the receiving end of a rather unfortunate fate. I would not wish for your arrival in Hong Kong to end so tragically. I shall offer you a single strike. If you can withstand it, I will grant you 1 million. How does that sound? Wang Jianjun's expression darkened. He felt belittled. Very well, should I fail to endure even 1 blow from you, I shall henceforth acknowledge you as my elder brother. Whatever direction you choose, I shall follow without question. The two distanced themselves, with Zhao Xin casually preparing. Are you ready? Go. As Wang Jianjun's words fell, Zhao Xin moved. With a powerful thrust of his feet, he left 3 clear imprints on the warehouse floor. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xin was before Wang Jianjun, akin to a ravenous tiger ready to pounce. An overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. Wang Jianjun only managed to throw a punch, but Zhao Xin anticipated this, striking his elbow's nerve, rendering his arm powerless as Zhao Xin's large hand pressed against his chin. Wang Jianjun was sent flying over 5 meters, crashing to the ground with a thud, feeling sore all over. Yet he knew, had Zhao Xin not held back, that single blow could have been fatal. With Wang Jianjun collapsing, silence enveloped the room. Xiao Fu appeared speechless, initially hoping to join the fray and perhaps secure a salary increase. Now, however, he reconsidered, realizing that a salary raise was not worth risking his life. Are you convinced now? I concede. I cannot keep pace with your movements. Haha. As long as you acknowledge that, focus on your work, and your earnings shall not diminish. But should you dare to take on tasks behind my back, I will ensure you find yourself on a journey to a rather unfortunate resting place. Wang Jianjun's pupils contracted. He had not anticipated Zhao Xin's insight into his intentions. Hastily nodding, I shall heed your words. Elder brother, that's more like it. During this time, you'll train here by day and return to the lodge at night. Here is 100,000. Use it for sustenance or a visit to the nightclub if you wish. Once all the individuals requiring training have gathered, you shall commence your work. Xiao Fu eagerly accepted the 100,000, assuring, rest assured, elder brother, we will be obedient. The others nodded excitedly. Having just met, they had already spent hundreds of thousands. How swiftly the money had flowed. After arranging their tasks, Zhao Xin departed in his vehicle. It was then that Wang Jianwo, Wang Jianjun's brother, approached, attempting to console his dazed sibling. We were never trained in martial arts. We are now armed. A few skills are of little consequence. Xiao Fu shook his head, believing that a person with such remarkable abilities would surely know how to handle a firearm. Wang Jianwo was simply too navi. 3 days later, Zhao Xin returned to the warehouse, where Wang Jianjun and Xiao Fu were leading the training. Despite many sporting dark circles under their eyes, their movements remained sharp. They appeared to be thoroughly enjoying themselves in the vibrant world of Hong Kong. A job had arisen, worth 100,000, requiring 3 individuals. The 2 team leaders would draw lots, and the selected must choose 2 companions to take action. Brother is our target, a smuggler dealing in red oil, who has hiked prices multiple times. Such individuals have no reason to live. Xiao Fu nodded. Damn, profiting from national misfortune. I wondered why red oil prices had skyrocketed back home. Brother, allow me to deal with him. Wang Jianjun looked on in disbelief. This seemingly honest man was quick to resort to violence at the mere mention of money. Brother, we agreed to draw lots. Do not push it. Drawing lots is dull. Let us play rock, paper, scissors. Fine, let us do it. The 2 faced each other, counting to 3. Wang Jianjun revealed scissors while Xiao Fu, a fraction of a second behind, showed rock. You're cheating. Xiao Fu laughed heartily. You simply cannot keep up. We never stated no tricks were allowed. Zhao Xin chuckled, tossing a file folder to Xiao Fu. Let us not ruin our camaraderie. There are plenty of opportunities amongst the riffraff of Hong Kong. Inside the folder were 100,000 in details of the target, including his movements. Xiao Fu, choose your team wisely. Complete this within 3 days. If you fail, I shall give you a thrashing. Boss, are there no weapons? There are. Zhao Xin casually tossed a black duffel bag, which Xiao Fu opened to find 3 handguns, 9 magazines, and 3 military knives. Is this efficient? Indeed, we will complete the task within 3 days at the entrance. There's a driver familiar with Hong Kong awaiting you. Once you've selected your team, seek him out. He will guide you to the location. Wang Jianjun and Wang Jiangwo looked at Xiao Fu with envy. The conditions were exceedingly generous. Failure was simply not an option. All right, brother, I'll aim to complete the task today. Zhao Daniu, Ma-san, each of you will receive 25,000 to assist me. Will you join? No need for gunfire, and still we get paid. The 2 robust men stepped forward eagerly. Thank you, Brother Fu. The following morning, Zhao Xin was in the kitchen preparing breakfast when he received a call from Hanbin. Brother Xin, your strike was swift. Yang Zhengxiang is already dead. Where did it occur? At his residence. Zhao Xin grimaced, having forgotten that Yang Zhengxiang was affluent. His home likely contained substantial cash reserves, which the 3 surely couldn't access. Such a waste of money. A month swiftly passed. The property company had commenced operations, with waves of underlings undergoing a week of military-style training, donning security uniforms designed by Zhao Xin, looking quite impressive. They also employed several older individuals as cleaners. After all, the work was not strenuous, and a monthly salary of 1,000 sufficed. With their impressive appearance, reliable work ethic, and competitive pricing, coupled with formal contracts, businesses and communities across various territories eagerly signed agreements. One day, Zhao Xin arranged to meet Hanbin privately. They went fishing at sea. Bin, what are your thoughts on the position of the Hongxing leader? Hanbin paused, pondering for a minute before replying. I don't care about leadership. My sole desire is to make money and establish myself as Han Dong. However, I believe you should become the leader of Hongxing. This left Hanbin even more perplexed. If he were to lead, what fate would befall Liang Kun? Was Zhao Xin being sincere? Brother Xin, what are you really trying to convey? Suddenly, Zhao Xin pulled a rod, using his formidable strength to reel in a nearly 20-pound fish. Wow, a big catch. I'll cook it up for you shortly. Brother Xin, stop the games. What is your true message? Haha, all right, enough teasing. Liang Kun is a decent partner, but should he cross the line, he must face the consequences. I hail from the north, where crossing the line means certain death, specifically in the Western Pharmacy. You frequently traverse between both sides, so you ought to be familiar with their regulations. If number 4 exceeds 50 grams, it is sufficient for target practice. I am aware that, to my knowledge, Liang Kun has ceased dealing in Western medicine. Can we not afford him an opportunity? Zhao Xin resolutely shook his head, stating that while he could tolerate other matters, the issue concerning the Western Pharmacy was non-negotiable. His subordinates were all bound for demise. Hanbin raised an eyebrow, questioning if it was solely due to the Western Pharmacy. Indeed, that is an unequivocal red line. Henceforth, should any of you dare to meddle, I shall ensure your downfall as well. Do you comprehend? You wish for me to take action? Unable to act, Zhao Xin regarded Han Bin with amusement. That it is not that. Rather, I simply lack suitable individuals at my disposal. Then procure 1 million. I shall not take a single cent. Instead, deliver it to those brothers from the north. Compile their information, and I will instruct my brothers to take action. After a moment of silence, Han Bin gritted his teeth, conceding, fine, I shall provide the funds. They will be delivered tomorrow. Zhao Xin patted Han Bin's shoulder, affirming, now that's more like it, I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. If the North becomes aware that one of our partners is peddling Western medicine, our factory over there will be rendered useless. And what of your red oil business? Do you truly believe it can continue? I am not trying to frighten you. When the North cracks down on Western pharmacies, they will unleash artillery. Han Bin appeared bewildered, yet Zhao Xin did not smile. China is the nation with the most stringent drug prohibition laws in the world. Without exception, every year, countless individuals perish due to anti-drug efforts. He found no humor in the situation as a single transaction was thoroughly consumed by the two men, and Han Bin, clutching his stomach, departed the shore with a heavy heart. The following day, Xian located Zhao Xin, who was honing his skills at the Kowloon Gun Club at My elder brother sent me with the money. You arrived just in time. Care for a trial? The era of using knives has long passed. You, as the leaders, must keep pace with the times. Xian shook his head. No thanks. If it comes to me using a gun, even with one, I would not survive. Do not be so pessimistic. Whether you believe it or not, Liang Kuan's death was solely due to his involvement in Western medicine. There is no other reason that I would not condescend to deceive you. Thank you, Xin. I understand. There is no need for such politeness. We are partners. Once Xian departed, Zhao Xin continued to fire off thousands of rounds before finally pausing, exhaling deeply that it was preferable not to fully trust oneself. A sense of trepidation facilitated collaboration. After making a phone call, he awaited in a private room at Yunlai Tea House. Soon, brothers Wang Jianjun, Xiao Fu, Qi Jingsheng, and Li Xiangdong knocked and entered. Here is 1 million. How you divide it is up to you. The target is Liang Kuan, along with a few of his subordinates. Their information will be provided shortly. The group appeared somewhat bewildered. Li Xiangdong could not contain himself. Xin, is not Liang Kuan our collaborator? Why must we eliminate him? Because he sells Western medicine. Is that reason not sufficient? Wang Jianjun displayed a cold smile. Damn it. I've long suspected he was no good. Leave Liang Kuan to me. I shall personally deal with him. There's one more stipulation for this task. Regardless of who it is, you must not reveal your identities. After all, you are all from a property management company. If this were to be exposed, I would have no choice but to send you back to the north. Understood? Xin, that if this job is executed well, another business opportunity will soon follow. Whether it is entrusted to you depends on your performance. Xiao Fu, the money-driven individual, immediately stood up. Elder brother, rest assured, we will ensure it is done beautifully. The 8's night fell. Zhao Xin found himself once again fishing on the yacht, though this time accompanied by the D and the D's wife. Damn it, Xin, I am making over 100,000 every day, and tonight the sea breeze is quite chilly. If you catch a fish, I shall personally cook a delicious meal for you. Is that not acceptable? Ha! Xin in the kitchen. That is definitely a possibility. How could it not be? But surely you did not come all the way out here just to fish with me at night. Wow. When did you become so astute? I've always been quite clever. Thank you very much. Why do I feel as though you are insulting my intelligence? Enough chatter. The reason I sought you out is indeed serious. One of your subordinates has been dishonest, smuggling contraband onto a vessel bound for the north, which has been discovered. What kind of contraband? Western medicine. They have already begun to lay plans, and if it is discovered again, they will prepare to take action. D's complexion paled. Earlier he had mentioned his significant earnings, a substantial portion of which stemmed from the red oil business. Losing that would result in considerable losses. Damn it. Who is the fool responsible? I will certainly deal with him. Who it is does not matter. You will handle it yourself, contributing to land reclamation, but knowing who is behind it is crucial. The North cannot touch Western medicine. That is a red line. Their stance is clear. Whoever is responsible for this must either be sent over for target practice or dealt with personally. Damn it, Killing a fellow sect member carries a heavy stigma. If you do not take action, then provide 2 million, and I will help you eliminate the Puhe and YouTube Yao. Sound good? XINE, you need not trouble yourself. I will handle it. Their lives are not worth that much. You are truly stingy. Remember, when you take action, also eliminate their close associates, especially that Dongguan kid and Fei Ji. The D nodded, falling silent, but his gaze flickered with a hint of apprehension as he glanced at Zhao Xin before focusing on his fishing. After leaving the shore and getting into the car, the driver was Chong Mao, with the D's wife seated beside him. The D finally spoke. Xin, you want me to eliminate the Puhe and YouTube Yao, claiming they're involved in Western medicine. What do you think? The D's wife, displaying indifference, replied. Then let us proceed. After all, a significant portion of the gang's uncles have perished, and Alu has also been slain. Your faction stands unrivaled. What is there to fear? I fear that someone might suspect me. When Alu died, it was said that I was responsible for killing those uncles. Chong Mao slowed the vehicle, turning to speak. Brother, are these concerns truly important? We are now allied with XINE. Consider how much we could earn once the business expands. Should we be worried about what others say? I merely feel a sense of resentment. I am the leader now. Why must I still heed the counsel of a 20-something brat? This reaction caused the D's wife to furrow her brow. Has someone been whispering in your ear? The car fell into silence. And after a few minutes, the D finally spoke. A boss reached out to me, claiming he has channels to procure some Western medicine and wishes to sell on our turf, offering us a 20% cut if we assist in distributing it. The D's wife turned pale. Have you lost your mind? We are attempting to cleanse our reputation. You are the head of Lianxing. If you lead the charge in purchasing Western medicine, do you believe the police will let you off the hook? Those bosses are not merely seeking profit. They want you dead. And as for Zhao Xin, he is vehemently opposed to dealing in Western medicine. Should you dare to touch it, you will be the first to perish. Those uncles and Jiang Tiancheng all fell at his hands. Do you wish to court death? Very well. I shall decline those bosses. I refuse to engage. But what if they attempt to sell on our turf? Then we shall eliminate those bosses. After all, we cannot allow anyone to distribute goods within our territory. Fine, I shall find someone to eliminate YouTube Yao and Puhe tomorrow. The D's wife grasped his hand. You are already in the process of washing your hands of this. You are on the verge of cleansing your reputation. Do not involve yourself in such matters. Did not Zhao Xin say? 2 million, and he would find someone to take care of it. Damn it, that is 2 million. I spent that much to bribe those uncles back then. It's a sure thing, even if they do not perish. No one would suspect us. You must keep your hands clean. Damn it, the D slammed the seat back, instructing Chong Mao, tomorrow, deliver 2 million to Zhao Xin, have him deal with the Puhe and YouTube Yao. As the vehicle entered Causeway Bay, the neon lights illuminated the faces of the three, revealing their differing expressions. Chong Mao calmly nodded. Understood, the D. I will deliver the money tomorrow. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin returned home after a game of mahjong with the two women and drifted into slumber. Although the D may not possess the sharpest intellect, both the D's wife and Chong Mao are astute individuals, capable of guiding him toward the right choices. Despite the D's myriad faults, he possesses an undeniable virtue. He listens to advice. The following morning, Chong Mao knocked on the grand door of the villa. Leaving behind 2 million, Zhao Xin was quite pleased with the D's demeanor, accepted the money, and even made a point to invite Chong Mao to a meal. Resulting in a mutually satisfying conclusion. 2 days later, Liang Kun arrived with several key figures, including Quangren, Tianshou, and Shaqiang, to indulge in a lavish feast within a private room at a restaurant. Kuan-gu, he remarked, I've heard that Han Bin's business in red oil is exceedingly profitable. That Zhao Xin uses company shares to settle accounts with them, and Han Bin has reaped substantial rewards that I understand. Shaqiang chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. But we currently lack a ship. Even if we know they're making money, all we can do is watch. Shaqiang, with a cheeky grin, suggested, Kuan-gu, I think if we establish a factory on the mainland to gather raw materials and produce goods, we could ship them back through Han Bin's vessels, yielding enormous profits. Fool! Liang Kun retorted, delivering a sharp rebuke. Your idea sounds appealing, but the factories on the mainland are already operational, and the workers have nearly all been hired, just waiting for the equipment to arrive and commence production. How could they assist us in transporting goods? Moreover, our current business is reliant on cooperation with Zhao Xin that if he discovers our little schemes. Our partnership would be jeopardized, resulting in even greater losses for me. Tianshou, with a sly grin, interjected, Kuing-gu. Shaqiang is referring to Western pharmaceuticals. There is a new product that hasn't yet hit the mainland market. So material restrictions are not very stringent, that if we produce it on the mainland and then transport it to Xiangjiang without selling it there, the risks are minimal and the profits could be exponentially higher, much quicker than traditional business. Liang Kuan gasped in astonishment, profits exceeding 100-fold. Now that is truly enticing. Allow me to ponder this further. It is no trivial matter. Kuan-gu, what is there to contemplate? A fool would turn down money. If you're worried, we can use our modified large flying vessel to receive the goods. The water police won't be able to catch us, Kuang-rin, a straightforward man, remarked. All right, let us give it a try. We won't use Han Bin's ships, and we won't distribute goods at the venue. We will simply act as suppliers. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging this approach that in a neighboring private room, 10 individuals had gathered, including Xiao Fu and Wang Jianjun, who pressed paper cups against the wall, eavesdropping on the conversation. Wang Jianjun stood up, spitting on the ground. Damn it, Xi wasn't wrong about them. These scoundrels, Xi has been making them money. And now they want to delve into pharmaceuticals? They're courting death. Xiao Fu nodded. You and Zhang stay here and keep an eye on things that I'll head outside and prepare everyone. When they come out, we coordinate from within and take them all down. Leave no one behind. Qi Jingxing and Li Xiangdong also shared a cold, determined nod. Good, let's wipe them out in one go. Xiao Fu, wait until you all put on masks before acting. We've all been to restaurants. We must avoid being recognized. If nothing unexpected happens, we want to take action to prevent being identified and sent back north. Agreed. It's settled then. 3 hours later. Liang Kuan and his entourage, intoxicated and unsteady, staggered down the stairs, arms draped over each other. Cursing under their breath, a dozen younger associates approached to assist them as they prepared to get into their vehicle. Xiao Fu, accompanied by a dozen individuals clad in black, masks and gloves on, surrounded them from 3 sides, closing in within 10 meters, drawing out large firearms and unleashing a flurry of gunfire. The sound of gunfire erupted like firecrackers. Within a minute, the bullets from the magazines were expended, and Liang Kuan and his 20-plus associates lay sprawled on the ground, riddled with bullets. The group in black swiftly fled into the nearby alleys. Vanishing without a trace, Wang Jianjun emerged from the hotel, feigning concern as he rushed over, shouting for an ambulance, as if genuinely worried about Liang Kuan and the others, who were less adept at acting, barely suppressed their laughter, forcing themselves to think of tragic events to maintain their composure. An hour later, having obtained identification, Wang Jianjun met with members of Hongxing at the hospital entrance, alongside Zhao Xin, who had hurried over. Damn it, how is Kuing-gu? Zhao Xin shouted as he stepped out of the car. Wang Jianjun shook his head. Xi, there were numerous gunmen. Kuing-gu was hit by over 10 bullets and didn't make it before reaching the hospital. With a crash, Zhao Xin kicked over a trash can. Damn it, Kuing-gu was my brother. We were just short of burning paper money for him. Who dares to lay a hand on Kuing-gu? He is the leader of your Hongxing. You must find the culprit. I will personally take action, skin the murderer alive, and grind him into minced meat to feed the dogs. Back at the base. Xiao Fu shuddered involuntarily, feeling a chill. Han Bin, Shi Yin, and Shi Sanmei, along with Wang Jianjun, who were privy to the truth, couldn't help but applaud Zhao Xin for his performance. It was incredibly convincing. Xi, we should first go see Kuing-gu. A life lost is the greatest tragedy. Yes, let us hurry to see Kuing-gu. You are all from Hongxing, and I'll say this. If you divide Kuing-gu's shares, whoever finds the culprit will receive the largest portion. The 12 hall masters of Hongxing, Han Bin, Shi Sanmei, Shi Yin, Dao Zai, and Yi Jian, had already reaped their rewards and paid little heed. However, the remaining 6, who merely benefited from the situation, were elated, rubbing their hands together in anticipation. They were overjoyed. With the leader gone, they would feast. Only the prince appeared displeased, questioning when Hongxing had reached a point where an outsider could speak up. When everyone regrouped at the headquarters for a meeting, the prince voiced his discontent. Right now, our priority isn't to avenge Liang Kun. We need to focus on defense. First, we will go to Mongkok to secure Liang Kun's territory. The group exchanged glances, but hesitated to speak. The prince continued, yes, right. It is crucial to defend our territory. I nominate Grey Dog. He was akin to DeFei before, although he doesn't hold a hall master position. He commands a sizable crew. Coupled with Liang Kun's former men, it should suffice to secure Mongkok. There was no need for Han Bin's men to speak. The remaining 6, eager for benefits, would not oppose Han Bin's wishes. Agreed. Han Bin's suggestion is sound. It's time for Grey Dog to take his turn. He has contributed significantly to the gang over the years. We cannot let him feel unappreciated. Very well. Inform Grey Dog to head to Mongkok immediately. If he can hold the ground there, it will belong to him, and he will become the hall master of Mongkok. The group exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. This decision was settled. However, the prince remained disgruntled, stating, another issue is that Hongxing cannot remain leaderless. I propose we go to Thailand and invite Mr. Jiang Tianyong back to take charge of Hongxing. The 6 opportunists scoffed, saying nothing further. The flash of murderous intent crossed Han Bin's eyes. He had long suspected the prince was aligned with Jiang Tianyong. Yet he didn't expect such blatant disregard. Did Jiang Tianyong have specific instructions? Shi-San-mei exchanged a glance with Shi-Yin, who immediately nodded. Understanding the plan, Shi-Yin, receiving Shi-San-mei's signal, slammed the table. Hongxing belongs to everyone, not just you, Prince, nor the Jiang family. Why should we bring back an unfamiliar Jiang Tianyong to choose the leader? My elder brother is more than capable. What did you just say? I'm only thinking of Hongxing's best interests. If you're unhappy, let us settle this one-on-one. I'll take you on, but now is not the time to choose a leader. You think this is a competition? Enough, Han Bin interjected at the opportune moment. For this leadership role, I will step forward to contest, but we cannot rush. The prince is right. We must first protect our territory. Prince, since you wish for Jiang Tianyong to return as the leader, I have no objections. 1 week. As long as we can hold out for a week, that will be the limit the police can tolerate, and we will have secured our territory. At that point, you can take a trip to Thailand and invite Jiang Tianyong back. We can compete fairly. Whoever is elected, I, Han Bin, will have no objections. Seeing the others nodding in agreement, the prince could only acquiesce. I'll give you face. Then let us agree on that. We'll compete fairly when the time comes. After the meeting adjourned, everyone departed. Han Bin went directly to find Zhao Xin, relaying the situation. Damn, Zhao Xin took a deep breath. Back in the day, I was forced out of Shangjiang by Jiang Tianyong. Now that he is dead, he wants to return. What does he take Shangjiang for, a public restroom? Coming and going as he pleases? Since he and the prince are so oblivious, I'll send them both to sell salted duck eggs instead. The market down south is vast, with Koengu gone. We'll just need a couple more people. What's your plan? In the next day or two, Wang Jianjun and Xiao Fu will make their move, eliminating De Pu He and Yu Tudio from Lianxing. These 2 scoundrels have been smuggling Western medicine into the mainland's red oil, and they cannot be spared. Afterward, they will have nothing to worry about. I'll take them to Maoxiong first to acquire some useful weapons. You should send someone to Thailand to gather intelligence on Jiang Tianyong's whereabouts. Once we pass through Maoxiong, we'll deal with him and the prince together. That place isn't Shangjiang. Are you confident? Ha! Zhao Xin laughed heartily. Confident? I implore you not to jest with me. After all, we are all compatriots in Hong Kong. It is only because of this bond that I have refrained from causing too much of a scene. Upon my arrival in Thailand, you shall truly discern my identity. Very well. I entrust this matter to you, Master Exon. I shall take care of the affairs here in Hong Kong. No, you need not concern yourself with anything. Simply gather intelligence on Dongxing and ascertain who is peddling Western pharmaceuticals. When I return, we shall join forces with Hongxing to decisively eliminate Dongxing in one fell swoop. What's this? Rest assured, I shall cover the relocation expenses. You need not worry about that. All right then, let us proceed according to Master Xion's wishes. Do not take offense. I am merely assisting you in due course. Tsuen Wan, Tun Mun, Yuan Long, and the Northern District will all belong to us, making business endeavors significantly more manageable. Very well. We shall follow Master Xion's directive. After bidding farewell to Han Bin, Zhao Xian arrived at the training base of the property company, where he met with others and handed over 2 million and the data on to Pu He and you two. Xiao Fu, you shall lead one team. Jian Jun, you take another. Complete this task within 3 days. Upon my return from the land of the bear, I shall take you all to Thailand, and I will cover all expenses. The group erupted in cheers. Having already secured a profit, they were eager for a bit of enjoyment. With Zhao Xian footing the bill, their revelry would be even more extravagant, back at the villa in mid-levels. Zhao Xian embraced Qiu Di tenderly before inquiring of Zhang Li whether contact had been established with the bear country. Indeed, it was quite easy. They are desperate and will sell anything as long as you provide food and you. $. That sounds promising. Please provide me with the contact information that I need to make a trip to the bear country to procure some valuable items. Will you not require my company? No, the factory equipment will arrive shortly. By then you, Qiu Di, and Han Bin will need to visit Shenzhen for the factory's inauguration ceremony. Very well. Do take care. Rest assured, the two succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Zhao Xian descended to the basement, where he stored the cash and gold jewelry in the safe, clearing out the space. Although 20 cubic meters sounds ample, it truly accommodates very little when it comes to supplies. Under the cover of night, Zhao Xian flew back to the mainland, and by dawn, he had changed into a new outfit and entered Beijing. Brother, do you know where I can find authentic Beijing Ergo 2? The higher the alcohol content, the better. I do indeed. However, your accent does not suggest you are from Beijing. Where are you from? Forgive my lack of accent. I'm a merchant from Hong Kong. My elder enjoys drinking Beijing Ergo 2 and specifically instructed me to procure a substantial quantity. Hong Kong native. In that case, I know a place that is undoubtedly authentic. Allow me to guide you there. After a bustling day, Zhao Xian purchased approximately 5 cubic meters of Beijing Ergo 2. Weighing around 4,500 kilograms, as dusk fell, he once again took flight towards the northeast, arriving at his hometown of Heilongjiang by dawn, where he acquired 15 cubic meters of flour, filling the space with approximately 11,000 kilograms. With this batch, he could exchange for a considerable amount of weaponry, enough to nearly fill half the space. Night fell once more, after enjoying a meal of iron pot stew and taking away 2 roasted geese. He flew towards the bear country. Upon reaching the outskirts, he rented a large warehouse using $, acquiring numerous containers to package the food and liquor. Only then did he produce a satellite phone to contact the bear country's personnel. By afternoon, a military truck arrived at the warehouse, and a general disembarked, following Zhao Xian into the facility. Upon seeing the Ergo 2 and grain, the general gave Zhao Xian a thumbs up. Friend, we are the best of friends. The rapidity of his speech could rival a tongue twister. Yet fortunately, Zhao Xian had prepared by studying Russian in advance. Indeed, we're the best of friends, as long as your weaponry meets my satisfaction. We can certainly engage in a long-term partnership, with an abundance of grain to follow. I appreciate this collaborative spirit. Let us first inspect the weaponry. It is a bit of a journey, so I need you to endure. Soon, Zhao Xian understood what endure entailed, as the bear country's driver treated the off-road vehicle as if it were an aircraft, navigating the bumpy terrain that nearly resulted in several rollovers. Observing General Dragov's calm demeanor, Zhao Xian could only shake his head in disbelief. The bear people truly fear nothing. Upon reaching a massive warehouse, Zhao Xian was taken aback by the sight of tanks, aircraft, armored vehicles, and mobile missile launchers. My friend, I have no use for these items. Are you certain? What a pity. Rest assured, the prices are exceptionally reasonable. This armored vehicle only requires 2,000 kilograms of grain and 1,000 kilograms of strong liquor. As for this heavy tank, you can take it away for 5,000 kilograms of grain. It is an absolute steal, and this bomber... Stop. Zhao Xian quickly raised his hand to halt the conversation. I am neither a Middle Eastern individual nor an African warlord. If you wish to sell these items, you can certainly contact them and settle in $. Then, with those dollars, you can procure grain in my homeland, China, where they are currently in dire need of foreign currency. Upon hearing this, Dragov's eyes twinkled with intrigue. This idea seemed plausible, as China was always regarded as an agricultural powerhouse in their eyes. However, he quickly masked his enthusiasm, for such matters were not solely within his purview. That my friend, do you truly not want these? They are excellent goods. Had you not come, I would not have even considered presenting them. Zhao Xin felt a pang of regret. If only his space were not so limited, he could have easily transported a heavy tank to level the Golden Triangle. My apologies, my friend. Although I desire these items greatly. I hail from Hong Kong, a mere island. You truly believe I could accommodate a tank? If an opportunity arises in the future, I will be willing to collaborate with you, but for now, could you take me to see the firearms? Very well. You have missed out on something grand, Dragov shrugged, leading Zhao Xin to another warehouse. As the warehouse door swung open, Zhao Xin's eyes widened in delight at the sight of AKs piled high like refuse. However, what truly caught his interest were the heavy machine guns nearby. These are not the kind depicted in melodramatic anti-Japanese dramas, but rather designed for taking down light tanks, boasting firepower that could rival that of a Gatling gun. Noticing Zhao Xin's fascination, Dragov smiled. My friend, it seems you have a penchant for such items. Follow me. I have more surprises in store. The two ventured deeper into the warehouse, where military tarp was pulled back, revealing an array of weaponry. A man-portable 4-barreled rocket launcher and an anti-material sniper rifle exceeding 4 meters in length, gleaming with metallic luster. My friend, these are likely what you seek. This rocket launcher is a replica, but its quality is assured that it can fire single shots or in succession, with an effective range of 2,000 meters and a margin of error of no more than 3 meters. Covering an area of 30 meters. For this anti-material sniper rifle, it is my personal favorite. A single bullet can penetrate the cockpit of a heavy tank, though its drawback is that it can incapacitate the shooter. Even in a fully protective stance, only one shot can be fired by a person, often resulting in lifelong disability. Zhao Xin, however, was unperturbed by the side effects. Just because others could not wield it, did not mean he could not. This weapon was tailor-made for him. My friend, you have truly astonished me. I am incredibly fond of you. The supplies I brought include 1,000 AKs with 100,000 rounds of ammunition, 5 heavy machine guns with 100,000 rounds, 2 anti-material sniper rifles with 1,000 rounds, and finally, 30 rocket launchers with 1,200 rounds. What do you think? The other items posed no issue. But for the rocket launchers, I can only provide you with 240 rounds. Should you desire more, greater quantities of grain will be required. Very well. I shall return promptly with additional supplies. How do you feel about meat? Certainly, my friend. We require a substantial amount of meat. That is splendid to hear. For convenience and to maximize transport, I shall prepare the meat as ground meat. I hope you do not mind. Of course not. Both parties were satisfied with the transaction. Zhao Xin departed the military base, and it was already evening that he soared back to Hong Kong, where he played several rounds of mahjong before falling into a deep slumber with Chiodi. Upon waking the next morning, he discovered he had gained 5 skill points. What on earth could have caused this? After breakfast with the two women, he departed from Shallow Water Bay, purchased 2 newspapers from a newsstand, and upon reading one, a smile spread across his face. That banana man, Huang Jiqing, was blown to pieces in an explosion upon entering his vehicle, leaving him utterly unrecognizable. All 4 of Ni's formidable subordinates, including Han Chun, had been eliminated. Although the matters concerning Mary and Lu Jiaming were not documented, it is evident that Ni Yongxiao has been engaged in this for quite some time, leaving the fates of the two uncertain. Suddenly, 5 skill points were awarded, and the Infernal Affairs trilogy was relatively satisfying. The vehicle had barely moved 20 meters when a dull thud resonated from the tire, which quickly deflated, stepping out of the car. Zhao Xin discovered a triangular nail. No wonder the tire went flat so swiftly. It had been punctured rather than simply pierced. Glancing at a nearby repair shop, Zhao Xin squinted, sensing that everything felt too coincidental. Was someone plotting against him? Who could be so audacious? Lighting a cigarette, he made his way towards the repair shop, only to have the roll-up door pulled down behind him. Just as Zhao Xin was about to speak, 2 individuals burst from a vehicle, wielding fire extinguishers and spraying him with a cloud of white powder, forcing him to shut his eyes. Amidst the commotion, a masked figure charged at Zhao Xin. wielding a short knife aimed at his throat. Although he knew that even if struck, he would not perish, Zhao Xin instinctively raised his hand to shield his neck, honing in on the sound to identify his assailant and lunging forward with a powerful shoulder charge. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as his suit was sliced open, followed by a resounding thud as a figure was sent flying. With a gust of breath, Zhao Xin utilized his superhuman inhalation to disperse the white powder. Revealing the scene within the repair shop, the assailant lay on the ground, clad in traditional attire, gasping for breath. Clearly on the brink of death. Three familiar faces emerged: the Tian heir, Jiao Pai, and Bo Pai, while the remaining 5 or 6 lackeys were unfamiliar to him. The man in traditional dress glanced weakly toward the Tian heir, removing his mask with a feeble plea for money to Zhao Xin's astonishment. It was brother Zhao Xin, a man of integrity in these turbulent times. It was indeed a pity that these few were now deceased. After uttering those words, he coughed up blood and breathed his last. The force of Zhao Xin's charge had shattered his ribs, causing internal bleeding. The Tian heir gritted his teeth and charged in, intent on avenging Brother B and Brother Nan. With that, he surged forward. Wielding a flame-throwing, welding gun at "Is this all you've got?" Zhao Xin chuckled softly, watching the Tian heir advance. With a flick of his arm, he unsheathed a blade from his sleeve, the flash of steel severing the Tian heir's head from his shoulders. Following swiftly, he dispatched Jiao Pai, Bo Pai, and the other lackeys with ease, as if chopping vegetables. Pondering the whereabouts of Shanji, he was about to open the roll-up door to call the police when Shanji emerged from behind with a ferocious expression, brandishing an AK and unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Zhao Xin. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Zhao Xin, who had activated his secondary attributes, enabling rapid movement that evaded all bullets. Only 2 stray shots grazed him. Failing to penetrate his defenses, in a flash, a throwing knife found its mark in Shanji's forehead, and he collapsed lifelessly. Spitting on the ground, Zhao Xin finally understood why stray bullets were deemed the most perilous on the battlefield. These things were utterly unpredictable. Thankfully, he was resilient enough. Observing the addition of 2 skill points, he nodded in satisfaction. Shanji was indeed a prominent figure among the gangsters. He pulled up the roll-up door and, hearing the gunfire within the shop, noticed a gathering crowd outside. With a glum expression, Zhao Xin retrieved his phone, instructing Qiu Di to send a company lawyer to the police station for his release, when he spotted a familiar figure in the crowd, Lu Huijin, whom he hadn't seen for days. Upon noticing Zhao Xin, she called out, "Fatty," and approached him, demanding to know what had transpired inside, offering to treat him to a meal in exchange for the scoop. Zhao Xin scoffed, rolling his eyes at Lu Huijin. "What? Do you think I'm some kind of fool?" "Hey, what do you mean by that? I'm treating you to a meal. Are you going to spill or not? Speak up." Just then, an EU vehicle, accompanied by a team of PTU officers, arrived, and upon realizing Zhao Xin was involved, they couldn't help but frown. "Zhao Sheng, may I inquire what has happened?" Zhao Xin didn't respond immediately, instead casting a glance at Lu Huijin, revealing a playful smirk. "You all stay put and secure the scene. Have 2 of your men move my car over there, less than 50 meters away. To avoid disrupting traffic, I'll accompany you to the police station to explain." The 2 teams nodded instinctively, realizing the arrangement was quite reasonable and efficient. "Thank you, Zhao Sheng. Is it all right if we use the EU patrol car?" "No problem. I appreciate your assistance." 2 hours later, Zhao Xin exited the police station alongside his lawyer. "Thank you, Lawyer Zhang. Zhao Sheng, you're too polite. Even without me, the police wouldn't make things difficult for you." This was clearly self-defense. The speaker wore a sly grin. It was Zhang, the lawyer from the police procedural dramas, known for lacking any moral boundaries and willing to do anything for a fee. After parting ways, Lu Huijin approached Zhao Xin, visibly irked. "What's your deal? Do you think of me as one of those shameless women who chase after news?" Zhao Xin, unconcerned, chuckled. "What do you mean by shameless? Being with me is shameless? I desire your presence, and you seek news. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wouldn't you agree? Think it over. When you're ready to call, know that I treat my women quite well. Don't think you can just seek fame. I can accommodate that too." As they spoke, they arrived at the parking lot. After spending 1,000 on the tire, he had a police officer assist in changing it. Before driving off, leaving Lu Huijin fuming and stamping her feet. Seeing her through the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but smile. Did she truly consider herself a catch, with his looks and wealth? Why waste time on emotional entanglements? Arriving at the security company's training base, as soon as he stepped onto the field, he witnessed Wang Jianjun kicking a smug-looking short man across the ground. Xiao Fu rushed over to help the short man to his feet, brushing off the dust and offering some words of comfort, while confronting Wang Jianjun. What a spectacle! These two were quite the duo, one playing the villain while the other took the role of the hero. Upon seeing Zhao Xin arrive, they quickly gathered everyone, calling it a chance for Zhao Xin to provide some feedback. Wasn't he this rather absurd? With his busy schedule, who had time to play around? He summoned 30 individuals to the office, where a black travel bag was tossed onto the table. Here, S3 million. We LL spent a couple of days in Thailand before eliminating a man named Jiang Tiansheng. This guy is doing quite well in Thailand, surrounded by skilled fighters. Those who are afraid need not attend. No one hesitated to withdraw. All eyes were fixed on the travel bag, as the money seemed too easily obtained. Since there are no objections, let us arrange the details. Tomorrow night, we'll board a ship to Thailand from Tunmun Pier. Understood, Boss Xian. After departing the training base, Zhao Xian drove to Mong Kok, spotting a bar named Meng Luo, which looked somewhat familiar. Wasn't it featured in The Gambler? There was even a character named S-Min. Slowing down, he noticed a taxi parked at the entrance, and a woman stepping out. It was indeed S-Min. Judging by her attire, she was certainly not the teacher he Min, nor the martial artist Min. Deciding not to rush off, he parked properly and pushed open the bar's large door. The bar was dimly lit, a quaint establishment where Meng Luo sat alone at a central table, lost in thought. Upon hearing the door, she instinctively looked up, apologizing, "The bar isn't open yet." "That's not important, I just want a drink. Could you possibly come back in 2 hours? I might have trouble here shortly." "Trouble? I thrive on trouble. Might I request this lovely lady to pour me a glass of whiskey?" As he spoke, Zhao Xin had already taken a seat across from Meng Luo, their eyes locking. A faint blush crept onto Meng Luo's weary face. Just as she was about to speak, the bar door swung open, and in strode a raucous man resembling a caricature, accompanied by another clad in leather, sporting a face reminiscent of Ku Shouyang. Following them were a dozen lackeys, flooding into the already cramped bar. "Meng Luo, you haven't repaid the money you owe, and yet you still have time to flirt with boys? You're not planning to find a sugar daddy to help you pay back, are you? This boy looks quite decent, but I wonder how much he would spend on a woman like you." "Stop making wild accusations. I'm not looking for any sugar daddy. He just came in for a drink." Yet Zhao Xian stood up with a smile, wrapping an arm around Meng Luo's shoulder. With someone like Hussein offering assistance, how could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? This foolish fellow is precisely the villain from the gambling hero's tale, exuding an air of insufferable arrogance. This gentleman possesses an uncanny ability to discern character. I am indeed the new benefactor of Meng Luo, willing to lavish her with gifts. I am unaware of the debt she owes you, but I shall settle it. Upon hearing this, Hussein's countenance darkened. Not only did he desire to possess Meng Luo, but he also intended for her to toil on his behalf. Suddenly, a benefactor emerged, much to his chagrin. "Ah, it appears that the benefactor Meng Luo has found is quite affluent. She owes me a total of 3 million. You will repay it." Meng Luo, flustered, retorted, "Impossible. I only borrowed 500,000 from you. You claim is 1 million, and now, just a few days later, it has escalated to 3 million. "Holy hell!" Hussein exclaimed exaggeratedly. "Oh, you take me for a philanthropist? Of course, it is usury. Would you like me to calculate the interest for you?" He then glanced at Zhao Xin. "The pretty boy, you are so eager to play the benefactor. You won't be unable to repay, will you?" "Of course." Zhao Xian remained unfazed by the 3 million. "I will assist Meng Luo in repaying it. Send someone with me to collect the funds." This time, Hussein's expression grew grim. "You think you are so clever? Being wealthy is impressive, yet you still wish to play the benefactor. Are you out of your mind? 3 million could easily lay countless women to rest. Are you truly trying to steal my woman?" Zhao Xian chuckled heartily, pulling Meng Luo close and planting a kiss on her lips. Wealth is power. With wealth comes the freedom to act as one pleases. I am fond of Meng Luo. If you are displeased, bear it. If you have the ability, come at me. Let us see if you can leave this island. Seeing Zhao Xin's arrogance, Hussein hesitated to act rashly. After all, though Hong Kong is not vast, it is indeed a place where dragons lie hidden. My friend, how shall I address you? This woman is of use to me. Might you grant me a favor? You shall be richly rewarded in the future. Fool, are you out of your mind? You wish to probe my depths? Do you think you are worthy, just because of this man beside you in leather? Who exactly are you? I am Zhao Xin, the one whose word is as good as gold, and my courtesy is unrestrained. Care to test your strength against me? Hussein's pupils contracted. You are Zhao X. Indeed, without a doubt. Now be gone. I shall grant you a path of escape. Should I truly lose my temper, you shall all perish here. Hussein turned to his subordinate, Black Panther, and whispered, Do you have confidence in dealing with him? How can one know without a fight? But I do know this. Beneath the spray of bullets, all lives are equal. What good is strength if one cannot evade the bullets? Very well, then we shall kill him. Anyone who dares to steal a woman from me must die. As soon as he finished speaking, Black Panther drew his shotgun, aiming to strike Zhao Xin. However, Zhao Xin reacted even swifter, seizing Meng Luo and taking cover behind the bar. The gunshot rang out, and the pellets tore through the bar, yet both remained unharmed on the floor. Seizing a brief moment while Black Panther was reloading, Zhao Xin sprang up, launching 3 throwing knives in less than a second. Just as he had done when killing Gui, one knife struck an eye, another the throat, and the last the heart. Who could have imagined that this seemingly foolish individual would be as sharp as a knife? This killer, capable of taking on Dragon 5 alone, was dispatched by Zhao Xin to meet his fate. Hussein was left dumbfounded. You said all lives are equal, yet you die so swiftly. I had no chance to escape. Trembling, he looked at Zhao Xin and forced a ghastly smile. Brother Xin, might I claim this is all a misunderstanding? Do you believe me? Zhao Xin grinned, revealing a menacing smile. Belief is the business of the King of Hell. What I must do is send you to meet him. Kill. Before Hussein could finish his command for his underlings to eliminate Zhao Xin, Zhao Xin's throwing knives were unleashed like petals scattered by the wind, taking down him and his henchmen entirely. What a joke, a second-rate thug, thinking he could play with me. As Meng Luo stood up, she beheld Hussein transformed into a lifeless corpse, her mind reeling from the brutality as Zhao Xin sheathed his knives. He spoke to Meng Luo. When the police arrive, you shall say these individuals attempted to force you into prostitution, which I oppose. I end their rage. They sought to kill us, and we retaliated. Isn't that the truth? Indeed, it is precisely as you say. You are quite astute. Before long, the police arrived, and upon seeing Zhao Xin, they felt a headache coming on. Lawyer Zhang was equally bewildered. Had he not just resolved matters that morning? What happened this time? I can't help it. Consider it a contribution to the population of Hong Kong. Fortunately, this incident occurred in familiar territory. And after a brief statement, with Black Panther and Hussein's underlings all armed, there was little trouble as Zhao Xin exited the police station, his arm around Meng Luo's slender waist. He mused, Hong Kong films are truly remarkable. The freedom here is unparalleled. After giving Lawyer Zhang a tip of 10,000, they got into the car and headed to the BARIS. Your bar's business struggling? Indeed, protection fees are always demanded. Originally, the Hongxing gang shielded the bar, but the past 2 months have been chaotic, with fights breaking out that MY bar has been vandalized twice. The costs of renovations are substantial, and with the loss of numerous patrons, I find myself in dire straits. I borrowed 500,000 from Hussein, yet less than a month later, he is demanding 1 million. This is somewhat awkward. Hongxing is one of the 4 major gangs in Hong Kong. Known for its stability, it is precisely due to internal strife that things have become so tumultuous. Driving with one hand, Zhao Xin's other hand was held by Meng Luo. Her face flushed to "To save you. I killed more than a dozen people. How shall you repay me?" The neon lights cast a captivating glow on Meng Luo's face, enhancing her allure. A fleeting expression of struggle passed over her features, soon replaced by determination. A voice barely above a whisper spoke. The 3rd floor of the bar, is my office and lounge. Indeed, it seems that mature women possess a depth of understanding. As the two entered the bar, the blood had already been cleaned up, and there were not many patrons. Only 7 or 8. The bar, marred by gunfire, had been hastily repaired to resume operations that a brief glance revealed 2 familiar waitresses. One bore the face of a Canadian housewife, leaving one to wonder if she was a local. The other had the features of a young Jew, though the likelihood of her being Jewish was slim. With no intention of greeting them, Zhao Xin felt no urgency. After all, the meat was already in the pot, and there was no need to rush. Better to finish what was on their plates first.